Dragon God Supreme Chapter 709 to Chapter 791. In Denda's realm, he had the ability to control the soul. The vigorous soul power covered the Crimson Emperor's body. The soul of the Crimson Emperor who had just died was still preserved in his body and would not dissipate immediately. Feng Wuchen used his soul power to forcefully pull out the soul that was sleeping in the Crimson Emperor's body. Seeing the Crimson Emperor's soul, the soldiers of the Dragon Temple cheered excitedly. Divine Spirit Technique. With my blood, return the soul to life. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted and formed a mysterious seal with his hands. It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. Yanlong's heart trembled. The familiar chant, the familiar seal, and the familiar scene all appeared in Yanlong's mind. Feng Wuchen bit his finger and used his blood to fuse with his vital essence. His vital essence glowed with a faint bloody light. With a wave of his hand, the vital essence that contained Feng Wuchen's blood covered the Crimson Emperor's soul. At this moment, everyone held their breath and stared at the Crimson Emperor's soul without blinking. Feng Wuchen waved his hand again. The Crimson Emperor's soul flew down and entered the Crimson Emperor's body in the blink of an eye. A faint bloody light appeared on the surface of the body. The soul was fusing with the Crimson Emperor's body. The Crimson Emperor's injuries were also recovering at a terrifying speed. This was exactly the same as when Feng Wuchen saved Bei Duyan. Seeing that the Crimson Emperor's injuries were recovering quickly and he had already recovered his breath, the soldiers of the Dragon Temple were extremely excited. This is the legendary superpower of Denda's realm that can bring people back to life. Tian Xianxia, Xianxia, and the rest were stunned. Their hearts trembled. It was the first time they had seen such a shocking scene. Feng Wuchen could really bring people back to life. What kind of terrifying superpower was this? As long as the soldiers of the Dragon Temple were not annihilated, wouldn't they be able to revive at any time? He was worthy of being Dendi. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had already stepped into the heaven realm. He had completely mastered the ability to bring people back to life. Previously, it was very difficult for him to save Bei Duyan. Now, it was as easy as turning his hand. The Crimson Emperor has been revived. Lu Qingyang and the rest cheered excitedly. Temple Master. I've been revived. I have revived. The Crimson Emperor became excited. This brat's resurrection is so skillful. Yanlong's heart shook again, as if he could see the evil dragon god's figure. Following that, Feng Wuchen brought the soldiers back to life one after another. He only stopped to rest after exhausting all of his soul force. After recovering his soul power, Feng Wuchen continued until the last soldier came back to life. Palace Master, thank you for bringing us back from the dead. The Ruby Sovereign and the other revived soldiers knelt down in gratitude, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The dead soldiers had all been resurrected. Feng Wuchen was exhausted, but a gratified smile appeared on his pale face. In the end, he fainted. Feng Wuchen had exhausted all his energy, causing him to collapse and faint. The moment Feng Wuchen fell, it frightened everyone in the Dragon God Temple. Don't worry. He just fainted from exhaustion, Yanlong said slowly. Senior, thank you for saving our divine Dragon Temple. Ling Xiaoxiao hurriedly expressed her gratitude as she looked at Yanlong. Senior, thank you for saving us. Everyone in the Dragon God Temple thanked him. Yanlong glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao. After taking a closer look, he revealed a surprised expression. Clearly, he had already guessed Ling Xiaoxiao's identity. No need to be polite. Go treat your injuries. Yanlong waved his hand. With that, Yanlong waved his hand and lifted the unconscious Feng Wuchen up. Then, he flew away. Chen Xiao Qingqing was a little worried but was stopped by Feng Xianxiong. Although he didn't know where Yanlong was taking Feng Wuchen, he didn't ask. The Dragon God Temple also didn't dare to stop them. With Yanlong's terrifying strength, if he wanted to kill Feng Wuchen, he would have already done so. In a peaceful forest far away from Dendi Mountain, Yanlong was helping Feng Wuchen recover his strength. Feng Wuchen's aura was rising rapidly. In less than half an hour, Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes. Awake? Yanlong said indifferently. Feng Wuchen's face was still a little pale. Glancing at Yanlong, Feng Wuchen said, ask whatever you want. What's your relationship with the evil dragon god? Many of the things you have belong to the evil dragon god. Moreover, there isn't a second person in this world who has the supreme dragon god technique. The sovereign body was created by the evil dragon god. The alchemy technique you practice was also created by the evil dragon god, asked Yan Long, looking at Feng Wuchen calmly. Also, where is the evil dragon god sealed? Yan Long continued to ask, becoming more and more excited. Feng Wuchen pondered for a moment, then said, the evil dragon god can be considered my master. He gave everything to me, including the dragon's soul and memories. Everything was given to me. The evil dragon god is no longer here. Hearing Feng Wuchen's answer, Yan Long was stunned. He looked at Feng Wuchen, dumbstruck. It seemed like he couldn't accept Feng Wuchen's answer. Shock, disbelief, doubt, and other expressions constantly changed. After an unknown amount of time, Yan Long gradually came back to his senses. Master is dead? That's impossible, I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. Master can't be dead. Master couldn't have given everything to you. Impossible. Yan Long shook his head, his face filled with grief and indignation. He didn't believe Feng Wuchen's words. Yan Long understood the evil dragon god. He didn't believe that the evil dragon god would easily give everything to a brat. Moreover, how ambitious was the evil dragon god? How could he be willing to be sealed for thousands of years without taking revenge? Feng Wuchen replied indifferently, I can't help it if you don't believe me. That's the truth. Otherwise, how could I recognize you? Other than you, there were 2 other generals, but they died when the evil dragon god was sealed. Only you are still alive. How did Master die? Yan Long asked. Before he was sealed, the evil dragon god was already seriously injured. Only a wisp of his soul was left. Before his soul dissipated, he found me. If it weren't for the evil dragon god, I wouldn't have the cultivation and achievements I have today. Feng Wuchen answered. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, with my cultivation, even if I'm in the heaven realm now, I can't threaten the evil dragon god's soul, let alone a few years ago. If he didn't want it, how could I have the ability to take it by force? Hearing this, Yan Long fell silent. His face seemed to have aged a few decades, and he looked haggard with grief and indignation. I've said everything that needs to be said. It's up to you to believe it or not. Feng Wuchen finished speaking and returned to the Xianlong temple. After this battle, the Xianlong temple's vitality had been greatly damaged. It was the most serious one. The Xianlong temple couldn't withstand many such battles. Feng Wuchen had to find a way to help the people of the Xianlong temple improve their cultivation and find a way to strengthen the Xianlong temple. The Dragon Clan. Yan Long's face suddenly became ferocious. He gritted his teeth and a surging and terrifying aura burst out. It swept in all directions with overwhelming murderous intent. The terrifying energy of the 8th tier of the divine transformation realm was released uncontrollably. The void shook and collapsed, causing the Wuji domain to fall into panic again. Feng Wuchen looked back at the Dragon God Temple square and secretly marveled at Yan Long's terrifying strength. The destructive energy swept out, scaring countless people to death. Yan Long's terrifying aura was enough to intimidate the entire continent. Dragon God Temple doesn't have an expert. I have to find a way to rope Yan Long in. Feng Wuchen secretly muttered in his heart. Dragon God Temple's overall strength was relatively weak. Any soul transformation realm expert could threaten Dragon God Temple. If Feng Wuchen had returned in time, Dragon God Temple would have been wiped out. Now that Dragon God Temple was targeted by God King Temple, Lin Hun would bring experts over at any time. After the battle just now, Dragon God Temple would not be able to withstand repeated attacks from God King Temple. Zhang family and Immortal Artifact Pavilion suffered great losses and did not know how long it would take for them to recover. They could not help Dragon God Temple for the time being. Therefore, Feng Wuchen had to find a strong cultivator to guard the Dragon Temple. At the very least, they could ensure the safety of the temple. Of course, now was not the time. He had to wait for Yan Long to calm down. Moreover, Yan Long's appearance scared Lin Hun out of his wits. God King Temple would not dare to attack Dragon God Temple in a short time. Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao's voice came to his ear. What's wrong? Feng Wuchen asked. Senior Yan Long, what's wrong? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. Lu Qingyang and the others looked at the source of the terrifying energy. How terrifying. Even stronger than Mo Tianyang. Lu Qingyang said in a trembling voice. His body could not help but tremble. Nothing, just angry. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Looking at Tian Xianzi and the other alchemists, Feng Wuchen said gratefully, Senior Tian Xianzi, thank you for your help this time. If you don't mind, you can stay in Dragon God Temple in the future. Thank you, Dendi. Tian Xianzi and Xia Yunxian were overjoyed. In the face of the strongest force on the continent, the God King's shrine, Tian Xianzi and the others had still taken the risk to help. Feng Wuchen felt extremely grateful. At the same time, he also wanted to rope them in. The Dragon Temple needed to be strengthened, and the soldiers alone were far from enough. Leng Hun won't let this matter rest. However, they won't dare to make a move for the time being. Make the best use of the time to heal and cultivate, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. I've got to look for other ancient powers as soon as possible, Feng Wuchen mumbled. With a single thought, he entered the ninefold cosmos pagoda. The ancient energy could allow Feng Wuchen to increase his cultivation at the fastest speed. If he wanted to become stronger in the shortest time possible, the ancient energy was essential. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I won't let the Dragon God Temple fall into a desperate situation again. Never. Looking at the entrance of the ninefold cosmos pagoda, Ling Xiaoxiao said in her heart as tears rolled down her cheeks. After Feng Wuchen and the others went back to heal, Ling Xiaoxiao left. She wanted to bid farewell to Feng Wuchen, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. In the end, she left without saying goodbye. In this battle, the Dragon God Temple was almost destroyed. Ling Xiaoxiao was filled with self-blame and guilt. She had a terrifying force behind her, but she couldn't help the Dragon God Temple survive. Instead, she caused the Dragon God Temple to suffer heavy casualties. Because of this, Ling Xiaoxiao always felt that she was useless and that she had let down the Dragon God Temple. Xiaoxiao. At the entrance of the hall, Miao Qingqing seemed to have seen through Ling Xiaoxiao's thoughts and didn't stop her. Dragon race? Flame dragon? In the God King's Shrine's main hall, the God King's Shrine Master was shocked and terrified after learning about the existence of the dragon race. Mo Tianyang frowned and said, this person is extremely powerful and doesn't lose to the dragon race guardian. However, he is a traitor of the dragon race. A traitor of the dragon race? The God King's Shrine Master and the others were stunned. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't know how powerful the dragon race was, but they could guess from Mo Tianyang's serious expression. However, the God King's Shrine Master was even more shocked that the hundreds of masters of the God King's Shrine didn't destroy the Dragon God Temple. Instead, they all died in the Dragon God Temple. I don't know where that brat Feng Wuchen got his hands on the mysterious black fire. It's extremely terrifying. Even I can't withstand the temperature of the fire, Leng Hun said. He couldn't help but feel afraid when he thought about the black fire. Feng Wuchen also has a high-grade fairy weapon. His combat power is extremely strong and doesn't lose to anyone in the fourth tier of the Heaven Realm. Feng Wuchen's growth is so fast. We must kill him in the cradle, Kuan Yun added. Black fire? The God King's Shrine Master looked at Mo Tianyang in confusion. The black fire is the primordial crow fire, the strongest fire in the world. I didn't expect it to fall into that brat's hands. That brat has the blood of the dragon race in his body, but he's a human. It's very special, Mo Tianyang said slowly. Now that the dragon race has intervened, won't it be extremely difficult for us to take back the primordial power and crow fire? The protector asked in confusion. Hold your horses and wait for the demonic king's instructions, Mo Tianyang said coldly. His figure then turned into black smoke and dissipated. If it wasn't for the flame dragon, we would have succeeded. Leng Hun gritted his teeth and said. He was very unwilling to give up. Feng Wuchen is related to the dragon race. The God King's Shrine Master's expression was extremely serious. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Wuji domain had been peaceful. The Dragon God Temple had gradually recovered its vitality. After Feng Wuchen came out of seclusion, he immediately summoned everyone into the main hall. Big brother Feng, what's the hurry? After entering the main hall, Lu Qingyang was the first to ask. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen with puzzled eyes. Feng Wuchen's expression was solemn as he said, "The God King's shrine has threatened our survival. I want to establish an alliance with the Dragon God Temple as the leader and gather all of the Wuji domain's forces." Establish an alliance? Everyone was in an uproar. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a few blood rays shot out. Not entering the glabella of Tian Shenzi, Han Kuan, and the other alchemists, a large amount of information surged into their minds. This is an Earth-tier high-grade alchemy method. There's also the formula for the 7th grade blood fusion great rejuvenation pill and the 7th grade clear soul essence pill. These two 7th grade pills have extremely strong healing and true essence recovery effects. I need you to refine a large amount of these pills. The auction will provide the ingredients, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Yes. Thank you, Dendi. Tian Shenzi and the others said respectfully. They were ecstatic. Crimson Sovereign, Tian Shenzi, go to the auction and buy the materials for the teleportation array. Also, inform Lin Moyang and the others about the Dragon God Temple establishing an alliance, Feng Wuchen continued. Yes. Hall Master. Crimson Sovereign and the others respectfully accepted the order. I will set up the teleportation array from the Dragon God Temple to the Mirage Sea Realm to make it easier to dispatch. Senior Tian Shenzi, the Mirage Sea Realm needs you to persuade them. Whether they are willing to join the alliance or not will be up to them, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Dendi, don't worry. This disciple will do his best, Tian Shenzi replied respectfully. Qingyang, Bei De Yan, go to the Zhang family. Feng Wuchen looked at Lu Qingyang and the others. Feng Wuchen planned to start from the star boundary and use the immortal artifact pavilion and the Zhang family to lead the way, then slowly expand to the entire Wuji domain. Why don't I see Xiaoxiao? Feng Wuchen looked over and realized that he didn't see Ling Xiaoxiao. He couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. When Feng Wuchen asked, everyone realized that Ling Xiaoxiao wasn't in the hall. That's right. I haven't seen Xiaoxiao. Where is she? Lu Qingyang asked in puzzlement. Xiao Qingqing guessed, could Xiaoxiao still be in seclusion? I've been wanting Xiaoxiao to accompany me out for a walk these days, but I haven't seen her. Xiaoxiao has gone back. She seems to be blaming herself. I can tell that she's very guilty and sad. She didn't say anything probably because she doesn't want us to know, Miao Qingqing said. She's already done her best. What's there to blame herself for? She mustn't take things too hard, Xiao Qingqing said worriedly. Xiao Qingqing treated Ling Xiaoxiao as her own daughter. Sigh, this lass always likes to push the blame onto herself. Feng Wuchen sighed softly. He had also guessed some of it and felt helpless in his heart. Alright, let's split up. The sooner we establish the alliance, the better. I'll make a trip to the Immortal Artifact Pavilion, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. As he spoke, his figure had already vanished into thin air. Tian Shenzi, Xianxia, and the other powerful alchemists immediately returned to the Mirage Sea Realm. Crimson Emperor and the others also carried out their missions. Everyone raised their hands in approval of Feng Wuchen's suggestion of establishing an alliance. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already at the square of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion. Greetings, Grandmaster. When Feng Wuchen appeared, the disciples of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion bowed respectfully. How's the Scarlet Abyss Pavilion Master and the others? Feng Wuchen looked at a senior disciple and asked. The disciple said respectfully, reporting to Grandmaster, the Pavilion Master and the elders have recovered quite a bit, but they have yet to fully recover. Grandmaster, please allow me to inform the Pavilion Master and the elders immediately. Feng Wuchen nodded and walked towards the hall. Knowing that Feng Wuchen had come, Qi Yuan and the Immortal Artifact Pavilion's elders and higher-ups all came out of seclusion and headed to the main hall. Welcome, Master. Scarlet Abyss and the others bowed respectfully. All of you are still injured, so you don't have to be so courteous. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and went straight to the point, telling them about the establishment of the alliance. Establish an alliance? Qi Yuan was stunned at first, then he agreed, the Divine King Divine Palace is very powerful, and they are colluding with the demon race. We must gather the power of the limitless domain to fight against them. Establishing an alliance is indeed a good idea. With Master Denda's status, establishing an alliance isn't difficult. The fairy artifact pavilion and the Zhang family have a certain status in the astral boundary. It shouldn't be difficult to rope in the other forces to join the alliance. The elders all agreed. Since that's the case, then we'll officially establish the Dragon God Alliance, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. A domineering aura that was filled with awe and majesty arose spontaneously, and his eyes were filled with confidence. Master, I'll contact the other forces as soon as possible and invite them to join the alliance. This way, we can restrain the Divine King Divine Palace, Scarlet Abyss said solemnly. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, haste makes waste. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. The alliance will develop in the limitless domain for the time being. When the time is right, it won't be too late to expand the alliance. Feng Wuchen's words were not without reason. The Dragon God Alliance had just begun to plan. If it were to expand with great fanfare, it would definitely attract the opposition of many forces. Firstly, the Divine King Divine Palace was the most powerful force on the continent. With its terrifying power, they could destroy whoever they wanted. With such a terrifying existence, how many forces would dare to go against the Divine King Divine Palace? When the alliance's strength is strong enough to fight against the Divine King Divine Palace, it won't be too late to invite the other forces of the continent then, Feng Wuchen continued. When the upper echelons of the Zhang family learned that Feng Wuchen wanted to establish the Dragon God Alliance, they agreed without hesitation. Establishing an alliance was undoubtedly the best way to go against the Divine King Divine Palace. The news of the establishment of the Dragon God Alliance quickly spread. In the astral world, the auctions, Tiandao sect, and other major forces and families responded one after another. Even some powerful rogue cultivators were willing to join the Dragon God Alliance. Celestial Realm, Heaven Realm, and other rogue cultivators joined the alliance one after another. The alliance's strength grew rapidly. It could be said that it soared into the sky. As the Dragon God Alliance expanded, Feng Wuchen was busy setting up transmission formations. Feng Wuchen set up transmission formations in the Fairy Artifact Pavilion, the Zhang family, and even the Mirage Sea Realm's Tianhai City, one by one, to make it convenient for the various forces to support the Dragon God Palace as soon as possible. When the Tianyu domain and the 9 states learned that Feng Wuchen was establishing the Dragon God Alliance, they joined without hesitation. For a time, the establishment of the Dragon God Alliance had gathered an extremely large force. However, this was far from enough. With all of them combined, even the Divine King Divine Palace could not deal with them, let alone the Devil Clan. Of course, this was just the beginning. It was only the astral world and the Mirage Sea Realm. The news had already spread from the astral world and the Mirage Sea Realm. With the help of the Fairy Artifact Pavilion, the Zhang family, and Xianxia, as well as other prestigious alchemists, there would be more powerhouses and major forces joining the alliance in the future. With a good start, there was no need to be afraid that the Dragon God Alliance could not grow stronger. The Dragon God Alliance provided divine weapons and treasures, powerful techniques and martial arts techniques, and all kinds of pills. It was not difficult to expand the alliance, but it needed time. When the Dragon God Alliance spread to the entire Tianhan continent, that would be the most terrifying moment. In just a few days, the upper echelons of various major forces came to the Dragon God Palace to report one after another. When they saw Feng Wuchen, they all respectfully addressed him as Alliance Master. Feng Wuchen established the Dragon God Alliance, and he was undoubtedly the Alliance Master. Since the Fairy Artifact Pavilion and the Zhang family had joined and addressed Feng Wuchen as Alliance Master, how would the other major forces dare to be presumptuous? The Dragon God Alliance was initially formed and had a firm foothold. Feng Wuchen was relieved. Big Brother Feng, establishing the Dragon God Alliance is really a good idea. In just a few days, we've gathered such a huge force. In the main hall, Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly. This is just the beginning. The major forces of the astral world and the Mirage Sea Realm have joined the alliance. The Shenwu sect has also joined the alliance. I believe the major forces of the western region will join soon, Yi Tianqing said excitedly. The Dragon God Alliance has been established. If Leng Hun comes, he'll definitely regret it. Bai Duyan said fiercely. The Shin Monarch Shrine is backed by the demons. With our current strength, it's not enough to compete with the Shin Monarch Shrine. The alliance is not mature yet, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, however, the establishment of the alliance gives us a guarantee. At least the Dragon God Palace will not fall into a desperate situation. Everyone can cultivate without worry. At this point, Feng Wuchen bent his hand and black flames condensed. Feng Wuchen said, it's also time to look for other ancient powers. The Dragon God Alliance had been formed and gathered a huge force. The Dragon God Palace had a guarantee, and Feng Wuchen could leave without worry. Tyrant territory. The sky above the Divine King's palace was clear for a second. But the next second, the sky changed color, dark clouds covered the sky above the Divine King's palace and lightning flashed. This strange phenomenon made everyone in the Divine King's palace very confused. Hiss. A moment later, pitch-black cracks suddenly tore open in the dark sky, and a monstrous aura swept out from the cracks. The terrifying aura enveloped the entire Divine King's palace as if it formed a powerful invisible space, mercilessly suppressing the Divine King's palace. The terrifying aura only existed in the Divine King's palace and did not spread out. At that moment, the tens of thousands of disciples in the Divine King's palace were terrified. They were suppressed until their faces turned pale and they collapsed to the ground. Divine Transformation Realm. It's the Divine Transformation Realm. Terrified shouts spread from the Divine King's palace. The Divine King's palace was in chaos. Whoosh! Leng Yunkong, the lord of the Divine Palace of God King, Luo Wuchang, the first elder Yi Qianshui, the second elder Tsang Yun, the third elder Bai Qingjue, and many other warriors in the Apotheosis realm and the Heaven realm flashed over. Their faces were dignified. Their eyes were fixed on the crack. The Divine King's palace was facing a great enemy. This terrifying aura has reached the 7th tier of the Divine Transformation realm. Leng Yunkong frowned. The terrifying pressure made Leng Yunkong feel extremely heavy. Leng Yunkong did not know who it was, but he was sure that the strength of this force was far above the Divine King's palace. 13 warriors in the Divine Transformation realm. What kind of force is this? Leng Hun frowned deeply. A touch of fear and worry flashed through his eyes. They are not friendly. Protector Luo Wuchang said solemnly. First Elder Yi Qianshui did not speak, but her face was unprecedentedly dignified. Although Yi Qianshui was an old woman, she was in the 5th tier of the Divine Transformation realm. Her strength was quite terrifying. Young master, do you feel that their aura is a little familiar? Kuan Yin asked in horror as he stared at the dark crack. The aura of Ling Xiaoxiao from the Dragon Temple. Their aura is the same as that stinky girl's. Leng Hun suddenly trembled and his pupils dilated. Ling Xiaoxiao? That mysterious woman? Leng Yunkong frowned again as he realized something. This is bad. Yi Qianshui frowned. That was right. High up in the sky, the terrifying aura coming out of the cracks was exactly the same as Ling Xiaoxiao's aura when she activated her bloodline power. Over a dozen terrifying auras swept out high up in the sky. The most powerful among them was at the 7th tier of the Divine Transformation realm, which was comparable to Leng Yunkong. There were also 3 in the 6th tier of the Divine Transformation realm, 4 in the 5th tier, 4 in the 4th tier, and 2 in the 3rd tier. The lineup was extremely terrifying. It was an existence that could easily crush the deity king's temple. Not long after, a beautiful figure slowly walked out from a pitch-black crack. The person who came was none other than Ling Xiaoxiao. It really is her. Leng Hun's expression changed drastically when he saw Ling Xiaoxiao's figure, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Who is she? Luo Wuchang's expression was solemn to the extreme. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was afraid. At this very moment, Ling Xiaoxiao seemed to be different from before. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice, full of nobility and superiority, as if she was the ruler of all living things in the world. Ling Xiaoxiao's face was full of cold arrogance and confidence. As Ling Xiaoxiao appeared, one figure after another walked out from the crack. Each of them had a monstrous aura. They all stood behind Ling Xiaoxiao. This meant that all 13 experts in the Divine Transformation realm were Ling Xiaoxiao's subordinates. If her subordinates alone had such terrifying strength, wouldn't the higher-ups behind Ling Xiaoxiao be even more terrifying? Ling Xiaoxiao looked down from above, her cold eyes staring at the deity king's temple as if she was staring at a dead man. Leng Hun, I told you that if you let me go back alive, I'll make you regret it. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. Every word was filled with cold murderous intent, and every word made one's hair stand on end. Don't you like to bully the weak? Don't you like to bully people? Today, I'll let you have a taste of that. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Xiaoxiao activated the power of her bloodline. With a wave of her hand, a dazzling golden light flew out, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. The golden light was a black flag called the Mystical Gate 5 Elements Token. A divine weapon. Leng Yunkong and the others' expressions changed drastically when they sensed this extremely destructive aura. A divine weapon? Leng Hun and the others from the deity king's temple were scared out of their wits. As soon as the Mystical Gate 5 Elements token appeared, a huge golden energy condensed and shrouded the deity king's temple. The aura of the 9th tier of the divine transformation realm. Leng Yunkong's face was suddenly filled with horror. The power that emanated from the divine weapon was the power of the 9th tier of the divine transformation realm. Ling Xiaoxiao took out the divine weapon to completely seal off the deity king's temple's escape route. She looked like she was going to completely destroy the deity king's temple. Didn't the deity king's temple collude with the devil race? Just call the experts of the devil race. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly, sounding very confident. Young lady, let's talk things over, Leng Yunkong said solemnly. Shut up. Ling Xiaoxiao scolded, not giving Leng Yunkong any face at all. Ling Xiaoxiao was so domineering that she didn't care about the lord of the deity king's temple at all. Flatten the deity king's temple. Except for Leng Hun. Kill everyone else. Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted angrily. It was as if all the anger that had been accumulating in her heart had burst out at once. Yes, Saintess. The 13 experts in the divine transformation realm respectfully accepted the order. The 13 experts in the divine transformation realm acted without hesitation. They only obeyed orders without asking or questioning. A fierce battle was about to break out. Activate the formation. Protect the temple. Leng Yunkong hurriedly shouted. He channeled all of his spiritual ether and took the lead to fight the expert in the 7th tier of the divine transformation realm. The expert in the 7th tier of the divine transformation realm smirked and said, Lord of the deity king's temple, the strongest expert in the Tianhun continent. I wonder how many punches you can take from me. The middle-aged man's aura was much stronger than Leng Yunkong's. They weren't on the same level at all. Commander, don't talk nonsense. I want the deity king's temple to turn into a river of blood. The corpses will pile up like mountains. Ling Xiaoxiao scolded. Her monstrous anger continued to surge out. Ling Xiaoxiao had suffered a lot in the battle at the Dragon God Temple. Today, she finally had a chance to vent it all. Commander? Hearing how Ling Xiaoxiao addressed him, Leng Yunkong and the others' expressions changed greatly. This expert in the 7th tier of the divine transformation realm was only a commander. Yes. Saintess. The commander respectfully replied, not daring to show any disrespect. Yi Qianxue channeled her spiritual ether and formed a seal. Then she shouted, Deity King's heaven-killing formation. Open. Celestial art. King of Hell's soul-killing palm. The commander attacked with all his might, using a celestial art. Everyone attacked in unison. Their aura was monstrous, and their energy surged, shaking the entire tyrant territory. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz, an extremely terrifying blue palm print slammed down with ferocious power. The void in all directions had already turned into nothingness. The dim void reflected a bright blue space. Even though the Divine King Palace was protected by a formation, it was still shaking violently at this moment. The 60,000 to 70,000 disciples were shocked and terrified. Leng Yunkong's expression was extremely solemn. The terrifying energy and pressure made him, who was in the 7th tier of the divine transformation realm, feel threatened. Leng Yunkong had no choice but to fight head-on. Beginner-grade celestial art. Divine King's palm. Leng Yunkong attacked with all his might. With a fierce roar, he blasted out with a palm. The attack was so fierce that it could destroy the world, making people tremble in fear. Rumble. Pfft, the two terrifying palm prints collided and exploded. The explosion resounded throughout the tyrant territory. Extremely destructive energy swept out unscrupulously, shaking Ling Yunkong until he spat out blood. His body was sent flying backward. How can he be so strong? Ling Yunkong was shocked and extremely shocked. Ling Yunkong used all his strength and even took out his celestial weapon. Under the celestial art, he still couldn't resist the commander's power. The strongest divine king palace master on the continent was beaten to the point of spitting blood. Ling Yunkong's strength was absolutely terrifying. When he used all his strength and the celestial art, he could definitely fight against an expert at the peak of the 8th tier of the divine transformation realm. However, in front of the commander, he was so weak. Luo Wuchang, the 3 elders, and the others were all shocked. They were both in the 7th tier of the divine transformation realm, but the difference in strength was so great, the commander's strength completely crushed Ling Yunkong. Palace Master. All the disciples panicked. This was the first time they saw Ling Yunkong so vulnerable. Father. Leng Hun was extremely frightened. His father, who had always been incomparably strong in his heart, was now so weak. Leng Hun didn't know what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked. Only now did he realize how terrifying the forces behind Ling Xiaoxiao were. Not even 10 divine king palaces could defeat the forces behind Ling Xiaoxiao. Of course, it wasn't because Ling Yunkong was too weak. Instead, it was because the great commander was too powerful. Buzz. The terrifying energy ripples that swept out were completely blocked by the power of the divine artifact. Not a single trace of it spread out. Chi. Crack. The divine divine palace forcefully endured this terrifying energy. The array supported by Xianxia was instantly filled with cracks. Finally, with a cracking sound, it shattered. The powerful formation could not even withstand a single blow. Not good. Xianxia's expression changed greatly. She hastily dodged down and used all her strength to condense a huge barrier to block the spreading destructive energy. Otherwise, the deity king shrine would have been destroyed. Luckily, the power that spread down was much weaker. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to block it. This is your full strength? The Lord of the God King's palace is only SOSO. The great commander sneered as a sliver of disdain flashed through his eyes. As for an opponent that he could injure with a single palm strike, the great general did not think much of him. Hearing this, Ling Yunkong's face darkened, but he had nothing to say. Boom boom boom. PFFF. PFFF. At the same time, Luo Wuchang, as well as the other elders and senior elders, were severely injured by their opponents one after another, and no matter how hard they tried, it was useless. The opponent's strength was too terrifying. Their cultivation and combat effectiveness could easily crush them. The other superiors in the apotheosis realm were all injured. The higher-ups in the heaven realm were seriously injured and could not get up. They tried their best and used powerful martial arts techniques one after another, but they were still no match for the superiors led by Ling Xiaoxiao. How dare they? Who the hell are they? Luo Wuchang gritted his teeth and said angrily. His pale face became ferocious. Ling Yunkong's expression was extremely ugly. He said solemnly, just the position of the great commander has such powerful strength. This force is not inferior to the Yinyang family. Ghost, kill him for me. Ling Xiaoxiao angrily rebuked. She stared at Kuan Yun with cold and fierce eyes. Yes, Saintess. Saintess. Spectral Soul replied respectfully, his vicious gaze sweeping towards the heavily injured Kuan Yun. Hearing this, Kuan Yun's expression changed greatly. He was full of horror and his body could not help but tremble. He seemed to have seen the king of hell waving to him. Ghost was in the 4th tier of the apotheosis realm. His strength was fierce. Kuan Yun was no match for him at all. Boom. Spectral Soul arrived in an instant and slammed his palm towards Kuan Yun's head. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power blasted Kuan Yun into a cloud of blood mist on the spot, turning him into ashes. Great Commander! The people of the Divine King Temple widened their eyes in horror. Kuan Yin had stopped Ling Xiaoxiao from summoning superiors, which had implicated the Dragon Temple. Now that there was a chance, how could Ling Xiaoxiao let Kuan Yin go? Leng Hun. How does it feel to bully the weak? Ling Xiaoxiao asked coldly. She stared at Leng Hun's frightened face with cold eyes. Then she ordered, there are many Heaven Realm experts in the Divine King Temple. Kill them all. None of you can escape today. What? Leng Yunkong and the others' expressions changed greatly. The Great Commander and the others did not dare to disobey Ling Xiaoxiao's order. The Great Commander and several superiors in the 6th tier of the Apotheosis Realm attacked again. The others attacked the Heaven Realm experts of the Divine King Temple. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz, buzz. Puff, puff, puff. The fierce battle broke out again. The Great Commander and the others did not hold back. Leng Yunkong, Luo Wuchang, and the 3 elders were defeated again and again. Their injuries were getting more and more serious. Whether it was strength, speed, or martial arts, they were all ruthlessly suppressed. Boom, boom, boom. Puff, puff, puff. The Heaven Realm experts screamed one after another. More than a dozen of them were ruthlessly killed. Stop. Stop right there. Seeing the Heaven Realm experts being killed one after another, Lin Yunkong and the others were furious. But there was nothing they could do. They were suffering and could not help. What? You can't stand it? When Leng Hun led the Heaven Realm experts to kill the celestial being of the Dragon Temple, I felt the same as you, Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. Leng Hun, haven't you always looked down on me? Is this all the Divine King Temple can do? Or do you think you're so great because you have the support of the Devil Tribe? Ling Xiaoxiao sneered and glanced at the terrified Leng Hun with disdain. In less than 10 minutes, Leng Yunkong and the others were seriously injured. More than a dozen Heaven Realm experts were killed. In this battle, the Divine King Temple suffered a great loss. In this battle, the Divine King Temple was defeated. The most powerful force on the continent was vulnerable in the face of 13 experts in the Apotheosis Realm. This was the consequence of angering Ling Xiaoxiao, and it was just the beginning. Hun summon the Venerable of the Devil Tribe. Leng Yunkong was anxious and shouted angrily. If this continued, no one in the Divine King Temple would survive. No need to summon me. I've always been here. As Leng Yunkong's angry shout fell, a faint voice with magic came. In the Divine King Temple, a strange black cloud condensed out of thin air and finally turned into a figure. A terrifying evil aura began to spread throughout the Deity King Divine Palace. Leng Yunkong and Luo Wuchang heaved a sigh of relief when they saw who it was. The strength of the demon race was terrifying. With the help of the demon race's sovereign, the Deity King Divine Palace was saved. Greetings, Sovereign. Leng Yunkong and the rest bowed respectfully. Retreat first. The demon race's sovereign waved his hand, exuding a terrifying evil aura that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Leng Yunkong and the rest were seriously injured and could no longer fight. Besides, they were no match for the demon race's sovereign. Sovereign Mo Feng. The great leader raised his eyebrows and sneered. Great leader Tian Gang, long time no see. It seems that your strength has increased a lot. We are old rivals. Mo Feng looked at great leader Tian Gang with a faint smile on his face. Old rivals? Leng Yunkong and the rest were shocked. Although Leng Yunkong and the rest did not know great leader Tian Gang, among the top experts, great leader Tian Gang's reputation was even more terrifying than the Deity King Divine Palace's palace master. Indeed, old rivals. Great leader Tian Gang sneered. As he spoke, his figure flashed and punched towards Mo Feng. Boom. Buzz. Mo Feng's expression didn't change at all. Unwilling to be outdone, he countered with a punch. With a loud bang, destructive energy swept out crazily. The monstrous chi shook Leng Yunkong and the others and sent them flying. Leng Yunkong and the rest were terrified. A simple collision had such destructive power. The Deity King Divine Palace shook violently. Cracks had already spread across the majestic palace. Protect the Deity King Divine Palace. Leng Yunkong shouted anxiously. The Deity King Divine Palace was the strongest force in the continent. If the palace collapsed, wouldn't it be a joke? A joke was a small matter. The 60 to 70,000 disciples of the deity King Divine Palace would be torn to pieces by the terrifying force. In the fierce collision, neither of them had the upper hand. Even with great leader Tiangang's terrifying strength, he could not push Mo Feng back half a step. Long time no see. Your strength has indeed improved a lot. However, do you intend to stop us alone? Tiangang sneered without fear. Tiangang knew Mo Feng very well. Mo Feng's strength was tyrannical, and he was a ruthless character. His strength didn't lose out to Tiangang, and both of them were evenly matched. From the fact that Mo Feng was able to enter the deity king's divine palace that was protected by a deity artifact, it was clear that he was not weak. However, if Mo Feng came alone, he wouldn't be able to stop Heavenly Dipper and the rest. A calm smile appeared on Mo Feng's face as he said, Great General Tiangong's cultivation has also improved a lot. The power of that punch is enough to severely injure someone in the 7th tier of the divine transformation realm. Mo Feng alone was able to severely injure many experts of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion, causing great damage to the Immortal Artifact Pavilion's vitality. This showed how terrifying his strength was. Great Commander! Cut the crap! Kill whoever interferes! Ling Xiaoxiao shouted coldly. She did not care about Mo Feng's background. As long as it was not the Demon Lord, Ling Xiaoxiao truly did not care about anyone else. Yes. Tiangang answered respectfully. Terrifying power at the 7th tier of the divine transformation realm was brought to bear, intending to unleash another demonic wind. After not seeing each other for so many years, great leader Tiangang wanted to see how much Mo Feng's strength had improved. It was rare for him to meet an opponent of equal strength. Great General Tiangang's heart was itching. Wait. Holy Maiden, calm down. It won't do any of us any good to fight now. The war has not yet begun, so why waste time? Why don't we stop here? Venerable Mo Feng smiled slightly as if he did not intend to fight. He was only here to mediate. I want to destroy the Divine King's temple. What does that have to do with you? If you don't want to fight, then get lost. Also, where is that old bastard Mo Tianyang? Tell him to get out here. Ling Xiaoxiao rebuked angrily. Seeing that Ling Xiaoxiao dared to scold Mo Feng and even dared to scold Mo Tianyang, Ling Yunkong and the others were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were all very curious about Ling Xiaoxiao's identity. Why was she not afraid of the demon race at all? Hearing this, Mo Feng smiled slightly and said, The third elder has an important mission and is not in the heavenly spirit realm. If Holy Maiden wants to find the third elder, you might as well go to the demon race. Preposterous. Great General, do it. Ling Xiaoxiao was furious. Great General Tiangang sneered and said, I'm afraid that the demon race won't dare to open their doors, right? Haven't the demon race been hiding all these years? Otherwise, the demon race would have ceased to exist long ago. Perhaps. I can't stop you all by myself, but I came prepared. Mo Feng sneered with no fear on his face. While speaking, Mo Feng put his palms together and a strange black gas spread out. The evil power continued to surge, and a fierce chi swept out, full of deterrence. Is that so? Venerable Mo Feng, why don't you show me your competence? Tiangang sneered slightly and stared at Mo Feng without the slightest fear. Holy Maiden, he is summoning the demon race experts, a 6th-tier divine transformation realm expert said respectfully. The mystical 5 elements token is a divine artifact, and it has the power of the first elder. How can he summon the demon race experts? Ling Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. This is a secret technique of the demon race. Holy Maiden has never seen it before, Tiangang said. Sure enough. Accompanied by Mo Feng's terrifying evil power, the huge palace shrouded by the divine artifact began to be filled with a strange black gas. A moment later, the black gas condensed into human figures. They were all demon race experts, and there were dozens of them, dozens of experts, all in the divine transformation realm. 37 divine transformation realm experts. Seeing these demon race experts, Lin Hun was scared out of his wits. 37 divine transformation realm experts. What a terrifying lineup. Isn't this too terrifying? Protector Luo Wuchang was stunned and trembled all over. 37 divine transformation realm experts. Ling Yunkong was shocked. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the demon race's strength was. 37 divine transformation realm experts were summoned in one breath. Their strength was many times stronger than the God King's temple. Such a lineup could sweep the Tianhun continent in minutes. He can actually summon them. Ling Xiaoxiao still couldn't believe it. Venerable Mo Feng, do you think it's worth it for the God King's temple? Don't forget that the Demon King has yet to break out of the seal. Are you summoning them to die? Tiangang sneered without the slightest change in his expression. Mo Feng summoned 37 divine transformation realm experts, yet Tiangang said they were here to die. Wasn't this too arrogant? Everyone in the God King's temple, including Ling Yunkong and the other higher-ups, were frightened by Tiangang's words. Hearing this, Mo Feng smiled evilly. Tiangang, I forgot to tell you. Although the Demon King has yet to break out of the seal, he is not far away. We are just following the orders of the Blood Demon. Blood Demon? Hearing the two words Blood Demon, Tiangang's expression finally changed. A hint of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. The Blood Demon? Ling Yunkong and the others frowned deeply. They had never heard of this name and didn't know who it was, but they could guess that it was a terrifying expert. Seeing the dignified look on the general's face, Ling Yunkong secretly guessed, it seems that the elders of the devil race are not the strongest. I wonder how strong this Blood Demon is. He simply couldn't imagine it. Aside from the Devil King, the highest position among the devil race was not the elders. The Blood Demon's position was above the elders. Aside from the Blood Demon, there were other experts whose positions were above the elders. Another expert in the 6th tier of the Divine Transformation realm solemnly said, when the Dragon Clan Protector fought the Blood Demon, he exhausted the power of his martial soul and primordial spirit to defeat the Blood Demon. Protector Long Jian hasn't recovered yet. The Blood Demon can't have recovered so quickly. Another person said, it's hard to say. The devil race cultivates evil methods. They can use unorthodox methods to recover. The general didn't say anything. He looked at Master Demon Wind with a serious expression. The Blood Demon was far more powerful than the general. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been shocked. If the Blood Demon could compete with the Dragon Clan Protector Long Jian, how terrifying was he? What do you think, General? Do you plan to attack or stop here? Mo Feng looked at Great Leader Tiangang and sneered with a smug look on his face. Great General Tiangang ignored him and looked at Ling Xiaoxiao. He asked respectfully, Holy Maiden, please give the order. The general wouldn't make a decision without permission. After all, Ling Xiaoxiao was still here. The reason Ling Xiaoxiao led them here was to destroy the Divine King's temple. They had to listen to Ling Xiaoxiao's orders. However, now that the devil race had intervened, it was almost impossible to destroy the Divine King's temple. The general wasn't confident that he could defeat the Blood Demon. Ling Xiaoxiao asked, Uncle Long Jian's injury was from the battle with the Blood Demon? Yes. With the devil race's ability, the Blood Demon has probably recovered, the general answered respectfully. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. She knew how powerful Protector Long Jian was. She could imagine how strong the Blood Demon was if he could seriously injure Protector Long Jian. Great Commander, the Demon Lord still hasn't broken out of his seal. What do you think of using this opportunity to eliminate them? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. That's inappropriate. Great Commander Heavenly Dipper shook his head and said, in that battle, other than the Blood Demon's physical body being destroyed, his soul being heavily injured, and the Demon Monarch being sealed, the other top experts of the demon race were only heavily injured. They should have recovered long ago. The battle is not up to us to decide. Once the battle begins, the destructive energy will probably help the Demon Monarch break out of his seal. After a pause, Great General Tiangang continued, this is a matter of life and death for the continent. This subordinate does not have the authority to make this decision, nor can I bear this responsibility. The war still requires the approval of the clan leader and the Dragon Clan leader. Thus, this subordinate feels that we should return first. The war concerned the life and death of the continent. It was not a game, and Ling Xiaoxiao had no right to decide. Humph. Consider yourselves lucky. Colluding with the demon race can indeed allow you to prolong your feeble existence. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly as she swept a cold glance at Lin Han and the others. After speaking, Ling Xiaoxiao turned and flew into the dark crack, and the others followed suit. Demon Wind Venerable, I hope there will be a chance to determine the victor between us. Great General Tian Gang glanced at Demon Wind and said before flying into the crack. After Ling Xiaoxiao's group disappeared, the dark crack slowly closed as if it had never appeared. The Divine King Temple had escaped a calamity. Ling Yunkong and the other higher-ups breathed a sigh of relief and were completely relieved. If it weren't for Demon Wind's appearance, the Divine King Temple would have been reduced to ashes today. Many thanks to Demon Venerable for saving us. Ling Yunkong hurriedly cupped his fists in gratitude. Demon Wind waved his hand, and dozens of soul transformation realm experts instantly turned into black gas and dissipated. He then said, keep an eye on Feng Wuchen. You must take back the ancient power and his flame. The Yinyang family will not interfere. This seat will send people to restrain the Bailey family. You can do whatever you want. Leng Hun asked, then what if Ling Xiaoxiao interferes? Just don't hurt her. Remember, don't hurt Ling Xiaoxiao in the slightest. Otherwise, this seat won't be able to save you. Demon Wind glanced at Leng Hun and said. Demon Venerable, who exactly are they? Why do they have such terrifying strength? Protector Luo Wucheng couldn't help but ask. The Primordial Rakshasa clan. Demon Wind said slowly. The Primordial Rakshasa clan? Ling Yunkong and the others had never heard of such a clan. Although they didn't know what clan it was, they knew that it was terrifying. Demon Wind glanced at Lin Han and said, the Primordial Rakshasa clan and the Dragon clan have been friends for generations. Their strength is second only to the Dragon clan. You've got guts to offend that little girl. You're only a few years older than her. If you're in the same generation, you're no match for her. After a pause, Demon Wind continued, let me remind you, don't hurt her. You're lucky this time. Next time, this seat can't guarantee that the young master of the Yinyang family will fall in love with her. This person is a genius of the continent. He's about the same age as you, but he's already in the soul transformation realm. His strength is enough to compete with the young master of the demon clan. If you dare to hurt Ling Xiaoxiao again, this seat won't be able to save you. Gulp, hearing this, Leng Hun's face was filled with horror. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. He swallowed hard. You can offend anyone but the young master of the Yinyang family. That kid is vicious and merciless. Other than his father, the elders of the Yinyang family don't dare to offend him. You have to be careful, Demon Wind reminded again. Yes, yes, yes. Leng Hun nodded in horror. Leng Hun didn't even dare to offend Ling Xiaoxiao, let alone the young master of the Yinyang family. The strength of the Primordial Rakshasa was so terrifying that it would be a piece of cake for them to destroy the deity king's shrine. They could just send an expert to assassinate them and they could massacre the deity king's shrine overnight. Now that he knew how terrifying the young master of the Yinyang family was, Leng Hun wouldn't dare to offend Ling Xiaoxiao, let alone hurt Ling Xiaoxiao. Recalling his disdain for Ling Xiaoxiao, Leng Hun felt a burning pain on his cheeks. It was as if he had slapped himself in the face. Even the demon clan had to be wary of her, but Leng Hun didn't put Ling Xiaoxiao in his eyes. Feng Wuchen, that kid, is extremely talented. He's growing too fast. This seat has other important matters to attend to, so I can't deal with that kid. You have to act quickly. Demon Wind continued. Demon Lord, what about Yan Long? He's from the Dragon clan and seems to be related to Feng Wuchen. His cultivation is unfathomable. I'm afraid we can't deal with him, Ling Yunkong quickly asked. Even Mo Tianyang was wary of an expert, let alone him. Deal with him? Demon Wind sneered with disdain. Yan Long's strength is even stronger than the Dragon clan guardians. How dare you say you can deal with him? The third elder is no match for him. Yan Long was a powerful general under the evil dragon god. Yan Long was stronger than Long Jian, which meant that even Blood Demon could not defeat Yan Long. The more Ling Yunkong and the others thought about it, the more terrified they became. They could not imagine such a terrifying cultivation. Yan Long has more important things to do. Don't worry. I'll give you a month to capture Feng Wuchen alive, Mo Feng ordered. Yes. Ling Yunkong and the others answered respectfully. Time is running out. Do it as soon as possible. I have a lot of things to deal with. I can't always protect you. Mo Feng left these words and disappeared into black smoke. When Mo Feng disappeared, the evil aura also disappeared. Feng Wuchen has the Archean Raven Fire. It's not easy to deal with him. Leng Hun gritted his teeth. Thinking back to how he had escaped in a panic, Leng Hun was furious and ashamed. Yang Ying, I don't care how you do it. Bring Feng Wuchen back as soon as possible. Ling Yunkong ordered. Yes. Temple Master. Yang Ying accepted the order without hesitation. After the establishment of the Dragon God Alliance, Feng Wuchen and the others once again embarked on the journey to find the Archean power. Kunlun Valley of the Wuji realm was Feng Wuchen's destination. Before refining the Raven Fire, Feng Wuchen learned from Wu Hua that there was an Archean power in the Kunlun Valley of the Wuji realm. Although he did not know whether it was true or not, Feng Wuchen still wanted to explore it even though he knew that the Kunlun Valley had been destroyed. No one could tell whether Wu Hua was telling the truth or not. Of course, since there was a clue, Feng Wuchen would rather believe it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Feng Wuchen, Lu Qingyang, Miao Qingqing, Yi Tianqing, Bai Duyan, Yi Tianwei, Nangong Zhan, Zhang Junlan, Dong Zhantian, and Lei Tianjue arrived at the Wuji realm. I hope this trip to the Wuji realm will help me reach the Heaven realm. Yi Tianwei said expectantly. He was now at the peak of the 9th level of the celestial being realm, but he had never been able to touch the Heaven realm. Lu Qingyang smiled happily and said, we have to hurry up and try to break through to the Heaven realm as soon as possible. If I can find the herbs, I will refine a 7th class pill to help you break through the Heaven realm. Feng Wuchen glanced at Yi Tianwei and said with a smile. A 7th grade pill? The temple master has broken through to the 7th grade alchemist? Yi Tianwei's face suddenly changed as he asked in shock. His eyes widened as he stared at Feng Wuchen. 7th grade alchemist? Zhang Junlan and the others turned pale with fright, their faces full of shock. Zhang Junlan hurriedly asked, Teacher, could it be that your refining skills have also broken through the 7th grade? Almost. It is not easy to break through to the Heaven realm. You may even lose your life. You must be fully prepared. The herbs should be able to be found in the Wuji realm. Feng Wuchen said seriously. Zhang Junlan and the others were both envious and shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying talent. They felt that they had underestimated Feng Wuchen by describing Feng Wuchen as a monster. After a while, Feng Wuchen's group arrived at the Xuanmu city in the Wuji realm. Feng Wuchen planned to inquire about the Kunlun Valley in the Xuanmu city. In the memory of the evil dragon god, there were only superficial memories of the Kunlun Valley. Feng Wuchen was not familiar with the Kunlun Valley and had never been there. Feng Wuchen's group first went to a restaurant to fill their stomachs, and then they went to a tea house in the Xuanmu city. Many old men who cultivated their moral character gathered in the tea house. If they wanted to inquire about the Kunlun Valley, they were undoubtedly the best way. The older generation knew much more than the younger generation. Temple Master, there is a level 5 alchemist refining pills. Yi Tianwei said. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the tea house, they sensed a strong soul power. Refining pills in the tea house? Miao Qingqing and the others were stunned. It was the first time they had heard of such a thing. The tea house was a place for old men to chat and drink tea. In addition to the bustling street, refining pills in the tea house was undoubtedly a waste of time. Let's go up and have a look. Feng Wuchen said lightly. The group walked to the tea house. The tea house was only 3 stories high. The old man drinking tea was on the 3rd floor. There were quite a few people, dozens of them. You can't enter the tea house. But when Feng Wuchen's group was about to enter the tea house, they were stopped by 2 guards. Why? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. Even the tea house? Does it depend on one's status? Bai Duyan asked in surprise. You're right. Without status, you can't enter the tea house. A young man said impolitely. He glanced at Feng Wuchen's group with disdain. You stinky brats, what are you doing in the tea house? Why don't you take a look at your own status? Hurry up and scram, another guard berated. What are you talking about? Lu Qingyang angrily rebuked as he glared at the two guards. He really wanted to send them flying with a slap. You're looking down on us. Lei Tianjue sneered. Brat, you're not convinced? Try it if you dare. One of the guards said arrogantly. If Lu Qingyang dared to make a move, he would cripple Lu Qingyang. We're treating you like a dog. So what? The other guard was also extremely arrogant. You son of a b*tch. Lu Qingyang was furious. He had never seen anyone who dared to be so arrogant. Brother Lu, forget it. Don't lower yourself to their level. Miao Qingqing quickly stopped him. You'd better get lost immediately. Don't disturb Alchemist Li, otherwise, if you offend Alchemist Li, you won't be able to keep your lives. One of the guards said coldly. Alchemist Li? It'd be strange if he could succeed in refining pills in this place. Yi Tianwei sneered. Stinky brat. What did you say? Are you doubting Alchemist Li's alchemy skills? Hearing Yi Tianwei's sneer, one of the guards scolded angrily. You've got guts. How dare you insult Alchemist Li? You're courting death. Another guard shouted and rushed out fiercely. It was one thing for the two guards to look down on Alchemist Li, but they attacked without saying anything. They were extremely arrogant, as if they could curry favor with Alchemist Li. Bang. Puff. However, when the guard passed by Feng Wuchen, a muffled bang was heard. The guard immediately vomited blood and was sent flying. The guard fainted on the spot. You stinky brat. How dare you attack him in the tea house? You're not putting Alchemist Li in your eyes. You're insulting Alchemist Li. The other guard shouted angrily. Everyone on the street came to watch. What's the commotion? Don't you know that my master is refining pills? A young man walked out from the crowd and scolded fiercely. A terrifying aura swept out. The young man's expression was extremely ugly. There were more than 10 guards behind him. Behave atrociously? Do they want to die? How dare they barge into the tea house? This is Alchemist Li's tea house. Who are they? How dare they injure Alchemist Li's guard? How audacious. Hearing the guard's angry rebuke, the surrounding crowd immediately became noisy. Who didn't know that the tea house in Blackwood City was Alchemist Li's tea house? Who dared to behave atrociously in the tea house? Alchemist Li was a 5th-grade alchemist. He had extremely high prestige in Blackwood City, and his status was extraordinary. Several large families were respectful to him. In Blackwood City, Alchemist Li was the emperor, a big shot that everyone respected. Only people with status and identity were qualified to enter the tea house. It was not a place that just anyone could enter. However, such a big shot actually dared to behave atrociously in the tea house and injure Alchemist Li's guard. Young Master Gong's cold gaze swept over Feng Wuchen's group. A biting cold aura swept out, and he said in a deep voice, How dare you? How dare you behave atrociously in my master's tea house? You're tired of living. The terrifying aura scared the surrounding crowd into retreating in horror. They looked at Feng Wuchen's group with sympathetic eyes. Young Master Gong is our Blackwood City's #1 genius. He's in the 4th level of the Heaven Tier and a 3rd-grade alchemist. I'm afraid those juniors won't survive, someone said while shaking his head. Young Master Gong is also considered a genius in our infinite realm. Although he's a few years older than the younger generation, his strength is extremely powerful. Back then, young Master Gong fought against 2 geniuses in the 3rd level of the Heaven Tier and became famous in one battle. It's really enviable, another person said. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with envy. Young people are too impulsive. It's too late to regret. The panicked crowd shook their heads, feeling sympathy for Feng Wuchen's group. However, the surrounding crowd did not notice that the expressions of Feng Wuchen's group did not change at all. Young Master Gong was a few years older than Feng Wuchen's group, but his cultivation was only in the 4th level of the Heaven Tier. It could be seen that his talent was ordinary. Young Master Gong, they don't respect alchemists and even insulted Alchemist Li. Kill them quickly. The guard shouted as he looked at Feng Wuchen's group mockingly. Arrogant. Seeing that Feng Wuchen's group did not say anything, and that the guards were adding fuel to the fire, young Master Gong's expression became even more unsightly, and a terrifying murderous aura erupted. Big brother Feng, we can't enter. Seems like we have to make them come out. Lu Qingyang sneered and took a step forward. Boom. Buzz. Young Master Gong suddenly stomped on the ground, and with a boom, a terrifying force shook the streets. His figure turned into a black line and charged towards Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang snorted coldly and rushed forward, not to be outdone. Boom. Pooh. Gotcha. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qingyang arrived in a flash and punched fiercely. With a boom, a powerful force of energy swept out in all directions. Young Master Gong spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. At this moment, young Master Gong's face was filled with astonishment, and his expression was dazed. The streets were instantly silent. Fear, shock, and disbelief slowly filled the faces of the onlookers. The excruciating pain of bones cracking caused young Master Gong, who was in disbelief, to scream like a pig being slaughtered. Is that all you've got? Lu Qingyang sneered and asked, looking disappointed. The scream instantly broke the silence. Hiss, the people around the streets gasped in horror. How is this possible? Young Master Gong, That kid made young Master Gong spit out blood with a single punch, and even broke young Master Gong's arm. How can that kid have such powerful strength? One punch. What terrifying strength. So strong. 5th tier celestial being realm. That kid is the real genius. The quiet streets instantly boiled over in the next second, and exclamations of horror rang out one after another. Everyone in Blackwood City was well aware of young Master Gong's strength. He was definitely strong enough. But now, in front of Lu Qingyang, he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. He was defeated with a single punch, and even had his arm broken. Since when did young Master Gong become such a weakling? The onlookers were shocked beyond words. They had never expected such an outcome. You're actually a 5th tier celestial being realm. Young Master Gong looked at Lu Qingyang in horror. His face was filled with disbelief, as if he had already forgotten the excruciating pain of his broken bones. Why? Can't I? Lu Qingyang asked with a sneer. Among Feng Wuchen's group, except for Feng Wuchen who had broken through to the celestial being realm, the others' cultivation bases were all above young Master Gong's. You've got guts. How dare you behave atrociously in the old man's tea house and break the arm of the old man's disciple? You're so arrogant. At this moment, a dignified old man's angry roar came from the 3rd floor of the attic. The fierce aura of an 8th tier celestial being spread out from the tea house. In a few blinks of an eye, it covered the entire Blackwood City. The pressure of the aura made everyone tremble in fear, and their faces turned pale. Even an 8th tier alchemist dares not say that he can refine elixirs in a noisy environment. You, a 5th tier alchemist, actually refined elixirs in a tea house. It's really puzzling. Or do you think that your alchemy realm is stronger than an 8th tier alchemist? Feng Wuchen said lightly, ignoring the pressure, and looked at the 3rd floor of the tea house. Bastard! Feng Wuchen's words immediately attracted Alchemist Li's angry roar. After hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the onlookers were completely dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen actually dared to use such a questioning and disrespectful attitude to speak to Alchemist Li. Did he really want to die? With Alchemist Li's superior status in Blackwood City, as long as he said a word, the entire Blackwood City would work for him. As long as Alchemist Li was willing, Feng Wuchen and the others would be hunted down by everyone in Blackwood City. A white-robed old man flashed over. The person who came was Alchemist Li. Alchemist Li's old face was extremely gloomy, and he stared at Feng Wuchen as if he wanted to eat him alive. Seeing Alchemist Li's gloomy expression, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, "What? Did I say something wrong? I've never heard of an alchemist refining elixirs in a noisy environment." You're an alchemist? Alchemist Li narrowed his old eyes and asked. Feng Wuchen could see his alchemy realm, which meant that Feng Wuchen was also an alchemist. What? Alchemist Li wants to compete with me in alchemy? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Humph. Stinking brat. I'm afraid you don't dare. Alchemist Li was full of confidence. Alchemist Li couldn't see the slightest soul force fluctuation in Feng Wuchen's body, so he didn't put Feng Wuchen in his eyes at all. Alchemist Li, if I win, how about you tell me about the Kunlun Valley? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. This was the only way to quickly obtain information about the Kunlun Valley. All right. If the old man wins, the old man will tear you to pieces. Alchemist Li said fiercely. This kid is an alchemist? I really couldn't tell. He's too arrogant. He actually doesn't take Alchemist Li seriously. Let's see how he loses. He's really overestimating himself. I think he's just 20 years old. It's harder than ascending to heaven to defeat Alchemist Li. The onlookers were furious. Obviously, Feng Wuchen's arrogance had angered them. Alchemist Li was the most powerful alchemist in Blackwood City. His alchemy realm was the highest in the vicinity of Blackwood City. The cultivators of Blackwood City did not believe that a junior like Feng Wuchen could defeat Alchemist Li. Feng Wuchen's group was obviously not from Blackwood City. Although their cultivation was not weak, Alchemist Li was stronger. Offending Alchemist Li would only result in death. Humph. Overestimating yourself. Old man, let's see how strong you are. Alchemist Li shouted angrily. Immediately, he waved his hand and a cauldron flew out from the third floor of the tea house. A high-grade spirit cauldron. Looking at Alchemist Li's posture, he planned to refine pills on the street in front of everyone in Blackwood City. Seeing this scene, the crowd could not help but become excited. Many alchemists were also extremely excited. It was their honor to be able to see Alchemist Li refine pills. On the other hand, Zhang Junlan and the others shook their heads helplessly. Zhang Junlan and the others knew better than anyone how powerful Feng Wuchen's alchemy was. He could win with his eyes closed. The most powerful alchemist in the Wuji domain, Xianxia, had to call himself a disciple in front of Feng Wuchen. A mere 5th-grade alchemist was not qualified to compete with Feng Wuchen in alchemy. Kid, where's your cauldron? Alchemist Li asked with a slightly complacent sneer as if he was showing off his powerful cauldron. The cauldron is only used to assist in refining pills. Alchemist Li, please, you can start first. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Old man, I will concoct a fiery sun-purple spirit dan now. Needless to say, it can help a Sky Origin stage cultivator advance by 1 level. Alchemist Li said as he took out the herbs. Fiery sun-purple spirit dan. The crowd exclaimed. The Sky Origin realm cultivators were all excited. Bang! Alchemist Li activated the Samadhi True Fire and flicked it into the cauldron. Alchemist Li poured his soul power into the furnace. Alchemist Li's hands quickly formed a seal. His movements were extremely skillful. He truly had the demeanor of an alchemy grandmaster. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's gaze landed on Alchemist Li. Alchemist Li glanced at Feng Wuchen with disdain as a smug sneer appeared on his old face. One by one, the herbs were thrown into the cauldron. Alchemist Li's hands quickly formed hand seals, controlling the true fire to burn the herbs. Half an hour later, a strange fragrance began to spread out from the pill furnace, as well as a wisp of pure medicinal liquid spiritual qi. Smelling the spiritual qi, the cultivators were all shocked. They were overjoyed and excited. As expected of Alchemist Li. The spiritual qi in the medicinal liquid is very pure and dense. Amazing. Too awesome. He will be able to concoct the fiery sun-purple spirit dan soon. Some of the alchemists were excited as if they had seen a peerless treasure. As time passed, the concoction process went smoothly. After more than an hour, Alchemist Li finally finished concocting the pill. Amazing. The success rate is too high. He can concoct it in just an hour. The speed is terrifying. What a powerful spiritual qi. The fiery sun-purple spirit dan is coming out. It's coming out. The crowd became more and more excited as the process went on. They could not suppress their ecstasy at all. At the stage of concocting the pill, the concoction process was considered complete. Alchemist Li looked at Feng Wuchen proudly and said coldly, "Brat, just wait for your death. None of you can leave Blackwood City alive." Young Master Gong, who had lost his arm, said angrily. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Feng Wuchen did not move. Alchemist Li's threat was just nonsense to Feng Wuchen. That brat hasn't even started concocting the pill. Is he afraid? I think he's not even as good as young Master Gong. A junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth dares to be so arrogant in front of Alchemist Lee. He really doesn't know what death is. Many people on the street were gloating. There were also many people who shook their heads in pity. What a waste of time. If I knew this would happen, I would have just asked someone. This old thing is wasting too much time refining pills. Lu Qingyang smiled bitterly. He had lost his patience. Miao Qingqing smiled and said, Alchemist Li is highly respected in Blackwood City. He might know more about Kunlun Valley. We are also short of time. Be patient. If it were the palace master, I would be able to concoct 100 pills faster than him. Yi Tianwei was also depressed. But you are not a rank 5 alchemist yet. You might be faster than him, but you might not be able to beat him. Feng Wuchen smiled. Soon. Yi Tianwei spread his hands and said confidently, I will break through to rank 5. He will lose for sure. Yi Tianwei was a genius alchemist. At the same time, he was also a blacksmith. He was extremely talented. He had absolute confidence in defeating Alchemist Li. Old man's pill is about to come out. Brat, start your concoction. Alchemist Li said coldly. He looked like he wanted to see Feng Wuchen make a fool of himself. After Alchemist Li said that, everyone in Blackwood City looked at Feng Wuchen. Peng. Feng Wuchen activated the black flame. With a muffled sound, a wisp of black flame jumped on his palm. It was strange and mysterious. The appearance of the black flame shocked everyone, including Alchemist Li. Everyone's face was filled with fear. The black flame was too terrifying. Feng Wuchen had only released it in its weakest state. However, the terrifying aura and temperature instantly covered all directions. What kind of flame is that? It's actually black. The aura of the flame is very scary. I can feel the scorching heat even from this far away. What a terrifying black flame. I have never seen a black flame before. Everyone discussed in fear. Alchemist Li was dumbfounded. His old face was filled with fear. He could not even speak. As a rank 5 alchemist, he could clearly feel the terror of the black flame. With a flip of his hand, the ingredients for the fiery sun purple spirit pill floated above his palm. It's just a fiery sun purple spirit pill. Why do you need a cauldron to concoct it? However, Alchemist Li spent an hour and still hasn't finished refining it, Feng Wuchen said with a slight smile. As he spoke, he had already activated his soul power and merged it with the black flame. At the same time, he calcined more than 10 ingredients. Feng Wuchen's palm gently moved. More than 10 ingredients peeled off their skins at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like fairies dancing, beautiful and magical. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the peeled ingredients quickly condensed into liquid and formed the prototype of a pill. In the blink of an eye, the fragrance of the ingredients spread out. Compared to my concoction, you are far behind. Feng Wuchen said proudly. The moment he finished speaking, the prototype pill had already condensed into a pill. Silence. The streets around the tea house were dead silent. The miraculous pill refinement shocked everyone. The crowd on the streets around the tea house seemed to have been immobilized. Everyone stopped moving. Alchemist Li was completely dumbfounded. His old eyes were wide open. He had never seen or heard of such a miraculous pill refinement. Alchemist Li couldn't believe that a young man in his early 20s had such a terrifying and miraculous pill refinement skill. He doesn't need a pill furnace. How is this possible? Young Lord Gong said in a daze. His expression was extremely stiff. Young Lord Gong was the first to speak. His trembling voice broke the silence. The pill is done? Someone blinked in a daze. It's done. Good, it doesn't seem like it's done. He doesn't even have a pill furnace. The pill is done in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Is this a magic trick? Feng Wuchen's pill refinement was too fast. The scene was miraculous and miraculous. It made everyone feel like he was performing a magic trick. Before they could even react, the pill was already out of the furnace. In just a moment, the surrounding streets were in an uproar. The noise rose to the sky and almost covered Blackwood City. It was too miraculous. It was so miraculous that everyone couldn't believe it. They would rather believe that a sow could climb a tree than believe that Feng Wuchen could make a grade 6 pill in an instant. Feng Wuchen looked at the dumbfounded Alchemist Li and said with a smile, "Alchemist Li, my fiery sun purple spirit pill is above your fiery sun purple spirit pill in both quality and aura. You've lost." Even if they weren't alchemists, they could tell that Feng Wuchen's pill was much better than Alchemist Li's in both quality and spirit qi. The difference was too big. It could be seen at a glance. "Impossible, this is impossible." Alchemist Li shook his head in a daze. As a grade 5 alchemist, the strongest alchemist in the area around Blackwood City, Alchemist Li couldn't accept the fact that he had lost so miserably to a junior. Looking at the shocked crowd, Lu Qingyang and the others revealed a smug smile. "Now, you can tell me about Kunlun Valley. Tell me everything you know." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. His tone was calm. "Master, don't be fooled by him." Young Lord Gong suddenly woke up from his shock and hurriedly said, "There's no such powerful alchemy technique in this world. He's lying to us. He didn't refine the pill at all. He must have prepared the pill long ago." "Lie? Prepared in advance?" Lu Qingyang and the others couldn't help but be stunned, the corners of their mouths twitching. What young Lord Gong said makes sense. How can anyone refine pills in an instant? That's right. He must be lying to us. He doesn't even have a pill furnace. How is it possible to refine a 6th grade pill? I also don't believe that there is such a heaven-defying alchemy skill. Even an 8th grade alchemist can't do it, let alone a junior. It's simply impossible. When young Lord Gong said this, it instantly caused a strong reaction from the crowd. They all believed what young Lord Gong said. Refining a 6th grade pill in an instant was indeed too miraculous and terrifying. It was unbelievable. Seeing everyone's reaction, Feng Wuchen was also a little stunned. He had won, but he was suspected of cheating. Feng Wuchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but there was nothing he could do. The ability to refine pills with a thought was indeed unbelievable. "Brat! How dare you fool old man?" Alchemist Li's old face turned ferocious. He angrily rebuked Feng Wuchen, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Regardless of whether Alchemist Li also felt that Feng Wuchen was cheating, he had to at least give himself a way out. As the strongest alchemist in Xuanmu City, how could he lose face in front of the people of Xuanmu City? How could he lose to a junior? If he lost, how could Alchemist Li face others? You know in your heart whether it's a trick or not. They can't see it, but you can see it? Feng Wuchen sneered. "Master, this brat is obviously humiliating you. Don't talk nonsense with them, kill them." Young Lord Gong added fuel to the fire. As a genius of Xuanmu City, he was heavily injured by Lu Qingyang. It could be said that young Lord Gong had lost all face. Now that there was a chance for revenge, young Lord Gong would definitely not miss it. Wang, Wang. The terrifying power of an 8th-level sky-human realm warrior suddenly erupted from Alchemist Li's body. A green light spread out from the ground under his feet, and a fierce force swept out. The wind whistled, frightening everyone. "This old thing is not weak." Beta Yen sneered. "He's just overestimating himself." Lu Qingyang shrugged. Boom. Alchemist Li didn't say anything else. He suddenly stomped on the ground, and with a loud boom, his body rushed out. A huge pit was blasted open on the ground, and gravel flew everywhere. The terrifying aura made people tremble. Wherever Alchemist Li passed, large cracks would appear on the street. In the blink of an eye, Alchemist Li's figure suddenly appeared, bringing with him a strong gust of wind. His palm, which was condensed with terrifying power, mercilessly slapped towards Feng Wuchen. Alchemist Li's attack was fierce, and it was a fatal strike. The spectating cultivators all had gloating smiles on their faces, as if they were waiting to see how Yi Shiwen would survive. Boom. Puff. Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change at all. When Alchemist Li attacked, Feng Wuchen also casually struck out with his palm. With a loud boom, Alchemist Li, who had a sinister smile on his old face, suddenly froze. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure was sent flying to the end of the street. How is this possible? Alchemist Li's old face changed greatly, and his eyes almost popped out. He was extremely frightened. Alchemist Li was an 8th-level Sky-Human Realm warrior, and he was actually sent flying by a casual palm strike from a junior. Shocking. Everyone was shocked. The cultivators who rejoiced in Feng Wuchen's misfortune and imagined the scene of Feng Wuchen being killed were filled with terror and disbelief. Li. Alchemist Li was actually injured by that kid with a single palm strike. How is this possible? Alchemist Li's 8th-level Sky-Human Realm cultivation was actually defeated by that kid. He can injure Alchemist Li with a casual palm strike. Is that kid in the Heaven Realm? At this moment, the crowd was once again in an uproar. Everyone was so frightened by Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength that their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen with fear in their eyes. With such terrifying strength at such a young age, how could his background be small? Alchemist Li, you still want to kill me after losing? Are you a sore loser or are you afraid of losing face? After injuring Alchemist Li with a single palm strike, Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile as he walked over step by step. When he passed by young Master Gong was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. The injured Alchemist Li looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. He couldn't believe that the young man in front of him had such a terrifying cultivation. How dare you threaten the old man? The frightened Alchemist Li's old face froze again. Endless anger surged into his heart and almost burst out. His whole body was trembling with anger. Feng Wuchen had threatened Alchemist Li in front of everyone, completely infuriating Alchemist Li. So what? Do I need to discuss with you when I'm threatening you? Feng Wuchen didn't give him any face at all. Bastard! Don't be too arrogant. Alchemist Li gritted his teeth and roared. His old face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Are you going to tell me or not? Feng Wuchen slowly raised his hand and asked coldly with his palm facing Alchemist Li. His voice was completely cold. The more they thought Feng Wuchen was arrogant, the more arrogant Feng Wuchen was. That guy won't really kill Alchemist Li, will he? It's hard to say. That guy seems to have a powerful background. He's not afraid of anything. It's strange. I feel that there are a few familiar faces among them, but I'm not sure. Seeing Feng Wuchen's actions, the crowd on the street was shocked. Feng Wuchen dared to kill Alchemist Li, not only dared, but he could kill him anytime and anywhere. Feng Wuchen's actions were aggressive. As long as Alchemist Li didn't say anything, Feng Wuchen would kill him mercilessly. Stop. At this time, a somewhat majestic shout was heard. Immediately, a dozen people broke through the air, each with a very powerful breath. Patriarch Gong. Patriarch Gong is here. And Patriarch Huang and the elders. Seeing the figures flying over the city, the crowd suddenly became noisy. Father. Elder. Young Master Gong's face suddenly lit up, and the fear on his face finally disappeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A dozen figures flashed over. They were the patriarchs and elders of the 3 big families in Xuanmu City. Patriarch Gong was the leader. The 3 patriarchs' cultivations had all stepped into the Heaven Realm. The highest was Patriarch Gong, who was in the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. The other elders were all in the 6th level of the Celestial Being Realm. They were all extremely powerful. Father. Elder. Young Master Gong hurriedly ran over with his injuries. Your hand, who did this to you? Seeing that young Master Gong's arm was crippled, the Gong family head's old face instantly turned ferocious, and a biting cold murderous aura suddenly swept out. The cultivation of the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm was much more terrifying than that of Alchemist Li. The people on the street were so scared that they stepped back in fear. Father, I'm fine. Master was injured. He was injured by that brat. Father, kill him. Kill him quickly. Young Master Gong pointed at Feng Wuchen and said angrily. Alchemist Li, how are your injuries? Gong family head hurriedly turned around and asked Alchemist Li, who is that kid? How dare he injure you? Huang family head glanced at Feng Wuchen and asked Alchemist Li. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Alchemist Li's old face was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, I don't know who he is, but his strength is not weak. I'm afraid his cultivation is in the Heaven Realm. Alchemistly and the others couldn't see Feng Wuchen's specific cultivation, but they could roughly guess it from the fact that Feng Wuchen could injure Alchemistly. Alchemistly couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen's cultivation was in the heaven realm. Gong family head narrowed his eyes and stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. His terrible murderous aura completely locked onto Feng Wuchen. He angrily scolded, "Brat, how dare you?" Hearing this, Feng Wuchen showed no fear. He said indifferently, "Since you've lost, you should tell me about the Kunlun Valley. It's not a shameful thing. If you want to make a big deal out of it, I'm willing to accompany you to the end." Relying on his family's support, young Master Gong angrily scolded, "You don't even have an alchemy furnace. You didn't refine pills at all. You used magic to conjure pills and said you defeated my master. Do you think we're fools? Everyone is watching." Gong family head was slightly stunned. He said in astonishment, "Conjuring pills? Ignorant. Stupid." Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. "Bastard. You're just a junior. How dare you disrespect your elders and have no manners?" Huang family head angrily scolded. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, "Don't take advantage of your seniority in front of me. Don't use your status as an elder to lecture me. You don't deserve it. Arrogant. Old man will teach you a lesson." The first elder of the Gong family angrily scolded. The terrible power of the 9th level of the celestial being realm burst out. The first elder of the Gong family didn't hesitate to attack. He rushed toward Feng Wuchen like lightning. As the leader of the 3 big families, the Gong family would not allow a junior like Feng Wuchen to be so presumptuous. The first elder's words were obviously insulting Feng Wuchen's lack of manners. He was also indirectly insulting Feng Wuchen's parents. And because of this, Feng Wuchen completely exploded with anger. He could be insulted in any way, but Feng Wuchen would not allow anyone to insult his parents. Feng Wuchen's face was extremely cold. His eyes were fierce and murderous. He gave people a feeling that he was a devil. No one dared to look at him directly. A domineering and surging aura began to spread out from Feng Wuchen's body. It was breathtaking. At this moment, everyone noticed the change in Feng Wuchen. "This is..." The first elder, who sensed it, changed his face drastically. He was frightened by Feng Wuchen's surging aura. "Be careful, first elder. This aura is not to be underestimated." Gong family had hurriedly warned. But it was too late. Whoosh, boom, puff, Feng Wuchen, who was furious, attacked instantly. His figure appeared in front of the first elder in an extremely strange and magical way. The sudden appearance of the figure made the first elder's face change dramatically. Then there was an explosion. The overwhelming force shook the first elder and made him spit out blood. His body turned into a black line and flew backward. The speed was too fast. The first elder had no time to react. His body movements were strange and magical. It was impossible for the first elder to defend himself. Feng Wuchen's punch directly injured the first elder of the Gong family. "Great elder!" The Gong family's patriarch and the others turned pale with fright. He injured the first elder of the Gong family with one punch. Alchemist Li was extremely shocked. He felt that he had underestimated Feng Wuchen when he guessed that Feng Wuchen's cultivation was in the heaven realm. How could this be? Young Master Gong was stunned again. Panic appeared on his face again. Hiss, the spectating cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air in fright. The first elder of the Gong family was injured with one punch. It's incredible. That guy is ridiculously strong. The 9th level of the celestial being realm couldn't even withstand one punch from that guy. It's too fast. I didn't see it clearly at all. The crowd was horrified. Feng Wuchen's fierce strength shocked them again. No one could imagine what level Feng Wuchen's cultivation had reached. "How dare you attack without any ability? You're overestimating yourself," Feng Wuchen said contemptuously. "Humph. Old man, I'd like to see what ability you have." Gong family head angrily rebuked and stared at Feng Wuchen viciously. "Cut the crap and don't waste time. Come at me together," Feng Wuchen said coldly as he slowly floated above Xuanmu City. "Together?" Feng Wuchen's words stunned the Gong family master and the others. The people of Xuanmu City who were watching the battle were also stunned. Feng Wuchen asked the Gong family master and a dozen other superiors to fight together. Wasn't that too arrogant? Feng Wuchen was more than arrogant. He obviously looked down on the three families of Xuanmu City. He didn't take them seriously at all. There were 13 superiors in the three families. Excluding the Gong family's first elder, there were 12 of them. 3 of them were in the heaven realm. The rest of the elders were at least at the 6th level of the celestial being realm. Feng Wuchen actually wanted them to attack together with such a powerful lineup. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Feng Wuchen's arrogance angered many practitioners who were watching. They all started to curse. Gong family master. That guy is too arrogant. Kill him. Someone shouted angrily. That's right. Kill him. Others responded. Bastard. If you want to die, old man won't stop you. Do it. Feeling despised, the Gong family master's gloomy face twitched violently. Finally, he gritted his teeth and growled. How dare you talk big? Today, this old man will chop you into 8 pieces. An elder roared angrily, his old face flushed red with anger. Old man, let's see how many lives you have to die. More than a dozen superiors were angered by Feng Wuchen. They all roared and rushed to the sky. Each of them broke out their full strength. Horrible murderous intent and energy covered the whole Xuanmu city. The whole city was shocked. These old bastards dare to insult the palace master's parents. They are really reckless. Nangongzhan shook his head slightly. Zhang Junlan said coldly, they are looking for death. They can't blame others. Lu Qingyang and the others didn't need to do anything. They just watched the show. Buzz. High up in the sky, Feng Wuchen activated the World Extermination Force. Surging energy surged out violently, resplendent blood-red light flashed explosively, the overflowing aura was terrifying. The first level of the heaven realm. Feeling the terrible power of Feng Wuchen, the Gong family master and the others' faces changed greatly. He really is in the heaven realm. Everyone in the Xuanmu city was terrified, and the noise rose to the sky. This guy really has the cultivation of the heaven realm. His aura is still skyrocketing. Family head Huang exclaimed in shock. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. His strength is extraordinary, and his battle prowess is absolutely terrifying. Be careful. Even though he was in the 3rd level of the heaven realm, he dared not underestimate Feng Wuchen's mysterious power. Feng Wuchen only activated the power of destruction, and his aura instantly reached the peak of the 2nd level of the heaven realm. Dragon God Shadow. Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice and activated his bodily movement. His figure turned into a blood-red mountain peak and fiercely shot out, leaving streaks of blood-red light in the sky. His attack was incomparably fierce. What a terrifying speed. Family head Lu's face was full of shock and disbelief. Humph. Family head Gong snorted coldly and immediately used his bodily movement to flash out. His speed was not below that of Feng Wuchen's. Phew. Phew, phew. However, when family head Gong flashed out, Feng Wuchen's figure strangely flickered. The blood-red shadows kept appearing one after another, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of clearly visible shadows appeared, making it difficult to catch. His aura disappears for a while and then reappears for a while. What kind of bodily movement is this? Family head Gong frowned deeply. With his cultivation at the 3rd level of the heaven realm, he could not catch Feng Wuchen's position. Needless to say, the others did not even know where to start. Feng Wuchen's speed was getting faster and faster. More and more shadows appeared in the sky. There were thousands of them, and they were densely packed like an army. Everyone was dazzled. Gulp, looking at the spectacular and frightening scene in the sky, everyone in Xuanmu City swallowed their saliva in horror. Their pale faces were covered with sweat. Boom. 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 Puff. Puff, puff. In the next moment, Feng Wuchen launched a fierce attack. His figure appeared strangely and silently. The elders of the 3 families were severely injured one after another. They all spat out blood and were shot out like cannonballs. Feng Wuchen's attack was impossible to guard against. None of them could react in time, and they did not even notice when Feng Wuchen appeared. Almost in an instant, the elders of the three families were all severely injured and flew out. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The three family heads were shocked. Their bodies were stiff, and their faces were full of horror and disbelief. Xuanmu City fell into a short period of dead silence. Everyone was so frightened and shocked that they could not speak. As if they had discussed it beforehand, they all became petrified. Alchemist Li's old face was ashen. He seemed to have begun to realize something, and a trace of despair appeared in his old eyes. Only the three of you are left. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared strangely not far behind the Gong family head. His cold voice was heard, and the Gong family head became aware of it. How dare you? The Gong family head's face was ferocious. He roared furiously and madly rushed toward Feng Wuchen. The other two family heads did not hesitate to attack. Boom! Boom, boom. The three warriors of the Heaven Realm joined hands and started an earth-shattering fierce battle with Feng Wuchen. The explosion resounded through Xuanmu City. Wave after wave of terrible energy ripples spread out and rolled. Large black cracks appeared in the sky. Even though the Gong family head was at the third level of the Heaven Realm, Feng Wuchen did not fall into a disadvantage. Instead, he gradually gained the upper hand. The Gong family head's power could not suppress Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's strength made the angry Gong family head gradually lose confidence. Their hearts were slowly swallowed by fear. They tried their best to display all kinds of powerful profound level and earth level martial techniques, but they were all smashed by Feng Wuchen in a crazy way. As time went by, the Gong family head and the other two all suffered different degrees of injuries. Their faces were pale, and most of their genuine essence had been consumed. However, they could not hurt Feng Wuchen at all. Feng Wuchen's strength made them feel powerless. The first level of the Heaven Realm was so terrible that it subverted their understanding. Xuanmu City completely lost its voice. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. It was as if it had fallen into a dark and silent space. The first level of the Heaven Realm could not have such terrible power. It's impossible. The Lu family head shook his head in horror. This battle was simply a nightmare for him. The Huang family head said in a trembling voice, "It seems that this guy has not used his full strength. It's too terrible. Who the hell is he?" They had fought countless battles, but they had never met an enemy as terrible as Feng Wuchen. Quick! Inform the governor of Windless City and the four families. The Gong family head also began to panic. The three of them together were not Feng Wuchen's opponent at all. I'll go now. Young Master Gong said in horror. He did not dare to neglect. Inform the Heaven Sword sect. At this time, Alchemist Li said in a panic. The Heaven Sword sect didn't have the guts. The Gong family master and the people of Xuanmu City were stunned again. Feng Wuchen dared to look down on the Heaven Sword sect. Who the hell is he? He's not even afraid of the Heaven Sword sect. He said the Heaven Sword sect didn't have the guts to intervene? Does he really think he can deal with the Heaven Sword sect just because he has some ability? Just how arrogant is he? When the superiors of the Heaven Sword sect come, I'll see how he dies. Feng Wuchen's arrogance was beyond their imagination. The Heaven Sword sect is one of the great powers in the Wuji realm. How dare you look down on them? I'll see how you die. Patriarch Huang scolded angrily, his pale face twitching violently. If you know any other superiors, just call them, Feng Wuchen said coldly, not stopping them at all. How arrogant! Patriarch Lu said angrily. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but there was nothing he could do. He could only suppress the anger in his heart. However, Patriarch Gong and the others only cared about Feng Wuchen and glared at Feng Wuchen. They ignored the existence of the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Junlan, in Lu Qingyang's group. As the top leaders of the three families in Xuanmu City, how could they not know Zhang Junlan? Unfortunately, none of them found out. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to attack. As the battle stopped, Xuanmu City fell into a short silence again. Before the reinforcements arrived, and Feng Wuchen didn't take the opportunity to attack, Patriarch Gong and the others wouldn't be so stupid to die. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few minutes later, the silence of Xuanmu City was broken by the sound of something breaking through the air. In the distant sky, 5 figures flew over quickly with powerful auras. The leading man's aura had reached the 4th level of the Heaven Realm, and the other 4 were also in the Heaven Realm. They're here. The governor of Windless City is here. Patriarch Lu was delighted. They were completely relieved when the reinforcements arrived. Seeing the governor of Windless City, Patriarch Gong was also relieved. The governor of Windless City and the leaders of the 4 families of Windless City are all here. Someone exclaimed with excitement. The governor of Windless City is here. He can definitely kill that arrogant brat. That's right. He can avenge our Xuanmu City. That arrogant brat is dead. The governor of Windless City's cultivation is more than enough to deal with him. Xuanmu City's people were excited. After a while, 5 figures of the Heaven Sword sect appeared. The governor of S Sword sect Zhangzi's. The other 4 were the patriarchs of the Wu clan, Su clan, Chen clan, and Zhu clan. T Sword sect, Test Sword, S Sword S Sword sect. Jiang Wufeng and the others already knew the ins and outs of the matter. Now that Profoundwood City was in trouble, they naturally would not look on with folded arms. The 4th level of the Heaven Realm. I didn't expect there to be so many warriors of the Heaven Realm around here. What a surprise. Yi Tianwei was surprised. Lu Qingyang shrugged and said with a smile, they're here to die. Lu Qingyang and the others were not worried about Feng Wuchen's safety at all. They knew better than anyone else how strong Feng Wuchen was. Alchemist Li, Patriarch Gong, how are your injuries? Jiang Wufeng asked. Seeing their serious injuries, his face turned serious. I'm fine. Thank you for coming in time. Patriarch Gong quickly thanked them. Is that the brat? Patriarch Zhu sized up Feng Wuchen. The 1st level of the Heaven Realm? Patriarch Wu was stunned at first, then he said in disbelief, you 3 can't beat a 1st level of the Heaven Realm? Don't underestimate him. He's restrained his breath. His combat power is even stronger than Patriarch Gong's. Patriarch Lu gritted his teeth and glared at Feng Wuchen. Patriarch Gong said seriously, he's really strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Governor Jiang for help. Alchemist Li then added, I'm afraid his real strength has reached the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. The 3rd level of the Heaven Realm? Patriarch Wu and the others were all shocked. Cold sweat broke out on their backs. Jiang Wufeng was sizing up Feng Wuchen. He was sure that he had never seen Feng Wuchen before. Lin Moyang only invited the 5 forces of the Wuji realm to his birthday celebration. The other forces were not invited. Moreover, it was Feng Wuchen's first time in the Wuji realm. Therefore, Jiang Wufeng and the others did not know Feng Wuchen. While Jiang Wufeng was sizing up Feng Wuchen glanced at them indifferently and said coldly, if you interfere, I don't mind killing you too. Feng Wuchen was so arrogant as if he could kill Jiang Wufeng at any time. This kid is really arrogant. Jiang Wufeng frowned slightly. Anger flashed in his eyes as he activated the power of the 4th level of the Heaven Realm. Jiang Wufeng did not waste time talking nonsense. He struck out a palm at Feng Wuchen from a distance. A terrifying blue palm print that was thousands of feet long slapped toward him. With a thought, the Dragon God boxing glove appeared. Feng Wuchen's aura soared in an instant. Overbearing power condensed on his fist. Fairy weapon. This kid actually has a fairy weapon. Jiang Wufeng could not help but exclaim. Fairy weapon. Alchemist Li and the others were shocked. Feng Wuchen did not hesitate at all and directly punched out. Boom. Buzz. A simple punch smashed onto the thousands of feet long palm print. With an earth-shattering boom, a dazzling bloody light burst out. Under the horrified gazes of the people of Xuanmu City, the thousands of feet long palm print was shattered. The terrifying power even forced Jiang Wufeng to take a few steps back. Just one punch had shattered the palm print of a 4th level of the Heaven Realm Master. What kind of terrifying power was this? Patriarch Wu and the others were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with fear, and they could not even speak. After witnessing it with their own eyes, they finally knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? Jiang Wufeng's expression changed drastically. He looked at the glove on Feng Wuchen's hand in horror. At the same time, he was secretly afraid of Feng Wuchen's fierce power. Jiang Wufeng could not believe that a mere first level of the heaven realm could have such a heaven-defying power. Buzz. Jiang Wufeng frowned deeply. His expression was extremely solemn. He began to activate his full power. His aura was majestic. As the terrifying air billows rolled, the void space was like the raging waves on the sea. Feng Wuchen's punch made him feel afraid. He did not dare to hold back. You do have some skills. It seems that Alchemist Li was right. You are still holding back. Since that's the case, I will not show you any mercy, Jiang Wufeng said in a low voice. At the same time, he took out his mid-grade spiritual weapon. His aura skyrocketed. If I show you mercy, you will only die faster. Take out your strongest martial arts technique. Don't waste time. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word was filled with murderous intent. Low-grade earth-tier martial technique. Total annihilation. Jiang Wufeng suddenly roared. His long spear extended with surging power. The blue radiance was extremely dazzling, and its might was monstrous. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish, swish. Jiang Wufeng swept his spear 3 times in a row. 3 extremely terrifying blue spear lights shot out in succession, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth. Everywhere they passed, the void would tremble and explode. The 3 ferocious spear lights finally merged into one and condensed into a huge spear light. Its might actually increased again. Earth-tier martial techniques had extremely terrifying energy. Looking at the extremely huge and destructive spear light in the sky, the pale and terrified faces of the Mystic Wood City's people started to reveal a trace of excitement and agitation. It was as if this destructive spear light would destroy the entire Mystic Wood City when it exploded. City Lord Jiang has such a terrifying martial technique. Even if that kid doesn't die, he will be severely injured. As expected of City Lord Jiang. This power is simply destructive. Even if that kid doesn't die, he will be crippled. The outcome of arrogant people is only death. The Mystic Wood City's people were in an uproar. They were all looking forward to Feng Wuchen being killed by Jiang Wufeng. Looking at the incomparably huge and terrifying spear light shooting over, Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. It was as if he didn't see it and didn't seem to be a threat at all. He suddenly clenched his fist tightly. A resplendent blood light flashed, and a domineering and surging power gushed out. The monstrous aura once again swept out violently. Sensing Feng Wuchen's vast and terrifying aura, Jiang Wufeng's expression changed again. He was shocked in his heart. This is the aura of a high-grade earth-tier martial technique. No, it's an immortal art. An immortal art. Primordial Dragon Divine Fist. Feng Wuchen roared expressionlessly. Shortly after, his fists blasted out rapidly. In an instant, he blasted out over 1,000 punches. Waves of domineering fist force rolled out continuously. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, in an instant, over 1,000 punches blasted on Jiang Wufeng's spear light. A series of earth-shattering explosions were deafening. Destructive energy ripples rolled out continuously. Chi-chi. Crack. Crack, in just a short moment, under the crazy bombardment, the cracks on Jiang Wufeng's spear light tore apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, the spear light shattered, and the terrifying power dissipated along with it. The huge and terrifying spear light was actually shattered by Feng Wuchen. When he saw this scene, Jiang Wufeng was dumbstruck. His eyeballs almost popped out, and his face was covered in disbelief and disbelief. Shocking. Everyone was shocked, the entire area was silent. Everyone from the Profound Wood City, including the Gong family's patriarch, was dumbstruck. There was nothing but fear. At this moment, everyone from Profound Wood City was already intimidated by Feng Wuchen's seemingly invincible strength. How is this possible? Jiang Wufeng cried out involuntarily in shock after the spear light completely shattered and vanished. Jiang Wufeng was well aware of how terrifying the power of the 4th level of the Heaven Realm was. He was also well aware of how terrifying the Earth-level martial technique was when it was displayed by the 4th level of the Heaven Realm. However, such terrifying power was completely useless in front of Feng Wuchen. The Gong family's patriarch and the others were also awakened from their fear and shock. The Earth-level martial technique displayed by the fourth level of the Heaven Realm was actually shattered by that brat. The Gong family's patriarch's face was full of astonishment, and his expression was stiff. I can't believe it. How can the first level of the Heaven Realm have such terrifying power? The Zhu family's patriarch was extremely shocked. His face was as pale as a dead man's. Is he still human? Alchemist Li blurted out in horror. Feng Wuchen's abnormal strength was completely beyond their imagination. No one had ever seen a first level of the Heaven Realm practitioner with such incredible combat power. The profound Wood City instantly boiled over. Horrified noises rose to the sky. Phew, while Jiang Wufeng was shocked and frightened, Feng Wuchen's figure had already strangely flashed over. His extremely cold eyes scared Jiang Wufeng out of his wits, as if he had seen a devil. Boom! 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 Feng Wuchen, who had strangely appeared, suddenly launched a fierce attack. The overbearing power of his fists and feet bombarded Jiang Wufeng's body one after another. The sudden attack made Jiang Wufeng unable to react in time. In the end, he spat out blood again and again. Governor Jiang. Alchemist Li and the others trembled as they watched Jiang Wufeng being violently beaten. Even their souls were scared. Jiang Wufeng had already been frightened by Feng Wuchen's incredible strength. Otherwise, he would not have been in such a sorry state. Seeing Jiang Wufeng, who was at the fourth level of the Heaven Realm, being brutally beaten by Feng Wuchen, everyone in the profound Wood City was dumbfounded. Their faces were blank, as if they were soulless puppets. Boom! After the last punch, Jiang Wufeng's body flew out like a cannonball. After receiving dozens of punches from Feng Wuchen, he was seriously injured and had no power to fight back. In front of Feng Wuchen, the fourth level of the Heaven Realm was like trash. Anyone else? Call them over. Feng Wuchen asked coldly as he glanced coldly at the Gong family leader and the others. The Gong family leader and the others were terrified to the extreme. No one dared to speak, and no one dared to attack. Jiang Wufeng had already ended up like this. Who would dare to court death? Now, they could only secretly hope that the master of the Sky Sword sect and the others could come as soon as possible. Seeing that the Gong family leader and the others did not speak, Feng Wuchen said, "If not, I won't hold back. After living for so long, it's time for you to die." As he spoke, a murderous aura that was so cold that it made one's heart tremble violently surged out. Feng Wuchen did not deliberately suppress or increase his murderous aura. This was the ruthless murderous aura that he possessed. Just this murderous aura alone made the Gong family leader and the others panic and lose their wits. Brat, don't be so arrogant. The master of the Sky Sword sect is not here yet. Alchemist Li suppressed his fear and rebuked angrily. His old face was pale, frightened, and angry. Brat, who the hell are you? The seriously injured Jiang Wufeng flew back with difficulty and glared at Feng Wuchen. A dying man doesn't deserve to know, Feng Wuchen replied arrogantly. You. Jiang Wufeng was furious. He gritted his teeth and wanted to swallow Feng Wuchen alive. How arrogant. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Then, a majestic aura enveloped Xuanmu City. The master of the Sky Sword sect. Hearing this majestic voice, the Gong family leader's face lit up. The master of the Sky Sword sect is here. We're saved. We're saved. The other family leaders were ecstatic. The people of Xuanmu City were extremely excited and kept shouting. Alchemist Li immediately pointed at Feng Wuchen and sneered, Brat, the master of the Sky Sword sect is here. Let's see how arrogant you are and how you're going to die. Oh? Really? Feng Wuchen looked fearless and glanced at Alchemist Li disdainfully. The sixth level of the Heaven Realm. No wonder he's one of the top forces in the Wuji realm, Yi Tianqing exclaimed. Above the void space of Xuanmu City, several figures appeared in a flash with surging momentum. Master of Heaven Sword. The Master of Heaven Sword sect and the three elders stood proudly in the void space. Everyone in Xuanmu City saluted them respectfully. Alchemist Li, young Master Gong, and the others flew over, their faces full of respect. Master of Heaven's Sword, thank you for coming to help. Master Gong clasped his hands gratefully, and the others also thanked him. The Master of Heaven's Sword sect smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome." Master of Heaven's Sword, it's that guy. And them? Young Master Gong was the first to point at Feng Wuchen angrily. Alchemist Li hurriedly said angrily, "Master of Heaven's Sword, this brat is extremely arrogant. Kill him quickly." That's right. Master of Heaven's Sword, this brat relied on his strength to not only injure us, but also wants to destroy our 3 families. Master Lu angrily rebuked. When the Master of Heaven's Sword sect and the 3 elders arrived, they were all full of confidence and vented their suppressed anger. The Master of Heaven's Sword sect is in the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. I don't believe that brat can defeat him. If the Master of Heaven's Sword sect doesn't kill that arrogant brat, I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide. Don't worry, the Master of Heaven's Sword sect won't let that brat be arrogant again. If that brat doesn't die, I'll hang myself. The crowd was extremely noisy, and they all sentenced Feng Wuchen to death. At the same time, they were very confident in the Master of Heaven's Sword sect's strength and even gambled with their own lives. The Master of Heaven's Sword sect first glanced at Jiang Wufeng, Master Gong, and the others. Seeing that they were all injured, he secretly marveled at the strength of the attacker. Young Master Gong personally went to the Heaven Sword sect to plead for them to help. Naturally, they also learned from young Master Gong that Feng Wuchen was in the 1st level of the Heaven Realm. Not only did he defeat Master Gong and the others in the 1st level of the Heaven Realm, but even Jiang Wufeng, who was in the 4th level of the Heaven Realm, was defeated by Feng Wuchen. But when the Master of Heaven Sword sect curiously looked at Feng Wuchen, his originally calm face suddenly changed greatly, and his body directly stiffened on the spot. His pitch-black eyes were instantly filled with terror. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect only took a single glance, and he felt as if his soul had been scared witless. The moment the 3 elders saw Feng Wuchen, their faces changed. It was as if they had seen a devil. No, it should be said that this was a face that was even more terrifying than a devil. At this moment, the terrifying scene that had taken place during Lin Moyang's birthday party uncontrollably appeared in their minds. Sect Master Heavenly Sword, elders, what's wrong? Jiang Wufeng's heart trembled when he noticed the terrified expressions of the Heavenly Sword sect master and the others. He seemed to have realized something, yet he didn't dare believe it, so he couldn't help but ask. Alchemist Li, Gong family head, and the others also sensed this and their hearts couldn't help but thump. The joy on their faces instantly disappeared and their hearts rose to their throats. Alchemist Li and the others also realized something. Despair slowly appeared on their faces. Heavenly Sword sect master, that brat is too arrogant. Please kill him as soon as possible. The Huang family head had been glaring furiously at Feng Wuchen the entire time. He did not notice the terrified looks on the Sky Sword sect master and the others' faces. Pa. Pft. Just as family head Huang's words fell, sect master Sky Sword sent a backhand slap over. With a loud paw sound, family head Huang spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying dozens of meters away. 2 of his front teeth flew out. The Heavenly Sword sect master's sudden attack instantly scared Jiang Wufeng and the others out of their wits. At this moment, Jiang Wufeng and Alchemist Li were completely sure of their guesses. This slap stupefied the Huang family's patriarch and gave everyone in the Profound Wood City a fright. What's going on? Why did the Heavenly Sword sect master attack the Huang family head? Everyone in Profound Wood City was confused and had no idea what was going on. Their minds were filled with questions. Heavenly Sword sect master, what are you doing? The stunned Huang family head suppressed his anger and asked. The Heavenly Sword sect master and the 3 elders ignored him and flashed in front of Feng Wuchen in a panic. Under the extremely fearful gazes of Jiang Wufeng and the others in Profound Wood City, they cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Dendi. The Heavenly Sword sect master and the 3 elders greeted respectfully. Seeing the 4 of them being so respectful, everyone present was dumbfounded. Their souls were fighting to escape from their bodies. Dendi? Jiang Wufeng and the others were stunned. They had never heard of him and did not know who he was. What? Dendi? However, Alchemist Li was different. As a grade 5 alchemist, even if he did not participate in the Mirage Sea Realm's alchemy conference, he had heard of Denda's reputation from other alchemists. Hearing Alchemist Li's terrified and incredulous cry, Jiang Wufeng and the others all looked over. He's actually Dan. Dendi. Alchemist Li trembled in fear. His old eyes were filled with despair as if he had fallen into the 18th level of hell. His body went limp. Alchemist Li, who exactly is Dendi? The Gong family head could not help but ask anxiously. Alchemist Li was already scared out of his wits. He could not even speak. Since Alchemist Li did not say anything, Jiang Wufeng and the others were about to go crazy. Dendi. I didn't know that Dendi was here. I've offended you. Please forgive me, Dendi. The Heavenly Sword Sect Master hurriedly spoke in a panic. His back was drenched in cold sweat as he panicked. Although the Heavenly Sword Sect Master was panicking, he was even more furious. He wanted nothing more than to kill everyone in the Gong family. He might be able to survive if he offended others, but the consequences of offending Feng Wuchen were unimaginable. Please forgive us, Dendi. The three elders pleaded in fear. Although Feng Wuchen did not agree to their request to the Dragon God Temple, the Heavenly Sword Sect Master did not dare to act presumptuously in front of Feng Wuchen even though he was resentful. Moreover, the Heavenly Sword Sect Master also knew that Feng Wuchen had established the Dragon God Alliance. He dared not offend Feng Wuchen even more. Seeing the Heavenly Sword Sect Master and the three elders begging for mercy in fear, everyone in Mystic Wood City was even more shocked. Those cultivators who bet on Feng Wuchen's death were nowhere to be seen at this moment. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, "The ignorant are innocent." Thank you, Dendi. Thank you, Dendi. The Heavenly Sword Sect Master and the three elders heaved a sigh of relief. They were originally worried that they would die and even implicate the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Heavenly Sword Sect Master then continued, Dendi, I've already roughly understood the situation. Please rest assured, Dendi. I'll definitely give Dendi a satisfactory explanation. Alright. Feng Wuchen nodded and did not refuse. The moment the Heavenly Sword Sect Master turned around, his face was sinister and gloomy, and he was full of killing intent. B****. If you want to die, stay away. Don't drag old man in. None of you can live after offending Dendi. The Heavenly Sword Sect Master shouted angrily at Jiang Wufeng and the others. He did not even take Alchemist Li seriously. What was Alchemist Li? He was nothing in front of Dendi. The Sky Sword Sect Master understood Feng Wuchen quite well. Those who offended Feng Wuchen only had death waiting for them. Hence, the Sky Sword Sect Master wouldn't show any mercy. Even if he had some friendship with the Gong family head, he couldn't afford to think too much at this moment. Swish, TSK, the Sky Sword Sect Master attacked mercilessly and instantly pierced through the Huang family head's chest, killing him on the spot. Die. The Sky Sword Sect Master shouted furiously as his figure flickered continuously. TSK, 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 the Sky Sword Sect Master attacked continuously with terrifying speed. Those with weaker cultivation couldn't even see his figure, but they could see corpses falling down one after another. The Zhu family head, Wu family head, Lu family head, and the others were killed one after another. Sky Sword Sect Master, please spare my life. The Gong family head begged in despair. Humph. After offending Dendi, my sect was almost killed by you, and you still want to live? The Sky Sword Sect Master shouted furiously without any mercy. TSK, his figure suddenly flashed and landed a palm on the Gong family head's head without mercy. The terrifying power killed the Gong family head on the spot. The family heads were killed one after another, and those elders didn't even dare to fart. Everyone in Profound Wood City was in a state of panic. Many people were so frightened that they couldn't even distinguish between tears and snot. Those who were timid even fled Profound Wood City for fear of being involved. Sky Sword Sect Master, old man is a 5th grade. The next person, Alchemist Li, shouted in fear when he saw the Sky Sword Sect Master charging over. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, he wouldn't have the chance to speak for the rest of his life. Boom, the Sky Sword Sect Master struck out with his palm. With a loud explosion, Alchemist Li instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. You have to die too. The Sky Sword Sect Master shouted furiously as he looked at Jiang Wufeng with a ferocious gaze. Quintessential essence protection. The terrified Jiang Wufeng hurriedly shouted and tried his best to form an energy barrier. Jiang Wufeng was heavily injured. Even if he was in his peak state, he couldn't stop the Sky Sword Sect Master. Boom. Crack. PFFF, Jiang Wufeng's energy shield was shattered with just a single palm strike. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The terrifying power had already shattered his internal organs, and he was deader than dead. In less than 30 seconds, Jiang Wufeng and many other experts were killed by the Sky Sword Sect Master. They had never expected that the reinforcements they had invited would not only fail to help them, but would instead mercilessly kill them. It was too late for regrets. Actually, everyone present could understand why the Heavenly Sword Sect Master would do this. Dendi has already executed all of them. The Heavenly Sword Sect Master arrived in a flash, looking extremely respectful as if he had just completed his mission. Feng Wuchen nodded in satisfaction. Then, he asked, "How's the matter with your Sky Sword Sect?" A trace of helplessness immediately appeared on the Heavenly Sword Sect Master's face. He smiled bitterly and said, after offending a 7th-grade alchemist, Shuren, how could he let the matter rest? Recently, he has been sending experts to attack the Heavenly Sword Sect. He wants to slowly deal with us. Dendi, Shuren is a 7th-grade alchemist and knows many experts. I don't know how long the Heavenly Sword Sect can last. Please help us, Dendi. We just need to resolve the grudges. The Heavenly Sword Sect Master pleaded. This was a rare opportunity, and he definitely wouldn't miss it. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen took out a jade pendant and handed it to the Heavenly Sword Sect Master. He smiled faintly and said, "Take the Zhang family's jade and go find him. Send someone to send it back." Zhang family's jade? The Heavenly Sword Sect Master's expression changed drastically. He was both shocked and excited. "Thank you, Dendi. Thank you, Dendi." The Heavenly Sword Sect Master and the 3 elders thanked him excitedly. You came at the right time. Let's go somewhere else. I have some questions that I need your help to answer, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Dendi wants to know about the Kunlun Valley? The Heavenly Sword Sect Master had already learned about Feng Wuchen's purpose in coming to the Limitless Realm from young Master Gong. Feng Wuchen nodded. The Heavenly Sword Sect Master continued, Dendi, please follow me back to the Heavenly Sword Sect. The sect just happens to have ancient records of the Kunlun Valley. Feng Wuchen nodded and agreed. The Heavenly Sword Sect Master was overjoyed. But right at this moment, when Lu Qingyang and the others came over, the Heavenly Sword Sect Master's expression changed again. Young Master Zhang. The Heavenly Sword Sect Master and the 3 elders were shocked. Only then did they realize that Zhang Junlan was also here. Heavenly Sword Sect Master, tell us everything you know about the Kunlun Valley, Zhang Junlan said. Yes. The Heavenly Sword Sect Master replied respectfully. On the way to the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect Master told Feng Wuchen and the others everything he knew. When they arrived at the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect Master immediately found ancient records for Feng Wuchen to read. Dendi, although I don't know why you are going to the Kunlun Valley, it is recorded in the ancient records that the Kunlun Valley has long ceased to exist. Everyone in the Wuji realm knows that it is now a desolate land, the Heavenly Sword Sect Master said. What was recorded in the ancient records and what the Heavenly Sword Sect Master said was exactly the same as what Feng Wuchen learned from the evil dragon god. The Kunlun Valley had already disappeared in the long river of history. There weren't many records in the ancient records, so Feng Wuchen and the others didn't have many clues. After leaving the Heavenly Sword Sect, Feng Wuchen and the others rushed to the Kunlun Valley. The Kunlun Valley was located in the northeast of the Wuji realm. It was a little far away. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen and the others were strong enough, so they didn't need to spend much time. The Kunlun Valley was a mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. However, it was a desolate mountain range. At a glance, it was completely barren. There was nothing here, only dead silence. Big Brother Feng, according to the ancient records, the Kunlun Valley back then wasn't a desolate land. Although I don't know what happened that caused the Kunlun Valley to cease to exist, it might be related to the ancient powers. Lu Qingyang guessed as he looked at the surroundings. There is no vitality. There is only dead silence here. The spiritual energy is very thin, and I can't sense anything. It feels like this place really doesn't exist. Zhang Junlan shook his head slightly. Feng Wuchen said, as far as I know, a great battle broke out in the Kunlun Valley back then, which caused the Kunlun Valley to be reduced to ashes. Back then, the Kunlun Valley was rich in spiritual energy. It was a cultivation holy land, like a paradise. Great battle? Beta Yen frowned slightly and said, even if it was a great battle, after so many years, the Kunlun Valley can't have become like this, right? Everyone, spread out and look around. This place is a little strange. Be careful. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. At the same time, he activated the power of destruction, hoping to use the ancient power to sense the aura of other ancient powers. The group spread out and entered the Kunlun Valley. The Kunlun Valley was filled with the aura of death, as if it represented hell. Stepping into the Kunlun Valley, one would feel extremely uncomfortable, as if there was an aura of death surrounding them, and their lives would be in danger at any time. The black fire can sense the existence of the ancient powers. This Kunlun Valley is so strange. Perhaps there really is an ancient power. Feng Wuchen guessed. However, to Feng Wuchen's disappointment, even when he activated the power of destruction, he couldn't sense anything. Kunlun Valley, a godforsaken place. There was not a single tree, not even a single leaf. It was this godforsaken place that welcomed Feng Wuchen and his group today. They scattered around to observe, but other than a barren land and death Qi, they did not find anything. Nothing. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing shook their heads at the same time. Hall Master, nothing. Beta Yen also shook his head. This place is filled with death Qi, there is no trace of life. Whoever comes here is courting death. Zhang Junlan said. He also did not find anything. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, I didn't find anything either. Even with the power of destruction, Feng Wuchen did not find anything. Hall Master, it seems that we have to go deeper. Yi Tianqing said. That's the only way. Feng Wuchen nodded. There was no other way. For the ancient power, even if Kunlun Valley was hell, Feng Wuchen and the others had to go in today. Peng. After entering the depths, Feng Wuchen activated his black fire and used it to sense the ancient power of Kunlun Valley. The deeper they went into Kunlun Valley, the stronger the death Qi. It was as if they were walking on the road to hell. Coupled with the fact that the sky was gradually darkening, Kunlun Valley looked even scarier. It was filled with death Qi, extremely gloomy, even scarier than hell. At least in hell, they could still see the black and white impermanence, but there was nothing here. If it were not for Feng Wuchen's black fire, Lu Qingyang and the others would definitely not be able to negotiate. Feng Wuchen, why do I feel like someone is watching us? Lu Qingyang asked in a low voice. Brother Lu, don't talk nonsense. Miao Qingqing's face was full of fear. You don't say, I have the same feeling. Nan Gongzhan said solemnly as he looked around vigilantly. Yi Tianwei whispered, I feel like there are people watching us, but we can't see them. What a strange feeling, could this be an illusion? Not only them, even Feng Wuchen had the same feeling. It was very strange, very strange. Everyone, be careful. Yi Tianwei, look behind you. Beta Yen, Yi Tianqing, look to the sides. Feng Wuchen said seriously. Yes. They nodded respectfully. At this moment, the atmosphere became tense. The expressions of Feng Wuchen and the others were incomparably grave. Along the way into the depths of the Kunlun Valley, the death aura became heavier and heavier. He could no longer sense the existence of spiritual energy, which made him feel more and more uneasy. The sky gradually darkened, and darkness enveloped the Kunlun Valley, making it even stranger and more mysterious. Of course, it could also be a psychological problem. Perhaps there was no danger in the Kunlun Valley, but the existence of the death aura gave people an uneasy feeling. Strange. Along the way, Wu Hu could not sense the presence of any ancient power, said Feng Wuchen with a frown. He was incomparably disappointed. Big brother Feng, it seems that you have been fooled by Wu Hua. Why don't we leave this place? It feels too dangerous here, Lu Qingyang said. He could not wait to leave this place. Just as Lu Qingyang's voice trailed off, Lu Qingyang's face suddenly froze. He felt the ground under his feet disappear into thin air. Before he could react, his body suddenly fell down. Big brother Feng! Save me! Lu Qingyang screamed in horror. In his panic, Lu Qingyang did not have time to react, so he did not immediately fly up. Be careful! Feng Wuchen shouted. He suddenly grabbed the air and forcefully pulled Lu Qingyang up. Yi Tianqing and the others also almost fell down. Fortunately, they reacted in time and flew up. What is going on? Lei Tianjue looked at the ground with a face full of shock. Yi Tianwei and the others were also stunned. They looked at the ground below them with extreme shock. The mountain is gone, Lu Qingyang said in a trembling voice. His back was covered in cold sweat. The mountain that Feng Wuchen and the others were on before was now disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few blinks of an eye, the huge mountain disappeared without a trace. Strange. Extremely strange, Feng Wuchen and the others looked at this scene in shock. Their hearts were in turmoil and they could not calm down for a long time. However, what was even stranger was that only the mountain they were on disappeared. The other mountains were safe and sound. After a long time, Feng Wuchen and the others finally regained their senses. Big brother Feng, what is going on? Lu Qingyang asked in horror. His voice was trembling. I don't know either. Feng Wuchen shook his head. This kind of situation, even in the evil dragon god's memory, did not occur. The mountain disappeared mysteriously. If Lu Qingyang did not suddenly shout, Feng Wuchen would not have noticed. The disappeared mountain, there was nothing at the bottom of the mountain. They could not explain the scene just now. They did not know what was going on. It was scarier than a ghost. That mountain just now, it felt like it was corroded by something. The whole mountain turned into ashes, Zhang Junlan said in horror. He had never seen such a strange thing. No one could explain this strange phenomenon. This Kunlun Valley is very strange. Don't let your guard down. Don't move, observe carefully, Feng Wuchen warned. His expression became more serious. After the terrifying scene just now, Feng Wuchen and the others did not dare to go near any of the mountains. They just floated in the air and did not go deeper. The tense atmosphere had reached its peak. Dead silence. The Kunlun Valley was dead silent. Feng Wuchen and the others held their breaths. Other than the sound of their heartbeats, there was no other sound. Just like that, the night passed in the blink of an eye. They wanted to observe for clues, but nothing happened. The Kunlun Valley was dead silent. Feng Wuchen and the others stayed like this until dawn. Temple Master, how is it? Did you find anything? Yi Tianwei asked. He felt less afraid now that the sun had risen. Feng Wuchen shook his head. I didn't find anything. Feng Wuchen couldn't figure out what had caused a perfectly fine mountain to disappear without a trace. What was the cause of such a strange and miraculous phenomenon? Stay here and don't move, Feng Wuchen said and flew to a mountain. Big brother Feng, be careful. Miao Qingqing was very worried. Her face was full of anxiety. Watch carefully. Yi Tianqing frowned. Pairs of eyes stared at Feng Wuchen without blinking. Feng Wuchen slowly stretched out his hand and touched the mountain wall. After a long time, the mountain still did not move. Why? Feng Wuchen couldn't figure it out. But when Feng Wuchen slowly withdrew his hand, a strange scene appeared. The mountain disappeared again. Lu Qingyang suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's eyes widened. The towering mountain in front of them was silently disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if the mountain was being corroded. In a few blinks of an eye, the mountain was gone. Feng Wuchen was shocked. This strange phenomenon could not be explained. Feng Wuchen only touched it lightly for a moment, and the mountain disappeared. It was as if Feng Wuchen had some terrifying supernatural power. A mountain can't disappear for no reason. After a moment of shock, Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. As he spoke, his figure had already flashed to another mountain. Lu Qingyang and the others also flashed over. Feng Wuchen stretched out his palm again and gently placed it on the mountain wall, concentrating on sensing and observing. Sure enough, all the mountains that Feng Wuchen touched disappeared strangely. The effect was even more shocking in broad daylight. Of course, this was definitely not Feng Wuchen's problem. Feng Wuchen did not have such a terrifying supernatural power. This was simply an existence that could destroy everything. Hall Master, what did you find? Tianqing asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head. He tried a second time but still found nothing. Big brother Feng, could such a strange thing be related to the ancient power? Lu Qingyang frowned and asked. The more unexplainable the scene, the more curious they were. It shouldn't be possible. If it's the ancient power, it's impossible for the Hall Master not to sense it with his black fire and ancient power. This might be a magical natural phenomenon. Yi Tianwei shook his head. The ancient books of the Sky Sword sect don't record this natural phenomenon at all. The Sky Sword sect master also didn't say that there was such a strange natural phenomenon in the Kunlun Valley. Niaqingqing said. Feng Wuchen did not refute, because what they said was possible. Other than the heavy death aura, there seems to be nothing here. After a night, nothing dangerous happened. Let's go deeper and take a look. Feng Wuchen said. Feng Wuchen and the others immediately went deeper. Swish. After Feng Wuchen and the others disappeared, a figure flashed and appeared where they were. Hundreds of people have never set foot in the Kunlun Valley. What are these brats doing in the Kunlun Valley? Who is that kid? Why does he have the ancient power? The figure frowned slightly. Feng Wuchen's group did not notice this person's appearance. That little brat is not simple. The black flame that we have been looking for thousands of years is actually in his hands. Another voice sounded out in the air, and then a figure appeared. That's the immemorial crow fire? The person who appeared first asked in surprise. Not bad. The other person nodded and said, the black flame is extremely terrifying. Even deity transformation realm cultivators don't dare to get close to it. However, this brat was able to refine the black flame. It's clear that he's not simple. Humph. I don't care who he is, the crow flame and the primordial energy are mine. That person said coldly. He stared fiercely at the other person and said, you dare to fight with me? I will kill you. Let's see if you have the skills. Another person said arrogantly, his face fearless. As soon as he finished speaking, that person's figure disappeared into thin air. Then, he said, let me remind you, don't alert the enemy first. This kid came to the Kunlun Valley for the ancient powers. There are many people who covet the ancient powers. I don't need you to teach me what to do, the young man said coldly. His eyes flashed with viciousness. With that, the man also disappeared in a flash. It was as if the two of them had never appeared. It was obvious that Feng Wuchen's group was not the only one looking for the ancient powers in the Kunlun Valley. About an hour later, Feng Wuchen's group, who had been flying all the way, arrived at the deepest part of the Kunlun Valley. It was still barren, without a single flower or grass. The aura of death here was several times thicker than before. It was enough to suffocate people. Big brother Feng, it's difficult to breathe here. Is there really an ancient power here? Niaqingqing looked pained. She felt that all she breathed in was the aura of death. It was very uncomfortable. Feng Wuchen looked around solemnly and said, such a strange place. Perhaps there really is an ancient power hidden here. I hope we can find some clues. The crow flame and the power of destruction had been in a state of sensing all the way from the periphery of the Kunlun Valley to the deepest part. Other than the aura of death that was getting heavier and heavier, there was no other aura. It seems that the sensing method won't work. We have to think of other ways, Bai Duyan said. Speaking of this, Bai Duyan looked at Feng Wuchen and said, Temple Master, if there really is an ancient power in the Kunlun Valley, and no one has set foot in the Kunlun Valley, why don't we use the power to stimulate it? Maybe we can draw it out. Big brother Feng, this method is feasible. Lu Qingyang nodded in agreement. Nothing could be sensed, and there was no other way to prove whether the Kunlun Valley had an ancient power. At present, they could only use the ancient power to stimulate the ancient power sleeping in the Kunlun Valley. Of course, Feng Wuchen was not sure whether it existed or not. Buzz. The overbearing and terrifying power of destruction was fully activated. The bloody light was extremely dazzling, covering the void space. The terrifying energy quickly spread in all directions, and the Kunlun Valley shook violently. The power of destruction was fully activated. Feng Wuchen's momentum instantly soared to the third level of the heaven realm. His strength was extremely fierce. This astonishing power could be said to be earth-shattering in this desolate mountain range. This guy is really not simple. What an overbearing ancient power. I'm afraid it's ranked in the top 5. Where did this guy come from? In the dark, a mysterious man frowned slightly. He was very curious about the origin of Feng Wuchen. Can this method really draw out the ancient power? The mysterious man was secretly puzzled, but he did not show up. The monstrous power of destruction covered the entire mountain range of the Kunlun Valley. The surging strength made the sky above the Kunlun Valley full of wind blades. Feng Wuchen stood proudly in the void space, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed. After an unknown period of time, Feng Wuchen seemed to have caught something, and his eyes suddenly opened. The power of destruction was quickly withdrawn. Feng Wuchen's face was a little confused, a little shocked, and at the same time a little dignified. It was extremely complicated. Did you find anything? The mysterious man hiding in the dark asked in surprise. Lu Qingyang and the others all noticed Feng Wuchen's complicated expression, and they all guessed that Feng Wuchen seemed to have sensed something. Brother Feng, what did you find? Lu Qingyang asked with some excitement. What a strange feeling. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply and said, I felt a strange weak breath, but I also felt that it didn't exist. It was like an illusion, but I also felt that this weak breath was everywhere. It's a very strange feeling. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, everyone was stunned. Did it exist or not? Temple Master, could it be that you have an illusion? Lei Tianjue asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, No, this weak breath is very strange. I'm sure it exists. Who is it? Feng Wuchen suddenly sensed something. He suddenly shouted coldly and glanced at the sky not far away. There's someone here. Yi Tianqing and the others were shocked. They hadn't noticed anything at all. Even Feng Wuchen had only just noticed it. Lu Qingyang's face was full of astonishment as he said in disbelief, there are actually still people coming to this godforsaken place. Could it be that he's cultivating here? This person is very good at hiding his strength. Be careful. Yi Tianwei said solemnly as he looked at the young man. Zhang Junlan said seriously, this person is much stronger than our teacher. The young man was the mysterious person who had appeared before. He was tall and thin, wearing a green brocade robe. He had long blue hair and a handsome face with an arrogant look. Feng Wuchen also looked at the man and said, second tier of the divine transformation realm. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Lu Qingyang and the others became more serious. Second tier of the divine transformation realm. The blue-haired man stared at Feng Wuchen with a trace of contempt in his eyes. He sneered and said, Kid, tell me the location of the ancient power, and I'll spare your lives. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, Sorry, I don't know where the ancient power is. You're not afraid of death? The man frowned and said coldly. That depends on your ability. Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. He was not threatened by the man at all. Kid, you've got guts. The man's cold face suddenly disappeared, and his figure flashed and left. It was as if the man was just talking casually and had no intention of attacking. This. Seeing the mysterious man suddenly leave, Zhang Junlan and the others were stunned. Was he scared away? That was impossible. Why did the mysterious man suddenly leave? What's wrong with him? Why did he leave? Nan Gongzhan was stunned. He was very arrogant before, but he was terrified in the next second. He was in the second tier of the divine transformation realm. There was no way he would be afraid of Feng Wuchen and the others. Big brother Feng, he seems to be very afraid of you, Miao Qingqing said in shock. If he was afraid of me, he wouldn't have dared to show himself. This person has other schemes. You must be careful. Feng Wuchen frowned and warned. Palace Master, he's also here for the supreme ancient energy. Seems like he's been searching for it for a long time. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Yi Tianqing furrowed his brows and said, "Our palace lord just discovered something. He must be trying to use our palace lord to find out the ancient energy." "Palace lord, the weak aura you sensed earlier, was it the aura of an ancient power?" Yi Tianwei asked. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, "It shouldn't be wrong, but I still don't know what kind of ancient power it is. This power is very strange." As he spoke, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and disappeared with them. The mysterious man was using Feng Wuchen to search for the primordial power. Feng Wuchen would not let the mysterious man succeed so easily. Even if he wanted to find it, he had to. Until now, he had yet to determine the location of the ancient power, nor did he know what kind of ancient power it was. This is the dragon race's teleportation. This kid was from the dragon clan. No wonder I sensed the aura of the dragon race and the ancient power just now. After Feng Wuchen's group left, the mysterious man appeared again, but this time, his face was full of shock. What a surprise, he's from the dragon clan. I really couldn't tell, but what puzzles me is that I've never seen this person before. At this time, another figure appeared out of thin air. This person was also very puzzled. The two mysterious men were very surprised. No wonder this kid is not afraid of me at all. The man's eyes flashed with a hint of fear, afraid of the terrifying strength of the dragon clan. Since he's from the dragon clan, it seems that it's more difficult than we thought to obtain the ancient power. Humph. So what if he's from the dragon clan? After searching for so long, how can I give it up so easily? There's a first come first serve rule when looking for treasures, right? I don't believe you'll give up. Maybe, other than the dragon clan, I also sense the people of the Yinyang family. The fight for the ancient power will not be so easy. Above a mountain peak in the Kunlun Valley, Feng Wuchen's group appeared out of thin air, temporarily avoiding the mysterious man. "Restrain your aura." Feng Wuchen frowned. Zhang Junlan and the others did as they were told. They were pressed for time. Even if they retracted their auras, it was impossible to completely avoid the god transformation realm. Feng Wuchen and the others had to race against time. The world extermination power was activated again, and Feng Wuchen continued to sense it. With the previous weak aura reaction, Feng Wuchen had roughly locked onto the location. As long as he sensed it further, he might be able to accurately pinpoint the location of the weak aura. However, when Feng Wuchen was about to sense it again, just as he activated the world extermination power, Feng Wuchen's expression changed. What kind of power is this? Feng Wuchen's face was filled with shock, and his expression stiffened. Feng Wuchen, who activated the world extermination power again, suddenly sensed an extremely huge and terrifying mysterious energy aura. It was very abrupt, as if he had seen a ghost when he turned around. It scared Feng Wuchen so much that he broke out in cold sweat. "Big brother Feng, what's wrong?" Lu Qingyang asked, as if he had not noticed anything. Zhang Junlan and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. It disappeared, was it an illusion? Feng Wuchen's face was filled with astonishment, and he was shocked again. In the state of activating the world extermination power, Feng Wuchen indeed sensed that terrifying aura, but it disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. It gave people the feeling that it was an illusion. "Hall Master, what's wrong?" Beta Yen could not help but ask. "I sensed that power, but it disappeared without a trace in an instant. This power has already cultivated consciousness and spiritual intelligence," Feng Wuchen said in shock. "Immemorial power can cultivate consciousness and spiritual intelligence?" Yi Tianwei frowned and asked. "Immemorial power was born from the heavens and earth. It is not an ordinary power. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, it is normal for it to gain consciousness and consciousness," Feng Wuchen said. "You sensed it? Where?" Lu Qingyang asked excitedly. "It's everywhere," Feng Wuchen said in shock. The moment he sensed it, Feng Wuchen sensed that this terrifying energy aura had spread throughout the entire Kunlun Valley, but in the next second, it disappeared without a trace. What was even stranger was that other than Feng Wuchen, Lu Qingyang and the others did not sense it at all. "Everywhere?" These 4 words gave Zhang Junlan and the others a huge fright. Their faces paled a little. This strange and mysterious power is faintly discernible, and it feels like an illusion. If I'm not wrong, this mysterious power should be the 10th-ranked Nihility power. Feng Wuchen said in shock. Nihility power? Lu Qingyang and the others were shocked. The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the more shocked he became. That's right. The power of nothingness, the existence of nothingness. Those mountains that mysteriously disappeared were caused by the power of nothingness. The power of nothingness is everywhere, and I can't sense its existence. If I didn't have the power of the ancient era, I wouldn't have been able to sense it. The power of nothingness, the existence of nothingness, this mysterious power was abstract. It could not be touched, seen, or sensed. Although the power of nothingness was ranked last among the Archean powers, it was still quite terrifying. The existence of nothingness was the most terrifying thing about it. Only the Archean powers could restrain the power of nothingness. There's no need to look for the Archean power. It's right in front of us, Feng Wuchen said slowly as he suppressed the shock in his heart. The power of nothingness was everywhere. There was no specific location at all. What kind of power is this? I can't see it, I can't touch it, and I can't even sense it, Yi Tianqing said with a face full of horror. How can we take such a terrifying power? Even the temple master could barely sense it with the power of Armageddon. How is it possible to take the power of nothingness? Beta Yan asked in shock. However, what they did not know was that the reason why Feng Wuchen could sense the power of nothingness was because it was stimulated by the power of Armageddon. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would not have been able to sense it. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, the power of nothingness is everywhere, but it still has the power of origin. We just need to find it. The power of nothingness that pervades the Kunlun Valley is also spread out from the power of origin. Perhaps it is because the Kunlun Valley is covered by the power of nothingness that this place has become deserted. This was the only explanation that could explain why the Kunlun Valley had become a deserted place. However, the power of nothingness could not be seen, touched, or sensed. Even with the power of origin, it was difficult to find it. I have a way to find it. And I know where it is hiding. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a confident smile. What way? Where is the power of nothingness? Lu Qingyang and the others asked in unison, all looking at Feng Wuchen. Fortunately, it is the power of nothingness. Others can't sense it, see it, or touch it. This way, I can silently take the power of nothingness away. A radiant smile appeared on Feng Wuchen's face. It was as if the power of the void was already under his control. The power of nothingness was ranked 10th. Although it was the last, Feng Wuchen seemed to have underestimated the power of nothingness. Big brother Feng, what's the plan? Where was the power of nothingness? You haven't told me yet. Lu Qingyang pressed on. He was extremely anxious. The Kunlun Valley is bare, and the power of nothingness can't be seen or sensed. However, the power of nothingness is also a type of energy. Its source energy can be sensed. If it were you, where would you hide? Feng Wuchen asked as he looked at everyone. Underground. Lu Qingyang was the first to answer. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, you can sense it even if you hide underground. Inside the mountain? Yi Tianwei frowned and guessed. Feng Wuchen shook his head again. In the Kunlun Valley, other than the ground and the majestic mountain peaks, there seemed to be nowhere to hide. No one could figure it out. They looked at Feng Wuchen curiously. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, it's simple. The power of nothingness is called the power of nothingness not because it doesn't exist, but because it can perfectly hide one's aura. At the same time, it can shuttle through space and hide its source energy at will. Shuttle through space? Lu Qingyang and the rest opened their eyes wide in shock. They should be here soon. You guys pretend to look around. Feng Wuchen said seriously. Then, he activated the golden dragon seal and a terrifying martial spirit power surged out. Shuttle through space. Feng Wuchen roared and used the dragon clan's divine ability. His figure directly disappeared into the void. Mysterious and strange. Feng Wuchen used shuttle through space. Under the power of this power, Feng Wuchen could sense the existence of other spaces nearby. As expected. Feng Wuchen quickly sensed the existence of other independent spaces nearby. In Feng Wuchen's senses, a small space of dozens of square meters was moving quickly. Playing hide-and-seek with me? How can the Dragon Clan's shuttle through space be compared to your little spatial ability? Feng Wuchen sneered slightly. With a thought, Feng Wuchen's body shuttled through the extra-dimensional space countless times in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen appeared in a small space of dozens of square meters. How is this possible? Feng Wuchen appeared in the small independent space. Suddenly, a shocked voice sounded. You really are hiding here. Is this the aura of the power of nothingness? Feng Wuchen sneered, as if he was not afraid of the power of nothingness. How did you come in? A frightened voice sounded in the space. Instead, it was the power of nothingness that was afraid of Feng Wuchen. In the small space, if one looked closely, one could see a wisp of transparent energy floating. It was like a dream. This was the power of the origin of the power of nothingness. Brat! You're courting death. A frightened and angry roar sounded. A terrifying energy burst out like a dragon emerging from the sea. The power of nothingness intended to strike first and severely injure Feng Wuchen with lightning speed. Pung! Black flames spread out. Feng Wuchen waved his hand. The black flames instantly covered the entire space and devoured everything in a frenzy. The domineering and terrifying power of Armageddon was also activated. It quickly filled the small space and mercilessly suppressed the power of nothingness. The terrifying energy dissipated in the blink of an eye. ****. The power of nothingness roared indignantly. With the appearance of the power of Armageddon and the black flames, the transparent power of Origin shrank by a lot. Its aura weakened by more than half. From the moment I entered the Kunlun Valley, you've already sensed the power of Armageddon and the black flames in my body. You're afraid because you know that the power of Armageddon can restrain you and the black flames can devour you. That's why you didn't dare to come out. Instead, you wanted to use some tricks to scare us away. Am I right? Feng Wuchen said as he slowly approached the power of nothingness. The space you condense is indeed unique. Unfortunately, you met me. From today onwards, you're mine. Accept my refinement. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. His palm had already reached for the transparent power of Origin. Feng Wuchen's palm seemed to contain boundless terrifying energy. The power of nothingness was powerless to resist. The power of Armageddon was mercilessly restrained while the black flames devoured everything. The power of nothingness let out a tragic cry. It resisted frantically. The unstable energy seemed like it would explode at any moment. As he restrained it, he devoured it. The power of nothingness was quickly devoured by Feng Wuchen. He had searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. Feng Wuchen did not expect to obtain the power of nothingness so easily. Feng Wuchen had forcefully devoured the power of nothingness, which was ranked 10th among the ancient powers. With the power of black fire and world destruction, the power of nothingness was powerless to resist. Subduing it was as easy as flipping one's hand. Third tier of the divine transformation realm, your strength is really not weak. Feng Wuchen grinned, not to mention how excited he was. Damn human brat, who are you? The roar of the power of nothingness came from Feng Wuchen's golden dragon seal. The person who will devour you. Feng Wuchen's mouth curled into an evil smile. The power of nothingness never thought that it would be so easily caught by others. With a thought, Feng Wuchen once again used space travel and returned to the sky above Kunlun Valley. Retreat! Feng Wuchen sent a voice transmission, and Zhang Junlin's group, who were pretending to be searching, flashed over. Space travel was used again, and Feng Wuchen's group disappeared. They took away the power of nothingness without anyone noticing. There were other mysterious experts in Kunlun Valley looking for the ancient power and were still tracking Feng Wuchen's group. If they didn't leave now, when would they? There was no need to make an enemy out of a divine transformation realm expert. Big brother Feng, how is it? Lu Qingyang couldn't wait to ask. It can't escape from my palm. Feng Wuchen laughed. As expected of the Hall Master, subduing such a terrifying power is as easy as flipping one's hand. Yi Tianwei said in admiration. Others courted death without any results, but when Feng Wuchen came, the result was easy to obtain. Now, the two mysterious people were still searching for Feng Wuchen's group in Kunlun Valley. Little did they know that Feng Wuchen had already left with the ancient power. Feng Wuchen's group left Kunlun Valley and returned to the astral world without stopping to avoid being intercepted by the mysterious people from before. It only took 2 days to go back and forth. After returning to the Dragon God Palace, Feng Wuchen immediately entered Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. He needed to refine the power of nothingness as soon as possible. The Dragon God Alliance was still growing stronger and stronger. More and more experts were joining them, and the speed at which their forces were expanding was astonishing. In the space of the 7th level, Feng Wuchen was guiding out the devour power of nothingness. Looks like I have to go into seclusion. Feng Wuchen's lips curled up into a faint smile. Even now, he was still excited about the fact that he easily acquired the force of nothingness. The void energy was different from the crow flame. When the crow flame was subdued, it was in a weak state, but the void energy was in its peak state, and its power was extremely terrifying. If he completely refined the power of nothingness, it would definitely be enough for Feng Wuchen to break through to the 3rd level of the heaven realm and take the ability of the power of nothingness for his own use. The development of the Dragon God Alliance could no longer be stopped, so the Dragon God Temple was relatively safe. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Wuchen, Lu Qingyang, and the others all chose to go into seclusion. The Dragon God Temple had the help of powerful elixirs, the energy body of the 5th level of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, and the Divine Valley Spiritual Lake on the 2nd level to provide practice. Their cultivation progress was extremely astonishing. The crow flame has both the aura of ice and fire. Its temperature can only scare people, and it will also attract the attention of experts. For me, power is the most important thing. If I refine the crow flame further and transform the power of temperature into my own power, I may be able to improve my cultivation again, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. What Feng Wuchen needed was power and fighting. Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen made up his mind and immediately began to refine the crow flame further. Art of Spirit Separation. Feng Wuchen urged his genuine essence and shouted in a low voice, condensing 12 primordial spirit doppelgangers. The crow flame had already become a part of Feng Wuchen. It would not take much time to refine it further. Refine. Urging the crow flame to release its terrifying temperature, Feng Wuchen made a gesture with his hands. With a fierce shout, he refined the crow flame with his 12 primordial spirit doppelgangers at the same time. Refining crazily, Feng Wuchen's aura suddenly increased rapidly. The 7th level was full of terrifying power and terrifying temperature, making the space feel like it was in the crater of a volcano. Refining the crow flame alone is enough for me to break through to the 2nd level of the heaven realm. During the refining, Feng Wuchen felt that his cultivation had increased rapidly. He was very excited. The 12 primordial spirit doppelgangers refined crazily. In only half a month, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had successfully broken through to the 2nd level of the heaven realm. The terrifying temperature of the crow flame had been transformed into power. Bang! With a thought, the crow flame was urged. The black flame jumped in his palm. The temperature of the flame had completely disappeared, but it still retained a cold aura. There were gains and losses. He gained power, but lost the temperature of the flame. Very good, the power of destruction has become much stronger. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Next was the power of nothingness. Feng Wuchen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and then guided the power of nothingness out. The terrifying power once again filled the 7th level. Brat, you want to refine me? The power of nothingness roared in horror and anger. Feng Wuchen pressed his palm and forcibly suppressed the power of nothingness. He said fiercely, "Do I need to discuss with you to refine you? Your existence was originally provided to the cultivators. It's just that I was lucky and got there first." Nonsense. Brat. Let me go. The power of nothingness roared wildly. It wanted to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces, but it was powerless. Feng Wuchen said mockingly, "Do you think it's possible?" Feng Wuchen finally got the power of Taigu. How could he let go of the power of nothingness so easily? Moreover, Feng Wuchen wanted to find the power of Taigu, so it was even more impossible. After refining the power of nothingness, Feng Wuchen could get a terrifying power. He could make a mountain disappear silently. Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. Feng Wuchen no longer talked nonsense. Using the suppression of the black fire, the power of destruction began to refine the power of nothingness. Bastard! Stop! The power of nothingness roared in panic. Even if it was suppressed and restrained, it desperately resisted. However, it was of no use. The power of destruction was ranked third in the Taigu power ranking. Its restraint of the power of nothingness was not ordinary. It was enough to restrain the power of nothingness. Ah! The power of nothingness screamed in pain. Feng Wuchen ignored it and focused on refining. His breath skyrocketed and his cultivation improved. Feng Wuchen was very excited. If I completely refine the power of nothingness, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the fourth level of the heaven realm. Feng Wuchen was excited. He was looking forward to breaking through to the fourth level of the heaven realm. If Feng Wuchen's cultivation broke through to the fourth level of the heaven realm, even without the terrifying temperature of the black fire, Feng Wuchen would not be afraid to fight against Lin Hun. Stop! Stop it! Ah! The power of nothingness screamed crazily. It had a terrifying power, but it was restrained and could not explode. It could be imagined how painful it was. The screams of the power of nothingness did not affect Feng Wuchen at all. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. After a month, the Dragon God Alliance had matured. The Dragon God Alliance, led by the Dragon God Temple, the Fairy Artifact Pavilion, and the Zhang family, gathered the major forces of the Astral, the Western region, the Mirage Sea realm, and the Wuji realm. The Astral was represented by the Auction House and the Tiandao sect. The Western region was represented by the Shenwu sect. The Mirage Sea realm was represented by the Sunluo Hall, the Jiang family, and the Gu family. The Xingyang sect had been destroyed, and the Zhuge family was isolated because of Zhuge Lianqing's connection with the Divine King's palace. The Wuji realm was represented by the Skysword sect. Feng Wuchen had set up transmission formations between the various realms to facilitate support. Forces joined the Dragon God Alliance one after another. The alliance had fully matured and gathered the strength of the entire Wuji realm. It was extremely powerful. In addition, nearly 1,000 rogue practitioners from various realms of the Wuji realm had joined the alliance and stayed in the Dragon God Temple. The huge and imposing Dragon God Temple had the demeanor of a major force, with more than 1,500 people. There were 13 in the Heaven realm, more than 700 in the Celestial realm, and the rest were in the Tianyuan realm. With such a lineup, the Dragon God Temple was already a major force in the Astral realm. The Dragon God Temple today was many times stronger than it was a month ago. The Dragon God Temple also set up positions, but it was only a preliminary establishment to facilitate the management of the cultivators who joined. The temple master was naturally Feng Wuchen. There was no doubt about it. The position of protector was vacant, and the grand elder was Tian Xianxia. The second elder was Xia Yunxian, and the third elder was Han Kuan. As for the other positions, they had not been set up yet. Peace. The Wuji realm welcomed peace. Today, a piece of news that excited countless geniuses swept through the Wuji realm like a plague. The Sacred Soul Academy was recruiting. Yes, the most powerful academy in the Tianhun continent was recruiting. The Sacred Soul Academy's threshold was extremely high. Without the talent of a 7th-grade martial soul, one was not qualified to enter at all, and it was the most basic and minimum requirement. Therefore, in the Sacred Soul Academy, every student was a genius. The Sacred Soul Academy provided powerful exercises and martial arts. Since its establishment, it had cultivated countless geniuses, and each student's strength. The Sacred Soul Academy was one of the giants of the northern Xian region. It had a transcendent status in the continent. It was an existence that could cause the continent to tremble with just a stomp of its feet. Even the godly king's godly palace had to be wary of him. The Sacred Soul Academy had nurtured countless geniuses. Even if they had left the academy after graduation, they would still come back to help if the academy was in trouble. Such a terrifying lineup was absolutely unimaginable. Of course, due to the strength of the Sacred Soul Academy, the requirements for recruiting students were extremely high. Apart from having a 7th grade martial spirit as the lowest, they also had to consider whether their strength was strong enough, their understanding of martial arts, and their comprehension of cultivation. Most importantly, he had to be at the 8th level of Sky Origin stage. In short, it was extremely difficult to enter the Heavenly Soul Institute. Connections were useless. Everything depended on one's own strengths. However, there was one requirement that was particularly touching. Anyone between the ages of 16 and 18 was eligible to sign up. To reach the 8th level of Sky Origin stage between the age of 16 and 18 was quite difficult for many geniuses. The Sacred Soul Academy had sent a total of 4 instructors to the Limitless Domain to recruit students. They had gone to different places in the Limitless Domain to recruit students. After the news spread, all the geniuses in the Limitless Domain were extremely excited and scrambled to sign up. The one who came to the astral world to recruit students was Xianxia Yunyun. She was an extremely beautiful instructor. She was 35 or 36 years old and was known as the most beautiful instructor in the Northern Xian domain. Because of Xianxia Yunyun, many genius young masters would rather give up the cultivation of their families and forces to enter the Sacred Soul Academy, just to see Xianxia Yunyun's fairy-like beauty every day. Although she was a female instructor, her cultivation was at the 5th level of the heaven realm. Her strength was extremely terrifying. Xianxia Yunyun and the 7 students had arrived at the Astral World auction. The Astral City was extremely lively. In the past, the instructors who came to recruit students all came to the Astral World auction. Lin Moyang, Bai Lihan, and other elders respectfully received them and dared not neglect. With Xianxia Yunyun's arrival, the entire Astral City was jammed. Countless practitioners came from all over the astral world. Most of them came to see Xianxia Yunyun's fairy-like beauty. The auction had sent all the guards to maintain order, but it was still difficult to stop the people's determination to see the beauty. I saw Instructor Xianxia. She is simply a fairy descending to the mortal world. If I marry her, it will be worth it even if I die. Her beauty is breathtaking. She is a once-in-a-century beauty. Instructor Xianxia is so beautiful that it's suffocating. Outside the auction, it was extremely noisy. Many men were drooling. President Lin, 3 elders, I have to trouble you again this time. In the spacious hall of the auction, Xianxia Yunyun chuckled and said politely. Xianxia Yunyun was wearing a cyan gauze dress. Her skin was like jade, and her delicate cheeks were a little light red. She was particularly charming. Her every move was dignified and elegant. Her smile was even more attractive. Her figure was curvaceous, fully displaying her graceful body, which was full of lethality to men. Such a stunning beauty made men adore and women envious. As an instructor of the Sacred Soul Academy, Xianxia Yunyun was very polite. She did not despise others because she was an instructor of the Sacred Soul Academy. Lin Moyang smiled happily and said, Instructor Xianxia is too polite. Instructor Xianxia, how many places are there this year? First Elder Bai Lihan asked politely. Xianxia Yunyun smiled and said, 12 places. 2 more than in previous years. Nie Fengyun said lightly, the threshold of the Sacred Soul Academy is very high. In previous years, 10 places have not been used up. I'm afraid that even if there are more, they will be used up. Xianxia Yunyun looked at Lin Moyang with her beautiful eyes and asked with a smile, President Lin, do you have any geniuses to recommend? Lin Moyang smiled and said, yes, I do. He is very powerful and has established his own force. Moreover, he has exceeded the enrollment age of the academy. He should be 20 years old this year. Established his force? Xianxia Yunyun was a little surprised. Then she asked curiously, President Lin, who is he? Feng Wuchen, now the temple master of the Dragon Temple. Lin Moyang said simply. If so, it's a pity. Xianxia Yunyun nodded. She was not very interested when she heard that he was beyond the enrollment age. President Lin, what's the cultivation of Feng Wuchen? Hearing Lin Moyang's praise of Feng Wuchen, a student could not help but ask. The 1st level of the heaven realm. Lin Moyang smiled lightly. Oh? The 1st level of the heaven realm? Xianxia Yunyun was shocked when she heard Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Even in the Sacred Soul Academy, there were not many students who could reach the heaven realm at the age of 20. Although the Sacred Soul Academy was the most powerful academy on the continent, and every student was a genius, there were only a few who could reach the Heaven Realm before the age of 20. Reaching the cultivation of the Heaven Realm before the age of 20 was definitely a terrifying genius. Even across the entire continent, such a person was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even if there were students in the Heaven Realm in the Sacred Soul Academy, most of them were over 20 years old. Such a terrifying speed of practice, it's enough to compare with the freak in our academy. Which power does this Feng Wuchen come from? With his natural talent would probably be ranked at the second position in our academy. President Lin isn't talking nonsense, is he? Several students were shocked and couldn't believe it. President Lin, what's the background of this Feng Wuchen? How could he have such an incredible talent? Shangguan Yunyun was shocked and suddenly became interested again. Lin Moyan shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "Old man only knows that he comes from the Feng family of the Yanhua Empire in the west of the continent. He doesn't know the details." Lin Moyan didn't dare to reveal too much about Feng Wuchen. "I see." Shangguan Yunyun nodded and said, "I really want to meet him if I have the chance." Shangguan Yunyun blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "President Lin, let them in." Lin Moyan nodded and signaled the guard leader to do as he said. Many young geniuses had been waiting outside the auction. When they saw the guard leader come out, they instantly became excited. The street outside was overcrowded. Except for the geniuses who came to register and their relatives, the rest of the people came to see Shangguan Yunyun's fairy-like face. Only those at the 8th level of the Sky Origin Realm. The guard leader said seriously. Geniuses who had reached the 8th level of the Sky Origin Realm rushed into the auction excitedly, as if the first place would definitely enter the Sacred Soul Academy. There were many geniuses who came to register, nearly 100 of them, and not all of them were at the 8th level of the Sky Origin Realm. Want to try your luck? Think you can impress Shangguan Yunyun with your handsome face? You must be dreaming. In the hall, the geniuses quickly quieted down, but they still couldn't control the excitement on their faces. These geniuses were all juniors from various forces in the star boundary, including Mo Qingyun from the Heavenly Path sect. Mo Qingyun was the young sect master of the Heavenly Dao sect, the #1 genius of the Heavenly Dao sect. He just happened to be 18 this year, and his cultivation had already stepped into the first layer of the Heaven Realm. His strength could be said to be very tyrannical. Mo Qingyun was quite famous in the star boundary. He was a complete battle maniac and was one of the star boundary's prodigies. Shangguan Yunyun glanced at the geniuses one by one and nodded with satisfaction. She smiled and said, "I believe you already know that apart from having a 7th grade martial spirit, you also need to reach the 8th layer of the Tianyuan stage. You can't enter the Sacred Spirit Institute without reaching the 8th layer of the Tianyuan stage." Instructor Shangguan, not even the peak of the 7th level of Sky Origin stage? I'm so close to breaking through. If I can't enter the Sacred Soul Academy this time, I'll have to wait another year. Someone anxiously asked. No means no. We can't change the rules of the academy. You should come again next year. A disciple coldly replied, mercilessly rejecting him. Mentor Shangguan. The youth looked at Shangguan Yunyun pleadingly. It's useless to plead. Rules are rules. Even the instructor can't help you. Another disciple said domineeringly, extremely arrogant. Right at this moment, the guard leader entered the hall and respectfully said to Lin Moyang, President, Crimson Emperor's leader and Chaos God request an audience. Let them in. Lin Moyang said without hesitation. Because the Sacred Soul Academy was recruiting students today, the auction was temporarily closed for the day. If one wanted to enter the auction, they had to get the approval of the president and the elders. In the past, no matter who it was, as long as they didn't have a special identity, Lin Moyang would directly reject them. But now that the Crimson Emperor was here, Lin Moyang directly agreed. This surprised Shangguan Yunyun and the 7 students. Who was the Crimson Emperor's leader? Why did Lin Moyang treat him so well? Sensing Shangguan Yunyun's astonished expression, Lin Moyang smiled faintly and said, The Crimson Emperor is the leader of the Divine Dragon Temple's army, Feng Wuchen's subordinate. Seems like President Lin has a good relationship with Feng Wuchen. Shangguan Yunyun chuckled. President Lin, 3 elders, and Instructor Shangguan, I'm really sorry to disturb you. We won't take too long. The Crimson Emperor cupped his fists politely. Crimson Emperor's leader is too polite. Lin Moyang smiled. It's fine. Shangguan Yunyu chuckled. She didn't mind. She was sizing up the Crimson Emperor's group with the other students. President Lin, the temple master needs a batch of herbs. The more the better. The Crimson Emperor handed a list to Lin Moyang. On the list were rows of herbs. Looking at the names of the herbs on the list, Lin Moyang was greatly shocked. Dendi has already broken through to become a grade 7 alchemist. Herbs to refine grade 7 Dan. Shangguan Yunyun accidentally saw the herbs on the list and was secretly shocked. Wait a moment. Nia Fengyun actually took the initiative to grab the herbs. She was incomparably shocked. Who is this Feng Wuchen? Shangguan Yunyu was getting more and more curious. She noticed that the auction house was very polite to the Dragon Temple. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were respectful. When I was outside, I heard that even the peak of Sky Origin Stage 7 couldn't enter the Saint Soul Academy. It really lives up to its name. No wonder it's the continent's #1 academy. Luanshan complimented. Little brother, don't be discouraged if you can't enter the Saint Soul Academy. You can join the Dragon Temple. Who knows, you might break through to Sky Origin Stage 8 tomorrow. Huan Yang patted the young man's shoulder and smiled. Really? The young man looked at Huan Yang with passionate eyes and asked. Absolutely. If the Saint Soul Academy doesn't want you, the Dragon Temple doesn't have such high requirements. Although it can't be compared to the Saint Soul Academy, at least it's better than you cultivating alone. Huan Yang said confidently. Then, Huan Yang looked at Shangguan Yunyun and said, Instructor Shangguan, you didn't want this. I didn't snatch it from you. I hope you don't blame me. Shangguan Yunyu shook her head slightly and didn't say anything. Okay. I'll join the Dragon Temple. The young man agreed without hesitation. His pitch-black eyes were filled with enthusiasm. He was only half a step away from the Saint Soul Academy, but he was still heartlessly rejected by the Saint Soul Academy. The young man secretly made up his mind to cultivate diligently. He wanted the Saint Soul Academy to regret not recruiting him. Huan Yang recruited the young man in front of the Saint Soul Academy students. He wasn't disrespectful at all. After all, the Saint Soul Academy didn't want him. Dragon Temple doesn't seem to be that great after all. I don't think Feng Wuchen is as powerful as President Lin said. A student laughed disdainfully. When the student said that, Lin Moyang and the others' faces changed. The student's words immediately caused a strange atmosphere to spread in the hall. Crimson Emperor, Chaos God, and the other three's faces were already somewhat cold. Chongyun, don't be rude. Shangguan Yunyun frowned slightly, tilted her head slightly, and berated Chongyun in a low voice. Although he was a student of Sacred Soul Academy, he could not look down on Dragon God Temple like this. Since it was the continent's #1 academy, he should have the etiquette of a high-end academy. He should have the style of a high-end academy. Shangguan Yunyun berated. Chongyun shut his mouth, but the arrogance on his face and the ease in his eyes were still there. Chongyun's contemptuous words were equivalent to insulting Feng Wuchen to Crimson Emperor and the others. Insulting them was fine, but insulting Feng Wuchen was out of the question. Apart from being the Dragon God Temple's temple master, Feng Wuchen was also the parents of Crimson Emperor and the others. In their hearts, Feng Wuchen's position was unsurpassable. And Feng Wuchen was also the Dragon God Alliance's alliance master, so Lin Moyang and the others were extremely respectful. Now that Chongyun insulted Feng Wuchen in front of them, how could they sit by and do nothing? I'm really sorry. Chongyun is outspoken. I hope you don't blame him. Shangguan Yunyun hurriedly apologized. Even if she was an instructor of Sacred Soul Academy, Shangguan Yunyun did not put on airs. If it was someone else, not to mention apologizing, they might even look down on them more than the students. Crimson Emperor stared at Chongyun and said in a deep voice, You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. As a student of Sacred Soul Academy, you should know respect. Don't embarrass Sacred Soul Academy. For Instructor Shangguan's sake, I won't bicker with you. Even if it was Sacred Soul Academy, Crimson Emperor would not have the slightest fear. His tone was very domineering. If Shangguan did not apologize first, Crimson Emperor and the others would not have let Chongyun off easily. But after hearing Crimson Emperor's words, Chongyun could not help but surge with anger. He clenched his fists tightly, but he did not dare to flare up in front of Shangguan. Another student beside Chongyun also pulled Chongyun's sleeve, indicating him not to be impulsive. Moreover, the Crimson Emperor had cultivation at the 7th level Heaven Realm, his strength tyrannical. Heavy Cloud was merely at the 5th level Heaven Realm. Even if he flared up, he was also not a match for the Crimson Emperor. The Crimson Emperor didn't pursue the matter. Lin Moyang and the others heaved a sigh of relief. After all, this was the Sacred Soul Academy. The Crimson Emperor wasn't a reckless person. Even if he hadn't been to the Sacred Soul Academy, he had heard of it before. It was definitely one of the giants of the continent. Thus, the Crimson Emperor wouldn't make a fuss about it if it wasn't a very serious matter. Besides, Shangguan had already apologized, and the Crimson Emperor had no reason to pursue the matter. He couldn't not give Shangguan face, right? It seems that the Dragon God Temple is not as simple as I thought. Shangguan guessed in her heart. The Sacred Soul Academy was famous throughout the continent. Who didn't know how powerful the Sacred Soul Academy was? However, Shangguan saw how unyielding the Crimson Emperor was. He didn't seem to be afraid of the Sacred Soul Academy. This made her even more curious. At this time, Nye Fengyan also came over with the medicinal herbs and handed a storage ring to the Crimson Sovereign. Teacher Shangguan, sorry for disturbing you. Please continue. Goodbye, President Lin, Crimson Emperor said calmly. Kid, let's go. Luanshan smiled and pulled the genius away. Before leaving, he took one more look at Chongyun. Huanyang smiled and said, cultivate diligently. With your talent, you won't lose to them. The them Huanyang was referring to were naturally the students of the Sacred Soul Academy. Before leaving, he looked at the students and said, if you can't enter the Sacred Soul Academy, you can join the Dragon God Temple. I will wait outside. Damn it. Just wait and see. Chongyun was extremely furious in his heart, but he could only suppress it in his heart. This feeling made him feel incomparably mad. Don't be rash. This is the Wuji Domain's Immortal Artifact Pavilion's territory. A student transmitted his voice. Shangguan seemed to have sensed Chongyun's anger. Her beautiful eyes swept over him. The ice-cold intent frightened Chongyun, and he panicked. His anger instantly dissipated. The enrollment continued. Among the 100 over geniuses, most of them didn't meet the requirements. They either had a 7th grade martial spirit but their cultivation hadn't reached Sky Origin Realm Level 8, or they had reached Sky Origin Realm Level 8 but didn't have a 7th grade martial spirit talent. Mo Qingyun, 7th grade martial spirit talent, 1st level Sky Human Realm cultivation. Not bad, there's finally someone who's qualified. Shangguan beautiful face finally revealed a charming smile. Thank you, Teacher Shangguan. Mo Qingyun's face was filled with excitement. As expected of young Lord Mo. I knew that he would successfully enter the Sacred Soul Academy. The other geniuses who came with him were extremely envious. Kid, you're at Sky Origin Realm Level 4 and you're here to register? And you guys, if you're not at Sky Origin Realm Level 8, don't come. Chongyun scolded at a genius. Obviously, his anger hadn't dissipated yet. I'm a 3rd grade inscription master. I'm also a 4th grade alchemist. I'm also a 3rd grade. The geniuses whose cultivation hadn't reached Sky Origin Realm Level 8 reported their identities, afraid that they would miss the opportunity. 4th grade. Chongyun and the others were stunned. The Sacred Soul Academy's enrollment required one to reach 3rd grade for a special occupation. The Sacred Soul Academy attached great importance to special occupations. It was already very rare to reach 3rd grade at such a young age. As time passed, all the geniuses were tested. Only 8 out of the 12 geniuses could successfully enter the Sacred Soul Academy. The rest were all unqualified. The cruel reality and harsh conditions made the geniuses who failed to be selected extremely disappointed. Looks like we can only go to the Dragon Temple. The Dragon Temple is good too. Although I prefer to go to the Sacred Soul Academy, it's a pity that I'm not fated. Fortunately, I wasn't selected. The Dragon Temple is even better. I've decided to go to the Dragon Temple. The geniuses who failed to be selected were whispering. Shang Guanyin, you couldn't help but feel disappointed that only 8 out of the 12 geniuses were accepted. Looks like the academy has to lower the requirements. Peak Sky Origin Realm Level 7 should be accepted. Shang Guanyin, you murmured in her heart. She also felt that it was a pity that the genius who was taken away by Luanchen. Teacher Shangguan. Something happened. A student rushed in as soon as the enrollment ended. What happened? Shangguan Yunyan frowned and asked. She stood up and scolded the student with a gloomy face. Did you get into trouble again? Hearing that, the student avoided her eyes and said, Teacher, please go and have a look. Zhang Chu is injured. If you don't hurry, something big will happen. Zhang Chu is injured? The other students' expressions changed. How dare you? Who has the guts to injure a student of the Sacred Soul Academy? Chong Yin was furious. Where is it? Take me there. Shang Guanyin, you said anxiously. It's not far from the Astral World City. The student quickly said and led Shang Guanyin and the others there. Lin Moyang and the 3 elders exchanged a glance, then immediately followed after him. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, not far from the Astral City, 3 people were engaged in a fierce battle. Terrifying forces spread out one after another, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Judging from the tyrannical aura, they were all in the celestial realm, and it was 2 against 1. Both of them were in the 5th level of the celestial realm, but they were not a match for their opponent. Instead, they were suppressed. In the fierce battle, both of them had been injured. Bang! Bang, puff! Puff, the 2 people who were suppressed were sent flying one after another, spitting out blood. Their injuries worsened again, and their faces were pale. The 2 injured people were students of the Sacred Soul Academy, and the other was Kuang Zhan of the Dragon Temple. Kuang Zhan's cultivation had also reached the 5th level of the celestial realm, but his strength was extremely tyrannical, suppressing the 2 genius students of the Sacred Soul Academy. This guy's strength is comparable to the peak of the 6th level of the celestial realm. Who is he? A student gritted his teeth and said angrily. With their strength, they should have the upper hand when encountering an opponent of the same level, but now the 2 of them were no match for Kuang Zhan. Another student frowned and said, his movement technique is too strange. We didn't notice it at all. Kuang Zhan cultivated the supreme body, and his physical body was tyrannical. His strength was very strong, and with teleportation, the 2 students of the Sacred Soul Academy, no matter how strong they were no match for him. As students of the Sacred Soul Academy, the academy taught you how to respect others, not how to bully others and bully the weak. Kuang Zhan's face was gloomy as he scolded the 2 of them. Kuang Zhan stepped out of the void and then said angrily, seeing that you are students of the Sacred Soul Academy, I showed mercy. If you don't apologize today, don't even think about leaving the astral realm. Hearing this, a student shouted angrily, don't think you're so great just because your strength is above us. I don't believe you dare to kill us. That's hard to say. Killing you can be considered as cleaning up the Sacred Soul Academy. The Sacred Soul Academy has students like you, it's a disgrace to the academy. Kuang Zhan shouted coldly. With that, Kuang Zhan rushed out fiercely and launched a fierce attack again. Stop. Just then, a crisp voice rang out. Then, a figure flashed over and intercepted Mad Warrior. Shangguan Yinyin simply sized up Kuang Zhan and saw through Kuang Zhan's cultivation at a glance. They were both in the 5th layer of the heaven tier, but the 2 students were not his match. How powerful was he? Instructor Shangguan. Hearing this familiar voice, the 2 injured students were instantly overjoyed. Instructor Shangguan? Berserker frowned slightly as he sized up the beautiful woman in front of him. Swish. Swish. Lin Moyang, the 3 elders, and the Crimson Emperor also arrived. Berserker, stop. Crimson Emperor immediately berated when he saw that it was Berserker. Berserker? Lin Moyang, Bai Lihan, and the other 2 elders were stunned. They know each other? Shangguan Yunyun first glanced at Kuang Zhan before looking at Crimson Emperor and the others. Big brother Crimson Emperor? Berserker was stunned and seemed to be very surprised. Then, he asked, "Why are you here?" "I am here to bring some medicine for the leader," Chaos God replied. "Mad warrior, what happened? Why are you fighting with the Sacred Soul Academy students?" Chaos God asked doubtfully. Hearing this, Berserker said, "They were bullying a weak girl. I happened to pass by and saw it, so I attacked. These brats are too arrogant. I just asked them to apologize. I didn't expect them to attack directly." "What?" Shangguan Yunyun's beautiful face changed greatly when she heard this. She suddenly asked Zhang Chu, "Is there such a thing?" "Instructor, Zhang Chu and the others couldn't explain. The Sacred Soul Academy students are really not good people. Sacred Soul Academy's face has been lost because of them," Huan Yang said with a frown. "Don't talk nonsense," Crimson Emperor shouted. Seeing that Zhang Chu and the others couldn't explain, Shangguan Yunyun knew that Berserker was telling the truth. She was furious. "Bastard. I brought you here to set an example for the new students. Look at what you have done. What did the academy teach you? The academy's face has been lost because of you. Why aren't you apologizing?" Shangguan Yunyun reprimanded angrily. Her beautiful face was extremely cold. "I'm sorry," Zhang Chu and the others said reluctantly. Their faces were extremely ugly. "Go back immediately. Wait for the elders to deal with you," Shangguan Yunyun reprimanded angrily. She was so angry that her words carried a strong aura. It was extremely terrifying. Crimson Emperor and the others, as well as the onlookers, were all secretly intimidated by Shangguan Yunyun's terrifying cultivation. Zhang Chu and the others didn't dare to refute and left with their tails between their legs. Bullying a weak girl, this crime could be said to be quite big for the Sacred Soul Academy. How could the continent's #1 academy tolerate students making such a mistake? Wouldn't this be a loss of face for the academy? This guy called Berserker is in the same group as them. Moreover, he is very strong. Zhang Chu and the others couldn't beat him. Chong Yan was secretly shocked. One must know that any one of the Sacred Soul Academy students was a proud son of heaven. They cultivated the Sacred Soul Academy's cultivation methods and martial skills. They also had the guidance of extremely powerful elders. Their strength was definitely not weak. Berserker fought 1 against 2 and still seriously injured Zhang Chu and the others. It could be seen how strong Berserker was. Instructor Shangguan, it seems that they still need to be taught properly so as to not lose face for the Sacred Soul Academy. Goodbye, Crimson Emperor said indifferently and flew away with Luan Shen and the others. Shangguan Yunyun didn't say anything. As an instructor of the academy, her students had done such a shameful thing. She felt ashamed. "President Lin, I've let you see a joke." Shangguan Yunyun suppressed the anger in her heart and said awkwardly. Lin Moyang smiled faintly and said, "Fortunately, they didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will have to ask the academy's elders to come forward." Hearing this, Chong Yun was unconvinced and said, "President Lin, could it be that they dare to kill us? If Instructor Shangguan wasn't here and they didn't apologize, with the Dragon Temple style, they would have killed them." Lin Moyang answered firmly. "President Lin, what kind of power is this Dragon Temple? Why haven't I heard of it in the past years?" Shangguan Yunyun asked curiously. "The Dragon Temple has been established for less than a year. Now, it is already a great power in the star boundary. Every soldier of the Dragon Temple is very powerful. Take Crimson Emperor for example. His cultivation is at the 7th stage of the Sky Realm. His combat strength is comparable to a 9th stage Sky Realm expert. In the Wuji domain, don't offend the Dragon Temple. Otherwise, old man can't do anything," Lin Moyang said indifferently. Hearing Lin Moyang's words, Shangguan Yunyun and the others could hear that Lin Moyang was very afraid. Less than a year? Chong Yun and the others were shocked again. Their eyes were wide open. The Dragon God Temple became a major force in the star boundary in less than a year. Such an astonishing development speed was indeed shocking and unimaginable. Shangguan Yunyun had seen too many major forces, but she had never heard of any major force developing so shockingly. However, what Shangguan Yunyun didn't know was that the Dragon God Temple also established the Dragon God Alliance, which gathered the power of the limitless domain's major forces to form an extremely huge alliance. Of course, Lin Moyang didn't say anything. He just reminded the Sacred Soul Academy students not to provoke the Dragon God Temple. This was also a kind reminder. President Lin, 3 elders, I still have to bring them back to the academy to report, so I will take my leave first. Shangguan Yunyun smiled politely. Mentor Shangguan, take care. Lin Moyang nodded. Shangguan Yunyun was about to return to the academy with the new students, but after walking for a short distance, she found that a few of the new students were unhappy, as if they had something on their minds. What's wrong with you? Shangguan Yunyun asked doubtfully. Mentor Shangguan, can I go back on my words? I don't want to go to the Sacred Soul Academy. A genius suddenly spoke, looking a little scared. Don't want to go? Shangguan Yunyun was astonished. Did she hear wrongly? Countless geniuses in the continent dreamed of entering the Sacred Soul Academy, but this genius smoothly got a spot and said he didn't want to go. Brat, are you stupid? A student couldn't help but scold. He was really angry. I don't want to go either, I want to go to the Dragon God Temple. Another student said firmly. Another genius said, although the Sacred Soul Academy is the continent's #1 academy, I don't want to go now. Hearing the 3 people say so, Shangguan Yunyun didn't know what to say for a while. He didn't know if the 3 of them had a bad impression of the Sacred Soul Academy because of what had just happened, but he didn't know if the 3 of them were disgusted with the Sacred Soul Academy. Dragon God Temple. Dragon God Temple. Chongyun angrily rebuked, what's so good about the Dragon God Temple? Can it be compared with the Sacred Soul Academy? The Sacred Soul Academy has Earth-rank cultivation methods and martial skills, does the Dragon God Temple have them? The Academy's Dean and Elders are Soul Transformation Realm powerhouses, does the Dragon God Temple have them? Compared with the Academy, the Dragon God Temple is nothing. Chongyun was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The words Dragon God Temple irritated him. Chongyun's angry rebuke instantly frightened these geniuses until their faces turned pale. Shut up. Shangguan Yunyun shouted coldly at Chongyun and glared at him. The Sacred Soul Academy isn't what you think it is. It's just that there are a few students who are a bit arrogant, that's all. Many of them have performed quite well. Shangguan Yunyun patiently explained. Teacher, I really don't want to go. One of the geniuses said firmly. It seemed like he wouldn't go to the Sacred Soul Academy even if he was beaten to death. Swish. Swish. Suddenly, a strong sound of breaking through the air was heard. More than a dozen figures flew over with astonishing speed. In a few blinks of an eye, they appeared in front of Shangguan Yunyun and the others. Instructor Qin Wushuang? Shangguan Yunyun and Chongyun were extremely surprised. The person who had come was Qin Wushuang, one of the leaders of the Sacred Soul Academy. There were a dozen students behind him. Shangguan Yunyun asked curiously, Instructor Wushuang, why are you here? Can I not come? Qin Wushuang's face was full of depression and helplessness as he said, this year, we couldn't recruit a single student. All the geniuses who came to sign up failed. None of the qualified geniuses came to sign up. None of them signed up? Chongyun and the others were stunned. Ah, it's strange. I went to find them one by one, but they said they never thought about going to the Sacred Soul Academy. The more Qin Wushuang spoke, the more helpless he felt. Inwardly, he was extremely frustrated. This strange phenomenon had never happened before. When the Sacred Soul Academy recruited students, which year didn't thousands of people rush to sign up? It's strange. This year, there are only 100 or so people in the star boundary. In the past, there were a few thousand. Shangguan Yunyun frowned. Instructor Shangguan, they all said they want to join the Dragon Spirit Palace. And many geniuses are already people of the Dragon Spirit Palace. A student said. Join the Dragon Spirit Palace? Shangguan Yunyun could not help but look at the 3 geniuses who had changed their minds. Instructor Wushuang, the 3 of them are also changing their minds. They said they want to join the Dragon Spirit Palace. Chongyun spread out his hands. The Dragon Spirit Palace is in the star boundary. I just want to see what kind of power this Dragon Spirit Palace is. Why would so many geniuses rather go to the Dragon Spirit Palace than the Sacred Soul Academy? And in the past, I've never heard of any Dragon Spirit Palace. Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as Qin Wushuang's voice dropped, there came another sound of breaking through the air not far away. Instructor Yang Yun? Instructor Su Tianhong? Chong Yun and the others were stunned when they saw these people appear. They seemed to have guessed something. Don't tell me you can't recruit students? Qin Wushuang asked in astonishment. And he did not see any other strangers. That's right. Instructor Yang Yun smiled bitterly. This year is really strange. The geniuses of the western regions have all joined the Dragon Spirit Palace. It's the same in the Infinite Domain. It's really strange. What is this Dragon Spirit Palace? Why did all the geniuses join the Dragon Spirit Palace? Su Tianhong's face was full of anxiety. Don't mention it. Instructor Wushuang can't recruit them either. Fortunately, the dean gave 2 more spots. Now the 3 of them even went back on their word and said that they want to join the Dragon Spirit Palace. Shangguan Yunyun was extremely helpless. In the 4 major domains of the Infinite Domain, except for Shangguan Yunyun who could recruit students, the other 3 instructors could not recruit any of them. This was definitely the strangest thing since the establishment of the Sacred Soul Academy. Instructor, could it be that the Dragon Spirit Palace knows that our academy is about to recruit students and they are recruiting in advance? A student guessed. It must be so. Instructor, let's go to the Dragon Spirit Palace and ask. That's right. The Dragon Spirit Palace is snatching people from our academy. Instructor, let's go to the Dragon Spirit Palace now. The students were all enraged and clamored to go to the Dragon Spirit Palace to ask what was going on. You are from the star boundary. Do you know anything about the Dragon Spirit Palace? Qin Wushuang looked at Mo Qingyun and the others and asked. Young Master Mo knows more about this. We don't come from a big family, so we don't know much about the Dragon Spirit Palace. A genius shook his head slightly. Shangguan Yunyun, Qin Wushuang, and the others couldn't help but look at Mo Qingyun. Among them, only Mo Qingyun knew more about Feng Wuchen and the Dragon Spirit Palace. The Heavenly Dao sect was an alliance force, but Mo Qingyun wanted to go to the Sacred Soul Academy. Mo Qingyun was silent for a moment, then said, I am also from the Dragon Spirit Palace, but I have some grudges with Feng Wuchen, so I plan to go to the Sacred Soul Academy. I advise you not to go to the Dragon Spirit Palace. Is the Dragon Spirit Palace very strong? A student asked coldly. Stronger than you think, Mo Qingyun replied. Whether it's stronger than the Sacred Soul Academy, I don't know. If you want to go, I won't go. I'll wait here for you to come back. Mo Qingyun shook his head. He didn't have the slightest good impression of these arrogant students. Mo Qingyun's answer stunned Shangguan Yunyun and the other mentors. But the more so, the more curious they were. What kind of existence was this Dragon God Temple that they had never heard of? After discussion, the 4 mentors decided to go to the Dragon God Temple because they were too curious. In less than a year, the Dragon God Temple rose and grew rapidly. The geniuses of the 4 major realms of the Wuji domain eagerly joined the Dragon God Temple. Everything made the 4 mentors very curious. For mentors, when you go to the Dragon God Temple, don't provoke Feng Wuchen, or you may not be able to come out alive. Seeing the 4 of them decide, Mo Qingyun kindly reminded them. Tiandao sect was already a member of the Dragon God Alliance, and Mo Qingyun was very clear about the strength of the Dragon God Temple. The 4 mentors and dozens of students went to the Dragon God Temple together. With their speed, it only took them more than 10 minutes to reach the Dragon God Temple. Dendi Mountain was a very special towering and imposing mountain peak. Within a radius of thousands of feet, there was only one mountain peak, Dendi Mountain. Around Dendi Mountain, it was not difficult to see that the surrounding mountains were razed to the ground because of the outbreak of the war. The terrifying destructive power was shocking. The Dragon God Temple was expanding its power, and now it had begun to build palaces around Dendi Mountain. Is this the Dragon God Temple? Arriving above Dendi Mountain, the 4 mentors and dozens of students were shocked. What kind of terrifying power was used to cause such great destruction, and only Dundee Mountain was preserved? The existence of the Dragon God Temple was like the king of the world, shocking and awe-inspiring. What a magnificent palace, it's like a castle. A student exclaimed, shocked to the extreme. I didn't expect the astral boundary to build such a huge and imposing palace. Shangguan Yunyun was also shocked. The grandeur and vastness of the Dragon God Temple were beyond their imagination. They gave off the impression that they were from a major power. Mentor Yang Yiyun said solemnly, the Dragon Temple is really not simple. There are more than a dozen warriors in the heaven realm. Although none of them are in the apotheosis realm, everyone's cultivation is very strong. In less than a year, they have developed into such a powerful force. This Feng Wuchen is not simple. The Dragon God Palace's rapid growth is indeed unbelievable, even inconceivable. However, their strength is still far from that of the major forces, Chongyun said disdainfully. Shangguan Yunyun shook her head and said, it's not that simple. The auction house's president and the 3 great elders are obviously very afraid of the Dragon Temple. If the Dragon Temple only has this little strength, President Lin won't be afraid. The strength of the auction house is indeed not weak, second only to the Zhang family. The Dragon Temple is not as simple as it looks on the surface. Su Tianhong nodded, agreeing with Shangguan Yunyun's statement. Is there anything I can help you with by coming to the Dragon God Temple? At this time, the soldiers who had already discovered the presence of Shangguan Yunyun's group came forward and asked politely. Hearing this, Qin Wushuang immediately said, we are instructors of the Sacred Soul Academy. May I know if we can meet your palace master? Sacred Soul Academy? The soldier was stunned, then he smiled politely and said, so it's the #1 academy on the continent. Sorry for the disrespect. The 4 instructors would like to invite you in. The palace master just came out of seclusion today and is in the main hall. Everyone, please follow me. Thank you. Shangguan Yunyun thanked him. Humph. Just these few people? I thought they were powerful. Knowing it's the Sacred Soul Academy, didn't they still have to obediently invite us in? Chongyun muttered in a low voice, with a proud and contemptuous look. At a glance, the Dragon God Temple only had 700 to 800 people. It seemed to have the style of a major force, but in fact, it felt like a small force. No matter how extraordinary it is, it's not as good as our Sacred Soul Academy, another student said proudly, not taking the Dragon God Temple seriously at all. The Sacred Soul Academy had an elite of the soul transformation stage and was extremely prestigious on the continent. How could they take a fancy to the Dragon God Temple? It was also because of this that many genius students of the Sacred Soul Academy were arrogant. But the moment they stepped into the Dragon God Temple, an extremely rich spiritual chi hit them head-on. Spirit gathering formation. The expressions of the 4 mentors changed drastically. The richness of the spiritual chi shocked them. The heaven and earth spiritual chi is more than a dozen times stronger than outside. Several dozen students were also stunned. For mentors, please, that soldier said politely and led Shangguan Yunyun and the others to the main hall. Who are they? Never seen them before. Don't know, so unfamiliar. That woman is so beautiful. Mentor Shangguan? Mentor Qin Wushuang? They are mentors and students of the Sacred Soul Academy. The Dragon God Temple soldiers did not know their identities, but the itinerant martial artists who had just joined the Dragon God Temple recognized them at a glance. Mentors of the Sacred Soul Academy? The Dragon God Temple soldiers were shocked. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf muttered, they even recruited people to our Dragon God Temple? At the entrance of the Dragon God Temple's main hall, Crimson Emperor and the others who had just walked out saw Shangguan Yunyun and the others at first glance. It's Mentor Shangguan and the others. They actually came to our Dragon God Temple and brought so many people, Chaos God said in surprise. Crimson Emperor frowned slightly and said, why did they come to the Dragon God Temple? Big Brother Crimson Emperor, they are mentors and students of the Sacred Soul Academy. They want to see the Temple Master, that soldier hurriedly said. I see. Crimson Emperor nodded and then said politely, the Temple Master is in the main hall. Mentors, please come in. Thank you. The 4 mentors thanked him one after another. After entering the imposing main hall, Crimson Emperor said respectfully, Temple Master, the 4 mentors of the Sacred Soul Academy request an audience. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was studying the map. When he heard Crimson Emperor's voice, he raised his head. So they are mentors of the Sacred Soul Academy. What a rare guest. Feng Wuchen hurriedly walked down and smiled politely. He did not have the slightest arrogance of a temple master. He is Feng Wuchen? Chongyan frowned slightly and sized up Feng Wuchen with his gaze. He hides his cultivation very well. I can't see the depth of his cultivation. Qin Wushuang thought to himself. So young. He might not even be 20 years old. I can't see how strong he is. He is completely an ordinary person. Shangguan Yunyan thought to herself and sized up Feng Wuchen with her beautiful eyes. Mentors, please take a seat. Feng Wuchen gestured for the 4 mentors to sit down and ignored those students. Each of their faces looked like they had eaten gunpowder. Feng Wuchen was too lazy to bother with them. I wonder why the 4 mentors came to the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. The Sacred Soul Academy is recruiting students. This year's geniuses all ran to your place. Out of curiosity, I came to take a look, Qin Wushuang said politely. Feng Wuchen, you are snatching people from our Sacred Soul Academy. A student suddenly shouted. The students of the Sacred Soul Academy did not hold back at all. Even if they were facing the Dragon God Temple Master Feng Wuchen, they did not seem to be afraid at all. Mo Qingyun's previous reminder was completely ignored. Shut up. Don't be presumptuous. Qin Wushuang immediately reprimanded and glared fiercely at those students. I'm telling the truth, that student whispered, looking very unconvinced. Is there a need for our Sacred Soul Academy to be afraid of their Dragon God Temple? Another student also whispered, extremely unhappy. The expressions of Crimson Emperor, Chaos God, and others became cold. These students were really arrogant to the extreme. They even dared to look down on the Dragon God Temple in front of Feng Wuchen. Dragon God Temple. Master, I'm really sorry, Shangguan Yunyan said. She was helpless against these arrogant students. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. He glanced at those students and said with a faint smile, it's okay, they are still young and ignorant. They still lack tempering. They will know how to speak after more tempering. Although Feng Wuchen's words seemed to be nothing, in fact, he was pointing out that those students were ignorant. To put it bluntly, they were inexperienced. However, when these words came out of Feng Wuchen's mouth, it made people feel very angry. Feng Wuchen's age was probably even younger than those students. He actually said that those students were still young. This was simply an insult to those students. As expected, the faces of those students instantly turned gloomy. Their eyes were filled with anger, as if they were going to eat someone alive. However, in front of the 4 mentors, they did not dare to flare up. They could only endure it in their hearts. What made them even more furious was that Feng Wuchen did not even look at them. No matter what, they were all genius students of the Sacred Soul Academy, right? Feng Wuchen actually did not put them in his eyes. How could those arrogant students endure Feng Wuchen's disregard? Mentors, the Sacred Soul Academy's recruitment time is unknown to the outside world. My Dragon God Temple is so far away from the northern Xian region, so it's even more impossible for them to know. This has nothing to do with my Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen looked at the mentors and smiled. After listening to Feng Wuchen's words, the students finally reacted. The Sacred Soul Institute didn't release the news of recruitment in advance, so the Dragon God Temple couldn't have known. The news was only spread today. In other words, Feng Wuchen didn't snatch people from the Sacred Soul Academy. All of this was just a few students slandering the Dragon Temple. After regaining their senses, the faces of the students turned red. It was as if they had slapped themselves. The more this was the case, the stronger the anger in their hearts. Even if it was the first time they met, they were full of hostility towards Feng Wuchen. They felt that if they did not teach Feng Wuchen a lesson, they would not feel good. Lord of the Dragon Temple, you worry too much. That's not what we meant. This year, only Mentor Shangguan found a few students. We didn't get any. We're just curious about why they joined the Dragon Temple. Yang Yiyan smiled slightly, looking a little embarrassed. The Dragon God Temple has been strengthening recently, and there are medicinal pills and rich spiritual energy to provide cultivation. They naturally came, so they recruited a lot of geniuses and experts. I didn't know that the Sacred Soul Institute would recruit at this time. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. I see. Shangguan Yunyun and the others nodded. The spirit-gathering array of the Dragon God Temple is indeed powerful. The spiritual energy is more than 10 times stronger than the outside world. Qin Wushuang said. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful spirit-gathering array. The spirit-gathering array of the Dragon God Temple belongs to the ancient spirit-gathering array. The power of gathering spiritual energy is more than 10 times stronger than the ordinary spirit-gathering array. Even the Sacred Soul Institute doesn't have such a powerful spirit-gathering array. This was also one of the reasons why the 4 mentors didn't dare to underestimate the Dragon God Temple. No matter how powerful the spirit-gathering array is, without a powerful cultivation method and the guidance of an expert, one's cultivation won't improve quickly. Moreover, the geniuses of the limitless domain are not fools. Who doesn't know that the Sacred Soul Institute recruits students every year? Who doesn't know the strength of the Sacred Soul Institute? In contrast, the Dragon God Temple is much weaker. At this time, Chongyun interrupted. Speaking of this, Chongyun stared at Feng Wuchen and asked, I'm very curious. What is the reason that made them choose to join a Dragon God Temple that was established less than a year ago? Is it because the cultivation method of the Dragon God Temple is stronger than the Sacred Soul Institute, or is it because the martial skills of the Sacred Soul Institute are stronger than the Sacred Soul Institute? The Dragon God Temple was established less than a year ago, and it already had such powerful strength. This was inconceivable. What was even more strange was that the Dragon God Temple was inferior to the Sacred Soul Institute in every aspect. Why did these geniuses join the Dragon God Temple? Everyone has their own aspirations. They are free to cultivate wherever they want, but one thing is certain. The reason why they joined the Dragon God Temple must be that there is a place better than the Sacred Soul Institute. Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently. Humph. Impossible. The Sacred Soul Institute has Earth-rank cultivation methods. Does your Dragon God Temple have any? Does your Dragon God Temple have Earth-rank martial skills? Or does the Dragon God Temple have a soul transformation realm expert to guide their cultivation? I don't think so. Another student said. Every word was full of contempt for the Dragon God Temple. In the end, they still didn't believe that the geniuses of the limitless domain would choose to join the Dragon God Temple instead of the Sacred Soul Institute. In the end, they still suspected that Feng Wuchen had used some underhanded means. The Sacred Soul Institute is indeed very strong. Even the Deity King Temple has to show some respect. The Dragon God Temple is indeed inferior to the Sacred Soul Institute. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly. He didn't feel the slightest bit angry because of the words of these students. Speaking up to here, Feng Wuchen looked at the Crimson Emperor and said, Crimson Emperor, pass down the order. The geniuses of the limitless domain between the age of 16 and 18 are to come to the main hall immediately. Moreover, all of them have 7th grade martial spirits. Temple Master, what are you doing? The Crimson Emperor asked doubtfully. He didn't understand Feng Wuchen's meaning. Just go and call them over. Feng Wuchen said. The 4 mentors were also confused. What was Feng Wuchen trying to do? Not long after, the top young geniuses from the 4 major domains of the Wuji domain had gathered in the main hall. Greetings, Temple Master. The 33 geniuses bowed respectfully. They were very curious why Feng Wuchen called all of them over. No need to be so polite. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He looked at the 4 mentors and students. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, the geniuses of the limitless domain are all here. Since the Sacred Soul Institute is so strong, you can take them away. As long as they are willing, I won't stop them. You can choose as you wish. What? Once Feng Wuchen said that, the 4 mentors turned pale with fright. Are you sure? Chongyun frowned and asked. He didn't know where Feng Wuchen's confidence came from. Where does Feng Wuchen get his confidence from? The 4 mentors were shocked and puzzled as they stared blankly at Feng Wuchen. Although the Dragon Temple was powerful and developed rapidly, compared to the Sacred Soul Academy, the gap was too big. As long as they weren't fools, geniuses would choose the Sacred Soul Academy. 33 geniuses were qualified to enter the Sacred Soul Academy. How could Feng Wuchen be willing? Are you willing to enter the Sacred Soul Academy? The Academy can provide you with Earth-rank cultivation methods and Earth-rank martial skills. There are also Soul Transformation Realm Elders to guide you. Your cultivation will definitely improve faster than staying in the Dragon Temple. Chongyun looked at the geniuses and said, Sacred Soul Academy? I wanted to go last year, but unfortunately, I wasn't chosen. Now, I'm not interested. A person shrugged. The Sacred Soul Academy was not attractive to him at all. I don't want to go to the Sacred Soul Academy. It's good to stay in the Dragon Temple. The Temple Master and Brother Liu are very good to us. I feel at home here. I don't want to go. I want to learn alchemy from the Temple Master. The geniuses refused one after another without hesitation. It was as if the continent's #1 academy had lost its attraction. Hearing these geniuses answer, the 4 mentors were dumbfounded. The dozens of students were stunned. None of them wanted to go to the Sacred Soul Academy. It's really strange, Su Tianhong said after being shocked for a long time. She had never encountered such a strange thing. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly and said, since they don't want to go, I can't help. The Academy has Earth-rank cultivation methods and martial skills. Don't you want to cultivate them? Moreover, if you cultivate in the Academy, you will become a great person in the future. Chongyun didn't give up and asked. You should also know that every student who comes out of the Sacred Soul Academy is a powerhouse. If you want to learn alchemy, the Great Elder is an 8th grade alchemist. With his guidance, you can break through. Another student added. Earth-rank martial skills and cultivation methods, Dragon Temple has many. There are all kinds of Earth-rank martial skills and martial skills. You can cultivate as many as you want. Even if you go to the Academy, you can't cultivate so many. Moreover, there are high-grade spirit weapons. A genius said. When the young man said this, Chongyun and the other students were dumbfounded. The 4 mentors were also stunned. What kind of Earth-tier cultivation techniques and martial skills, what kind of power was this Dragon Temple? He actually had such a terrifying foundation. A 3rd-grade alchemist genius added, our hall master is at the same level as Dendi, what is an 8th-grade alchemist? Furthermore, our Dragon God Temple's Grand Elder is also a grade 8 alchemist, Senior Xianxia from the Mirage Sea realm. We don't need to go to the Sacred Soul Academy. What? Xianxia is the first elder of the Dragon Temple? The 4 mentors' faces changed again. Their expressions stiffened and they were shocked beyond words. The Limitless Domain's #1 alchemist, Xianxia. Dozens of students were shocked and gasped in shock. Qin Wushuang opened his eyes widely and said with astonishment, Senior Xianxia is the head elder of the Dragon Spiritual Palace. How is this possible? The Dragon God Temple actually had such a big shot overseeing it, however, they completely ignored the name Dendi. Perhaps they didn't hear clearly, or perhaps they simply didn't know what Dendi represented. The Dragon God Temple had such superior conditions, not at all inferior to the Sacred Soul Academy, and even surpassing it. Therefore, they had no reason to go to the Sacred Soul Academy. Furthermore, they were very clear about the Dragon God Temple's current terrifying strength. Feng Wuchen. What on earth did you do to them? Chongyun's face darkened and he could not resist rebuking Feng Wuchen angrily. Chongyun did not believe that the Dragon God Temple had such capability at all. He believed more that it was Feng Wuchen secretly threatening these geniuses. Chongyun's angry rebuke immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of Crimson Emperor and them. Crimson Emperor said coldly, Kid, pay attention to your identity and your attitude. If you dare to be disrespectful to the Hall Master again, don't blame me for being impolite. Sensing Crimson Emperor's icy aura, Chongyun instantly lost his voice. You guys picked the people, what else do you want? What? Do you still suspect that the Hall Master is threatening them? Huanyang said coldly, staring at Chongyun. Chongyun still wanted to refute, but Shangguan Yunyun immediately stopped him and said, Dragon God Temple Master, please forgive us for offending you. Since they are unwilling to go to the Sacred Soul Academy, we will not force them. If they want to stay in the Dragon God Temple, it is their freedom. Moreover, wherever they cultivate, it is still cultivation. The mystery of the Dragon God Temple made Shangguan Yunyun quite curious. In addition to Imo Qingyun's previous reminder, she did not want to provoke Feng Wuchen at this time. What's more, Feng Wuchen did not show the slightest fear from the beginning to the end. He was very calm. The more unfathomable a person was, the more fearful they were. Feng Wuchen gave Shangguan Yunyun a feeling that she could not see through him. Mentor Shangguan, Mentor Wushuang, long time no see. At this time, Zhang Junlan's faint laughter came from outside the hall. Young Lord Zhang? Seeing Zhang Junlan appear in the Dragon God Temple, the 4 mentors and dozens of students were shocked again and looked at Zhang Junlan in shock. It's really young Lord Zhang. The continent's #1 blacksmith genius. A student exclaimed. Young Lord Zhang is actually in the Dragon God Temple? Is he close to Feng Wuchen? A student was shocked. Zhang Junlan's appearance surprised the 4 mentors and students, as if Zhang Junlan should not have appeared in the Dragon God Temple. Little Zhang, so you know the 4 mentors. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly. Zhang Junlan respectfully said, yes, mentor, I have been to the Sacred Soul Academy. Mentor? Zhang Junlan's address stunned Shangguan Yunyun, the 4 mentors, and the students. Their faces were petrified. Zhang Junlan actually called Feng Wuchen a mentor. Young Lord Zhang, the Lord of the Dragon God Temple is your mentor? Yang Yun seemed to not believe what she had heard and asked in shock. That's right. My teacher is a powerful artificer. The reason why I could become the continent's #1 genius artificer is because of my teacher's help. Without my teacher's guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today. Zhang Junlan smiled politely. A powerful blacksmith? He guided you to become the #1 blacksmith genius? He is also an alchemist. How is this possible? The 4 mentors and students were shocked. At such a young age, not only had his cultivation entered the heaven realm, but he was also a powerful alchemist and blacksmith. Moreover, it was under the guidance of Feng Wuchen that Zhang Junlan won the title of the #1 blacksmith genius. What kind of terrifying monster was this? Zhang Junlan's words undoubtedly caused them to tremble all over, and their courage was almost scared out of their wits. At this moment, they seemed to have realized how powerful the Dragon God Temple was. In the main hall, the students of the Sacred Soul Academy didn't dare to fart. No wonder Feng Wuchen dares to be so arrogant, it turns out that he has the Zhang family behind him. Chongyun gritted his teeth and said angrily in his heart. Even if his hostility to Feng Wuchen was great, Chongyun didn't dare to show it in front of Zhang Junlan. If he offended Zhang Junlan by disrespecting Zhang Junlan's teacher, he was afraid that the Sacred Soul Academy would help Zhang Junlan instead of him. Therefore, no matter how angry Chongyun was, he could only hold it in at this moment. With the appearance of Zhang Junlan, the arrogance of the students of the Sacred Soul Academy disappeared in an instant, and they didn't dare to question the Dragon Temple. Old Man was wondering why it was so lively. It turns out that the 4 mentors of the Sacred Soul Academy have come to the Dragon Temple. The 4 mentors were shocked, and an old laughter came from outside the main hall. The people who came were none other than Tian Xianxia, Xianxia, and Han Kuan, the 3 elders, and 2 other 7th grade alchemists. Tian Xianxia, Xianxia, Han Kuan. Seeing the 3 enter the main hall, the expressions of the 4 mentors changed again. One must know that in addition to Tian Xianxia, Xianxia, and Han Kuan also had extremely high prestige in the limitless domain. They were all the titans of the limitless domain's alchemy world. Tian Xianxia was enough to be on equal footing with the great elder of the Sacred Soul Academy. The 5 of them had a transcendent status in the limitless domain. But it was these 5 powerful alchemists who had such a transcendent status that they all joined the Dragon Temple. Who the hell was Feng Wuchen? He could make these 5 great figures willingly join the Dragon Temple. The 4 mentors were puzzled, but they didn't dare to ask. Today's trip to the Dragon Temple could be said to have brought too much shock to the 4 of them and dozens of students. In less than a year, the Dragon Temple had grown to such a terrifying extent. With Feng Wuchen's age, it was enough to make them blush with shame for him to have such unattainable achievements. About 10 minutes later, Shangguan Yunyun and the other 3 leaders left the Dragon Temple with the students. Before leaving, each of their faces were filled with shock, as if they were dreaming. The strength of the Sacred Soul Academy has created many arrogant and condescending students. The Crimson Emperor shook his head slightly. Indeed. Xianxia nodded. There are good things and bad things. Without the Dragon God Temple, the Sacred Soul Academy would indeed be a cultivation treasure land for future geniuses. But because of the Sacred Soul Academy's strength, countless forces are afraid of it. No one dares to provoke it, so the students have become fearless. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. After pausing for a moment, Feng Wuchen continued, of course, this is only a small portion. The majority of the students are quite good. If you have the chance, you should visit the Sacred Soul Academy. Last year, I was almost there, but I was mercilessly rejected. I must let them know that even if I don't join the Sacred Soul Academy, my cultivation can still surpass the students of the Sacred Soul Academy. A genius gritted his teeth. His pitch-black pupils were filled with determination and confidence. Waving his hand, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, all right, go back and cultivate. With your talent, cultivating in the Dragon Temple won't be any worse than cultivating in the Sacred Soul Academy. It will only be faster. With that, Feng Wuchen continued to study the map. He had already obtained the immemorial year ring, but the power of time was still nowhere to be found. Feng Wuchen needed time to study it and determine its location. Instructor Shangguan, do you think Feng Wuchen is really so terrifying? On the way back after leaving the Dragon God Temple, a student asked in horror, his face somewhat pale. Shangguan Yunyun was still shocked. She shook her head and said, Feng Wuchen is too mysterious. I can't see through him at all. I can't believe that Xianxia and Xianxia have joined the Dragon Temple. Just because he is young Master Zhang's teacher, Xianxia and the others shouldn't be willing to join the Dragon Temple. Qin Wushuang shook his head. He was very puzzled. This Feng Wuchen must be even more terrifying. Su Tianhong said with certainty. Not far from the Star Boundary City, Mo Qingyun had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Shangguan Yunyun and the others return with a shocked face, he couldn't help but say, it seems that the four instructors already know something about the Dragon Temple. Chongyan said angrily with a jealous look, what's so great about it? Isn't it because of the Zhang family? Otherwise, why would Senior Tian Xianzi and the others join the Dragon Temple? Mo Qingyun glanced at Chongyan and shook his head slightly. He did not speak, but in his heart, he thought, the students of the Sacred Soul Academy are really stupid. Let's go back to the academy. It's not a good thing that we can't recruit any students. Qin Wushuang shook his head helplessly. He didn't know how to explain that they couldn't recruit any students this year. If this news spread out, the Sacred Soul Academy would lose a lot of face. The Sacred Soul Academy was inferior to the Dragon Temple? If this news spread out, where would the Sacred Soul Academy's face go? Divine King Temple. How did it go? In the main hall, Lin Hun slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Yang Ying with a cold and terrifying gaze. Sensing Lin Hun's terrifying gaze, Yang Ying trembled and hurriedly said respectfully, reporting to young master, we didn't succeed. Feng Wuchen has established the Dragon God Alliance and has many experts. I didn't dare to act rashly and alert him. Trash. Lin Hun suddenly scolded and glanced fiercely at Yang Ying. Dragon God Alliance? Lin Hun frowned deeply. Feng Wuchen has established the Dragon God Alliance and gathered the strength of all the major forces in the Wuji domain. Even many itinerant cultivators have joined the Dragon Temple. Feng Wuchen hasn't appeared, so I didn't have a chance at all, Yang Ying explained respectfully. Gathered all the major forces in the Wuji domain? Zhang family and Immortal Artifact Pavilion have joined too? Lin Hun asked. Yes. Yang Ying said respectfully. Looks like Zhang family and Immortal Artifact Pavilion are tired of living. Lin Hun narrowed his eyes and a murderous aura surged. Then, he sneered, Wuji domain against the Tyrant domain? Interesting. Zhang family and Immortal Artifact Pavilion haven't recovered their strength yet. The Flame Dragon is restrained by the Demon Lord, and the Immemorial Rakshasa is also restrained by the Demon Clan. Without the help of these experts, I'd like to see how powerful this so-called Dragon God Alliance is. Lin Hun said fiercely with a cruel smile. It's about time. Pass down the order. Gather all the major forces in the Tyrant domain and attack the Dragon God Alliance. Leng Hun shouted coldly and a fierce aura erupted. Attack? Young master, isn't this a little too hasty? Why don't we? Yang Ying's face suddenly changed. He wanted to dissuade Leng Hun, but he didn't dare to continue. Do you have any other questions? Leng Hun glanced at him coldly. No. No. Yang Ying shook his head in horror. The demon clan was behind the deity king's temple, so Leng Hun could be said to be unscrupulous. Feng Wuchen, we'll meet again soon, Leng Hun said fiercely. He clenched his fists and a biting cold murderous aura swept through the entire hall. After Leng Hun's order was passed down, the experts of the major forces in the Tyrant domain formed a huge team and gathered at the deity king's temple. Above the Shen King shrine, tens of thousands of troops were on standby. Leng Hun stood proudly in the air, his aura surging. Young master, the experts sent by the major factions are here. Yang Ying reported respectfully. Well done. Leng Hun sneered, his gaze sweeping across the army. His aura changed abruptly, and he shouted, in today's battle, annihilate the Dragon God Alliance. Annihilate the Dragon God Alliance. Annihilate the Dragon God Alliance. The army roared one after another, their momentum shaking the heavens and stirring one's soul. There were countless forces in the Tyrant region, and this army was just the tip of the iceberg. Dragon God Alliance, I'd like to see if your Dragon God Alliance is just a bunch of mobs. Leng Hun's lips curled up slightly, his face full of disdain. In just a short month, Leng Hun didn't believe that Feng Wuchen could stir up any big waves. Besides, Leng Hun didn't plan to give Feng Wuchen any breathing room. Feng Wuchen's growth was too fast, and Leng Hun felt that it was necessary to get rid of Feng Wuchen as soon as possible. Even if he couldn't get rid of him, he had to hold Feng Wuchen back and not give Feng Wuchen too much time to cultivate. Hall Master, isn't young master's approach too impulsive? Second Elder Sanyun asked with a slight frown, clearly feeling that Leng Hun's approach was inappropriate. There's nothing inappropriate about it. The Demon Lord only gave us a month's time. Yang Ying didn't capture Feng Wuchen alive and instead allowed Feng Wuchen to establish some Dragon God Alliance. We don't have much time left. If the Demon Lord blames us, none of us can bear the responsibility. Protector Luo Wuchang didn't think so. The demon race's strength was too terrifying, and the Shen King shrine had no choice. After a pause, Luo Wuchang continued, besides, the Zhang family and Fairy Artifact Pavilion have yet to recover, and the demon race is also holding back the flame dragons and the primordial Rakshasa. This is a good opportunity for us. Hall Master Ling Yunkong didn't say anything, nor did he have any intention of stopping them. Let's go. Slaughter everyone in the Dragon God Alliance. Leng Hun yelled. With a wave of his hand, an aura that could uproot mountains and rivers surged into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, tens of thousands of troops flew toward Wuji Domain's Dragon God Temple in a grandiose manner. Their overflowing aura caused one's divine soul to tremble violently. Hun you must be careful. Ling Yunkong warned. Rest assured, Palace Master, I will protect the young Palace Master. Luo Wuchang said confidently. In this battle, the Protector personally led the experts from the various forces of the Tyrant Realm to attack the Dragon Shrine. The Divine King's Shrine had mobilized several Divine Transformation Realm powerhouses, which was a terrifying lineup. Coupled with an army of tens of thousands, this battle clearly showed the Divine King's Shrine's determination to wipe out the Dragon God Alliance. We must annihilate the Dragon God Alliance in this battle. I'll summon the Demon Lord and send some demon experts to help us in secret, Ling Yunkong said solemnly. The army of the God King's temple was already flying toward the boundless domain at top speed. A great battle was imminent, but the Dragon God Alliance was completely unaware of it. Swish. Swish. Buzz. As the army pressed forward, the sound of the air being torn apart was earth-shattering. Everywhere the army passed, the void vibrated as if the sky was about to collapse. When the army of the God King's sacred hall entered the Wuji domain, it was as if the war had already begun. Monstrous killing intent swept out from the army. It was unstoppable. The aura of an expert in the Divine Transformation Realm. Immediately go to the Dragon Shrine and report to the Alliance Master that the Divine King's Temple army has entered the Wuji domain. As soon as the Divine King's temple stepped into the Wuji domain, the experts of the affiliated forces of the Dragon God Alliance had already sent someone to report to the Dragon Shrine. After establishing the Dragon God Alliance, Feng Wuchen had set up many teleportation portals all over the Wuji domain. Iron Ghost. Immediately go to the Dragon Shrine and report to the Alliance Master that the Divine King's temple army has arrived at Yuzhou Mountain. Send someone to the Dragon Shrine and report to the Alliance Master that the Divine King's temple army has arrived at Xifeng City. Orders were passed down. From the moment the Divine King's temple stepped into the Wuji domain, their position was completely under the control of the Dragon God Alliance. Alliance Master. The Divine King's temple has entered the Wuji domain. Alliance Master. The Divine King's temple army has arrived at Yuzhou Mountain. Alliance Master. The Divine King's temple army has arrived at Xifeng City. One military intelligence after another reached Feng Wuchen's ears in the Dragon Shrine. They're taking action so soon? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, he ordered, pass down the order. Gather all the Dragon God Alliance's experts and fight the Divine King's temple to the death. The Dragon God Alliance had already begun to mature. Feng Wuchen was not afraid of the Divine King's temple. At most, both sides would suffer. Orders were passed down one after another. For a time, all the major forces affiliated with the Dragon God Alliance gathered their experts at once. Through the teleportation portals, batches of experts arrived at the Dragon Shrine one after another. The upper echelons and experts of the major forces such as the Immortal Artifact Pavilion, the Zhang family, the Heavenly Dao sect, the Auction House, and so on had all arrived at the Dragon Shrine at once. Experts from the West Region's Divine Martial sect, the Mirage Sea Realm's Jiang family, the Wuji Domain's Heavenly Sword sect, and so on also arrived at the Dragon Shrine one after another. The size of the army increased at a frightening speed. In less than 2 minutes, the Dragon Shrine had gathered all the experts of the Wuji Domain's major forces. A monstrous aura soared into the sky, and waves of terrifying aura struck fear into the hearts of others. This was the Dragon Shrine's new look. This was the strength of the Dragon God Alliance. Swish, 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 buzz, buzz. Before long, the Divine King's temple's army arrived. A black mass covered the sky and earth, and their aura surged. Luo Wuchang. Seeing the man in the lead, Qi Yuan's expression turned grave. The Divine King's temple protector is personally going to battle? Zhang Wuhuan frowned. Clearly, he was very wary of Luo Wuchang's terrifying strength. Zhang Wutian frowned and said, Leng Hun has gathered the experts of the Tyrant Domain. It seems like he's determined to destroy us. The two armies confronted each other, and an even larger scale battle was about to break out. He gathered the experts of the Wuji Domain's major forces so quickly? Luo Wuchang was slightly surprised. He looked at the Dragon Shrine and finally understood. So that's the teleportation portal. Feng Wuchen, I heard that you've established some Dragon God Alliance. Is this all you've got? Leng Hun, who was in the lead, said arrogantly with a mocking sneer on his face. Leng Hun, you've got guts. You actually dare to come. Looks like you're tired of living. Feng Wuchen sneered. Even in the face of the Divine King's temple's army and protector Luo Wuchang, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Why wouldn't I dare? Don't even think about taking this young master's things for yourself. Today, I'll destroy your Dragon God temple completely. Leng Hun said fiercely as he glanced at Feng Wuchen and the rest. Zhang family, Immortal Artifact Pavilion, you really don't know what's good for you. If you want to die, this young master will fulfill your wish today. Leng Hun said fiercely. Qi Yuan was fearless and said in a deep voice, you can try. Destroy the Dragon God temple for this young master. Leng Hun shouted fiercely. Feng Wuchen took out the Dragon God sword and waved it with a domineering aura. He shouted, kill without mercy. Kill. Buzz, buzz. A great battle broke out. The battle between the Wuji Domain and the Tyrant Domain, with the sky above the Shenlong Temple as the battlefield, the two armies engaged in a life-and-death battle. The scene was chaotic. Soldiers, listen to my order. Disperse. The Crimson Emperor suddenly shouted, and the hundreds of soldiers of the Shenlong Temple suddenly disappeared in a strange and magical way. Teleportation, it was the same tactic as before, the Crimson Emperor had to reduce the number of enemies as quickly as possible. He had to let the Dragon God Alliance occupy an advantageous position, therefore, teleportation played an extremely crucial role at this moment. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh, the soldiers of the Shenlong Temple attacked like a reaper. Their figures suddenly appeared in front of the enemy and killed the enemy with extremely cruel means. It was impossible to guard against them. Kill! Huanyang and Luanshan led the soldiers with crazy killing intent. Wherever they passed, a large number of corpses fell. They didn't even know how they died. In a life and death battle, everyone used their special skills. No one dared to hold back. The fierce battle was extremely tragic and full of blood. The destructive energy swept and rolled without restraint. Screams seemed to fill the void. Blood rained from the sky. Corpses and severely injured practitioners fell one after another. The battle had lasted for less than half an hour, and the strong smell of blood had already spread. There were heavy casualties. Boom! 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 Buzz! Buzz! Various kinds of powerful martial skills emerged one after another. Deafening explosions filled the entire battlefield. Frightening energy ripples rolled out in an unbridled manner. The two armies fought. The Heaven Realm and the Celestial Realm warriors both displayed terrifying power. The scene was spectacular and shocking. The tragic scene was soul-stirring. Qi Yuan, Zhang Wuhuan, your injuries haven't healed yet. Do you think you can deal with me together? Luo Wuchang said contemptuously as he stared at Qi Yuan and the others with a cold and disdainful gaze. Qi Yuan didn't answer. He was expressionless. Instead, he asked, is the Lord of the Divine King Palace not going to do it himself? Luo Wuchang, you want to destroy us with just the 6 of you in the Divine Transformation Realm? You underestimate our strength too much, Zhang Wuhuan said in a deep voice. His old face was full of fierceness. Zhang Tianxian said coldly, humph. Shameless villain. You colluded with the Devil Clan. You are a disgrace to the Divine King Palace. Buzz. Buzz, the terrifying power of the 5th tier of the Divine Transformation Realm gushed out of Luo Wuchang's body. Dazzling green light covered the sky, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. In just a few blinks of an eye, everything within several tens of thousands of feet turned dark. Come on, you three come at me together, said Luo Wuchang arrogantly with his arms crossed in front of his chest. One had to know that Qi Yuan was also in the 5th tier of the Divine Transformation Realm and possessed a high-grade immortal artifact. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Even though he had yet to recover after being severely injured by the Devil Clan, he did not dare to underestimate him. Coupled with Zhang Wuhuan, who was in the 4th tier of the Divine Transformation Realm, and Zhang Tianxian, who was in the 3rd tier of the Divine Transformation Realm, it was not easy to underestimate them. But Luo Wuchang was so arrogant that he didn't put the 3 of them in his eyes. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that Qi Yuan and the other 2 had yet to recover from their injuries, Luo Wuchang wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly even if Qi Yuan was alone. You're courting death. Zhang Tianxian clenched his teeth and roared. He instantly used all his strength and was the first to charge forward. Qi Yuan and Zhang Wuhuan attacked, going all out from the get-go. Additionally, they also brought out their high-grade immortal artifacts, causing their auras to soar madly. Terrifying energy engulfed the entire limitless domain. His aura overflowed and surged. Swish, 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 the 3 figures flickered and intertwined with each other. Their attacks were extremely powerful. Guardian, lead the Zhang family and the elders of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion to us 2 brothers, a young man said expressionlessly. His voice was so cold that it made one's heart tremble. Luo Wuchang said coldly, kill without mercy. Yes. The 2 brothers respectfully accepted the order. They were the great commanders of the Divine King Shrine. Both of them were great commanders, they were twins with a cultivation in the 3rd tier of the Divine Transformation Realm. Their strength was extremely terrifying. The 2 of them together were enough to kill an expert in the 4th tier of the Divine Transformation Realm. The great elder Zhang Wufeng's expression was extremely solemn. He said in a deep voice, the twins of the Divine King Shrine are telepathic. Their combined strength is almost flawless. Be careful. Old man, I really don't believe that the 6 of us can't defeat the 2 of them. Attack! The great elder of the immortal artifact pavilion shouted angrily. Buzz, buzz, the power of the divine transformation realm was activated one after another. The monstrous power was soul-stirring. Dazzling light soared into the sky, covering 100,000 feet of the void. It was as if it had formed a space of its own. The power of destruction spread out, causing the space of the Wuji domain to shake violently. The Wuji domain, which had been peaceful for a month, was once again set off by a bloody storm. Zhang Wufang and the other experts in the divine transformation realm made their moves one after another. The battle between the experts in the divine transformation realm had begun. Seeing that the various experts had begun to fight fiercely, Lin Hun said to Feng Wuchen, it's your turn. Ninefold God-slaying universe formation. Open. Feng Wuchen put his hands together and activated the power of destruction to open the formation to protect the dragon shrine. The moment Feng Wuchen activated the power, Lin Hun's proud face suddenly froze. The 4th tier of the heaven realm? How is this possible? Lin Hun exclaimed in shock. It was so sudden that he could not accept it. The 4th tier of the heaven realm. Protector Luo Wu Chang, who was fighting fiercely, could not help but look at Feng Wuchen in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. The Temple Master has actually broken through to the 4th tier of the heaven realm. The Alliance Master's cultivation speed is really terrifying. He broke through 3 tiers in a month. It's too terrifying. It's impossible. Tian Xianxia and everyone in the Dragon God Alliance were stunned. Everyone was shocked. No one could believe that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the 4th tier of the heaven realm. In just a month, Feng Wuchen had soared from the 1st tier of the heaven realm to the 4th tier of the heaven realm. How terrifying was his cultivation speed? His increase in cultivation is too ridiculous. Lin Hun could not believe it. As the strongest genius on the continent, Lin Hun dared not say that he could break through 3 tiers in a month, not even 2. But Feng Wuchen had broken through 3 tiers in a month. How terrifying was that? How on earth did this guy cultivate? Lin Hun's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He could not imagine it at all. Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was terrifying. Lin Hun, I admire your courage, but you're too late. Feng Wuchen said coldly. As he spoke, the power of the 2nd stage of the sovereign body was activated. The overbearing and terrifying power was like a volcanic eruption. His aura instantly soared crazily. The bright bloodlight was strange and dazzling. Feng Wuchen's aura soared crazily again after he took out the Kylan armor and the Dragon God boxing glove. In a few blinks of an eye, Feng Wuchen's aura soared from the 4th tier of the heaven realm to the 8th tier of the heaven realm. The surging momentum made people tremble with fear. The terrifying increase in strength frightened the experts of the tyrant territory out of their wits. They widened their eyes and looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. The vigorous power of the 8th level of the heaven realm turned into a gust of wind that swept out. It was breathtaking. The terrifying momentum was almost suffocating. After Feng Wuchen refined the power of nothingness and integrated it with the power of destruction, the power that erupted was even more terrifying and overbearing. This vast and surging momentum alone was enough to awe the heroes. Because of this monstrous power, the battle came to a temporary standstill. At this moment, the fierce battle seemed to be frozen. Everyone's frightened eyes fell on Feng Wuchen. Teacher is indeed worthy of his name. It seems that he has refined the power of nothingness. Zhang Zhenlin's face was full of horror. His face was as pale as paper. How terrifying. The Temple Master's strength is not far from the apotheosis realm. Yi Tianwei was also terrified. Lin Hun was completely shocked. He stared at Feng Wuchen, dumbfounded. Deep in his heart, Lin Hun began to fear Feng Wuchen. With Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed of practice, it would not be long before he surpassed Lin Hun. Feng Wuchen stood proudly in the void and glanced at Lin Hun. He said coldly, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to kill me with your strength. Boom. Buzz. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen suddenly launched an attack. With a boom, Feng Wuchen turned into a blood-red light and shot out like a blood-red lightning bolt. His aura surged and shook people's souls. Just his domineering aura alone could make the space tremble. Feng Wuchen's speed was terrifying. He arrived in the blink of an eye without using any bodily movement. With an evil smile, Feng Wuchen's bloody fist smashed toward Lin Han with the power to destroy the world. The fist wind whistled and rushed to the sky. Humph! Lin Han's face was ferocious. He was extremely fierce and punched back. Boom! Buzz! When the two fists collided, there was a deafening explosion. Extremely violent energy ripples swept out crazily. The void rolled like angry waves on the surface of the sea. The experts in the sky all fled in fright. In the fierce clash, Feng Wuchen did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Instead, Lin Han was shocked by his domineering strength. His power is beyond the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. And the power of a high-grade immortal artifact. No, his immortal artifact is a quasi-divine artifact. Lin Han was shocked. Feng Wuchen raised his head slightly and stared coldly at Lin Han. He sneered, "Are you afraid?" Hearing this, the shocked Lin Han's face darkened. His skin twitched as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Brat, you dare to look down on me? Don't think you're so great just because you have the black flame. You'll know the consequences of angering me." "Oh? Is that so?" Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. He sneered and said, "With your cultivation at the 8th level of the Heaven Realm, your strength is at most at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. Although your strength is above mine, I don't think you can kill me." Feng Wuchen. Lin Han was furious. He had never been so angry before. His horrible murderous intent spread out. The furious Lin Han broke out all the strength in his body. His aura soared to the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. It was extremely terrifying and made people feel a strong sense of fear. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz. Lin Han's face was ferocious and terrifying. He launched a crazy attack on Feng Wuchen. The fierce collision shook the sky and the earth. The fierce battle was comparable to a battle between experts in the Apotheosis realm. The collision of fists and feet was extremely fast. Those with weak cultivations could not see their movements at all. Facing Lin Han's full attack, no matter how strong Feng Wuchen's body was, it was suppressed at this moment. If he did not have the evil dragon god's rich combat eyes, he would have been defeated. As the two of them engaged in a fierce battle, the two armies that had been temporarily stagnant started fighting again. The battlefield was once again filled with blood. The experts in the Apotheosis realm and the Heaven realm fought separately. Qi Yuan and the other two joined hands and launched a ruthless attack on Luo Wuchang. However, because they were injured, the three of them could not suppress Luo Wuchang. Zhang Wufang and the other 5 elders were facing the terrifying strength of the twins. Even if the 6 of them were in the Apotheosis realm, they were still at a disadvantage as the battle went on. After all, only Zhang Wufang and the first elder of the Fairy Weapon Pavilion had reached the 3rd level of the Apotheosis realm. They were also injured and could not suppress the twins. Fortunately, there were hundreds of soldiers from the Dragon Temple who were crazily killing the enemies. They had the advantage in numbers. The soldiers were led by Crimson King, Huanyang, and Chaos God. They were so stupid that the elites of the Tyrant area were forced to retreat. They were so cruel that they killed people. The elites of the Tyrant area were scared witless. Lin Han's strength is indeed tyrannical. If he activates the power of space, I'm afraid no one below the Apotheosis realm is his match, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. The strength of the 9th level of the Heaven realm was not Lin Han's strongest strength. Lin Han had not activated the power of space yet. From this, it could be seen that the title of the top genius of the continent was not undeserved. Brat. So that's all you have? Give me your life. Lin Han shouted fiercely as his crazy attacks suppressed Feng Wuchen and forced him to retreat. Lin Han's ferocious palm attack doubled in strength. Looking at his posture, he intended to forcefully break Feng Wuchen's move and severely injure Feng Wuchen. Do you think you can defeat me without using your power of space? Feng Wuchen sneered slightly. He moved his mind and used teleportation. Boom. Buzz. Lin Han grabbed out. With a boom, the terrifying energy blasted a void zone in the void space. The violent energy ripples swept wildly, but it was still half a second too late. Leng Hun's grab hit the air. Third heaven's angry palm. Feng Wuchen's cold voice suddenly sounded behind Leng Hun. Feng Wuchen mercilessly attacked with his palm. Oh no. Leng Hun's face changed slightly when he heard Feng Wuchen's cold voice. Boom. Buzz. Feng Wuchen's palm hit Leng Hun's back firmly. With a boom, the overbearing power sent Leng Hun flying. Leng Hun did not have time to react. Leng Hun did not notice the teleportation. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen's strength was not enough to hurt Leng Hun. The difference in strength was too great. Where did Feng Wuchen practice such a strange body movement? Why can't I notice it? Moreover, almost everyone in the Dragon Temple has practiced this mysterious body movement technique. Leng Hun thought to himself. Leng Hun had seen Feng Wuchen's teleportation many times, but he still could not break it. He forcibly stabilized his body and narrowed his eyes at Feng Wuchen. Leng Hun said fiercely, Feng Wuchen, with your strength, you can't hurt me. This palm attack is useless. Even with your strength, you can't deal with me. Feng Wuchen sneered confidently. Buzz. Leng Hun's face twitched violently. He could not help but use the power of space in his body. His aura surged rapidly. Leng Hun's aura has increased. He has surpassed the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. What a terrifying aura. As Leng Hun activated the power of space, an even more terrifying power erupted, causing everyone to jump in fright. This is bad. Leng Hun's power has already suppressed Brother Feng. Now that his power has increased so much, Brother Feng may not be able to hold on, Lu Qingyang said worriedly. Leng Hun's power of space is no small matter. The temple master is in danger. Yi Tianwei's face was also full of worry. We are powerless against the power of the Heaven Realm. Focus on killing the enemy. Crimson Emperor shouted. Crimson Emperor is right. We can't help teacher. Let's deal with the enemy in front of us first. Zhang Junlan flashed over and said solemnly. Brother Lu, the enemy has many Heaven Realm masters. You go support Crimson Emperor. Yan Ran and I will deal with this. Miao Qingqing said solemnly. Okay. Zhantian, protect them. Lu Qingyang shouted. He glanced at Feng Wuchen and then flashed out with Zhang Junlan. Miss Qingqing's cultivation has already surpassed mine. She also has the power of the immortal spirit. She wants me to protect her? She should be the one protecting me. Dong Zhantian muttered in a low voice, but he also flashed over immediately. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chi chi chi. The soldiers of Dragon Temple killed the enemy crazily. Every time they flashed, they killed the enemy almost 100% of the time. Their bodies were covered in the blood of the enemy. Although they had the advantage, the consumption of true essence was huge. Fortunately, Dragon Temple had powerful elixirs, so there was no need to worry about true essence consumption. Pung. High in the sky, with a thought, Feng Wuchen's palm suddenly ignited with a black flame. Black fire. Seeing the black flame, Leng Hun's face changed drastically, and his heart trembled with fear. The terror of the black fire made Leng Hun extremely fearful. Ancient black fire. Luo Wucheng could not help but be shocked, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Is this the terrifying flame of Master? Qi Yuan said in horror. Black fire. Zhang Wufeng looked over in shock. As for Wu Hua, not many people present knew about it. However, everyone who knew about Wu Hua was filled with fear. What's going on? Why has the temperature of the crow fire become so weak? Leng Hun wondered in his heart. The terrifying temperature of the black flames had already been refined by Feng Wuchen and transformed into his own strength. Although the heat energy had disappeared, the bone-chilling cold was still there, and so was the terrifying devouring ability. A bone-chilling aura spread out. Everywhere it passed, space would instantly freeze into ice. The cold air was extremely overbearing. Beads of sweat appeared on Leng Hun's face. With the appearance of the black flame, even though his strength had increased significantly, he did not dare to act rashly. Leng Hun recalled the terrifying scene of him being trapped by the black flames in the Dragon God Temple. The more Leng Hun recalled, the more afraid he became. Wu Hua had left a shadow in his heart. What? Feng Wuchen mocked Lin Han with a mocking gaze. You're already half a step into the divine transformation realm, yet you don't dare to make a move? Stinking brat. Lin Han's face was extremely gloomy. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The disappearance of the terrifying heat energy had strangely turned into a terrifying cold air. This made Lin Han think that this was a trap. Once he made a move, the terrifying temperature of the flames would instantly spread out. Therefore, Lin Han did not dare to act rashly without being sure. Since you don't dare to make a move, I won't hold back. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed fiercely. He then shouted, Dragon God's shadow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he shouted, Feng Wuchen's figure flickered. His speed was extremely terrifying, condensing thousands of clear afterimages in the void. Young master, be careful. Luo Wucheng shouted in panic. Young master. The twin brothers looked at Lin Han with worried eyes. Feng Wuchen took the initiative to attack. Lin Han was so frightened that he took a few steps back. From this, it could be seen how strong Lin Han's fear of the black flames was. However, Lin Han only took a few steps back before he forced himself to stop. As the young master of the Deity King Temple and the #1 genius of the continent, his dignity and pride did not allow him to take another step back. Lin Han was furious. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Feng Wuchen flickered continuously, condensing a large amount of remnant memories around Lin Han. It was a magnificent scene. Are you afraid? Are you so afraid that you don't dare to make a move? Feng Wuchen's faint sneer sounded as if it was coming from all directions. Lin Han was extremely furious. His face was ferocious as he gritted his teeth. He was struggling in his heart. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen's palm, which was covered in black flames, was still fiercely attacking Lin Han. Immortal art. Dragon God's palm of destruction. Feng Wuchen let out a loud roar as he punched out. His aura instantly became extremely terrifying. The power of the palm print instantly increased by dozens of times. Whoosh. Buzz buzz. A huge blood-red palm print, which was thousands of feet long, shot out with an unstoppable force. The dark void was covered in blood-red light. Everywhere it passed, the space trembled violently. Feng Wuchen's palm carried a monstrous power and a terrifying aura that could shake one's soul. Immortal art? Upon hearing Feng Wuchen's shout, the people who were engaged in a life-and-death battle could not help but be shocked. This aura. This is a middle-grade immortal art. Luo Wucheng was shocked and horrified. Master actually kept such a terrifying immortal art. Qi Yuan and the others were also shocked as they looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Apart from the sword art, this is the first time I've seen the temple master use an immortal art. Feng Wuchen actually has an immortal art. What a terrifying aura. Is this an immortal art? The experts of the Dragon God Alliance and the Tyrant Territory were stunned. Immortal art? At the same time, Lin Han's gloomy face changed slightly. There was not much time left for him to think. Since his dignity and pride did not allow him to retreat, Lin Han could only fight with all his might. Lin Han formed a seal with both hands and activated the power of space with all his might. Terrifying energy gathered as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Come on. At most, we'll die together." High-grade Earth-class martial technique. Soul-destroying palm print. Lin Han roared fiercely as he attacked with all his might. Although Lin Han did not have an immortal art, he was using a martial technique that was half a step into the divine transformation realm. The power of his palm print was not below that of Feng Wuchen's. Rumble. Pfft. In an instant, the two palms collided and exploded. An earth-shattering explosion was heard as destructive energy swept out. Under the horrified eyes of the crowd, Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Temple Master. Big Brother Feng. Feng Wuchen had used an extremely powerful immortal art, but he couldn't defeat Lin Han. Lin Han's strength surpassed Feng Wuchen's by too much. The gap between their realms wasn't something an immortal art could make up for. However, Lin Han and Luo Wucheng were in disbelief. Qi Yuan, Zhang Wuhuan, and the others were also in disbelief. Although Feng Wuchen's strength was no match for Lin Han's, they were very clear about the terror of the immemorial crow fire. But why did the immemorial crow fire fail at this critical moment? Chen Er. Feng Xingxiong and Xiaoqingqing were burning with anxiety as they screamed in panic. This is bad. The temple master has been injured. The alliance master used an immortal art and the crow fire, but he still can't defeat Lin Han. Quickly go and support the alliance master. The people of Dragon Temple panicked, and the alliance master was also secretly worried. Feng Wuchen was their spiritual leader. If he was defeated, it would definitely be a huge blow to them. Don't come. Over. Focus on killing the enemy. Feng Wuchen's loud shout suddenly spread. Under the head-on collision, Feng Wuchen's injuries were a little serious. His face was pale, and blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. For a time, the tragic battle came to a standstill again. Temple Master. Alliance Master. The people of Dragon Temple and the Alliance Master were still worried, but since Feng Wuchen had spoken, no one dared to interfere. Don't worry, Lin Han can't kill me. Feng Wuchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered as if he was seriously injured and not in the way. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was fearless and didn't look worried at all, the Alliance Master was a little relieved. Brothers. Kill for me. Let the Divine King Temple see if we are a mob. Looking at Feng Wuchen, the Crimson Emperor frowned slightly and then suddenly roared. Kill. The soldiers of Dragon Temple responded. Then, the Alliance Master roared crazily with a majestic aura. The soldiers and the experts of the Alliance Master's forces were ignited, and their blood boiled. The soldiers of the Dragon God Temple acted as the vanguard and slaughtered madly along the way. Annihilate the Dragon God Temple and the Dragon God Alliance. The Temple Master will reward you handsomely, the Deity King Divine Palace's great leader shouted. He was aggressive and murderous, looking extremely ferocious. Kill. The experts from the various forces of the Tyrant Realm roared furiously. The auras of the two armies soared to the extreme. Their appearances were close to madness. A life-and-death battle caused their eyes to turn red. In the fierce battle, the number of casualties increased at a terrifying rate. What's with the power of the black flame? Red Abyss furrowed his eyebrows. According to reason, as the most powerful flame of the ancient era, it was impossible for Feng Wuchen to fall into a disadvantage in that collision just now, much less be seriously wounded. But, the result was the opposite. Not only Qi Yuan, but Zhang Wuhuan and the others, as well as Luo Wucheng, were also very confused. Lin Han's astonished face turned cold as he asked doubtfully, the power of the black flames didn't weaken at all, but the terrifying temperature of the black flames disappeared, and it didn't devour my power. What's going on? Lin Han looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. You seem very confused. Looking at Lin Han, Feng Wuchen sneered. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Lin Han frowned deeply, but he didn't say anything. Do you feel that the black flames suddenly became less terrifying? Feng Wuchen sneered. What are you trying to say? Lin Han asked coldly. Feng Wuchen's right hand curled into a claw and the black flames ignited again. He said with an evil smile, I just injected a wisp of the black flame's origin into your body. What? Hearing this, Lin Han's face changed drastically. He was scared out of his wits. Otherwise, do you think I would be stupid enough to clash head-on with you? If I didn't force you into a desperate situation, why would you resist with all your might? I only had a chance if you resisted, Feng Wuchen said with an evil smile. It seemed like he had long planned this. The head-on collision just now was indeed strange. Lin Han's strength was already half a step into the apotheosis realm. Feng Wuchen was only at the 8th level of the heaven realm. Even if he had the power of a quasi-divinity weapon, it was impossible for him to compete with Lin Han. Since he couldn't compete with Lin Han, how could Feng Wuchen stupidly clash head-on? Feng Wuchen took the risk for a reason. His purpose was to inject the black flames into Lin Han's body. The clash just now was the best opportunity. In the situation just now, Lin Han was terrified. He tried his best to resist the black flames, but he never thought that Feng Wuchen would take the opportunity to inject the black flames into his body. What do you want to do? Lin Han asked in panic. Bang! Feng Wuchen sneered. The black flames in his palm suddenly became violent with a muffled sound. At this moment, Lin Han's expression changed dramatically. He seemed to have noticed something. The black flames are really in my body. In my chi si. Leng Hun turned pale with fright. He had already guessed Feng Wuchen's purpose. Bastard! Leng Hun was furious. He yelled at Feng Wuchen, "You stinking brat! You want to use the black flames to devour my power of space." Leng Hun never thought that Feng Wuchen would be so cunning. He used the black flames to intimidate him and used psychological tactics to lure him in. Leng Hun's roar frightened everyone. The temple master wants to devour Leng Hun's power of space? I see. Brother Feng took the risk to devour Leng Hun's power. He deserves to be the leader. As long as he devours Leng Hun's power of space, he can compete with him. Everyone finally understood that Feng Wuchen's purpose was the power of space. Isn't Feng Wuchen too daring? How dare he seize Leng Hun's power of space in public? Brother Feng! Quickly devour his power! Lu Qingyang roared. Feng Wuchen! You're courting death! Luo Wucheng was stunned at first, then he yelled at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen glanced at Luo Wucheng coldly and said, "You'd better not act rashly. Otherwise, if Leng Hun dies, I'll see how you explain it." You! Luo Wucheng was furious. His face twitched violently. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Leng Hun, without the power of space, your strength is only at the 9th level of the heaven realm. If I devour your power of space, it may cause your cultivation to regress. Feng Wuchen said. As he spoke, he had already controlled the black flames to devour Leng Hun's power of space. Stop. Stop it. Ah. Leng Hun screamed in panic when he felt the power of space being devoured. He felt like he was being sucked out of his body. Finally, he could not help but scream. Seeing this, all the powerhouses in the tyrant territory were shocked and panicked. Young master! Luo Wucheng was shocked and suddenly rushed out. Qi Yuan and Zhang Wuhuan stopped him immediately. Zhang Wufeng and the others also stopped the great leader of the Divine Palace and other powerhouses in the God Transformation realm. Get out of my way! Luo Wucheng roared. Let's see what you can do. Qi Yuan and the other two did not back down. Young master! The Divine Palace protectors, the great commander, and many other strong men were anxious and at a loss. Protector! You summon the temple master. I'll stop them. The twins shouted in unison. Clap! Luo Wucheng made a prompt decision. He put his palms together and tried to summon the temple master. Don't even think about it. Zhang Tianxian shouted angrily. He waved his hands and a terrifying power burst out. Qi Yuan and Zhang Wuhuan attacked fiercely at the same time, not giving Luo Wucheng a chance to summon. Young master! Luo Wucheng was furious and anxious, but he could do nothing. He couldn't defeat Qi Yuan and Zhang Wuhuan who were fighting desperately. What are you waiting for? Kill Feng Wuchen! Luo Wucheng, who had been obstructed, roared at the top powers of the tyrant territory. Luo Wucheng's roar scared the strong men of the heaven realm of the tyrant territory. They were afraid and worried. If anything happened to Leng Hun, none of them would be able to survive. Stop them! Tian Xianzi shouted. The strong men of the heaven realm of the Dragon Deity Alliance attacked. The master of the Shenwu sect, the master of the Tiandao sect, and the elder of the Shenwu sect rushed forward to stop them. For a moment, the strong men of the Divine Palace and the tyrant territory couldn't save Leng Hun. They couldn't even get close to him. The situation was very critical. Leng Hun's power of space could be swallowed by Feng Wuchen at any time. The black fire swallowed Leng Hun's body and he couldn't resist. The terrifying power of the black fire had become even more terrifying with the improvement of Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Ah! The power of space was crazily swallowed. Leng Hun felt his internal organs burning. The sharp pain from his soul made him scream in agony. Don't waste your energy. Do you think you can resist the black fire with your cultivation? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. The black fire was so terrifying that even a semi-god realm warrior would be afraid of it, let alone a heaven realm warrior. Feng Wuchen! Stop! Stop! Leng Hun shouted in panic. Are you afraid? You have the guts to barge into my dragon god temple, why didn't you think that you would end up like this? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. Feng Wuchen didn't care at all. Not only did he not stop, he urged the black flames to devour even more crazily. Leng Hun's strength was already very strong, and with the power of space, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Feng Wuchen had to tear off his wings. A large amount of space force was being devoured, and Luo Wuchang and the others were unable to save them. Leng Hun began to despair. Leng Hun's aura was getting weaker and weaker, and his screams were getting softer and softer. Young master! Luo Wuchang shouted in panic. Wuchen, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Leng Hun said weakly, his eyes filled with viciousness. Then I'll turn you into ashes. You won't even be a ghost. Feng Wuchen said fiercely. You can't even be a ghost. How cruel. As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, a cold voice was heard. The sudden voice caused the countenances of the Dragon God Alliance members to change drastically. Swish, buzz. Buzz, an extremely terrifying black light suddenly shot down from the sky, heading straight for Feng Wuchen. Divine Transformation Realm. Feng Wuchen's expression changed, and he dodged immediately. Rumble. Buzz. Buzz, the terrifying black light was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it blasted the ground below, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying power blasted a huge crater in the ground. Terrifying energy ripples spread out, and Mount Dendi shook violently. If it weren't for the protection of the formation, Mount Dendi wouldn't have been able to withstand it, no matter how far away it was. Demons. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply and swept his gaze to the sky. Beside Leng Hun, a figure appeared out of thin air. The newcomer was a divine transformation realm expert of the demon race, a man of 34 years old. The man wore a black cloak, and wisps of strange black qi emanated from the surface of his body. It was terrifying to look at. From the terrifying evil aura emanating from the man, one could tell that he was a member of the demon race. Not good. It's the demon race. Lu Qingyang and the others' expressions changed drastically, and their hearts were in their mouths. Looking at the demon race expert in horror, Zhang Junlan frowned and said, "Fourth tier of the divine transformation realm. This is troublesome. Demon race expert. This is great. The young hall master is saved." Seeing the arrival of the demon race expert, Luo Wuchang was extremely excited and finally relaxed. Divine transformation realm expert? What kind of aura is this? Why is it so evil? Who is he? What's with this evil aura? The experts of the tyrant territory were all trembling in fear. It was as if they had never felt such an evil aura before, nor had they seen such a person before. Demon race. Fourth tier of the divine transformation realm. Qi Yuan, Zhang Wuhuan, and the others' expressions became extremely ugly. Zhang Tianqian said gloomily, "I guessed that the demon race would interfere." Alliance Master. You must be careful. Great Elder Zhang Wufang said worriedly. Facing a divine transformation realm expert, no matter how strong Feng Wuchen was, he was definitely not a match. Now that they were all entangled with their opponents, there was no one who could help Feng Wuchen. Just wait for your deaths. Luo Wuchang roared fiercely, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Qi Yuan and the others and continued to launch a fierce attack. The demon race expert slowly raised his hand and pressed his palm against Leng Hun's head, injecting an extremely terrifying energy into Leng Hun's body. Injecting the black fire into Leng Hun's body to devour Leng Hun's spatial energy. "Kid, you're pretty good," the demon race man praised. The extremely terrifying demon race energy was actually able to forcibly expel the black fire from Leng Hun's body. Although the black fire was terrifying, after being refined by Feng Wuchen, it was not as strong as before. Moreover, its terrifying temperature had been refined by Feng Wuchen, so it was completely powerless in front of a divine transformation realm expert. Feng Wuchen's face darkened. He was so close to completely devouring the origin energy of Leng Hun's spatial energy. He was so close, but the demon race expert in front of him had ruined it. Feng Wuchen's heart was filled with rage, but there was nothing he could do. The appearance of the demon race expert could be said to have saved Leng Hun's life. Although the spatial energy was preserved, Leng Hun was extremely weak at the moment. Kill Feng Wuchen, Leng Hun said weakly. His face was incomparably pale, and he could barely hover in the air. Leng Hun, who was originally in despair, never thought that someone would come to save him at such a critical moment. He was so close to losing his spatial energy to Feng Wuchen. Leng Hun hated Feng Wuchen to the bone. Feng Wuchen, are you going to obediently hand it over, or do you want me to do it myself? The demon race man asked with an evil smile. His tone was unyielding, as if as long as Feng Wuchen said no, he would mercilessly attack. Are you referring to Yanlong? The man asked with a sinister smile as he stared at Feng Wuchen with a cold gaze. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but frown deeply at the man's words. Feng Wuchen, I'm not afraid to tell you that Yanlong can't save you. The dragon race and the primordial Rakshasa can't save you either. Don't expect anyone to save you. A mere dragon-god alliance is nothing in my eyes. Just give up, the man said with a sinister smile. He looked very confident and didn't seem to be lying. What? Did something happen to Senior Yanlong? Lu Qingyang's expression changed drastically. Impossible. Senior Yanlong is so powerful. The demon race definitely wouldn't dare to attack Senior Yanlong. Tianqing shook his head. As soon as the man said this, everyone in the Dragon God Temple was shocked. What kind of terrifying existence was Yanlong? Even the demon race's third elder was scared away. How terrifying was that? Yanlong was even more terrifying than the blood demon of the demon race. It was impossible for the demon race to deal with him. But what did this demon race man mean when he said that Yanlong couldn't save Feng Wuchen? Crimson Emperor looked at Feng Wuchen with a tempting gaze and said, Temple Master, you know the primordial Rakshasa? Never heard of it, nor have I heard Temple Master mention it. White Destruction shook his head. Other than Feng Wuchen, no one in the Dragon God Alliance knew about the existence of the primordial Rakshasa. Dragon race? Primordial Rakshasa? Qi Yuan, Zhang Wuhuan, and Zhang Tianxian were shocked. They had never heard of the existence of these races. They had only heard of Yanlong. The major forces in the Dragon God Alliance were also confused. They didn't know what kind of forces they were. Did the demon race attack? Impossible, the Demon King is still sealed. With the demon race's current strength, it's impossible for them to attack the dragon race and Rakshasa. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. Without the Demon King, the demon race couldn't defeat the dragon race, let alone other major forces. Feng Wuchen, have you thought about it? Are you going to hand it over obediently or do you want me to do it? The man asked with a sinister smile. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply and said coldly, come and get it if you have the ability. Feng Wuchen had obtained the primordial power and the crow flame with great difficulty. How could he easily hand it over to others? Moreover, Feng Wuchen had never been someone who was afraid of threats. All of you, back off. The man's voice suddenly turned cold, and a terrifying murderous aura spread out. Luo Wucheng immediately ordered all the forces in the tyrant domain to retreat, no one dared to disobey. Although the man was only in the 4th tier of the divine transformation realm, his evil aura was no weaker than that of someone in the 5th tier of the divine transformation realm. His strength was not to be underestimated. The battle stopped, and the space was silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the man from the Devil Clan. Everyone, be careful. Feng Wuchen frowned, his expression extremely solemn. Qi Yuan said solemnly, this person is definitely not weaker than Luo Wucheng. His strength is close to that of the demon race expert who dealt with the Zhang clan back then, Zhang Wuhuan said with a grim expression. Buzz. A monstrous evil force suddenly burst out from the man from the Devil Clan. The calm space suddenly shook violently. Terrifying black qi spread out in all directions at an astonishing speed. In a few blinks of an eye, the black qi covered hundreds of thousands of feet of the void, turning the entire space into darkness. This space was filled with an evil aura. The monstrous and terrifying energy made everyone present feel terrified. It was as if that energy represented despair, and no one could feel the slightest trace of life. Gulp, everyone from the Dragon God Alliance was scared out of their wits. Their faces were as pale as paper. In the face of such a terrifying power, no one could muster up the slightest bit of resistance. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with a look of resignation. Heavenly Demon God Palm. The man shouted softly and waved his hand. The black chi that covered hundreds of thousands of feet of the void instantly condensed into a huge black palm print. As the man waved his arm, the terrifying black palm print smashed down with a loud bang. The black palm print was hundreds of thousands of feet wide and contained an extremely terrifying amount of energy. The aura of destruction almost suffocated the people from the Dragon God Alliance. This power has already reached the 7th tier of the Divine Transformation realm. Luo Wuchang was secretly terrified. Feng Wuchen, I'll see how you die. The weak Lin Hun's pale face revealed a sinister smile of schadenfreude. Feng Wuchen and the others had no way out. Even if they could escape, they could not abandon the people from the Alliance. Master, this power is already comparable to the 7th tier of the Divine Transformation realm. We may not be able to block it. Qi Yuan said solemnly. A hint of fear flashed across his eyes. This is the heavenly demon art. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, the Devil Clan's supreme art. Its power is comparable to a high-grade immortal art. Anyone whose cultivation base has reached the Divine Transformation realm is qualified to cultivate it. It can increase one's power by 3 times. However, it will consume half of one's devil essence. High-grade immortal art? 3 times the power? Zhang Wuhuan could not help but be shocked. His old eyes were about to pop out. Zhang Tianxian was scared out of his wits. His body could not help but tremble. Crimson Emperor. Immediately bring our brothers back to the Dragon God Palace. Everyone in the Alliance who is below the Heaven Realm, retreat. Feng Wuchen suddenly roared. At the same time, he urged all the strength in his body to prepare to resist. Feng Wuchen carried the lives of everyone in the Alliance on his shoulders. He had to face it. Big brother Feng, I'm not leaving. At most, we'll die together. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said angrily. He looked like he was going all out. Luanshan shouted, Hall Master, I'm not leaving either. If we die together. The soldiers roared one after another. Their determination to follow was firm. Didn't you hear my order? Retreat to the Dragon God Palace. Feng Wuchen suddenly roared at Lu Qingyang and the others. Hall Master. Alliance Master. Everyone was hesitant. They did not know how to choose. Retreat. Feng Wuchen roared again. At this time, he had already taken out the Dragon God sword. Everyone, listen to my order. Retreat to the Dragon God Palace. Crimson Emperor gritted his teeth and roared. His eyes were shining with tears. Use all your strength. You must block it. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and said. Celestial Art. Tai Chankuan Bell. Qi Yuan put his palms together and roared. In an instant, a huge energy shield was condensed. It was filled with extremely powerful defensive power. Give me your strength. Qi Yuan shouted. His expression was extremely solemn. Other than Feng Wuchen, Zhang Wuhuan and the other strong fighters in the God Transformation realm, as well as Tian Xianxia and the other strong fighters in the Heaven realm, all poured all their strength into Qi Yuan's body. Final struggle. The man from the Devil Clan said disdainfully. He did not take Qi Yuan and the others' strength seriously. Rumble. Buzz. Puff. Puff, puff. Puff. A terrifying black palm print suddenly smashed down. A loud rumbling sound resounded through the void. The destructive energy ripples instantly shook. It was a visual impact and shocked everyone. At the moment of collision, Qi Yuan and the other strong fighters spat out blood at the same time. They were all seriously injured. Alliance Leader. Qi Yuan Pavilion Master. Grandfather. Father. Chen. At the sight of that terrifying scene, everyone from the Dragon God Alliance turned pale with fright. They were so frightened that their faces were drained of all color. Panic had already exceeded the limits of what they could bear. Qi Yuan and the other Apotheosis Realm warriors were all injured. All the Heaven Realm warriors were severely injured, including Feng Wuchen. Even though the black fire was frantically devouring the power of the palm print, it had no effect at all. The power of the heavenly demon art was terrifying, the Dragon God Alliance was in a desperate situation and could be destroyed at any time. Feng Wuchen's decision was right. Otherwise, everyone from the Dragon God Alliance would have been annihilated in an instant in the face of such terrifying power. Even though they were severely injured, Qi Yuan and the others still desperately held on. Terrifying energy ripples swept across without restraint. The Wuji domain shook violently. Other than Dendi Mountain, which was protected by a formation, the ground below had been torn apart by a large crack. The warriors from the various forces of the Tyrant Domain who had retreated far away were now retreating in horror. No one dared to touch this energy ripple. Can a mere celestial art withstand the power of the heavenly demon art? The man from the demon clan said disdainfully. TSK, the terrifying evil power violently attacked. Qi Yuan's Tai Chankuan bell finally couldn't withstand it and began to crack. Hold on. Qi Yuan gritted his teeth and roared. His face was as pale as paper. He had already exhausted all his strength. Use the power of your martial soul. Zhang Wuhuan roared anxiously. Even after using all their strength, they still couldn't withstand this destructive evil power. Qi Yuan and the others were forced into a desperate situation and could only use the power of their martial souls to resist. Buzz buzz, dozens of warriors' martial souls were activated at the same time. The surging aura skyrocketed. The power of the martial souls was injected into the energy bell, and the cracks disappeared. Devour. Feng Wuchen activated the golden dragon seal and suddenly shouted. The power of the martial soul will also be exhausted. Let's see how long you can hold on. The man from the demon clan sneered unhurriedly. Even though the heavenly demon art had consumed more than half of his demonic aura, his power was still terrifying. Big brother Feng, you must hold on. Lu Qingyang was extremely worried. His palms were sweating. Big brother Feng. Tears welled up in Miao Qingqing's eyes as she clenched her fists in front of her chest. Hall Master, you must hold on. Qi Yuan and the others' faces were filled with anxiety and fear. At this moment, everyone from the Dragon God Alliance held their breaths as they looked at Feng Wuchen and the others with nervous and worried gazes. They were all praying that they could block the power of the demon race's experts. However, the heavens did not give them any hope. Chi. In less than 5 minutes, the cracks that had healed were once again filled with energy. Not good. I can't hold on any longer. Zhang Wuhuan exclaimed in shock. It's over. Zhang Tianxuan's eyes were filled with shock. There was not a trace of hope. Looks like you've used up most of your energy. The male devil race laughed evilly. However, his face was somewhat pale. The consumption of his devil chi was a little too much for him to bear. Crack. Rumble. Pft. When the cracks extended to the entire energy clock, the massive energy clock had already reached its limit. Subsequently, it shattered with a loud crack. Feng Wuchen, Qi Yuan, and the other experts bore the brunt of the impact. They were all bombarded by the terrifying palm prints until they spat out blood and fell from the sky. Boom boom boom. Dozens of figures crashed into the ground fiercely. Once again, a series of explosions rang out. Extremely large clouds of dust were raised, and huge pits were formed on the ground. Ding! The Dragon God sword stabbed into a rock on the ground. The Dragon God sword left Feng Wuchen's hand. It was clear that Feng Wuchen was also severely injured. Buzz buzz. The destructive energy ripples mercilessly ravaged the void, condensing into a huge energy ball that continued to expand. The terrifying destructive power was soul-stirring, causing both the body and mind to freeze. The male devil race suppressed the Dragon God Alliance single-handedly. His strength was monstrous. Alliance Master. Hall Master. The people of the Dragon God Alliance were completely desperate. They felt that they had fallen into endless darkness. The strongest experts of the Dragon God Alliance were all injured. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was seriously injured, Xianxia fainted in fright. Among the dozens of injured experts, 6 or 7 of them in the Heaven Realm died on the spot. Was the Dragon God Alliance finished? The horror of the heavenly demon formula was beyond everyone's imagination. Grandfather! Father! Zhang Zhenlin's body stiffened, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Zhang Junlan felt as if his heart and lungs were being torn apart as he watched his grandfather and father being severely injured, yet he was powerless to do anything about it. It was a feeling worse than death. Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang, who was panic-stricken and sluggish, suddenly roared and rushed into the sky recklessly. Qingyang! Come back! The Crimson Emperor roared anxiously, but it was too late to stop him. Brother Lu! Miao Qingqing was extremely panicked and worried. Brother Feng! You can't die. Lu Qingyang desperately rushed out with tears in his eyes. The scene of him walking all the way with Feng Wuchen appeared in his mind. Lu Qingyang had nothing to do with Feng Wuchen. They had only met in Luantian City. Without Feng Wuchen, Lu Qingyang would never have achieved what he had today. The experiences of these years had made him and Feng Wuchen sworn brothers. Qi Yuan and the others who had fallen were seriously injured. In the deep pits, no one was able to move. They were all dying. Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang flashed over, extremely panicked. Feng Wuchen's injuries were extremely serious. His body was motionless, and blood was flowing. Lu Qingyang panicked and took out an elixir, intending to give it to Feng Wuchen. But at this moment, Feng Wuchen's body was suddenly sucked into the sky. Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly raised his head to look. High up in the sky, the fiend race male had already sucked Feng Wuchen up. Lu Qingyang's fury overflowed to the heavens. He charged into the sky without regard for his life. At the same time, he roared furiously, "Bastard! Don't think about taking Brother Feng away. Leave him behind." Courting death, the fiend race male said disdainfully. With a light wave of his hand, a terrifying force covered the sky and swooped down. Boom, poowork. Without a doubt, Lu Qingyang did not react at all. He was directly seriously injured by the terrifying force. His figure turned into a black line and fell down. Lu Qingyang's injuries were serious. He had already fainted. No one knew if he was still alive. Brother Lu! Miao Qingqing cried out in extreme panic. The fiend race male was too strong. No one in the Dragon God Alliance could match him. The Dragon God Alliance had just been established not long ago. Now, it suffered a devastating blow. Feng Wuchen, are you regretting it now? Regretting that you didn't obediently hand over the primordial power and crow fire, right? Too bad, I don't have any medicine for regret. The fiend race male's claws grabbed Feng Wuchen's neck as he asked with a sinister smile. Buzz buzz, terrifying power condensed in the man's left hand. Black light exploded. Stop it, the severely injured Feng Wuchen realized that the devil had made his move, and cried out weakly, Feng Wuchen. Unfortunately, the terrifying evil power was already crashing down on the Dragon God Temple. Even if the Devil Clan man's devil essence was mostly depleted, that power was enough to destroy the Dragon God Temple and annihilate the Dragon God Alliance. Run! Feng Wuchen looked at the terrifying power with his half-opened eyes and shouted again. It's over. We can't escape. The Alliance Master is in his hands, and we don't know if the Scarlet Pavilion Master and the others are dead or alive. We're powerless against this terrifying power. We're dead meat. High up in the sky, a huge black mass of energy was crashing down on the Dragon God Temple. Everyone was in despair, and even gave up on running for their lives. In the face of such a terrifying power, even if they ran, it would be useless. They could not escape the range of the terrifying energy. Feng Jingxiong, Xiao Qingqing, Crimson Emperor, Zhang Junlan, Miao Qingqing, Yi Tianwei, and the others all had looks of fear and worry on their faces. However, their gazes were fixed on Feng Wuchen. Disappear. The Devil Clan man glanced at the Dragon God Temple with a vicious gaze and smiled evilly. The Dragon God Temple was facing destruction. For the Alliance Master. For the Dragon God Alliance. Let's work together. Protect the Dragon God Temple even if we have to die. Protect the Dragon God Alliance. Yi Tianqing suddenly roared. Protect the Dragon God Temple. Protect the Dragon God Alliance. The soldiers roared, and a ferocious aura suddenly skyrocketed. That's right. The Alliance Master and the Immortal Artifact Pavilion Master are risking their lives to protect us. We can't just sit around and wait for our deaths. Even if we die, we must die a worthy death. Bai Yan shouted. We'd rather die in battle. We won't live in shame. Yi Tianwei shouted. We'd rather die in battle. We won't live in shame. Like a chain reaction, everyone roared. Buzz. Buzz. For a moment, the people of the Dragon God Alliance mustered their courage and prepared to fight to the death. Waves of powerful energy erupted, and their aura instantly expanded. Everyone's fighting spirit was aroused, and their aura soared to the sky. The people of the Dragon God Alliance felt their blood boiling. Reckless. Luo Wuchang, who was watching the battle from afar, sensed the aura of Dragon God Temple and said with disdain. In front of an expert in the divine transformation realm, no matter how many people there were, it was not enough. It's a good opportunity for him to wipe out the Dragon God Alliance completely. When the time comes, the God King's shrine will be able to annex the infinite domain. It's just a pity that I didn't get to kill Feng Wuchen with my own hands, Lin Han said viciously. After taking the healing pill, he had recovered quite a bit. Since someone was willing to help, Lin Han was happy to do so. Pour your power into the 9-layer universe god-slaying array. The Crimson Emperor shouted, a strong battle intent surging out. Buzz. Wave after wave of tyrannical power poured into the 9 layers of the universe-slaughtering god array. The aura of the array instantly skyrocketed. Dazzling golden light flashed, and monstrous energy burst out from the array. The array formation was activated by Feng Wuchen's world-exterminating power. In addition to its tyrannical defense, it also possessed a terrifying offensive power. The power of tens of thousands of people poured into the 9-layer god-slaying universe formation. One could imagine how terrifying that power was, and the scene was extremely spectacular. In order to protect the Dragon God Temple and the Dragon God Alliance, they were all putting their lives on the line. Oh? Feeling the power that suddenly erupted from the Dragon God Temple, the demon man was slightly surprised and said, still not giving up resisting when death is at hand? Is it worth it for a person who is about to die? Glancing at the dying Feng Wuchen, the demon man sneered and said, Feng Wuchen, do you see that? For you, they are not even afraid of death. How enviable. Feng Wuchen's half-opened eyes looked at the Dragon God Temple below. His heart was bleeding, and his heart was in intense pain as if a knife was being twisted. In the Dragon God Temple, there were his life and death brothers, people who followed him, and his parents. Seeing that they were in danger, Feng Wuchen wished that he could rush down and risk his life, but he was powerless. It's a pity that these fools don't know the power of the demon race. Resistance is just a waste of time. The demon man said coldly and arrogantly. As he spoke, his palm suddenly pressed down. The terrifying energy that swooped down, and the power skyrocketed again. Boom. Buzz. Puff. Puff, puff. The terrifying evil power ruthlessly collided with the 9 layers of the universe-killing god formation. With an earth-shattering explosion, extremely violent energy swept out in an instant. The earth shook violently, and Dendi Mountain was on the verge of collapse. The people of the Dragon God Alliance vomited blood. The formation that gathered the power of tens of thousands of people blocked the terrifying evil power, but they also paid a heavy price. Oh? The formation is very powerful. How surprising. The demon man was slightly surprised and couldn't help but glance at the Dragon God Temple's formation. Although everyone worked together to resist this terrifying power, their vitality was greatly damaged, and they couldn't hold on for long. Hiss. Cracks began to spread on the huge formation, and despair descended once again. I can't hold on anymore. Huan Yang gritted his teeth. His face was pale, and his body was twisted to the extreme. It was obvious that he had exhausted all his strength. Big brother Crimson Emperor, my strength is exhausted. Berserker trembled all over, and he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. I can't hold on anymore. Yi Tianwei gritted his teeth, extremely unwilling. Crack. The 9 layers of the universe-killing god formation that gathered the power of tens of thousands of cultivators collapsed in the end. Without the protection of the formation, the terrifying evil power ruthlessly crushed down. No. Feng Wuchen suddenly roared and struggled violently. Rumble. Buzz. The terrifying evil power ruthlessly bombarded the Dragon God Temple. The destructive energy soared into the sky, straight into the clouds, and instantly engulfed the entire Dendi Mountain. Under this destructive energy, the tens of thousands of people of the Dragon God Alliance couldn't bear it at all. Father! Mother! Feng Wuchen roared madly in his heart, and tears flowed out of his eyes. The intense pain that felt like thousands of arrows piercing his heart was more unbearable than death. Good. Very good. Haha. Seeing this scene, Leng Hun laughed excitedly. Luo Wuchang sneered. We finally destroyed the Zhang family and the immortal artifact pavilion. With this, the Wuji domain will belong to the Divine King's temple. Was the Dragon God Temple completely destroyed? Feng Wuchen, do you see this? This is the Dragon God Alliance that you established. It's too weak, it can't even withstand a single blow. The demon man sneered mockingly, as if killing people made him very happy. Bastard! I'll definitely not forgive you. Feng Wuchen was extremely furious, but he had no other choice now. In your next life, no, you'll never have the chance. After seizing the ancient power and black fire in your body, you'll be turned into ashes. Mo Ling or won't let you off easily. The demon man sneered. I, Feng Wuchen, am irreconcilable with you demons. As long as I'm still alive, I'll make you demons pay 100 times the price. Feng Wuchen roared madly. The Dragon Temple has been destroyed. Who the hell is that person? His strength is even more terrifying than Protector Luo's. He's comparable to the 7th tier of the Divine Transformation realm. What kind of technique did he use? All the forces in the Tyrant territory were terrified. Even if they were hiding in the distance, that terrifying power seemed to be right in front of him. In everyone's opinion, the combat strength of the Devil Clan man at the 4th tier of the Divine Transformation realm was close to that of the Hall Master of the Divine King Palace. After the previous fierce battle, although the Dragon God Alliance was destroyed, the various forces in the Tyrant territory had also paid a heavy price. The massacre by the hundreds of soldiers of the Dragon Temple had led to the loss of more than 10,000 people. Fortunately, they had won the battle, so the people who died did not die in vain. Looking at Luo Wuchang in the distance, the Devil Clan man said, Protector Luo, I'll take Feng Wuchen back. The limitless territory will be taken over by the Divine King Palace. Yes. Luo Wuchang replied respectfully. However, just as the Devil Clan man was about to take Feng Wuchen away, his face suddenly changed as he looked at the Dragon Temple below. This is... As the terrifying energy ripples gradually dissipated, the Devil Clan man sensed an extremely violent energy aura that was beginning to awaken. Ancient aura. Leng Hun's face changed drastically. What kind of power is this? Luo Wuchang's face was full of horror as his heart trembled. The experts of the various forces in the Tyrant territory were scared out of their wits. That monstrous aura almost suffocated them. After being shocked for a long time, the Devil Clan man couldn't help but exclaim, this is an immemorial beast. What? An immemorial beast? Leng Hun and Luo Wuchang were shocked again. How is this possible? How can there be an immemorial beast in the Dragon Temple? What the hell is going on? The Devil Clan man said in horror. Clearly, the terrifying power that was awakening in the Dragon Temple made him afraid. An immemorial beast? Feng Wuchen, who was severely injured, was also very puzzled. It was impossible for an immemorial beast to exist in the Dragon Temple. Feng Wuchen knew better than anyone else. However, this terrifying and violent aura was indeed the aura of an immemorial beast. Even if Feng Wuchen had never seen it, he knew it from the memories of the evil dragon god. Where did these ancient beasts come from? The energy ripples gradually dissipated, and the dark space caused by the collapse gradually became brighter. Through the layers of blurry dust, Mount Denda slowly appeared. Everyone from the Dragon God Alliance is still alive. As the energy ripples dissipated, the auras of the Dragon God Alliance members began to emerge. Leng Hun turned pale with fright. How is this possible? Luo Wuchang's expression stiffened. Keep an eye on Feng Wuchen for me. The demon man frowned and tossed Feng Wuchen over, his grave gaze fixed on the Dragon God Temple. Dendi Mountain below was undamaged, but it was now blocked by a huge monster. An extremely terrifying ancient aura emanated from the monster's body, and the aura was getting more and more terrifying. The power of the ancient ferocious beast was awakening. This? What kind of monster is this, berserk beast? It's a dire beast. Where did the ferocious beast come from? What's going on? When the Dragon God Alliance members opened their eyes and saw the huge and ferocious beast before them, their hearts almost jumped out of their chests, and they all panicked. This aura is the ancient aura. It's an ancient ferocious beast. The Crimson Emperor could not help but exclaim in horror. That's right. It's an ancient ferocious beast. It can't be wrong. Yi Tianwei was also very certain, and his face was full of shock and horror. This aura is... Yi Tianqing stared at the ferocious beast with wide eyes, and seemed to recall something in his mind. He exclaimed, This is the mysterious power that erupted from Qingyang in the Heavenly Moon sect. What? Qingyang's power? Everyone was shocked. It can't be wrong. It's this mysterious power. Back then, Qingyang used this power to flatten the Heavenly Moon sect and kill Ao Yan, and this power is 100 times more terrifying than Qingyang's. The more Yi Tianqing spoke, the more terrified he became. Could this mysterious power be the power of an ancient ferocious beast? Beta Yan guessed in horror. Yi Tianqing nodded in a daze. It can't be wrong. There's an ancient ferocious beast hiding in Qingyang's body. His hidden consciousness is protecting us. In other words, the power just now was blocked by the ancient ferocious beast. Yi Tianqing's words immediately shocked everyone in the Dragon God Alliance, and they were so frightened that they could not speak. Hiding an ancient ferocious beast in one's body, what kind of legend was this? Big brother Lu Qingyang. Miao Qingqing stared at the incomparably huge ferocious beast with her mouth agape. She could not believe that there was an ancient ferocious beast hidden in Lu Qingyang's body. Roar. As the ancient ferocious beast awakened, its power became more and more terrifying, and its extremely huge body began to move. It raised its head and roared at the sky, and its incomparably huge and flashing scarlet eyes swept across the demon in the sky. The ferocious beast's body was very large, and it looked like an ape. Its entire body seemed to be made of stone, and its 2 fists were extremely huge. The most obvious thing was that the ferocious beast had 3 eyes. Buzz. The angry roar spread, shaking the heavens and the earth. Its extremely violent aura made people tremble in fear. Mo Yun, what ancient ferocious beast is this? Luo Wucheng asked in horror. As a cultivator in the 5th tier of the divine transformation realm, he was actually frightened by an ancient ferocious beast. I don't know. The ancient ferocious beast has existed since the beginning of time. I've never seen it before. I'm afraid only the elders know, Mo Yun said with a frown. Its power is still increasing. It has already broken through the 3rd tier of the divine transformation realm. Leng Hun said in horror, his body trembling. Mo Yun frowned and said, the ferocious beast's power has yet to fully awaken. Protector Luo, join hands with me and take this opportunity to get rid of it. This beast is too big of a threat. Okay. Luo Wucheng nodded in horror and swallowed hard. Do it. Mo Yun swooped down without hesitation. With the strength of the 2 of them, suppressing the ancient ferocious beast was not a problem. The ancient ferocious beast's power was awakening, and time was of the essence. They could not afford to hesitate. Otherwise, once the ancient ferocious beast's power was fully awakened, it would be their doomsday. Roar. Buzz. The ancient ferocious beast roared again and again. Its roar was deafening, and its violent and terrifying power burst out crazily. Its scarlet eyes stared at Mo Yun and Luo Wucheng, who were swooping down. In just a moment, the ancient ferocious beast had already broken through to the 4th tier of the divine transformation realm. Its power was awakening quickly. Boom! In the next moment, the ancient ferocious beast suddenly jumped up. Its speed was so terrifying that it turned into a black line and rushed into the sky. What? Mo Yun and Luo Wucheng's expressions changed drastically. Even with its enormous body, it was still able to move at such a terrifying speed. The terror of the primordial beast stunned everyone in the Dragon God Alliance. No one dared to imagine that such a huge body could have such terrifying speed. It was as fast as lightning. What kind of beast is this? Isn't its speed too terrifying? Luanshan said in a daze. Its cultivation has risen to the 4th tier of the divine transformation realm. Nangongzhan said in a trembling voice. Everyone's frightened and expectant gazes fell on the primordial beast. Whether or not the primordial beast could turn the tide and save the Dragon God Alliance depended on this moment. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Mo Yun and Luo Wuchang attacked at the same time. Terrifying power condensed on their fists and collided head-on with the primordial beast. The explosion was earth-shattering. Destructive energy swept out with an unstoppable force, causing the void to collapse layer by layer. With just one head-on collision, the void darkened again. Even if the primordial beast's power had not fully awakened, the fierce head-on collision was enough to send the two flying. How is this possible? Mo Yun was shocked. Even if he had consumed more than half of his strength, even if he did not use the heavenly demon art, his combat strength was at least at the 5th tier of the divine transformation realm. But now, he was no match for the primordial beast in a head-on collision. Luo Wuchang was even more frightened. He was almost injured in the head-on collision just now. He said in horror, Mo Yun, the beast's power is primordial. I don't need you to remind me. Mo Yun shouted coldly, his expression extremely ugly. The primordial beast's power was extremely domineering and terrifying. After sending Mo Yun and Luo Wuchang flying with one punch, Lin Hun and the experts of the Tyrant Realm were scared out of their wits. Qingyang. Kill them. Kill them all. Brother Lu. Well done. The Dragon God Alliance had been suppressed for too long. Now that they saw the primordial beast sending 2 people flying with one punch, everyone in the alliance instantly boiled and shouted excitedly. Feng Wuchen, who was being controlled by Lin Hun, could not help but be shocked by the power of the primordial beast. Qi Yuan and the others, who were seriously injured and landed everywhere, were also full of horror at this moment. The Dragon God Alliance's chance to counterattack had come. Huangzhan. Xuefeng. Tianheng. Immediately send people to bring back the injured First Elder and the others. Taking advantage of this gap, the Crimson Sovereign hurriedly shouted. With the ancient vicious beasts holding back Mo Yun and Luo Wuchang, they would have a chance to save them. High up in the sky, the huge ferocious beast was suspended in the void. Its scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent as it stared at Mo Yun and Luo Wuchang. Roar! The primordial ferocious beast roared angrily again. Its huge body shot out once more, carrying with it a monstrous aura. Dodge! Mo Yun's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly roared, not daring to confront the primordial vicious beast. Mo Yun had used the heavenly demon art and had already consumed over half of his strength. Now that he was facing the violent energy of an ancient vicious beast, he didn't dare to meet it head-on. The head-on collision just now had already caused Mo Yun to feel dread. Mo Yun and Luo Wuchang dodged in fear. As soon as the two disappeared, the ferocious beast with a terrifying aura flashed past their original position. Not good. Just as he dodged, Luo Wuchang's face changed drastically as he shouted in panic, "Young Palace Master, be careful." The primordial ferocious beast rushed towards Lin Hun. Its huge body and surging aura scared Lin Hun out of his wits. He didn't dare to move at all. The hand that was holding on to Feng Wuchen loosened, and the severely injured Feng Wuchen fell down. Just the ferocious face alone was enough to make people feel fear, not to mention the monstrous power that it possessed. Roar! The primordial ferocious beast reached out and grabbed Feng Wuchen. It immediately roared at Lin Hun, and a gust of wind swept out from its mouth. Father! Come and save me! Lin Hun was terrified, and his body trembled violently. The primordial ferocious beast attacked mercilessly. Its huge fist carried the aura of Mount Tai as it smashed towards Lin Hun. The terrifying power could definitely turn Lin Hun into a bloody mist. Young Palace Master! Luo Wuchang panicked and hurriedly used his movement technique to escape. Boom! Buzz! The primordial ferocious beast's fist shook the heavens and the earth. Wherever the fist landed, the space turned into a void. The terrifying energy ripples turned into a gust of wind that swept across, and the experts of the tyrant territory were all blown away. Luo Wuchang used his powerful movement technique to save the terrified Leng Hun at the critical moment. If he was half a step slower, Leng Hun would have been turned into ashes. "Young palace master, leave quickly," Luo Wuchang said solemnly. Leng Hun gasped for breath. He was still in shock, and his face was pale. Roar! The primordial ferocious beast roared furiously as it failed to kill Leng Hun with one punch. Its violent aura and power erupted, shaking the entire limitless domain. Boom! Buzz! The primordial ferocious beast punched again, and this time, it was aimed at the experts of the tyrant territory. The terrifying power rolled out, and the experts of the tyrant territory were terrified. "It's over. We're dead. We can't escape. Such a terrifying power, we can't block it." The experts of the tyrant territory were in despair. Wherever the destructive energy passed, screams could be heard. The power of one punch wiped out tens of thousands of experts of the tyrant territory. Its method was extremely cruel and merciless. It was obviously venting its anger. In just a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of experts of the tyrant territory were completely wiped out. The people of the Dragon God Alliance were dumbfounded, and their faces were filled with horror. What kind of terrifying massacre was this? It was simply too cruel. The primordial ferocious beast's scarlet eyes swept towards Luo Wuchang in the distance. The primordial ferocious beast roared again and was about to rush out. Sensing the primordial ferocious beast's scarlet eyes, Luo Wuchang's heart trembled. Demonic art. Heavenly demon slash. At this moment, Mo Yun roared. He channeled all his demonic aura and swept out his arm. Whoosh! Buzz! A huge black energy slash burst out, and the sound of the explosion was extremely ear-piercing. The terrifying aura seemed to split the void in half. Sensing the terrifying power coming towards it, the primordial ferocious beast roared and punched its huge fist. Rumble! Puff! Buzz! In a crazy head-on collision, the ancient vicious beast actually shattered Mo Yun's energy slash with a single punch. An earth-shattering power shot out, causing Mo Yun to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. This is impossible. Its strength has increased to the 5th tier of the divine transformation realm. Mo Yun was terrified as he stared at the primordial ferocious beast with wide eyes. He couldn't even defeat the primordial ferocious beast with his demonic art. With just one punch, it injured Mo Yun. Such terrifying power had definitely reached the 6th tier of the divine transformation realm. 5th tier of the divine transformation realm. Luo Wuchang said in horror. The ferocious beast's power has awakened too quickly. Mo Yun is no match for it. What kind of ferocious beast is this? Why does it have such terrifying power? It's talking. The members of the Dragon God Alliance were shocked. The primordial beast's voice was hoarse and deep, full of deterrence. Boom! The primordial beast rushed out with a loud roar. Its speed was even more terrifying than before. The primordial beast's strength had broken through to the 5th tier of the divine transformation realm, which was extremely terrifying. Its terrifying aura locked onto Luo Wuchang, and its monstrous power suppressed him. "Young master, run!" Luo Wuchang was shocked and pushed Leng Hun away. "Protector!" Leng Hun was terrified and couldn't make a choice. "Run!" Luo Wuchang roared. Luo Wuchang activated the power of his martial soul and took out his magical weapon. He knew that he couldn't escape and could only fight head-on. Buzz buzz! Luo Wuchang's aura skyrocketed, and his terrifying power swept out. His aura instantly soared to the peak of the 6th tier of the divine transformation realm, shaking heaven and earth. Immortal art. Nether King's destruction. Luo Wuchang formed a seal with his hands, and his aura surged. His terrifying power condensed, and finally, he roared and blasted his palms at the primordial beast. Die! The primordial beast roared and punched Luo Wuchang with its terrifying fist. Boom, poof. Buzz buzz. Luo Wuchang blasted out with his palms, and the terrifying palm print was shattered by the primordial beast's huge and violent fist. Luo Wuchang spat out blood on the spot, and the destructive power swept out crazily, blasting the space into nothingness. This is impossible. Luo Wuchang's heart trembled, and he was terrified. Luo Wuchang couldn't believe it. He had used all his strength, and even the power of his martial soul and magical weapon, but he still couldn't withstand a single blow from the primordial beast. "Protector!" Leng Hun shouted in horror. "Run! What are you waiting for?" Luo Wuchang, who was seriously injured, shouted at Leng Hun. If it weren't for saving Leng Hun, Luo Wuchang could definitely escape unscathed. "Die!" The primordial beast roared again and punched mercilessly. Boom! Buzz buzz! Buzz! The terrifying fist smashed down, and the seriously injured Luo Wuchang instantly turned into a cloud of blood. "Protector!" Leng Hun shouted in horror as he watched Luo Wuchang being blasted into a cloud of blood. An expert of the 5th tier of the divine transformation realm couldn't withstand a single blow from the primordial beast. Too terrifying. Luo Wuchang was annihilated by a single punch. What a terrifying primordial ferocious beast. Could its power be even more terrifying than Protector Long Jian's? He killed an expert in the 5th tier of the divine transformation realm with one punch. At the sight of that, everyone from the Dragon God Alliance was utterly astounded. They couldn't help but cry out in surprise, all of them dumbfounded. No one had ever seen such a terrifying primordial beast. How is this possible? The injured Mo Yun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The terror of primordial fierce beasts exceeded Mo Yun's imagination. He already regretted provoking them now. Mo Yun decisively gave up. Preserving his life was more important. "You want to leave?" "It's too late." The primordial ferocious beast roared angrily. It immediately sensed that Mo Yun wanted to use his movement technique to escape. How could the ancient ferocious beasts let the demonic cloud succeed? If Mo Yun were to escape right under its nose, where would it put its face as a primordial ferocious beast? Swish! Buzz! As soon as the primordial beast opened its mouth, a terrifying purple energy burst out, its aura surging. What? Mo Yun's expression changed drastically. He was scared out of his wits. Mo Yun, who was about to escape, was terrified. He hurriedly dodged. He dared not touch a terrifying power comparable to the 7th tier of the divine transformation realm. Humph! The primordial ferocious beast snorted. The moment Mo Yun dodged, its huge palm suddenly grabbed at the air. A formless, terrifying power instantly trapped Mo Yun. What kind of power is this? Mo Yun's heart trembled in fear. Want to run? Can you? The primordial beast roared angrily. Its scarlet eyes stared at Mo Yun. "I'm a member of the devil race. If you dare to kill me, the devil race won't let you go." In his panic, Mo Yun did not forget to mention the devil race. He wanted to use the devil race's strength to threaten the primordial beast. "Devil race? Are they very strong?" the primordial beast said disdainfully. It did not take the devil race seriously at all. Mo Yun was speechless. He was completely stunned. "Humph. A mere fiend race, this seat doesn't put them in my eyes," the primordial beast said arrogantly. Its huge claw squeezed hard, mercilessly crushing Mo Yun into powder. A 4th tier divine transformation realm expert of the devil race had fallen. The primordial beast was very decisive. It did not need a reason to kill. It did not need to fear anyone. Its scarlet eyes swept toward Leng Hun. The primordial beast said angrily, "Kid, it's your turn." The power of space. Leng Hun's body trembled. The moment he came back to his senses, he immediately used the power of space to escape. The power of space? The primordial beast was slightly stunned. Just as it was about to stop Leng Hun, it realized that Leng Hun had already escaped. The primordial beast was surprised. "Kid, you actually have the power of the primordial beast." With Leng Hun's escape, the battle was over. In this battle, the God King's temple was completely wiped out. It was extremely tragic. Other than Leng Hun who escaped, everyone else was killed, including Protector Luo Wuchang. Its huge palm opened slightly. Its scarlet eyes looked at the seriously injured Feng Wuchen. With a thought, a purple energy immediately wrapped around Feng Wuchen. The miraculous power actually instantly healed Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was stunned. To his surprise, he discovered that he had actually recovered. The Alliance Master has recovered. What a miraculous power! What kind of power is this? Everyone from the Dragon God Alliance was shocked again. Huge waves surged in their hearts. It instantly healed the seriously injured Feng Wuchen. Such a miraculous power was beyond everyone's imagination. Feng Wuchen stood up, looked at the primordial beast, and thanked, "Thank you. There's no need to thank me. Even though I'm a primordial ferocious beasts value friendship. That stinking brat Lu Qingyang's second rage successfully awakened me, allowing me to regain my freedom. I saved you, so we're even now." With that, the primordial beast wanted to leave. The three-eyed demon ape, one of the strongest primordial beasts in the world, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. "Brat from the dragon tribe, you know quite a lot. To think that you actually recognize me. Take good care of that brat. I've already planted the savage power in his body. When he wakes up, he can control this power at any time." The primordial beast sneered proudly. The savage power, ranked fourth among the primordial powers. Feng Wuchen was shocked and excited at the same time. "It's a little weaker than your Armageddon power." The primordial beast glanced at Feng Wuchen and turned to leave. However, before the primordial beast walked dozens of meters, it was shocked. Its huge body couldn't take half a step forward. It couldn't do it even if it used all its strength. The three-eyed demon ape was blocked by an extremely powerful sealing force, unable to take even half a step forward. "Looks like you're trapped in Qingyang's body by some kind of powerful primordial seal." Feng Wuchen was also very surprised. He didn't expect the primordial ferocious beast to be sealed in Lu Qingyang's body. At first, he thought that it was just sleeping in Lu Qingyang's body. The three-eyed demon ape's face instantly turned ferocious. Its huge eyes flickered with scarlet as it gritted its teeth and said angrily, "Preposterous. What's going on? How dare you seal me?" The enraged three-eyed demon ape's terrifying aura erupted, frightening everyone from the Dragon God Alliance. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, "If even you don't know, how would we know?" The three-eyed demon ape's ferocious gaze swept toward the unconscious Lu Qingyang. Its murderous aura surged as it roared, "Trying to trap me? Dream on." As it spoke, a huge fist containing terrifying power blasted toward the unconscious Lu Qingyang without hesitation. Its attack was fierce and merciless. As a primordial ferocious beast, the three-eyed demon ape was even more ancient than the dragons and phoenixes. Its status was extraordinary. How could it be willing to be sealed in a human's body? Oh no! The expressions of everyone from the Dragon God Alliance changed drastically. "Big Brother Lu!" Miao Qingqing screamed in fright. However, the instant the three-eyed demon ape's fist smashed down, its huge body couldn't move again. Its fist couldn't smash down at all as it was stopped by a terrifying sealing force. "Damn seal!" The three-eyed demon ape was furious, but it couldn't do anything about this terrifying primordial seal. "You just said that primordial ferocious beasts value friendship, but now you want to kill Qingyang. Without Qingyang, you can't wake up at all." "This is called being ungrateful," Feng Wuchen said indifferently without the slightest bit of worry. As a formation master, Feng Wuchen was proficient in all kinds of formations. He knew that the three-eyed demon ape couldn't do anything to Lu Qingyang. "Shut up!" The three-eyed demon ape roared at Feng Wuchen. "You were able to come out because Qingyang is very weak right now, which caused the seal to weaken. Otherwise, even if you woke up, you wouldn't have been able to come out." Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. "Preposterous. Preposterous. Roar." The three-eyed demon ape was incomparably enraged as it roared towards the sky. The furious roar was deafening, and everyone from the Dragon God Alliance covered their ears. At this time, the unconscious Lu Qingyang woke up. "Who is wailing like a ghost? It's so noisy. I can't even sleep well." Lu Qingyang, who had just woken up, complained. As soon as Lu Qingyang said this, the three-eyed demon ape's expression froze. Its roar instantly disappeared, and the space suddenly calmed down. Everyone from the Dragon God Alliance looked at Lu Qingyang and the three-eyed demonic ape with fear and trepidation. Lu Qingyang actually dared to say that the ancient beasts were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. A strange atmosphere quietly pervaded the air. "What's going on?" why is it so quiet? Lu Qingyang, who had just woken up, found that the space was completely silent. He could not help but feel puzzled as he looked around. Big brother Lu is awake. Miao Qingqing was overjoyed, and hurriedly flew over. Yi Tianwei, the Crimson Emperor, and the others from the Dragon God Temple flew over as well. After waking up, Lu Qingyang's expression changed drastically. He sensed an extremely terrifying aura right behind him. A huge shadow was shrouding him, and the shadow was even moving. What's this? Lu Qingyang was shocked. He broke out in cold sweat and looked back with difficulty. The moment Lu Qingyang turned back and saw the three-eyed demon ape, its huge size and ferocious face scared Lu Qingyang so much that his face turned green. Mother of Ker, what kind of monster is this? Lu Qingyang's face was filled with horror, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. You bastard! How dare you say that I'm wailing like a ghost? The three-eyed demon ape was furious. The moment Lu Qingyang turned back, it immediately scolded him. As Lu Qingyang woke up, the terrifying aura emanating from the three-eyed demon ape was instantly suppressed, and the three-eyed demon ape became extremely weak. Damned seal! The three-eyed demon ape was even more enraged. Being sealed made him feel extremely humiliated. This? Lu Qingyang almost cried. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was beside him, he could not help but feel relieved. At the same time, he was curious as to why Feng Wuchen's injuries had healed. Big brother Feng, what's going on? This weird, big guy, what's going on? Lu Qingyang asked as he flashed behind Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, it came out of your body. When you destroyed the Heavenly Moon Sect and killed Ao Yen, you obtained the three-eyed demon ape savage power, which is ranked 4th among the ancient powers. Came out of my body? Savage power? What the hell is going on? Lu Qingyang was shocked, but at the same time, he was confused. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, don't worry, it can't hurt you unless the seal in your body is broken. Big brother Lu, are you alright? Miao Qingqing asked with concern. Seeing Miao Qingqing, Lu Qingyang was overjoyed and hurriedly said, I'm fine, aren't I alive and kicking? Brat! You better explain to me what's going on. The three-eyed demon ape roared, its scarlet eyes staring at Lu Qingyang. How would I know what's going on? I don't even know what you're talking about. Lu Qingyang rolled his eyes. Qingyang, try to control it with your mind, and the three-eyed demon ape will be absorbed into your body, Feng Wuchen said. Hearing this, the three-eyed demon ape was shocked and roared angrily, brat! You dare! Bastard! You brat! Preposterous! Lu Qingyang was completely unaffected by the danger. With a thought, the three-eyed demon ape was immediately suppressed by a strong force. Its huge body instantly shrank and was absorbed into Lu Qingyang's body. Brat! You better not go out for me, or else I will turn you into ashes. The three-eyed demon ape's crazy roar came. And you? I saved you out of kindness, but you repay kindness with enmity. The three-eyed demon ape roared in succession. Break the seal first. Lu Qingyang laughed wantonly. Everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape. What kind of terrifying seal was this? It could even seal an ancient fierce beast at the 7th tier of the divine transformation realm. You can only control it not to come out. You can't control anything else. Once the seal weakens, it can come out, Feng Wuchen said. Big brother Feng, why is this ancient fierce beast sealed in my body? Lu Qingyang asked curiously, feeling very puzzled. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, I'm not sure. If it doesn't come out, none of us know that it's sealed in your body. Big brother Feng, could it be related to Master Nine Dao? Miao Qingqing guessed. After the battle, the Dragon God Alliance suffered a great loss. Of course, it was much better than the God King Temple being completely wiped out. It was a pity that Lin Hun escaped in the end. Lin Hun had the power of space and could travel through space at will. His escaping ability was amazing, and he was indeed not easy to deal with. However, the appearance of the three-eyed demon ape was a blow to the God King Temple. He believed that after this battle, the God King Temple would be much more well-behaved. Even the devil race would not dare to invade them easily. The three-eyed demon ape was an ancient beast, and its strength was extremely terrifying. provoking it would not end well. After the battle, everyone in the Dragon God Temple went into seclusion to heal their injuries. With the help of the blood fusion Great Rejuvenation Pill, there was no need to worry about the recovery of their injuries. While everyone was healing, Feng Wuchen used the Immortal Spirit Stone to refine the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda into an immortal artifact. He wanted to restore the original appearance of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda as soon as possible. At the same time, it could also strengthen the defensive power of the Dragon God Temple. In this battle, it was also thanks to the protection of the nine-layered universe God-slaying formation that the Dragon God Temple was not destroyed. Apart from that, there was another thing that made Feng Wuchen very worried. That was the ancient Rakshasa. Mo Yan's previous words made Feng Wuchen very worried. Ling Xiaoxiao was the saintess of the ancient Rakshasa. Mo Yan said that the ancient Rakshasa could not save her, which undoubtedly meant that something had happened to the ancient Rakshasa. What happened? Feng Wuchen secretly guessed. He had been worried about Ling Xiaoxiao. And the dragon race, what happened to Yan Long and the others? Feng Wuchen was extremely worried. Leng Hun fled back to the God King Temple in a sorry state, which scared Ling Yunkong and the others. The God King Temple was in shock and disbelief. Luo Wuchang personally led the experts of the Tyrant Realm to attack the Dragon God Temple, and only Leng Hun came back alive. The rest were all killed. The guardian of the God King Temple was killed. The news shook the God King Temple. Ancient beast? After hearing the whole story, Ling Yunkong and the three elders were shocked. Leng Hun said in horror, "That's right. It's a primordial ferocious beast in the 7th tier of the divine transformation realm. The protector was killed, and so was Mo Yun. Everyone is dead." Ling Yunkong and the three elders were shocked, and the faces of the higher-ups all froze. How could the Dragon God Temple have an ancient ferocious beast? What the hell is going on? Ling Yunkong asked in horror. I don't know. It seems to have appeared out of thin air. Leng Hun shook his head in horror. Recalling the ferocious face of the three-eyed demon ape and its terrifying strength, he was still terrified. Father, hurry up and think of a way. Why don't we inform the demon lord? If that vicious beast comes, none of us will be able to stop it. Leng Hun panicked. Palace Master, inform the demon lord immediately. The archean ferocious beast in the 7th tier of the divine transformation realm was terrifying enough to make them feel uneasy. Ling Yunkong did not dare to delay, and immediately contacted the demon lord. Buzz. The palace of the Dragon God Temple suddenly shook, and an extremely tyrannical force suddenly spread out. Above the Dragon God Temple, the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda flashed with golden light as the tyrannical force spread out from the pagoda. What a powerful aura! Did the Palace Master succeed? This is the aura of an immortal artifact. The Palace Master succeeded. The aura of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda has increased by 100 times in an instant. As the terrifying force spread out, the people of the Dragon God Temple were surprised and delighted. They all looked at the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda in the sky. Middle-grade immortal artifact can be further improved. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is really something. Maybe it really is a divine artifact. Feng Wuchen smiled in surprise. In his excitement, Feng Wuchen flashed to the top of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda and felt the powerful aura of the pagoda. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda had successfully been promoted to a middle-grade immortal artifact, and its defensive power had increased by 100 times. It was not comparable to a spiritual artifact at all. In addition, Feng Wuchen believed that the suppressive power of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda would also become more terrifying. Boom! Buzz! Feng Wuchen suddenly punched the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. With a bang, there was a terrible rebound of energy, and Feng Wuchen was directly shaken out. Palace Master! The people of the Dragon God Temple were shocked. Don't worry, the Palace Master is testing the defensive power of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, a superior of the Heaven Realm said. Feng Wuchen looked at the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda in shock. He could not believe such a strong defensive power. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda alone can resist the power of the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. With the formation, even the 9th level of the Heaven Realm may not be able to break it. Feng Wuchen said excitedly, with a bright smile on his face. While speaking, Feng Wuchen moved his mind and entered the ninefold cosmos pagoda in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen could not wait to see the changes of the ninefold cosmos pagoda. The first level of space was still a white space, and there seemed to be no changes. The second level of space was originally the illusion of the divine valley. The spiritual lake in the valley was also filled with a huge amount of spiritual qi, but as the pagoda was promoted to a middle-grade immortal artifact, the divine valley disappeared. This is... Feng Wuchen's face was filled with shock. He looked at the unfamiliar yet familiar environment. Wuji Dreamland. This is the legendary Wuji Dreamland. After being shocked for a long time, Feng Wuchen exclaimed with his eyes wide open. The second level of space was blue sky and white clouds, like a fairyland. Towering mountains were suspended in the fairy mist, and all kinds of rare birds and beasts were there. The spiritual qi was very pure and huge as if it had been purified. The spiritual qi here was many times stronger than the spiritual lake. This was simply the legendary immortal mountain. The ninefold cosmos pagoda actually appeared in the Wuji Dreamland. Feng Wuchen was so shocked that he could not believe it was true. The Wuji Dreamland is the sacred mountain of the Archean era. In other words, the ninefold cosmos pagoda is an Archean era object. The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the more excited he became. He could not imagine that the second level of the ninefold cosmos pagoda actually transformed into a sacred mountain of the Archean era. In the sacred mountain of the Archean era, there was a fairyland known as the Wuji Dreamland. It was a magical and illusory existence. Legend had it that there were countless treasures in the dreamland, such as immortal artifacts, divine artifacts, immortal arts, and so on. Because of this, countless experts in the Archean era searched for the Wuji Dreamland in order to obtain the treasures in the dreamland. As for whether anyone found it or not, it was unknown. The Wuji Dreamland really exists. Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. A junior like you actually knows about the existence of the Wuji Dreamland. Just as Feng Wuchen was excited, a majestic voice sounded in the space. Who is it? Feng Wuchen's face suddenly changed. Bang! Bang! A series of heavy footsteps rang out. Every step caused the illusory realm to tremble, and a monstrous and terrifying aura swept out wildly. Not long after, a huge monster appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen looked at the monster that was emitting a black halo in horror, and his body completely stiffened. Primordial beast, dark demonic leopard. Feng Wuchen was terrified. He felt as if he was hallucinating. The dark demonic leopard, one of the primordial beasts, was actually in the ninefold cosmos pagoda. What appeared in front of Feng Wuchen was a huge black leopard. Its strong body was perfect, and it was emitting a black aura. Its eyes were scarlet red, and it was filled with a domineering aura. Hallucination? Feng Wuchen said in shock. Feng Wuchen, you know quite a lot, the dark demonic leopard said as it looked at Feng Wuchen with its scarlet eyes. The dark demonic leopard had been staying in the ninefold cosmos pagoda all this time, so it knew everything about Feng Wuchen. You. Why are you in the ninefold cosmos pagoda? Feng Wuchen asked in a trembling voice. At the same time, he stared at the dark demonic leopard warily. The ninefold cosmos pagoda is my master's divine artifact. I was originally the guardian beast of the everlasting illusion realm. During the Great War, the sacred mountain was destroyed, so my master moved the everlasting illusion realm into the pagoda and sealed me here. If you didn't refine the ninefold cosmos pagoda into an immortal artifact, the everlasting illusion realm wouldn't have appeared, the dark demonic leopard replied. Your master? Feng Wuchen was shocked and asked, who is your master? Ling Shuzi, the dark demonic leopard replied, master has already gone to another world. Ling Shuzi? Feng Wuchen was shocked again and exclaimed, primordial expert. That's right, the dark demonic leopard nodded and asked curiously, Feng Wuchen, who are you? Why do you know so much about the primordial era? Why do you, a human, have a purer bloodline than the dragon clan? You also have 3 types of primordial powers. Seeing that the dark demonic leopard did not have the slightest bit of hostility, Feng Wuchen was secretly relieved. He then said, it's a long story. Feng Wuchen then informed the dark demonic leopard of the situation, including the evil dragon god. No one else knows about this except for you. I hope you can keep it a secret for me, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. So that's how it is. The evil dragon god was indeed very frightening during the ancient era. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 expert of the ancient era. The dark demonic leopard nodded. Looking at Feng Wuchen with its scarlet eyes, the darkness demonic leopard said, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to obtain the evil dragon god's inheritance. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled faintly. Maybe I'm just lucky. Just like that, Feng Wuchen actually started chatting with the darkness devil leopard as if they were good friends. Perhaps because it was lonely, the darkness devil leopard enjoyed having someone to talk to. At least it would not face the everlasting illusion alone. Feng Wuchen himself did not expect such a miraculous thing to happen. Feng Wuchen learned from the darkness devil leopard that during the ancient era, Xianxia and the darkness devil leopard fought together against a powerful enemy. In the end, both of them were heavily injured, causing the ninefold cosmos pagoda to be damaged. The heavily injured darkness devil leopard had been recuperating in the ninefold cosmos pagoda's ceiling formation. But after the battle, Xianxia disappeared and never came back to find the darkness devil leopard. Since the ancient era, no one knew if Xianxia was still alive. Although the darkness devil leopard was not an ancient beast, it had already controlled its bloodthirsty nature because of Xianxia. Demonic leopard, do you know what's going on with the soul body in the fourth layer? Why can I control it but not control it? Feng Wuchen suddenly asked. They were enemies killed by Master. They were all warriors in the apotheosis realm. Because they were refined into soul puppets by Master, many of the soul body's cultivations fell to the heaven realm. Now that the ninefold cosmos pagoda belongs to you, you can control them. You couldn't control them before because the pagoda was a half-fairy weapon and half-spiritual weapon. Now that it has advanced to a fairy weapon, you can control them, the darkness devil leopard explained. It knew everything that happened around Feng Wuchen like the back of its hand. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. After chatting for a while, Feng Wuchen went to the third layer. The third layer was still a storage space. The original treasures of heaven and earth had been invested in the Dragon Temple, Heaven Pavilion, and the Feng family. They were almost used up. As the ninefold cosmos pagoda advanced to a middle-grade fairy weapon, the storage space also changed. In the storage space, a large number of treasures of heaven and earth, martial arts scrolls, and all kinds of magic weapons appeared. It was like a universal treasure trove. Blood Jade Bodhi. Purple Crystal Fairy Source. Fairy Formula. Fairy Weapon. Looking at the dazzling treasures in front of him, Feng Wuchen was ecstatic and couldn't help but laugh. With so many precious treasures and the terrifying spiritual chi of the Wuji Dreamland, it was enough to increase the strength of the Dragon Temple by several times. With these treasures of heaven and earth, the cultivations of the Dragon Temple could definitely advance by leaps and bounds in a short time. By then, breaking through to the heaven realm would definitely not be a problem. It was worthy of being the divine weapon of the Archean warrior Xianxia. There were countless treasures. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen came to the fourth layer. The fourth layer still had hundreds of tombs. There were no changes. Come out! Feng Wuchen shouted fiercely, controlling the soul puppets in the tombs with his mind. In the next second, a soul body appeared in each of the hundreds of tombs. The corner of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled slightly. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of soul puppets flew up at the same time. They flew wherever Feng Wuchen pointed. When he told them to attack, they attacked. When he told them to fight, they fought. When he told them to kneel, they knelt. Magic Leopard was right. I can already control these soul puppets. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. The advancement of the ninefold cosmos pagoda to a fairy weapon was a huge surprise for Feng Wuchen. Divine King Temple, just you wait. Feng Wuchen sneered fiercely, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Lung Hun had led people to attack the Dragon Temple twice, which had completely infuriated Feng Wuchen. Now with these hundreds of terrifying soul puppets, Feng Wuchen already had the capital to start a war with the Divine King Temple. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was guessing what changes there would be in the fifth layer. Originally, the fifth layer had an inexhaustible pure energy ball. With the advancement of the ninefold cosmos pagoda to an immortal weapon, he wondered what it would become. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Feng Wuchen arrived at the fifth layer. This is primordial power. As soon as Feng Wuchen appeared in the fifth layer, a huge wave of energy came at him. Haha. As expected. As expected. Primordial power. This is primordial power. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. The original pure energy ball in the fifth layer was replaced by primordial power. Primordial power was stronger and purer. Divine King Temple. Demons. Just you wait. I, Feng Wuchen, will turn you into ashes. Feng Wuchen said excitedly and crazily. Since the ninefold cosmos pagoda is Ling Shuzi's treasure, then the person on the sixth floor shouldn't be Ling Shuzi. It should be his disciple. Feng Wuchen guessed. Although Feng Wuchen had never met Ling Shuzi, he could tell from the aura of the old man on the sixth floor. With a thought, Feng Wuchen's figure appeared on the sixth level. Silence. This was the first feeling that Feng Wuchen felt from the sixth floor. It was very peaceful. The sixth floor had obviously changed. No aura, Feng Wuchen muttered as he looked around. The sixth floor was a cave. It was very different from the previous floors. The strange thing was that there was nothing in the cave except for the strangely shaped walls. It was like an abandoned cave. Feng Wuchen took a few steps. When he took the third step, a green formation appeared on the ground. It was very sudden and he couldn't react in time. This is? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised, but he didn't panic. The green formation covered the entire cave. The formation pattern was strange and mysterious. Feng Wuchen couldn't understand it. It could be seen that the person who set up this formation had a formation domain above the evil dragon god. Feng Wuchen couldn't tell what kind of formation it was, but it didn't have any dangerous aura. It seemed to be just a simple formation. After a while, strands of green light rose from the formation. Then, it condensed into rows of words. The immortal's transformations are endless. The immortal's blood stains the robe. The path of immortal execution, the death of immortal slaughter. The sword immortal shines red everywhere. The 2 rows of words floated in the air. Feng Wuchen was shocked. After reading it once, he seemed to understand it. Endless transformations. It's undoubtedly referring to sword moves. The sword immortal also refers to sword techniques. Feng Wuchen frowned and guessed. Although he didn't understand the specific meaning, he could tell that it was a sword technique from the words on the surface. The 2 rows of words appeared for a minute. Then, they disappeared. The formation under his feet also disappeared as if it had never appeared. Feng Wuchen kept repeating those 2 sentences in his mind. He kept guessing the meaning of those 2 sentences. With the evil dragon god's attainments in the way of the sword, he could already determine that there was an astonishing sword art hidden within these 2 sentences, but he was unable to comprehend it for the time being. After pondering for a long time in the cave, Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly and threw the thought to the back of his mind. Although he didn't want to, Feng Wuchen remembered these 2 sentences in his heart. Feng Wuchen believed that with his attainments in the sword Dao, he would be able to comprehend it one day. How could the things left behind by Ling Shuzi be easily understood by the people of the world? With a thought, Feng Wuchen arrived at the last floor, the 7th floor. The 7th floor was the smallest and could only accommodate 3 people at most. However, it was also the most special as it could double the cultivation time. Since the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda had been upgraded to a mid-grade immortal equipment, Feng Wuchen believed that the 7th floor must have undergone some changes as well. Nothing has changed. Feng Wuchen muttered. The space was still the same as before. Feng Wuchen couldn't sense any changes. Perhaps the cultivation time has increased. Feng Wuchen guessed. After calculating the time, Feng Wuchen planned to try cultivating for an hour. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen exited the pagoda and realized that not even 15 minutes had passed in the outside world. Not even 15 minutes, this is almost 3 times the cultivation time. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Twice the cultivation time already made Feng Wuchen feel very powerful, but now it was 3 times. 3 times the cultivation time. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. Today's harvest was unimaginably huge, but the 2nd floor's everlasting illusion was already beyond Feng Wuchen's imagination. Then, he could control hundreds of soul puppets, and the fifth floor had a huge amount of pure ancient power. The sixth floor was a profound and powerful sword technique, and the seventh floor had 3 times the cultivation time. All of this was because the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda had been upgraded to an immortal equipment. Filled with excitement and joy, Feng Wuchen exited the pagoda and immediately let Feng Jingxiong, Xiaoqingqing, and Lu Qingyang enter the fifth floor to cultivate. Crimson Emperor and the hundreds of soldiers from the Divine Dragon Palace also entered. The huge amount of pure ancient power was extremely beneficial to their cultivation. Their cultivation speed would definitely be several times faster than before. Feng Wuchen didn't give any explanation. Ignoring everyone's doubts and shock, he let them cultivate. After making the arrangements, Feng Wuchen returned to the second floor. The dark demonic leopard was still waiting for Feng Wuchen. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda didn't disappoint you, right? The dark demonic leopard asked. Ling Shuzi's treasure is indeed powerful, Feng Wuchen said excitedly. He still had an unconcealable smile on his face. After pausing for a moment, Feng Wuchen suddenly asked, "Oh right, is the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda only used for suppression? What's so special about it?" Since the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was a divine equipment, it definitely had its own special features. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's suppression power is the pagoda's own. Its true use is to condense power, which can increase one's combat strength by 3 times, the dark demonic leopard explained. What? 3 times combat strength? Hearing the dark demonic leopard's words, Feng Wuchen's soul shook, and his eyeballs almost popped out. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was already very powerful, and now it could increase one's combat strength by 3 times. What kind of terrifying existence was this? The pagoda had already been upgraded to an immortal equipment and could increase one's combat strength by 3 times. Feng Wuchen didn't dare to imagine. The cultivation that Feng Wuchen used to suppress powerful enemies was simply a waste of resources. You didn't notice it before because the pagoda was already damaged. It's already not bad that it still has the power to suppress. Now that it has been upgraded to an immortal equipment, it naturally recovered its powerful divine power, the dark demonic leopard said. The terror of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda shocked Feng Wuchen again and again. Even a terrifying expert like the evil dragon god had never seen a divine equipment similar to the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Even the primordial year ring isn't as powerful as the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, right? Feng Wuchen was overwhelmed with shock. After knowing that the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was so terrifying, Feng Wuchen secretly decided that he would bring it with him to deal with powerful enemies and guard the Dragon God Temple when he was cultivating. He couldn't waste such a treasure on guarding the Dragon God Temple. After being shocked for a long time, Feng Wuchen came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. Feng Wuchen, the spiritual qi in the Wuji dreamland is extraordinary. If you cultivate here, it will be easy for you to break through to the 5th level of the heaven realm, the dark demonic leopard said. I also plan to cultivate here. I've never seen such a fairyland in my life. Feng Wuchen nodded. Now was undoubtedly a good opportunity to break through to the 5th level of the heaven realm. You'd better not have any ideas about the power of chaos. The dark demonic leopard's eyes suddenly changed, and the unique ferocious aura of a primordial fierce beast spread out. Can I borrow it? Feng Wuchen spread his hands. I'd advise you to get rid of that thought as soon as possible. If it weren't for the fact that you upgraded the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to an immortal artifact, allowing me to come out, I would have eaten you just because of that thought. Can't I even think about it? Don't even think about it. Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes. How stingy was this primordial fierce beast? There's no harm in befriending such a terrifying primordial fierce beast, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. The dark demonic leopard's strength was no weaker than the 3-eyed demon ape. With their help, not to mention the deity king's divine palace, even the demon tribe would have to be wary. After all, the demonic monarch had yet to be freed from the seal. Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen flashed to a fairy mountain and sat cross-legged at the highest point, preparing to cultivate. The spiritual qi in the Wuji dreamland was quite special. It was completely different from the spiritual qi of the outside world. Not only was it rich, but it was also very strong. Even the spirit-gathering formation of the Dragon Temple could not compare to the spiritual qi in the dreamland. Taking a deep breath, He threw all the trivial matters to the back of his mind and tried to calm himself down. Feng Wuchen began to cultivate using the Supreme Dragon God technique. The dark demonic leopard's scarlet eyes looked at Feng Wuchen at the top of the fairy mountain not far away. It muttered, "His bloodline contains a trace of the divine grade aura, but it seems to be immature. This kid's background is not simple. Perhaps it was not heaven's will that this kid could obtain the inheritance of the evil dragon god. Since ancient times, the divine grade bloodline has been extinct, but it appeared in a human." The dark demonic leopard muttered. Perhaps it was because it sensed the trace of the divine grade bloodline aura in Feng Wuchen's body that it was so polite to Feng Wuchen. What an amazing cultivation speed. At this speed, he will definitely break through to the 5th tier of the heaven realm in 2 months. The dark demonic leopard was shocked. Feng Wuchen had just started cultivating, and the speed at which his cultivation increased gave the dark demonic leopard a fright. Spirit splitting technique. Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating, suddenly shouted. He condensed 12 essence soul clones and frantically refined the heaven and earth spiritual qi. With the appearance of the 12 primordial spirit avatars, Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed, Feng Wuji the heaven and earth spiritual qi from all around the Wuji illusory realm gathered crazily and condensed into a white mist. The density of the spiritual qi was visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? This kid can actually condense a primordial spirit clone to refine spiritual qi. The dark demonic leopard again. The kid. Demonic spirit. It was too. TSS Feng. But the dark demonic leopard didn't stop Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had the elixir to restore the primordial spirit, so he didn't need the spirit splitting technique. Blood Jade Bodhi. Feng Wuchen smiled. A blood jade bodhi appeared in his hand. He'd obtained it on the 3rd level along the way. The blood jade bodhi was indispensable if he wanted to break through to the 5th tier of the heaven realm. Lung Hun, you'll die when I break through to the 5th tier of the heaven realm. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed fiercely. Once his cultivation broke through to the 5th tier of the heaven realm, Feng Wuchen had absolute confidence in killing Lung Hun. The biggest advantage of the blood jade bodhi was that it could be directly absorbed. The blood jade bodhi that Ling Xiaoxiao gave to Feng Jingxiong helped him break through on the spot. This was the power of the blood jade bodhi. Throwing the blood jade bodhi into his mouth, Feng Wuchen absorbed it crazily. The blood jade bodhi turned into an enormous power and poured into Feng Wuchen's body. It filled Feng Wuchen's meridians in an instant, causing his body to swell. "Huh!" Feng Wuchen shouted fiercely. He endured the pain caused by the swelling and forcibly absorbed the power of the blood jade bodhi. Blood jade bodhi. Does this guy want to break through in an instant? Seeing Feng Wuchen swallow the blood jade bodhi, the dark demonic leopard's expression froze. Buzz. A fierce power suddenly burst out. It was majestic. The Wuji dreamland buzzed and vibrated. Bright golden light covered the fairy mountain. Feng Wuchen's aura was soaring at an unimaginable speed. Feng Wuchen absorbed the blood jade bodhi crazily. The 12 primordial spirit doppelgangers refined the heaven and earth spiritual qi crazily. With the combination of the two, Feng Wuchen's cultivation improved at an unimaginable speed. The dark demonic leopard was dumbfounded. It had never seen a human with such a terrifying cultivation speed. This is the heaven realm. The dark demonic leopard said in a daze. Feng Wuchen's cultivation soared crazily like a rocket. If the true essence flowing through Feng Wuchen's meridians was like a small stream before, then it was now as huge as a river. The enormous power was endless. The shocking improvement made Feng Wuchen extremely excited. Even in the middle of cultivation, Feng Wuchen's face was filled with an excited smile. How terrifying. He's about to break through. The dark demonic leopard said in a daze. It originally thought that Feng Wuchen needed less than 2 months to break through, which was already very terrifying. But now, in just a few minutes, Feng Wuchen was about to break through. The blood jade bodhi was incomparably powerful. I'm about to break through. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. Buzz. After crazy refining and absorbing, Feng Wuchen's aura had soared to the peak of the 4th level of the heaven realm. He was only half a step away from the 5th level of the heaven realm. He's about to break through. The dark demonic leopard stared at Feng Wuchen in shock. Boom. Buzz. When Feng Wuchen's aura reached its peak, a terrifying power suddenly erupted. With a boom, the energy ripples that could destroy heaven and earth turned into an energy halo that shook the entire fairy mountain. The clouds around the fairy mountain were all dispelled. He broke through. The 5th level of the heaven realm. The dark demonic leopard exclaimed. It had witnessed the miracle of a human breaking through to the 5th level of the heaven realm. It had been less than a month since Feng Wuchen broke through to the 4th level of the heaven realm. Now, he had broken through again. The 5th level of the heaven realm. Haha. At the top of the fairy mountain, Feng Wuchen looked up to the sky and laughed excitedly. The overbearing and terrifying power was constantly released, as if it was going to destroy the Wuji dreamland. The faint power of genuine essence was released. Feng Wuchen's aura was comparable to the 6th level of the heaven realm. His strength was extremely powerful. Now that we have so many blood jade Bodhi, the brothers of the Dragon Temple can break through their cultivation. Lung Hun, when the Divine King Temple sends out troops, it will be the day of your temple's destruction. Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly. That's the 5th level of the heaven realm. No matter how strong the blood jade Bodhi is, how can it break through in the blink of an eye? The dark demonic leopard was stunned, and its huge body stiffened. Shocking. Incomparably shocking. With such a divine weapon, the Deity King's divine palace and the Devil Clan are nothing. At the highest point of the celestial mountain, Feng Wuchen laughed arrogantly, and a monstrous domineering aura arose spontaneously. Even though the war had caused many powerful sacrifices and greatly reduced the strength of the Dragon God Alliance, Feng Wuchen believed that the Dragon God Alliance's strength would soon grow stronger. What the Dragon God Alliance lacked now was time. As long as the Dragon God Alliance had enough time, its growth would definitely be feared by any force on the continent. Feng Wuchen clenched his fist, feeling the surging power in his body. His eyes were full of confidence. Feng Wuchen said, with my current strength, I can compete with Lung Hun. When I find the power of time and open the immemorial year ring, I will be the only one under the apotheosis realm. I must find the power of time. It's also time to go to the northern Xian region. With the immemorial year ring, it shouldn't be difficult to find the power of time. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Suppressing the ecstasy and excitement in his heart and restraining his domineering aura, Feng Wuchen flew down from the celestial mountain. Demonic leopard, I have something to ask you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. If it's about the power of chaos, then don't ask. The dark demonic leopard looked at Feng Wuchen. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked helplessly, I just want to ask you if you know the whereabouts of the other immemorial powers. I've been sealed in the ninefold cosmos pagoda all this time. How can I find the whereabouts of the other immemorial powers? The dark demonic leopard shook its head. After a pause, it continued, but the number one creation divine power is in the hands of the demonic monarch. Don't even think about it. The creation divine power is in the hands of the demonic monarch? Feng Wuchen was shocked. The creation divine power was the number one immemorial power. It was extremely terrifying. In the hands of the demonic monarch, it could be said to be invincible. Who could go against it? It was no wonder that the experts of the dragon race, the primordial Rakshasa race, the Bailey clan, and the other major powers could not even lift a finger to exterminate the demon monarch. Haven't you always been sealed in the pagoda? How do you know that the divine power of creation is in the hands of the demon monarch? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown, feeling that the dark demonic leopard was lying. I guessed, the dark demonic leopard replied. The dark demonic leopard's reply almost made Feng Wuchen vomit blood. Ignoring the dark demonic leopard, Feng Wuchen exited the 2nd floor and arrived at the 7th floor in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen had broken through too quickly, so he needed to consolidate his cultivation base. The 7th floor had 3 times the time, which was just right for Feng Wuchen to consolidate his cultivation base. A divine grade bloodline, and a dragon bloodline at that. Could it be that Feng Wuchen is? After Feng Wuchen left, the dark demonic leopard guessed. It seemed to be too terrifying. The dark demonic leopard was shocked on the spot, and its expression stiffened. Time flew, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Shenlong Temple had recovered. The people of the Xianxia temple took turns to enter the 5th floor of the ninefold cosmos pagoda to cultivate. After 3 months, their strength had grown crazily, and they had surpassed their strength before the battle. Yi Tianwei had successfully broken through to the heaven realm. The Crimson Emperor, Yi Tianqing, and Lu Qingyang were all close to the heaven realm. It wouldn't be long before they would also break through. The cultivation base of the soldiers had also improved by leaps and bounds. Most of them were between the 4th and 5th level of the celestial realm. Throughout the Dragon God Temple, there was laughter and laughter. Everyone was talking about cultivation, and it was very lively. In these 3 months, Feng Wuchen had not only consolidated his cultivation base, but also upgraded the Dragon God Sword and Dragon God Gauntlet to the 8th level, greatly increasing their power. In addition, the immortal weapons of Lu Qingyang and the others had also been upgraded to the 7th level, and their combat power had greatly increased. The only thing that disappointed Feng Wuchen was that he couldn't understand the 2 sentences on the 6th floor. Is everyone here? Outside the main hall of the Xianxia temple, Lu Qingyang and the others were leisurely sitting on the stairs and chatting when the Crimson Emperor's voice suddenly sounded. Brother Crimson Emperor! Huanyang, Guangzhan, and the others all stood up. Lu Qingyang said, everyone is here. We're just waiting for Brother Feng to come out. Teacher is instructing the first elder and the others in alchemy. He won't come out so soon. Zhang Junlan said. Brother Crimson Emperor, Brother Lu, I also want to go to the northern Xian domain this time. A 17 or 18-year-old youth rushed over anxiously. Wu Shuang, why aren't you cultivating? Why are you going to the northern Xian domain? The Crimson Emperor asked. The youth's name was Gao Wushuang. He was the young genius who couldn't be chosen to enter the Sacred Soul Academy. Gao Wushuang had the talent of a 7th-grade martial soul. After cultivating in the Xianxia temple for 3 months, he had already stepped into the 1st level of the celestial realm. His cultivation speed was terrifying. Isn't the Sacred Soul Academy in the northern Xian domain? I want to let them know that not wanting me is their loss. Gao Wushuang harbored hatred in his heart. We still have to get the palace master's approval. We're not going there to play. Moreover, we won't be going to the Sacred Soul Academy. The Crimson Emperor patted Gao Wushuang's shoulder and smiled. Wushuang, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Don't worry. Lu Qingyang comforted. It's fine. Let him go. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's voice came from the main hall. Palace Master. The Crimson Emperor and the others bowed respectfully. It's a rare opportunity to temper himself. It's not bad to let Wushuang try. Who knows, he might even have a fortuitous encounter or something. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and patted Gao Wushuang's shoulder lightly. Many thanks, Palace Master. Gao Wushuang said excitedly. This time, they were heading to the northern Xian domain precisely for the power of time. On the map that Feng Wuchen had obtained from the Mo family, there were a few places that were marked in the northern Xian domain. After Feng Wuchen's research and guesses, in addition to the information passed to him by the dragon ancestor, he finally determined that the power of time was in the northern Xian domain. Of course, this was just a guess. Whether it was in the northern Xian domain or not, he still needed to personally investigate. If the power of time was really in the northern Xian domain, Feng Wuchen was determined to obtain it. Raising his head to look at the ninefold cosmos pagoda, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and kept the pagoda into his body. He didn't know what kind of danger they would encounter on this trip. The ninefold cosmos pagoda was their life-saving talisman. One must know that there was an immemorial beast in the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Seeing Feng Wuchen keeping the ninefold cosmos pagoda into his body, Lu Qingyang couldn't help but ask curiously, Big Brother Feng, what are you doing? The ninefold cosmos pagoda has been upgraded to an immortal artifact. It will be of great help to us on this trip. Alright, it's time to set off. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and took the lead to fly up into the sky. Zhang Junlan and the rest followed behind. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. 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 Feng Wuchen and the rest flew towards the northern Xian domain at top speed. Respectfully sending Palace Master off. The members of the Dragon God Temple shouted respectfully. Even from afar, they could still hear the shouts of the members of the Dragon God Temple. The power of time was ranked 8th among the ancient powers. As the name implied, the power of time had the ability to control time. As for what ability it had, Feng Wuchen would only know after finding it. The northern Xian region was one of the 3 major regions of the Heavenly Soul continent, and it was also the region with the most geniuses. Because the Sacred Soul Academy was in the northern Xian region. Swish, swish, swish. One day later, Feng Wuchen's group arrived at the border of the northern Xian region. "Hall Master, are you sure the power of time is in the northern Xian region?" Beidou Yan asked, seemingly worried that they would make a wasted trip. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, "It shouldn't be wrong. If it's really in the northern Xian region, when we reach our destination, the ancient year ring should have a reaction, and it will be much easier to find it. Also, the ancient power might be able to sense it." Lu Qingyang guessed. In the past 3 months, Lu Qingyang was already able to control the power of the wildlands with ease. It was precisely because he refined a wisp of the origin power of the wildlands that Lu Qingyang's cultivation had increased greatly. Now, he had surpassed Miao Qingqing and reached the 9th level of the sky-human realm. Such a tyrannical cultivation had also surpassed the Crimson Emperor. "Let's hope we don't run into any more powerful enemies," White Mia said with a shrug. "Let's hope we don't run into any more powerful enemies. Let's hope we can get the power of time and some treasures. It would be best if we can get some ancient power." "Haha. You're thinking the same thing as me." Lei Tianjue couldn't help but laugh. Everyone was also amused. "Let's go to the illusory mountain range first," Feng Wuchen said. The illusory mountain range was the closest to them. The illusory mountain range was located in the northwest of the northern Xian region. Feng Wuchen's group hurried without stopping. "Big brother Feng, Xiaoxiao hasn't returned for almost half a year. Could something have happened to her?" On the way, Miao Qingqing asked worriedly. She had been worried about Ling Xiaoxiao. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and fell silent. Ling Xiaoxiao had left the Dragon God Temple for almost half a year, and there was no news of her. Mo Yan's words once again surfaced in Feng Wuchen's mind. However, the primordial Rakshasa tribe was very powerful. Moreover, they were old friends with the dragon tribe. If the 2 forces joined forces, they would be able to destroy the world. Before the demon lord broke out of his seal, the demons would never be able to deal with them. However, he was certain that something had happened to the dragon tribe and the Rakshasa tribe. "It should be fine. Don't worry." Feng Wuchen comforted her. He was also unsure. An hour later, Feng Wuchen and the others arrived at the first mountain range where the power of time could possibly exist, the illusory mountain range. Lu Qingyang activated the Savage Force and slowly closed his eyes. He then shook his head and said, "There is no reaction. However, there are many powerful auras. They should be cultivating in the mountains. Big brother Feng, there's a small town over there. They should know more about the illusory mountain range. Let's go there and ask." Miao Qingqing pointed to the left. "All right." Feng Wuchen nodded. "Master, I sense a weak aura from a human. He should be heavily injured. He's not far from the mountain." Lan Yu suddenly spoke. As an elf, Lan Yu was very sensitive to all kinds of auras. The 2nd level of the heaven realm. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He sensed carefully and also found something. He glanced at the mountain range and said, "Qingyang, you go to the town first. Lan Yu and I will go and have a look." Following the weak aura, Feng Wuchen and Lan Yu quickly came to the mountain and found that the injured person was a woman. The woman wore a white gauze dress. However, because she was seriously injured, her clothes were stained with blood. The wound was shocking. If it were not for the serious injury and the pale cheeks, one would definitely find that the woman in white was very beautiful. She was not inferior to Miao Qingqing and Lan Yu. "Who is it?" Sensing that someone was approaching, the woman's pale face changed slightly. She took out a sword and looked around vigilantly. "Master, she's seriously injured. I don't know who did this to her," Lan Yu said while activating the power of the elf tribe. She waved her hand and a soft blue halo flew out. The woman's face changed greatly. However, she was unable to resist and was immediately wrapped by the blue energy. Don't worry. We just sensed your weak aura. She's healing you. Feng Wuchen looked at the woman and said lightly. Feeling that her injury was recovering, the woman was relieved. At the same time, she looked at Lan Yu in shock. The woman did not know what kind of power this was. It was so magical that even without the healing pill, her injury could be healed quickly. This is the healing pill. Feng Wuchen took out an elixir and handed it to the woman. Thank you. The woman thanked him gratefully. When she took the elixir, she was stunned and shocked. The 7th class elixir. Sister, what's your name? Your injury is so serious. What happened? Lan Yu asked softly. I'm Xiaowanwan. Not long ago, a group of people forcibly occupied the imaginary mountain range. They forbade anyone from entering the mountain. They are very powerful. I wanted to enter the mountain to look for some treasures, but I was injured by them and almost lost my life. They are cruel and merciless. Many people were killed by them. None of the forces nearby dared to provoke them. The more the woman spoke, the more frightened she became. She was glad that she escaped. Occupied the mountain range? Lan Yu looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and asked, Master, are they looking for the power of time? Feng Wuchen shook his head and asked, do you know why they occupied the mountain range? Xiaowanwan shook her head and said, I don't know, but I heard that they took many people away. I don't know why. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Lu Qingyang and the others flashed over. Their faces were gloomy, and they were filled with rage and killing intent. Palace Master, something happened in the town. Yi Tianqing said. What's wrong? Feng Wuchen looked at the angry Lu Qingyang and the others. Brother Feng, a group of people occupied the imaginary mountain range a month ago. They took many people from the town, including several children. We don't know whether they are dead or alive. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said angrily. He couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to rush into the mountain to deal with those unknown people. Lan Yu, heal her. Let's go in and have a look. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He was curious about who occupied the mountain range and why they took so many people away. You want to go in? Xiaowanwan was stunned. She wanted to stop them, but she was too injured to move. She said anxiously, don't go in. They are very powerful. There are several superiors in the 6th or 7th level of the heaven realm. You will die in vain if you go in. Feng Wuchen couldn't care less. He had to enter the illusory mountain range. Xia Weiner was stunned when she saw Feng Wuchen and the others. Were they not afraid of death? Sister Weiner, don't worry. Master and the others will be fine. Lan Yu chuckled. With Feng Wuchen's strength, he was not afraid of superiors in the 6th or 7th level of the heaven realm. The imaginary mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and there were countless treasures of heaven and earth in the mountains. Most of the practitioners in the nearby towns and cities relied on the treasures of heaven and earth in the imaginary mountain range to make a living. Now that it was forcibly occupied by unknown people, it could be said that the ordinary practitioners in the town were cut off from their source of income and livelihood. It seems that the strong aura I sensed just now must be them. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said angrily. His dark eyes were surging with murderous intent. What kind of treasure is there in the imaginary mountain range? Why are they occupying the mountain range? Why are they capturing people? Bai Duyan was puzzled. They must have found some rare treasures to attract this group of unknown warriors of the heaven realm. Feng Wuchen and his group hid their aura and carefully sneaked into the depths of the imaginary mountain range. In a valley in the depths of the imaginary mountain range, more than a dozen strong men were guarding. Hundreds of people were digging in a big pit. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Hurry up if you don't want to die. If you dare to be lazy, I'll break your legs. Several strong men in the celestial realm kept scolding and threatening. Hundreds of people were digging desperately, and no one dared to be lazy. Over 100 people were tormented, suffering unspeakably. However, they were weak and had no choice. Because at the edge of the big pit, there were dozens of bodies. Women and children had died tragically. 7 of the heaven realm and 13 of the celestial realm. I don't know who they are. On the top of a mountain, Xianxia was puzzled, looking at the valley not far ahead. Damn it. They caught so many people. What are they digging for? Is there any treasure in such a big pit? Lu Qingyang looked doubtfully. Ink shadow crystal. Yi Tianwei seemed to see something and suddenly exclaimed. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, they are digging for ink shadow crystal. Ink shadow crystal? Lu Qingyang and others looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. Feng Wuchen said, the ink shadow spar contains a very violent power. It's a special kind of spar and is very rare. It can't be found in auctions. It's very helpful for practitioners in the heaven realm. It's not much weaker than the 7th grade pill. This kind of treasure can't be bought with gold coins. So that's how it is. No wonder they took over the illusory mountain range. It's because they found the ink shadow crystal. Yi Tianqing frowned. Bai Yan said coldly, it's not wrong to look for treasures, but forcefully capturing people to dig them out is too much. In the large pit, there were people carrying black crystal rocks up, and those crystal rocks of different sizes were ink shadow crystal rocks. At this time, there were dozens of 15 or 16-year-old boys and girls returning to the valley with baskets full of medicinal herbs and heavenly treasures. The young boys and girls were dirty from head to toe, and their tender faces were filled with fear and panic. The young boys and girls were obviously captured. Bastard! How dare they use captured children to search for treasures for them? Bai Mei gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The faces of Feng Wuchen and the others instantly darkened. Bastard! These people were actually so deranged. They're worse than animals. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said angrily. A terrible murderous aura broke out uncontrollably. Lu Qingyang's terrible murderous aura broke out, and it immediately alarmed the dozens of superiors. Murderous aura. 9th level of the celestial being realm. Humph. You're courting death. 7 superiors of the heaven realm and 13 of the celestial being realm sensed it, and their eyes immediately swept towards the source of the murderous aura. Since Feng Wuchen and the others had come, they were not afraid of being discovered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Feng Wuchen and the others flew over. Their faces were gloomy, and their eyes were filled with anger and murderous aura. Who are you people? The leading man of the 8th level of the heaven realm asked coldly. He glanced at Feng Wuchen and the others viciously. In the big pit, hundreds of men and women were looking at Feng Wuchen and the others with hopes of survival. They did not want to be beaten to death like the others. Big brother, save us! The young boys and girls cried for help, as if they had seen a life-saving straw. Shut up! A man of the celestial being realm angrily rebuked. His fierce eyes swept over the young boys and girls, frightening them to the extreme. Are you the ones who occupied the imaginary mountain range? Did you capture all these people? Feng Wuchen asked in return, his voice cold. Humph. Mind your own business. You're courting death. A man of the 9th level of the celestial being realm glanced at Feng Wuchen with disdain and rushed up without hesitation. Whoosh. The moment the man made a move, Feng Wuchen had already appeared in a flash. In an extremely strange way, he appeared in front of the man like a ghost. His sword finger had already pointed at the man's glabella. What? The man of the 9th level of the celestial being realm was shocked. He trembled with fear and looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Destroy. Feng Wuchen stared at the man expressionlessly. With a cold shout, a terrible force instantly turned the man into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. The superior of the 9th level of the celestial being realm was instantly turned into ashes. Feng Wuchen had killed the 9th level of the celestial being realm with a single finger. What kind of power is this? A man of the celestial being realm asked in horror, trembling all over. This kid has the cultivation of the heaven realm. His speed is terrible. A man of the heaven realm frowned. He was also quite shocked. The man in the lead said solemnly, he can control his power freely. This kid is not simple. When the men and women who had been caught saw Feng Wuchen show such terrible power, their hearts began to ignite with hope. This was the terrible power of the force of nothingness. Feng Wuchen's move could be said to have shocked the dozen superiors. Let them go. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Let them go? The man in the lead was full of disdain. He immediately said coldly, if you want to save them, it depends on your ability. Leave no one alive. Kill. The man answered. Feng Wuchen quickly made a decision. Yi Tianwei, Lu Qingyang, and the others all made their moves. A fierce power broke out and covered the whole valley. The surrounding towering peaks shook violently, and countless rocks rolled down. You are worse than animals. Go to hell. Lu Qingyang roared and was the first to rush up. You are asking for death. A superior of the third level of the heaven realm said fiercely, and a cold murderous aura broke out. Buzz. The power of destroy the world was activated. Feng Wuchen's momentum suddenly soared, and his aura soared to the 7th level of the heaven realm. The 5th level of the heaven realm? And 2 levels of aura. The man in the lead was shocked. How is it possible? This kid is in the 5th level of the heaven realm. His aura is still rising. Another of the heaven realm said in horror. With a thought, the dragon god sword was taken out. The dragon god sword, which was forged at the 8th level, was filled with fierce power. At the same time, Feng Wuchen's aura soared crazily again. A terrible murderous aura spread out from Feng Wuchen's body. It was bone-chilling. The strong breath of death made the leader feel as if he had fallen into hell. The 9th level of the heaven realm. His sword is a fairy weapon. 8th level forging. Feeling the terrifying aura from Feng Wuchen, the 7 warriors in the heaven realm were shocked. They were frightened and shocked, and their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. The 5th level of the heaven realm had been raised by 4 levels. In addition, he also had an 8th-level high-grade fairy weapon. Who would dare to believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? At this moment, the hundreds of ordinary cultivators who had been captured finally showed smiles on their faces. They cried tears of joy. Finally, the savior who saved them from the sea of bitterness. Phew! The next moment, Feng Wuchen rushed out with the dragon god sword in his hand. Like a bloody lightning, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. So fast. The leader's face changed again. He was so scared that his courage was almost broken. Swish swish swish. A bloody sword light flashed. Wherever Feng Wuchen passed, the warriors of the heaven realm had their throats slit, and blood spurted out at the same time. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely horrible. His moves were clean and neat, without the slightest hesitation. In the blink of an eye, 6 warriors of the heaven realm had died, leaving only the leader of the 8th level of the heaven realm. At the same time, Lu Qingyang and the others had also killed more than 10 warriors of the celestial realm without any pressure. The leader was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. His face was as pale as paper, and his whole body was trembling. As a warrior of the 8th level of the heaven realm, his strength was absolutely powerful. But in front of Feng Wuchen, he found that he didn't even have a chance to attack. The men and women in the big pit were completely shocked by Feng Wuchen's horrible strength. He killed 6 warriors of the heaven realm in an instant. The cold dragon god sword was placed on the man's neck. The man was so scared that his nerves tightened instantly. He broke out in a cold sweat and said in horror, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Feng Wuchen asked coldly, "Answer my question. Who are you? Who ordered you?" The man answered with fear, We were ordered by the master of the mysterious shadow sect to collect the ink shadow crystal. There are too many treasures in the Shuang mountain. He was worried that they would be discovered by others and lead to many warriors to rob them, so he hired us. Profound shadow sect? Slightly knitting his brows, Feng Wuchen coldly asked, "Was it your idea to capture these innocent people?" This. The leader's body trembled. He felt that Feng Wuchen had seen through him. Then, he shook his head and said, No, this is the idea of the sect master of the profound shadow sect. It has nothing to do with us, Qi. Before the man could finish speaking, the dragon god sword coldly slashed across the man's neck, causing blood to spurt out. The man's eyes widened and he covered his neck with both hands, but he was unable to stop the blood from flowing out. His life aura gradually disappeared as he fell to the ground. Feng Wuchen would never show mercy to these deranged people. "Hurry up and leave this place, and escort these children away while you're at it," Feng Wuchen said indifferently as he looked at the ordinary cultivators who had been captured. Brother, thank you for saving my life. Everyone was extremely grateful and cried tears of joy. Then, they all left one after another. No one wanted to get involved. Brother Feng, these ink shadow crystals are ours. Lu Qingyang smiled excitedly as he licked his lips. The location marked by the Mo family might be the ink shadow crystals. Feng Wuchen guessed. Feng Wuchen did not believe that the Mo family knew about the existence of the power of time. Palace Master, these ink shadow crystals are enough to make the Dragon God Temple stronger. Yi Tianqing said excitedly. Indeed, such a treasure can only be encountered but not sought. Feng Wuchen nodded happily and said, Nangong Zhan, Bei De Yen, Bai Mia, the three of you immediately go and check the strength of the profound shadow sect. Yes. Palace Master. The three of them respectfully accepted the order and immediately flew away. Feng Wuchen and the group descended into the huge pit. A large number of ink shadow crystals were exposed. The number was so large that even Feng Wuchen was shocked. Feng Wuchen had not expected that they would have such a harvest when they had just arrived at the illusory mountain range. Lin Yu, they should still have ink shadow crystals on them. It's better to let others benefit from it. You guys are in charge of collecting the ink shadow crystals. Feng Wuchen said and kept the ink shadow crystals into his storage ring. After giving the instructions, Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang went to check on the power of time. After those ordinary cultivators who were rescued left the illusory mountain range, the first thing they did was to spread the news that the profound shadow sect had hired people to occupy the mountain range, as well as the news of the ink shadow crystals mining. I didn't expect that the profound shadow sect was behind this. Simply shameless to the extreme. Profound shadow sect is a large powerhouse and a reputable sect. How dare they do such a despicable thing? Shameless villain. I'll ask my son to withdraw from the profound shadow sect immediately. The news spread like wildfire and the surroundings of the illusory mountain range exploded. Profound shadow sect's reputation plummeted and there were curses everywhere. However, the existence of the ink shadow crystals attracted many strong practitioners. At this very moment, many strong practitioners were rushing towards the illusory mountain range at top speed. There were many Heaven Realm and Heaven Realm practitioners and the ink shadow crystal's allure was extremely huge and highly sought after. Profound Shadow Sect's main hall. The main hall was filled with an intense fury and terrifying murderous aura as a terrifying aura filled the entire main hall. Profound Shadow Sect was one of the large powerhouses in the northern Profound region and its ability was extremely tyrannical. The sect master was at the 9th level of the Heaven Realm while the elders' cultivations were at the 7th or 8th level of the Heaven Realm. Profound Shadow Sect's ability would absolutely not lose to the Heavenly Tao sect. The sect master, elders, and higher-ups' expressions were extremely ugly as they were gloomy to the extreme. Lu Yunqing that trash. Sect master Su Li clenched his teeth and shouted angrily as the flesh on his face twitched violently and he was filled with rage. Su Li's eyes were almost spitting fire as he said fiercely, the news has already spread and there will definitely be many people who will go and snatch the ink shadow crystals. The ink shadow crystals might have been snatched away by them. The more Su Li thought about it, the angrier he got. He was about to get the ink shadow crystals but it was ruined by someone. Su Li was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Lu Yunqing and the rest are already dead. Now the most important thing is to find a way to push all the responsibility onto them and at the same time find out who killed them. We must not let them off. An elder said solemnly as his old eyes flashed with a murderous aura. Su Li said viciously, follow me to the illusory mountain range immediately. They must still be there and I will tear them into pieces. Great elder, I will leave the matter of restoring Profound Shadow Sect's reputation to you. Su Li was furious and immediately led the elders and higher-ups to the illusory mountain range. At this moment, there were already many strong practitioners in the illusory mountain range who were searching for the whereabouts of the ink shadow crystals. But by the time they found the valley, the ink shadow crystal had already disappeared without a trace and no one knew who was the one who did it. What a strong murderous aura! 9th level of the Heaven Realm. A strong enemy is coming. In the mountain range, Yi Tianqing frowned. The 9th level of the Heaven Realm. It's Overlord Su Li. What a terrible murderous intent. In the illusory mountain range, all the experts who sensed Su Li's terrifying killing intent were frightened out of their wits. How dare he show up after killing so many people? Is he trying to silence us? Someone said with disdain. I didn't expect the Dark Shadow sect to be so shameless. They must be blind, someone said in a low voice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures shot over at lightning speed and appeared in the sky above the valley. They were Su Li, the Dark Shadow sect's overlord. There were a total of 5 superiors in the Heaven Realm. Humph. Find out who dared to slander the Dark Shadow sect. I'll tear them into pieces. Su Li shouted angrily. He was venting his anger and defending the Dark Shadow sect. The 4 superiors of the Heaven Realm immediately scattered around, but they didn't know who did it. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Slander? Su Li's angry roar caused many Xianxia to be secretly suspicious. Do you know who did it? I want to confront them face to face. Su Li looked at the other practitioners and asked in a low voice. Overlord Su, we don't know who did it either. When we came, they were all dead and the inky crystal was gone, someone replied. Overlord Su, I heard that it was a group of young juniors, but I don't know who they are, someone replied. Hearing this, Su Li frowned and said in disbelief, young juniors? Lu Yunqing's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Heaven Realm, and there were 6 other superiors in the Heaven Realm. How could a group of young juniors deal with such a powerful lineup? Being able to kill Lu Yunqing and the other 7 superiors of the Heaven Realm showed that the person who did it was extraordinary. Su Li immediately transmitted a sound to the 4 superiors. They must pay attention to any young juniors. At this time, Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang were still looking for the power of time, but to their disappointment, there was no reaction from the Taigu power. Overlord, it seems that the Shuang Mountains don't have the power of time. The superiors of the Dark Shadow sect are here. We don't want to waste too much time, Yi Tianqing suggested. Big Brother Feng, we've searched the entire illusory mountain range. I don't think there's anything there, Lu Qingyang said, shaking his head. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, let's go. Hall Master, there is a city not far south of the illusory mountain range. Let's go there and rest first, Bai Duyan said. That's good too. I've been busy for so long and I'm hungry. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Although he was disappointed, at least there were still 2 places he hadn't searched. They didn't manage to find the energy of time in the illusory mountain range, but they managed to obtain a large amount of ink shadow crystals, which could be considered as a consolation prize. But just as Feng Wuchen and the others were about to leave, the Profound Shadow sect's 2nd elder stopped them. Palace Master, he is the 2nd elder of the Profound Shadow sect. Let me talk to him. The less trouble, the better. There is no need to waste time on them. Bai Duyan said in a low voice. When they went to investigate the Profound Shadow sect's strength, they already knew everything about the Profound Shadow sect. Who are you? What are you doing in the illusory mountain range? You'd better answer honestly. Otherwise, no one can leave here alive. The 2nd elder frowned and asked. He squinted his old eyes and stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen and the others. According to Su Li's sound transmission, the group of young juniors in front of him seemed to be very deliberate. 2nd elder, we also heard that there are ink shadow crystals, so we came to take a look. But we didn't find it even after searching the surrounding mountains. Bai Duyan said. Seeing the 2nd elders. Fierce look, Bai Duyan said, 2nd elder, are you suspecting us? We don't have that strength. Nan Gongzhan continued, we haven't even reached the Heaven Realm. It can't be us. 2nd elder, don't slander us. That's true. You can leave. The 2nd elder frowned and nodded. Seeing the cultivation of Bai Duyan and the others, he instantly dispelled his suspicions. To be able to kill Lu Yunqing and the others, it must be a terrifying master. It was definitely not something that Bai Duyan and the others could do. The 2nd elder didn't notice Feng Wuchen. Even if he did, he couldn't see Feng Wuchen's cultivation. He didn't think that Feng Wuchen had that ability. After successfully passing through, Feng Wuchen and the others left and flew towards the city that Bai Duyan had mentioned. However, what Feng Wuchen and the others didn't know was that this departure had caused the people of Qingyang town to suffer. Suli and the other four almost turned the imaginary mountain range upside down but still couldn't find the group of young juniors who killed Lu Yunqing. The murderer seemed to have disappeared from the world. They couldn't find the person and there was no trace of the ink shadow crystals. Suli was furious. The many masters who came to search were also extremely disappointed. What they didn't know was that the person had been released by the second elder. Qingyang town is nearby. Lu Yunqing and the others must have caught someone from Qingyang town. Force them to tell me. Suli gritted his teeth and said gloomily. The second elder and the others immediately headed towards Qingyang town. At the same time, they condensed a terrifying energy to cover the entire town. Hundreds of ordinary cultivators in Qingyang town gathered at the entrance of the town. Everyone was trembling with fear. Speak. Who exactly are they? Don't act like a fool. I know that some of you must know. The second elder shouted gloomily. A terrifying murderous aura covered the entire Qingyang town. No one in Qingyang town dared to speak. They didn't even dare to raise their heads. The Profound Shadow Sect had a transcendent status in the Northern Profound Domain. It was one of the major powers. The people of Qingyang town were just ordinary cultivators. They were powerless to resist. Suli took a few steps forward. His face was filled with viciousness as he said angrily, "This matter concerns the reputation of the Profound Shadow Sect. As long as you tell me who they are, I will not make things difficult for you. I will even reward you handsomely." We don't know. We don't know anything. The people of Qingyang town shook their heads in fear. Seeing this, Suli completely lost his patience. He suddenly grabbed at the air and a middle-aged man was sucked towards him. The man was scared out of his wits and started to struggle madly. Suli grabbed the man's neck and asked, "Speak, who are they, or I will kill you." I don't know." The man was frightened and struggled to answer. "Humph." Suli snorted angrily. He grabbed the man's neck with his claws and crushed it on the spot. Suli threw the man away and pulled another old man over. He said viciously, "If you don't speak, I will kill all of you one by one." In order to find Feng Wuchen and the others, Suli couldn't care less. Even if he had to destroy Qingyang town, he wouldn't hesitate. Moreover, no one would know that he was the one who did it. Suli killed them one by one. The people of Qingyang town were even more terrified. Their minds were blank and they didn't know what to do. The Profound Shadow Sect was one of the major powers in the northern Xian region. They could kill as many people as they wanted in a small town. In a world where strength was respected, strength was king. If we don't say anything, we'll all die. What should we do? They are our saviors. We can't say anything. They are your saviors, not mine. If we don't say anything, my whole family will be killed by them. That's right. We don't want to die. Seeing the people of Qingyang town being killed one by one, many people hated Feng Wuchen and the others to the extreme. This was human nature. When disaster struck, everyone would fly away. You still don't want to say anything? Looks like you're not afraid of death. Suli said fiercely. He glanced at a young girl who was 13 or 14 years old. Suli grabbed the air and sucked the young girl over. "Mother! Father! Save me!" The young girl cried for help in fear. Mang-er! Mang-er! A man panicked. Mang-er! No! Give Mang-er back to me! The woman panicked and rushed forward crazily. However, she was trapped by a terrifying force and couldn't move. Wife! The man was filled with grief and fear. Sect Master Su, please let my daughter go. She's still young. The man knelt down and begged. Say it. Who is it? If you don't say it, I'll kill your daughter. Suli said fiercely. He grabbed the young girl's head. If they didn't say anything, Suli would crush the young girl's head. Suli was crazy. He wouldn't even let a child go. The Profound Shadow Sect was already notorious. Suli didn't care if it was worse. Mother! Father! Save me! Mang-er is scared. The young girl cried in fear. She looked like an injured angel. Stop. Quickly stop. The woman was about to go crazy. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Tears kept rolling down her face. Seeing her daughter suffer and being unable to do anything, her heart was bleeding. "Say it!" Suli shouted angrily. "I'll say it. I'll say it. Sect Master Su, please let my daughter go." The man didn't have any other choice. He couldn't watch his daughter be killed. "You can't say it. He's our savior," a man said anxiously. "Die!" Suli angrily roared. He grabbed at the air, and that man turned into ashes on the spot. His ferocious methods scared everyone out of their wits. Those who were timid even wet their pants. "Whoever dares to stop me will die," Suli angrily shouted, his terrifying pressure intimidating everyone. Only then did Suli put down the frightened and crying little girl, and at the same time, removed the power that trapped the woman. "You'd better answer honestly. Otherwise, I'll kill your entire family." Suli glared fiercely at the man. The man trembled violently and said in panic, there were 13 of them in total, all in their 20s. Their cultivations were all above the 7th level of the celestial being realm, and 2 of them were at the 1st level of the heaven realm. One of them was undetectable, but he was the most terrifying. All the warriors in the heaven realm in the valley were killed by him. Above the 7th level of the heaven tier? 2 warriors of the heaven realm? 13 people? Not good, it's them. Second Elder recalled, and his old face suddenly changed. "Second Elder, you've seen him before?" Suli asked with a frown. "This is bad." "Old man, let them go." Among them, there was one whose cultivation level could not be determined. It had to be them. How dare they deceive old man? Second Elder gritted his teeth and said angrily. "Where are they?" Suli asked gloomily. "They ran to the south," Second Elder said. "Chase them." Suli angrily shouted, and immediately rushed to the south. "Second Elder, destroy Qingyang town. Don't leave anyone alive. We can't let the news leak out. Dead people are the most reliable." Suli, who was leaving, transmitted a message to Second Elder. Suli had killed more than a dozen people in Qingyang town. Sooner or later, the news would spread out. Suli was worried that it would arouse the anger of the northern Xian domain. At that time, the Dark Shadow sect would have no place to stand. What's more, the Dark Shadow sect still had to restore its reputation. "Yes, Master." Second Elder transmitted a message respectfully. Glancing at the people of Qingyang town fiercely, Second Elder ordered, "Destroy Qingyang town." "What?" Hearing Second Elder's words, the people of Qingyang town were in despair. "Second Elder, we've said what we should say. Why do you still want to kill us?" "Why?" one of the men asked unhappily. Second Elder said coldly, "Only dead people can keep their mouths shut. Second Elder, please spare our lives. We promise not to tell anyone." Everyone cowed out and begged for mercy. "Do it. Don't leave anyone alive. Don't let anyone see." Second Elder shouted coldly, and immediately flew away. The people of Qingyang town had weak cultivations. They could not resist at all. In less than a minute, hundreds of people in Qingyang town were killed, including the children. No one was spared. At the entrance of Qingyang town, blood flowed like a river. The destruction of Qingyang town could be said to be caused by Feng Wuchen and his group. However, Feng Wuchen and his group did not know about any of this. Feng Wuchen and his group were having a meal in a restaurant in Qingyun City. Sect leader, they must not have gone far. Also, they would not have thought that we have already found out that they were the culprits. They must not have taken any precautions. Maybe they are still in Qingyun City. Second Elder said outside Qingyun City. Suli nodded. Qingyun City was the only city in the vicinity. Suli came to the city gate and asked a guard, "Did you see 13 young people entering the city?" "So it's sect leader Su and Second Elder." "I saw them. Just a moment ago, more than 10 young people entered the city. They looked unfamiliar." The guard said respectfully. "Sect leader, it must be them." Second Elder said with certainty. "Sect leader Su, what happened?" Why are you looking for them? The guard asked. Suli did not answer. He flashed to the sky above Qingyun City and a terrifying energy burst out. Buzz buzz. The terrifying energy covered Qingyun City in the blink of an eye. The city shook violently, and the cultivators in the city were frightened. They looked up at the sky in horror. At this time, Qingyun City was shrouded by a huge green energy. No one could enter or leave. Isn't that sect leader Su? What's going on? Sect leader Su and second elder, they actually have the face to come out. What is sect leader Su trying to do? What a terrifying energy. Sect leader Su can't be thinking of killing all of us, right? Many of the cultivators in Qingyun City were incomparably terrified and instantly exploded. In the restaurant, Feng Wuchen and his group also felt Su Li's terrifying energy. They actually caught up. It seems that they found out. Beta Yen said in shock. Miao Qingqing shook her head and said, "It seems that we can't hide." In the sky above Qingyun City, Su Li shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. I only kill those who slander the profound shadow sect, and they are in Qingyun City." The dark shadow sect was slandered? The news came from the mouth of those who were caught. How could it be slandered? Could it be that they were lying? I think Su Li is quibbling. The dark shadow sect is a big force in the northern Xian domain. Who dares to slander it? I think they want to kill the witnesses. I've seen through the dark shadow sect. It's so disappointing. In the Blue Cloud City, the practitioners sighed. No one believed Su Li and the second elder's words. Master Su, it's useless to quibble about what the dark shadow sect has done. No one believes the dark shadow sect now. A bold practitioner said loudly. That's right. So many people were caught, and they didn't even let the children go. Are they all lying? Also, where are the people who slandered the dark shadow sect? Someone responded. For a moment, the Blue Cloud City was in an uproar. Su Li's face was extremely cold. But now the dark shadow sect was at the center of public opinion, so he didn't dare to lose his temper. Brats, you'd better get out of here. Su Li said coldly. The horrible murderous intent and coercion swept out and covered the entire Blue Cloud City. Everyone was scared into silence. The cold voice resounded in every corner of the Blue Cloud City. Although they didn't believe the dark shadow sect, the strength of the dark shadow sect was there. They couldn't offend them casually. They could say one or two words, but they didn't dare to say more nonsense. Su Li's prestige was not small in the northern Xian domain. Offending him was undoubtedly a dead end. After a while, Feng Wuchen and his group came out of the restaurant. Anyway, they couldn't hide. Master. It's them. The second elder, who had been staring at the city, suddenly pointed to the city and said angrily when he saw Feng Wuchen and his group. Following the direction the second elder pointed, Su Li saw Feng Wuchen and his group. Feng Wuchen was also looking at Su Li. Are they the people who slandered the dark shadow sect? It can't be? Do they have the ability? It's impossible for them to have the power to kill a superior in the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. The news also said that they were young people. Could it be them? Everyone followed Su Li's gaze and saw Feng Wuchen's group. Feng Wuchen and the others flew into the sky one after another. It seemed like they had confessed without being pressed. It's really them? Seeing Feng Wuchen's group flying high up in the sky, everyone in Green Cloud City was stunned. Did these young juniors really have such terrifying strength? Was the profound shadow sect really slandered by them? Feng Wuchen's group's actions made the people of Clear Cloud City extremely suspicious. Stinking brat. You actually dared to deceive the old man. The second elder angrily rebuked Feng Wuchen's group, his old face incomparably malevolent. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Originally I didn't want to be nosy. The people in the valley were indeed killed by us, but we have not maligned your profound shadow sect. It's a fact that your profound shadow sect hired them to collect the ink shadow crystal. So the matter of capturing them, no matter if it's your idea or their own decision, it's all related to your profound shadow sect. Nonsense. This sect has never ordered them to capture anyone. If this isn't maligning profound shadow sect, then what is? What has this got to do with profound shadow sect? Su Li rebuked angrily. Beta Yan shrugged his shoulders and sneered, even if you didn't give the order, shouldn't you have stopped them? Profound Shadow Sect didn't care about it, obviously they were taking it easy and you still say it has nothing to do with it? Cut the crap. You dare to malign my Profound Shadow Sect, you must die today. Su Li said viciously. Knowing that he couldn't win against Feng Wuchen, Su Li couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. Hearing this, everyone finally understood that Feng Wuchen's group didn't malign them. Let's not talk about whether the matter of capturing people was related to Profound Shadow Sect, but hiring people to collect the Ink Shadow Crystal was related to Profound Shadow Sect. No matter what, it was still related to Profound Shadow Sect. Stinking brat, since you can kill Lu Yunqing, you must have some ability. This sect wants to see if you're really so strong. Su Li said viciously. His slightly narrowed eyes stared at Feng Wuchen, and a terrifying power burst out. Su Li originally came for Feng Wuchen, and he never thought of letting Feng Wuchen go. As long as he killed Feng Wuchen, Profound Shadow Sect could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. Feng Wuchen didn't bother to talk nonsense. The power of world extermination and the power of the second stage of the Supreme Being were activated at the same time. He took out the Kylan armor and Dragon God boxing glove. Feng Wuchen's aura soared in an unbelievable manner. 5th level of the Heaven Realm. Su Li frowned slightly. Second Elder's face was full of horror. 7th level of the Heaven Realm, 8th level of the Heaven Realm, Feng Wuchen's aura soared crazily. Buzz. In an instant, Feng Wuchen's aura soared from the 5th level of the Heaven Realm to the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. The terrifying power shook the void and tore a large number of cracks. How is this possible? Su Li and Second Elder were extremely horrified and dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the cultivation of the 5th level of the Heaven Realm had increased by 4 levels in an instant and reached the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. Hiss, the people of Qingyun City were so scared that they couldn't speak. Their faces were full of horror and shock. The people of Qingyun City obviously couldn't believe it. Come on. Feng Wuchen sneered slightly, not afraid of Su Li at all. Sect leader, he has an 8th level forging fairy weapon. Second Elder's face was full of fear, and his voice trembled. 8th level forging. Su Li's face stiffened. Su Li's face became gloomy. His eyes flashed fiercely, and his monstrous aura burst out violently. As the sect leader of the Dark Shadow Sect, how could he be afraid of a junior? Moreover, Feng Wuchen only relied on external objects to increase his combat power. It was still unknown whether he had the power of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. Boom. Buzz. Su Li stepped on the void, and with a boom, he shot out with a majestic aura. The terrifying power shook the void, causing it to tremble and collapse layer by layer. The sky above Qingyun City became much darker in the blink of an eye. Su Li arrived in a flash. His attack was fierce and fierce. He punched Feng Wuchen's head with monstrous fist force. Boom. Buzz. Feng Wuchen was fearless. He met the attack with a domineering punch. With a loud bang, destructive energy ripples swept out wildly. The energy that Su Li condensed to shroud Qingyun City was instantly shattered. However, with Su Li's terrifying power, this fierce punch couldn't even move Feng Wuchen half a step. How is this possible? Su Li's eyes widened, and he was shocked. Su Li burst out with all his strength, but he couldn't beat Feng Wuchen. So strong. He actually blocked Su Li's power so easily. It's incredible. The 5th level of the Heaven Realm has such terrifying power. The shocked people of Qingyun City couldn't help but exclaim, and their hearts beat faster. It was proven that Feng Wuchen had the power to compete with Su Li. Seeing how relaxed Feng Wuchen was, Su Li knew that his strength was no weaker than Su Li's. Brat. Don't be so arrogant. Su Li's face was extremely ferocious. He gritted his teeth and became even more ferocious. He looked like he was going to swallow Feng Wuchen alive. With a furious roar, Su Li swept out with his leg, drawing a green arc in the air. His attack was extremely swift and fierce. Feng Wuchen reacted very quickly. He leaned back and avoided the attack. Su Li's second kick followed, fiercely kicking towards Feng Wuchen's chest. Feng Wuchen clenched his fist, condensed a domineering power, and punched without hesitation. Boom. Buzz. Fist and foot collided with each other. With a loud bang, the terrible energy turned into a gust of wind. Feng Wuchen's domineering power sent Su Li flying on the spot. Su Li's fierce attack was broken by Feng Wuchen's punch. What a domineering power! No. It's his body that's strong. Su Li was shocked. The sharp pain from his foot instantly spread to his whole body. He felt that he couldn't exert any strength. Feng Wuchen's ferocious power was closely related to his powerful physical body. This brat's strength is actually above the master's. The second elder, who was watching the battle from afar, was shocked. Everyone in Qingyan City was dumbfounded. Su Li's strength was very clear to the major forces in the northern Xian domain. But now, in front of Feng Wuchen, his power seemed to be suppressed. He was no match for a junior in the 5th level of the Heaven Realm. The Temple Master's body is getting more and more terrifying. I don't know when we can reach the 2nd stage of the Supreme Being, Beta Yen said enviously. Yi Tianwei said, with the Temple Master's current strength, no one below the Apotheosis realm can be his opponent. Yes, Su Li will definitely lose. Yi Tianqing nodded with certainty. They knew Feng Wuchen's strength better than anyone else. Dragon God Shadow. After sending Su Li flying with a punch, Feng Wuchen immediately used his movement technique. His figure flickered, arriving in the blink of an eye. Boom boom boom. Buzz. Feng Wuchen mercilessly unleashed his ferocious attacks. Su Li gritted his teeth and met the attacks head-on. In the sky above Green Cloud City, deafening explosions rang out incessantly. Destructive energy spread out, covering the entire sky. The speed of the battle was as fast as lightning. Those with weaker cultivations could not see it at all. They could only feel the terrifying power. The high-intensity battle left the Green Cloud City's experts dumbfounded. The upper echelons of the various families were filled with disbelief. I can't believe it. Second elder and the others were dumbstruck. That kid is a monster. Third elder was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. In this high-intensity battle, as time passed, Su Li gradually fell into a disadvantage. In the face of Feng Wuchen's domineering strength and powerful body, Su Li's fists and legs were in extreme pain. He cried bitterly in his heart, feeling aggrieved and powerless. He was driven mad. Su Li retreated step by step, suffering from Feng Wuchen's heavy blows. In the end, he was powerless to resist. At this moment, anyone could see that Su Li had fallen into a disadvantage. But the more it was so, the more shocked everyone in Green Cloud City was. The moment Feng Wuchen grasped the opening, he appeared above Su Li in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen lashed out with his leg. The power emanating from his leg was domineering and overbearing. Damn it! Su Li frowned deeply. He gritted his teeth and placed his hands above his head. The pain from his fists and legs spread all over his body. Su Li no longer dared to meet head-on. He could only defend. Boom. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen lashed out with his leg. With a boom, the domineering power instantly broke through Su Li's defense. It shook Su Li until he turned into a black line and fell. What? Su Li's face changed. Even if he used all his strength to resist, he still couldn't block Feng Wuchen's power. At the moment of collision, Su Li felt as if the bones in his hands were about to shatter. Whoosh! Boom! A black line fell from the sky. With a boom, in the forest not far from Green Cloud City, dust was stirred up dozens of meters high. A huge pit was blown out in the forest. Sect Master. Second elder and the other 3 elders were shocked. They were so frightened that they were panicking. Hiss, seeing this scene, everyone in Green Cloud City gasped in horror. Their expressions became more and more frightened. Feng Wuchen's domineering strength was completely beyond everyone's imagination. The profound Shadow Sect Master couldn't even withstand a single blow. Su Li's strength wasn't weak. It was just that Feng Wuchen was stronger than him. Boom! In the forest, there was a sudden explosion. Countless rocks sputtered and a black line shot out from the pit. The black shadow rushed into the sky. It was Su Li. Although Su Li wasn't injured, he seemed to be in a very sorry state. He stared at Feng Wuchen with a fierce gaze. Buzz buzz. A terrifying power was urged out. Su Li grabbed at the air and a huge black axe appeared out of thin air. His strength increased crazily, surpassing his peak aura. Stinking brat. Su Li's face twitched violently. He formed a seal with his left hand and condensed a terrifying power. He then shouted angrily, high-grade profound rank martial skill. Azure curse. As Su Li shouted, mysterious runes suddenly appeared in the air under Feng Wuchen's feet. They spun up and trapped Feng Wuchen. Suppressing my strength? Feng Wuchen was surprised. While being trapped, Feng Wuchen could clearly feel his strength being suppressed. His cold gaze swept towards Su Li. Feng Wuchen sneered, "Can this thing trap me? High-grade profound rank martial skill. Heaven-shaking axe." Su Li didn't care at all. He then roared and poured his terrifying power into the huge axe. He held the huge axe with both hands and chopped down. Xiao. Buzz buzz. High up in the sky, a huge green energy axe that was several thousand feet long tore through the air. Its monstrous power and terrifying strength frightened everyone in Green Cloud City. Wherever it passed, a large black crack appeared in the void. Break! Boom! Feng Wuchen urged the power of world extermination. The tyrannical and terrifying power was like a flood dragon coming out of the sea. As Feng Wuchen shouted, the runes that trapped Feng Wuchen instantly turned into ashes. You want to trap me with this level of magic? You're underestimating me. Feng Wuchen sneered, looking very confident. This stinking brat is still hiding his strength. Su Li frowned and said to himself. There was already a surge of fear in his heart. How is this possible? The Azure curse can suppress power, but he can still forcefully break the Azure curse. The second elder couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone in Qingyun City was dumbstruck. The city was dead silent. Destructive Dragon God Palm. After forcefully breaking the Azure curse, Feng Wuchen shouted fiercely. A surging aura swept out, shocking people's souls. His palm condensed a destructive energy. Immortal art. The two elders of Qingyun City and Profound Shadow Sect were shocked to the extreme. Their eyes widened to the extreme. The scene seemed to have frozen in an instant. Everyone was petrified, terrified to the extreme. Whoosh! Buzz! Feng Wuchen struck out with his palm. His aura was monstrous. A blood-red palm print that was thousands of feet long shot out. The resplendent blood-red light illuminated the void into a blood-red space. The power that spread out caused the void to churn like angry waves. Boom! Puff! Two terrifying energies cut through the void and collided in the blink of an eye. With a loud explosion, the destructive energy swept out in an instant, causing Su Li to vomit blood. His face turned pale. In the fierce collision, Su Li was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He couldn't withstand a single blow. Second elder, third elder, quickly come and help me. The terrified Su Li anxiously roared. He used all his strength and took out the giant axe. Such a terrifying power was still not enough to defeat Feng Wuchen. Everyone in Qingyun City was shocked to the core as they watched the scene unfold. The second elder, third elder, and the others didn't dare to be negligent. They used all their strength to rush over. Bang! 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 Buzz! Back to back, palm after palm, the three of them poured all their strength into Su Li's body. Su Li's aura soared like a rocket, causing the void to shake violently. Su Li heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Stinking brat, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such strength." Feng Wuchen sneered, "Haven't you always underestimated me? You're unlucky to have met me today. Prepare to die." Su Li shouted angrily. With the help of the three's strength, the terrifying energy axe's power skyrocketed. It looked like it was going to crush Feng Wuchen's palm print. Feng Wuchen frowned. Su Li and the other three joined hands. The strength of the four wasn't something Feng Wuchen could resist alone. Shameless! Miao Qingqing cursed. She wanted to use her immortal spiritual energy to help Feng Wuchen. Lu Qingyang also shouted angrily, "What's the point of fighting 4 against 1? Brother Feng, let us help." Black fire. Just as Lu Qingyang and the others were about to attack, Feng Wuchen suddenly let out a low shout. A wisp of black flame ignited on his palm, exuding an extremely cold and terrifying chill. Seeing the black fire, Lu Qingyang and the others instantly gave up on supporting Feng Wuchen. Terrifying cold air spread out, and everywhere it passed, the space was frozen by the cold air. Black flames? Why does the flame have an icy aura? Even ice doesn't have such a terrifying chill. Is this a flame? Su Li and the others were dumbfounded. They were not even sure if that was a flame. At this moment, everyone in Qingyun City was extremely confused. They had never seen such a strange flame before. Swish, while everyone was puzzled, Feng Wuchen waved his hand. The black flame burst out and expanded in an instant. It was like a huge black net, and also like a huge black mouth, directly swallowing Su Li's energy axe. Seeing the huge black net, Su Li and the others were scared out of their wits. They could feel the terrifying power of the black flame. Go to hell. Su Li didn't know what kind of terrifying flame it was. In short, he felt very uneasy. He decided to severely injure Feng Wuchen first. However, Su Li's shock had already caused him to miss the best opportunity. The moment the black fire covered the energy axe, an extremely domineering devouring force had already begun to devour it. Su Li was just about to control the energy axe when he found that the energy axe's power was disappearing at a terrifying speed. The power is being devoured. Su Li's eyes widened. He was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? The second and third elders' expressions changed drastically. Everyone in Qingyun City was still frozen in the original scene, and there was complete silence. In just a moment, the energy axe's power was completely devoured by the black fire. Without any hindrance, Feng Wuchen's blood-red palm print was ready to go. It was as if it was equipped with an ejector, and it suddenly burst out. In the face of the terrifying palm print, Su Li and the others were as small as ants. Boom! Boom, boom! 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 Under the horrified and stunned gazes of the people in Qingyun City, the blood-red palm print mercilessly blasted on Su Li and the others. The rumbling explosion resounded through the void. The energy ripples of the destructive explosion continued to roll. Qingyun City was like the end of the world. Even if they knew that it was not the end of the world, the power made them feel despair. Buzz! Buzz! Qingyun City shook violently. The energy ripples spreading from the sky and the super-strong qi mercilessly swept through the city. The city was in a mess. The weak cultivators fled in panic. Feng Wuchen was still in an invincible position when fighting against 4 people. His strength was so strong that he was invincible under the apotheosis realm. The power of the destructive dragon god palm was amazing. The power of this palm was even feared by those in the first tier of the apotheosis realm. About 5 minutes later, the destructive energy ripples finally subsided. The dim space regained its brightness and calmness. Above the sky, Su Li and the others appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Su Li and the others were undoubtedly seriously injured. Their faces were as pale as paper. They were covered in blood and were gasping for breath. Except for Su Li, the other 3 were seriously injured and could no longer fight. Feng Wuchen's strength was much stronger than they had imagined. In the 5th tier of the heaven realm, he could still crush Su Li and the others while fighting against 4 people. How terrifying was his power! Master, we are no match for him. The second elder struggled. His body was shaking and could fall at any time. Bastard! Su Li, who was seriously injured, was unwilling to give up. His pale face was extremely ferocious. If looks could kill, Feng Wuchen would have died many times. Do you want to fight again? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. He looked like he was torturing a noob. Just you wait. Su Li said extremely fiercely. He clenched his teeth so hard that they were about to break. Su Li and the others were seriously injured and could no longer fight. If they continued to fight, they would die. Moreover, the Dark Shadow sect had lost all its face. If they didn't leave now, when would they? Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Since they were enemies, how could Feng Wuchen let them go, Hearing this, Su Li endured his serious injury and angrily rebuked, "Try it if you dare. I guarantee that you won't live." Cold murderous intent filled the air. Feng Wuchen slowly raised his hand and pointed at Su Li, God-killing soul-breaking finger. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. Terrible power condensed on his fingertips and the blood light burst out. Phew! Buzz! Feng Wuchen attacked without mercy. Terrible energy burst out from his fingertips and rushed to Su Li with the power to penetrate heaven and earth. It was majestic and breathtaking. Preposterous. Feng Wuchen was overbearing. Su Li was furious, and his eyes were bloodshot. Pa! Weng Weng! Su Li clasped his hands together and forcefully activated his power. At the same time, the void shook violently, and a pitch-black hole tore open. This is... Seeing the pitch-black hole, Feng Wuchen's expression changed slightly. Big brother Feng, he's summoning an expert. Lu Qingyang suddenly roared. The pitch-black hole was filled with a majestic and suffocating power. Soul Transformation Realm. Beta Yan's expression changed greatly. Palace Master, be careful. It's a Soul Transformation Realm expert. Yi Tianwei shouted. Senior brother. Save me. Su Li anxiously roared. At this moment of life and death, Su Li could not care less. Since he had already lost all his face, he did not care about this time. As long as he could preserve his life, he could make a comeback. Boom! Feng Wuchen suddenly stepped on the void, and with a loud boom, his body shot out at a fiery speed. At the same time, he also used teleportation. Feng Wuchen wanted to kill Su Li before the Soul Transformation Realm expert came out. Feng Wuchen arrived in the blink of an eye. His palm, which contained a domineering power, mercilessly smashed towards Su Li. Sect Master, be careful. Second Elder roared in panic. His heart was filled with fear. The terrifying power scared Su Li out of his wits. He angrily roared, Senior brother. Save me. At this moment of panic, Lu Qingyang and the rest, as well as the people of Qingyun City, were extremely nervous. Could Feng Wuchen kill Su Li first? Would the Soul Transformation Realm expert in the pitch-black hole dare to save Su Li in front of Feng Wuchen? No. Senior brother, save me. Seeing the terrifying palm strike coming, Su Li despaired. This was the first time he felt the aura of death so clear and so terrifying. Feng Wuchen's terrifying palm rapidly enlarged in Su Li's eyes. Su Li's face was filled with fear and despair. Boom! Buzz! Feng Wuchen's palm landed squarely on it. With a loud explosion, the void shook once again. However, this palm strike made Feng Wuchen feel as if a stone had sunk into the sea. There was no fluctuation at all. Moreover, he did not hear Su Li's miserable cries, nor did he see Su Li vomit blood. Because, in front of Su Li, a figure had unknowingly appeared out of thin air, and Feng Wuchen's palm had smashed onto the figure's chest. It was this figure that made Feng Wuchen feel as if a stone had sunk into the sea. His power was instantly dissolved. Experts in the divine transformation realm appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Feng Wuchen slightly creased his brow. He had already guessed that he had missed the best opportunity to kill Su Li. Senior brother. You're finally here. Looking at the back of the person before him, Su Li was overjoyed. He felt as though he had just returned from a trip to hell. Second Elder and the other two also heaved a sigh of relief, completely at ease. A warrior in the divine transformation realm. Everyone's gazes fell on the expert in the divine transformation realm. The person who had come was a man in his 50s. He wore a gray robe and had long black and white hair that draped over his shoulders. He had the aura of an expert. He was Su Li's senior brother, Pang Qingfeng, who was at the second tier of the divine transformation realm. Pang Qingfeng was able to use his physical body to dissolve Feng Wuchen's power. It was clear how ferocious a divine transformation realm expert was. Little friend, your strength is admirable. You must be an extraordinary genius. Sizing up Feng Wuchen, Pang Qingfeng smiled and said, My junior brother is in the wrong, but you've already won. Why don't you spare my junior brother and the others? Pang Qingfeng spoke very politely and with the demeanor of a gentleman. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen said coldly, If you're an enemy, you have to die. As a senior brother, you ignored your junior brother's actions. This is called indulgence. Senior brother, stop talking nonsense with him. Kill him. Su reprimanded angrily. Shut up. Pang Qingfeng suddenly berated and glared fiercely at Su. The latter was so frightened that he quickly shut up. Little friend, it's good for everyone to turn a big problem into a small one. What do you think? Pang Qingfeng said with a faint smile. A divine transformation realm expert was actually asking for Feng Wuchen's opinion. The people of Qingyun City were even more shocked. Big brother Feng, forget it. We have more important things to do. Besides, he's in the divine transformation realm. We're not his match. There's no need to waste time, Miao Qingqing transmitted. Feng Wuchen withdrew his aura, put away the Qilin armor and dragon god gloves, and turned to leave. Miao Qingqing's words were not without reason. Their purpose in coming to the northern Xian region was to search for the power of time, not to cause trouble. Pang Qingfeng was a divine transformation realm expert and was not easy to deal with. Senior brother, why did you let them go? Su asked unwillingly. Seeing Feng Wuchen and the others leave, Su was filled with anger. Stupid. Pang Qingfeng rebuked angrily. He is such a cultivation at such a young age. Even the genius students of the Sacred Soul Academy might not be able to compare to him. Do you think their background is inferior to your profound shadow sect? Can't you use your brain? After saying that, Pang Qingfeng snorted coldly and disappeared into the crack. Sect master, maybe they really have a big background. Their cultivation is not weak. Only then did the third elder react. Su panicked again, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Thinking about it carefully, Su had never seen that young junior with such terrifying strength. This kid's strength is not weaker than the genius students of the Sacred Soul Academy. Could he be? The more Su thought about it, the more terrified he became. Let's go. Let's go. Su said in panic. He did not dare to stay for a moment, as if he was worried that Feng Wuchen would return. Under the frightened and shocked gazes of the people of Qingyun City, Su and the other three left in a panic. With the end of the battle, the massacre of Qingyang Town had been discovered, and the news was spreading. Everyone in Qingyang Town was killed. They were all killed. The elderly, children, and women are all dead. I don't know who did it. They didn't even let the children go. Which bastard did it? After the news spread, it aroused the anger of the people. They didn't even let the children go. How cruel was it? Many cultivators went to Qingyang Town. When they saw the tragic deaths of the people of Qingyang Town, they were filled with grief and indignation. No one could bear to look at the children who died tragically. The news spread more and more widely, causing an uproar. Everyone was denouncing the culprit. Who was it that did this to such a poor and weak little town? Everyone in Qingyang Town was killed, and it happened after the incident in the illusory mountain range. Many people secretly suspected that it was the Profound Shadow Sect. Other than the Profound Shadow Sect, they could not think of any other forces. Big brother Feng, something happened. What happened? Lu Qingyang replied, the news just came from Qingyun City. All the people of Qingyang Town were killed. What? Feng Wuchen was shocked, and his face was filled with disbelief. They were all killed? What happened? Who did it? I don't know. It happened yesterday. Lu Qingyang shook his head, and his face was very ugly. At the entrance of Qingyang Town, many people were gathered. Blood flowed like a river at the entrance of the town, and hundreds of corpses were strewn all over the ground. The town's buildings had been razed to the ground. The person who did this was extremely cruel. Qingyang Town is just a poor and weak town. It's impossible to offend anyone. Who did this to us? These are human lives. It's too cruel. They're worse than animals. I think it must be the Xianxia sect. That's right. It must be the Xianxia sect. The angry cultivators were all guessing that it was the Xianxia sect who did this. Qingyang Town had been safe and sound for many years, living a carefree and peaceful life. Since the incident at the Suwang mountain range, disaster had befallen Qingyang Town. Even if there was no evidence, everyone would still point the finger at the Xianxia sect. Above Qingyang town, Feng Wuchen and his group flew over and saw the corpses at the entrance of the town from afar. Bastard! Who did this? Looking at the dead people of Qingyang town, Lu Qingyang was furious. His murderous aura swept across the area. Feng Wuchen frowned. His face was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous aura. Who is so cruel? Miao Qingqing looked at the corpses with tears rolling down her face. Especially when she saw the dead children, her heart was filled with anger. The Xianxia sect. It must be the Xianxia sect. That's right. It's the Xianxia sect. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. They insisted that it was the Xianxia sect who did this. Palace Master, their wounds were all caused by a sharp weapon. It was a one-hit kill. The person who did this is extremely fierce, and only one person did it. Yi Tianqing frowned and casually checked the wounds on the corpses. Bang! Feng Wuchen activated the crow fire. With a wave of his hand, the people of Qingyang town who had died tragically were all turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. Little brother, your cultivation is very strong. Please help us to destroy the Xianxia sect and avenge the people of Qingyang town. That's right. Destroy the Xianxia sect and avenge the people of Qingyang town. Many cultivators roared and declared that they would avenge the people of Qingyang town. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Lu Qingyang said, Big brother Feng, I also think that it was done by the Profound Shadow sect. Since they knew it was us so quickly, they must have come to Qingyang town to interrogate us. This happened yesterday. I'm afraid that when Suli went to find us, the people of Qingyang town had already been killed. Qingyang is right. Moreover, the sect master and elders of the Profound Shadow sect were in the illusory mountain range at that time. It definitely has something to do with the Profound Shadow sect. Beidou Yan and the others agreed. Let's go to the Profound Shadow sect. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He was also the first to suspect the Profound Shadow sect. Although Feng Wuchen didn't have any evidence, his intuition told him that it must be the Profound Shadow sect. Feng Wuchen's group flew towards the Profound Shadow sect at top speed. Many cultivators also followed them. There were more than 100 of them. It was not a small lineup. The tragic death of the people of Qingyang town angered them. At the same time, it also showed them the ugly side of the Profound Shadow sect. The Profound Shadow sect was located in the northwest of the northern Xian region, not far from Qingyun city. The Profound Shadow sect was one of the major powers. There were many experts in the sect and over 10,000 disciples. Other than that, the Profound Shadow sect also had many subsidiary forces. They were the overlords of the northwest. In less than half an hour, Feng Wuchen's group arrived at the Profound Shadow sect's palace. Outsiders are not allowed to trespass into the Profound Shadow sect. When Feng Wuchen's group appeared, a senior disciple of the sect immediately shouted. A majestic aura spread out. Feng Wuchen acted as if he didn't hear it. Without any hesitation, he landed on the square of the Profound Shadow sect. Lu Qingyang and the others followed behind him. In the battle with Su Li, Feng Wuchen suppressed the 4 masters of the Profound Shadow sect by himself. His strength was fierce. With Feng Wuchen leading the way, the cultivators were not afraid at all. Quickly report to the overlord and the elders that someone is trespassing into the Profound Shadow sect. A senior disciple shouted, Other disciples, listen to my order. Stop them. Feng Wuchen's group forced their way into the Profound Shadow sect. The disciples of the sect swarmed out and surrounded Feng Wuchen's group in an instant. They looked like they wouldn't let Feng Wuchen's group go back. How dare you? How dare you barge into the Profound Shadow sect? A cold and dignified voice resounded. Senior brother. Hearing this voice, all the disciples saluted respectfully. It was Zhang Xuanmu, the senior disciple of the Profound Shadow sect. The 5th level of the Heaven Realm. His cultivation is not weak. Lu Qingyang was slightly surprised. Miao Qingqing said, Didn't you hear? He is the senior brother of the Profound Shadow sect. His cultivation is definitely not weak. A man in white in his early 30s walked out of the crowd. His body was filled with an extremely powerful aura. With a touch of arrogance on his face, he looked at Feng Wuchen's group in an overbearing manner. He was Zhang Xuanmu, the senior disciple of the Profound Shadow sect. Call your overlord and the elders out. Feng Wuchen said indifferently and glanced at Zhang Xuanmu calmly. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can meet our overlord and the elders just because you want to? Zhang Xuanmu said coldly. He didn't take Feng Wuchen's group seriously at all. What if I have to see them? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His tone was extremely domineering. You're courting death. Seeing how arrogant Feng Wuchen was, a disciple said angrily, eldest senior brother, teach them a lesson. Teach these arrogant people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Zhang Xuanmu slowly raised his hand and pointed at Feng Wuchen with his fingertip. Immediately, a terrifying power was condensed. His fingertip flashed with a bright blue light and the surging power spread out. You don't know what's good for you. Zhang Xuanmu said coldly. As he spoke, a blue light column as thick as an arm shot out from his fingertip. Its momentum was astonishing. It instantly turned into a blue lightning and rushed toward Feng Wuchen. The attack was fierce and fierce. The moment the blue energy burst out, Zhang Xuanmu said again, today, you have broken into the profound shadow sect. That's a capital offense. Boom. Feng Wuchen didn't show any fear. He didn't even dodge. With a boom, the terrifying blue energy blasted onto Feng Wuchen's body. In the blink of an eye, it was engulfed by the explosion. You're courting death. Zhang Xuanmu said. Disdainfully when he saw that Feng Wuchen didn't dodge or resist. Oh? Really? Why do you say that? As soon as Zhang Xuanmu finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's cold voice came from the explosion. Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Zhang Xuanmu suddenly frowned. He was secretly shocked. Is he still alive? The disciples of the profound shadow sect were all surprised. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Zhang Xuanmu's cultivation was at the 5th level of the heaven realm. His strength was absolutely terrifying. The attack just now was enough to kill a master at the 4th level of the heaven realm. Suddenly, the explosion energy was swept away by a gust of wind. Feng Wuchen appeared in front of Zhang Xuanmu and the disciples of the profound shadow sect. Unharmed. Zhang Xuanmu's expression changed slightly. Not bad. Zhang Xuanmu said coldly. He squinted his eyes and his murderous aura was undisguised. Boom. As he spoke, Zhang Xuanmu unleashed all of his strength. His feet stomped on the ground as his body transformed into a bolt of black lightning that shot out explosively, arriving before Lin Dong in an instant. Boom. Buzz. Zhang Xuanmu's palm landed on Feng Wuchen's chest, but Feng Wuchen did not move. With a loud boom, the power of this palm was even more terrifying than before. The shockwave shook the entire dark shadow sect. But what shocked Zhang Xuanmu was that his palm could not even move Feng Wuchen half a step. This? Zhang Xuanmu's face was filled with shock. He was speechless as he stared at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open. The tens of thousands of disciples of the dark shadow sect were dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen did not move at all. He did not use any power. He relied on his own body to withstand Zhang Xuanmu's terrifying power. Strong. Very strong, that was Zhang Xuanmu's first reaction, shocking. Zhang Xuanmu was extremely shocked. Zhang Xuanmu had never seen such a powerful junior. This was the most terrifying opponent he had ever encountered. A young man who was almost 20 years old, Zhang Xuanmu looked down at his palm with great difficulty. His palm had indeed landed on Feng Wuchen's chest. The terrifying power had indeed landed on Feng Wuchen's body. But at that moment, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. It felt like it had been devoured and dissolved. How is this possible? Zhang Xuanmu's body began to tremble. Looking at Zhang Xuanmu who was slowly becoming frightened, Feng Wuchen's palm pressed on Zhang Xuanmu's forehead. Zhang Xuanmu was scared out of his wits. No. No. Zhang Xuanmu's heart was filled with fear. Senior brother. The disciples of the Dark Shadow sect shouted in panic. Quickly report this to the sect leader and the elders. Someone shouted in panic. Boom. Puff. The power of Armageddon was activated. With a loud boom, the overbearing power caused Zhang Xuanmu to spit out blood. His body turned into a black line and shot out. The 5th level of the heaven realm. How is this possible? Zhang Xuanmu was shocked. They were both in the 5th level of the heaven realm, but why was there such a huge gap in strength? Zhang Xuanmu flew back to where he came from and destroyed the staircase of the Profound Shadow sect. Zhang Xuanmu was seriously injured. With just one palm, the eldest disciple of the Profound Shadow sect was defeated, unable to withstand a single blow. Eldest senior brother. The disciples were terrified. Their previous ferocious looks were now replaced by fear. Call your sect leader and elders out. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His killing intent spread out and covered the entire Dark Shadow sect. Your sect leader and elder were injured by Big Brother Feng. How dare you flaunt your prowess in front of Big Brother Feng? You really don't know what's good for you. Lu Qingyang sneered as he looked at the arrogant Zhang Xuanmu with a mocking expression. What? Sect master and elder were injured by you? Zhang Xuanmu and the other Profound Shadow sect disciples' faces changed. Who dares to behave atrociously in the Profound Shadow sect? While the Profound Shadow sect disciples were shocked, Suli, the 3 elders, and the higher-ups hurried out of the main hall. At the same time, Suli's angry roar could be heard. But when Suli and the others came out and saw Feng Wuchen and his group, their faces instantly stiffened. Fear slowly crept onto their faces. It's him. Suli was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Seeing Feng Wuchen was like seeing a ghost. Why are they here? The second elder's face was full of fear. It had only been a day, and his injuries had not recovered much. But now, Feng Wuchen was here again. Sect leader, is he the one who injured you? The first elder frowned and asked, his face full of shock. That's right. It's him. It's him. This kid's strength is terrifying. The 4 of us can't even defeat him. The third elder's body trembled. He was terrified and his heart was filled with a strong sense of uneasiness. The 4 of us joined hands? Zhang Xuanmu, who was seriously injured, heard this and his pale face instantly turned to stone. The disciples of the Xianxia sect were dumbfounded. How could a cultivator at the 5th level of the heaven realm defeat their master and elders alone? No wonder Suli and the others looked like they had seen a ghost when they saw Feng Wuchen. What are you doing here? Suli suppressed the fear in his heart and asked Feng Wuchen. Did you kill the people of Qingyang town? Feng Wuchen asked indifferently, his cold eyes staring at Suli. Qingyang town? The second elder's face suddenly changed. Then, he pretended not to know and shook his head. He said, it's definitely not us. We've never been to Qingyang town. Stinking brat, are you trying to slander our Profound Shadow sect whenever someone dies? Suli asked angrily. Something happened in the Shuang Mountains. Everyone in Qingyang town was killed. Who else could it be if not you? Someone shouted angrily. The others echoed and insisted that the Profound Shadow sect did it. Suli's face was extremely ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, nonsense. Do you have any evidence? I don't need evidence. Feng Wuchen said coldly, you guys are really unlucky. I don't know who was so careless. Hundreds of people in Qingyang town were killed, but unfortunately, there was still one person alive. His wound was made by a sharp weapon, but it was not fatal. What? When Feng Wuchen said this, Suli and the second elder's faces changed. There was still one person alive? Why didn't they see it? Weren't they all dead? The corpses were all cremated by Feng Wuchen. How could there be one alive? Everyone was confused. There can't be anyone alive. With their cultivation, there's no way they could block my attack. At this time, one of the higher-ups suddenly said in a panic. Block your attack? Yi Tianwei's fierce eyes locked onto that person. He said coldly, so it was you who did it. You gave yourself away, didn't you? Lu Qingyang sneered mockingly. Bastard. Suli was furious. He wanted to slap that person to death. Preposterous. Are you trying to get us killed? The second elder roared at that person. Phew. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in front of that person in a very strange way. His fingertips were pointing at that person's glabella. No. No. That person was extremely desperate. His whole body trembled, and his eyes were wide open with horror. Destroy. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly, showing no mercy. As Feng Wuchen shouted coldly, Su Li and the people of the Dark Shadow sect were shocked and terrified. The body of that person slowly disappeared, and finally, his breath completely disappeared. Dead silence. The Dark Shadow sect was dead silent. What kind of power was this? What kind of martial technique was this? With a light point, a superior of the 6th level of the Heaven Realm was silently turned into ashes. Fear filled every corner of the Dark Shadow sect. They saw the most terrifying scene in history. When someone carried out the order, someone else gave it. The people of Qingyang town were massacred, and the person who gave the order was Su Li. Su Li, I was right. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold and murderous aura had already locked onto Su Li. You brat. How dare you trick me? Su Li gritted his teeth and his face turned ferocious. How could Su Li not know Feng Wuchen's little trick? Feng Wuchen wasn't even sure that it was the Profound Shadow sect that massacred Qingyang town. He only used a little trick to find the culprit. The cultivators that followed Feng Wuchen also understood. All of this was a trap set by Feng Wuchen. He was waiting for the higher-ups to jump into it. Su Li, I spared you yesterday because of your senior brother. Today, the evidence is conclusive. Even if your senior brother comes, he won't be able to save you. Feng Wuchen said fiercely. Thinking back to the tragic deaths of the people of Qingyang town, Feng Wuchen's anger exploded uncontrollably. Spared you? The disciples of the Profound Shadow sect were shocked. So it was because of Su Li's senior brother that they were able to escape unscathed. Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength once again exceeded the disciples' imagination. You brought this upon yourself. Lu Qingyang said fiercely. Palace Master. Stop talking nonsense with him. Kill him. Bai Mie shouted angrily. He couldn't wait to cut Su Li into pieces. Su Li. Die. Feng Wuchen suddenly roared. His murderous aura shook the entire Profound Shadow sect. Boom. Feng Wuchen stomped on the ground. With a boom, a hole was blasted open in the square. Rubble flew everywhere. Feng Wuchen's figure had already transformed into a bolt of black lightning as he charged forward. His attacks were ferocious and unstoppable. Feeling Feng Wuchen's murderous aura, Su Li was scared out of his wits. His injuries had only recovered by 30%. He was no match for Feng Wuchen. Even if he was at his peak, he was still no match for Feng Wuchen. Senior brother. Senior brother. The panicked Su Li shouted repeatedly. Sect Master, be careful. Grand Elder circulated his true essence with all his might, took out his magic treasure, and flashed in front of Su Li. The tyrannical power of the 8th level of the Heaven Realm burst out. Old bastard. It has nothing to do with you. If you dare to stop me, die. Feng Wuchen coldly shouted. His determination to kill Su Li did not change in the slightest. If the sect master is killed by you, how can the Profound Shadow sect establish itself in the northern Xian region in the future? The Great Elder didn't back down at all and was determined to confront Feng Wuchen head-on. You're overestimating yourself. Feng Wuchen said viciously. His figure flashed, and his palm blasted toward the First Elder. A high-grade profound ranked martial skill. Azure Celestial Dipper. Genuine armor. The First Elder performed a defensive martial technique and condensed an energy shield. It was a double protection. With the power of the 8th level of the Heaven Realm, his defense reached a terrifying level. Boom. Crack. Puff. Feng Wuchen's palm blasted forward. The overbearing and terrible power instantly broke the First Elder's double energy defense. The First Elder spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. What kind of power is this? The First Elder was shocked. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a young junior could defeat him with one palm. First Elder. Su Li and the others were extremely frightened. At this moment, they had already escaped from the Profound Shadow sect. All the disciples of the Profound Shadow sect were dumbfounded. Was this still the Profound Shadow sect, one of the major forces in the northern Xian region? First Elder was injured by him with one palm. The seriously injured Zhang Xuanmu was looking at the injured First Elder with horrified eyes. He didn't dare to imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. The first elder was defeated with one palm, and the sect master and the second elder ran away in fear. When did the profound shadow sect become so trashy? Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Yi Tianwei and Yi Tianqing flashed out to intercept Su Li and the others. Do you think you can escape? Yi Tianwei said coldly. Su Li and the second elder's injuries had only recovered by 30%. Yi Tianwei and the others were not afraid at all. Senior brother. Hurry up and come out. The terrified Su Li roared like a madman. His heart was burning with anxiety. Even if your senior brother is here, he won't be able to save you. Lu Qingyang sneered and flashed to the left of Su Li and the others. You're worse than a beast. You deserve to die. Bai Yan and Bai Mia flashed to the right of Su Li and the others. In an instant, Su Li and the others' escape route was completely blocked. Boom, at this moment, Feng Wuchen had already rushed to the sky and was extremely ferocious. It's not that easy. In the profound shadow sect, the injured first elder shouted. He formed a seal with both hands and took out a talisman. He activated the power of his martial soul and infused it into the talisman. Earth-rank talisman. Thunder and lightning. The first elder shouted and immediately waved his hand. The talisman turned into a white light and shot out. A terrifying thunder property energy burst out. Get out of the way. Yi Tianwei shouted and the others quickly retreated. The terrifying power of the 8th level of the heaven realm was beyond what they could bear. Hiss, hundreds of terrible thunder and lightning power intertwined and formed a lightning net, protecting Su Li and the others. You're just a 6th grade inscription master. Can you stop me? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. With a thought, a powerful soul power burst out. Break! Feng Wuchen shouted and condensed his soul power. Before Feng Wuchen, his soul power exploded on the lightning net. The powerful soul power instantly dissolved the soul power in the lightning net. What? A 7th grade inscription master. The first elder was shocked and his eyes almost popped out. A 7th grade inscription master? Hearing the first elder's exclamation, the disciples of the profound shadow sect were shocked again. The first elder couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen was a 7th grade inscription master and could easily break his earth-level rune. Boom. Buzz buzz. After dissolving the soul power of the lightning net, Feng Wuchen followed up with a palm strike. An earth-shattering explosion sounded and the lightning net turned into ashes. Puff. Puff. Puff, the lightning net was broken and the terrifying energy shook Su Li and the others until they spat out blood. The injuries that they had just recovered from instantly worsened. Die. Feng Wuchen roared angrily. He didn't show any mercy and didn't stop at all. His fist smashed forward mercilessly. Stop. Stop. Su Li screamed in extreme fear. Boom. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen punched out. In that instant, a black shadow appeared out of thin air and punched out. Boom. Destructive energy swept out with an unstoppable force. The void shook violently, and a large number of cracks spread out. Even if you're here, you can't save him. Feng Wuchen said coldly, staring at the person who came. The person sighed helplessly and shook his head. Who asked him to be old man's junior brother? How can senior and junior brothers stand by and do nothing? Even if he kills innocent people? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. The person who came was speechless. It was Pang Qingfeng. Old man doesn't dare to disobey master's last words. Pang Qingfeng shook his head helplessly. How could he not know Su Li? Humph. Stubborn. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His figure flashed and retreated. Then, he raised one hand to the sky and a surging aura burst out. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. A huge golden pagoda appeared in the sky, and a monstrous aura swept out. It was earth-shattering. The bright golden light illuminated the void, making people unable to open their eyes. The defensive power of the Hallmaster's pagoda is terrifying. Moreover, the space inside has changed. I wonder how powerful it is. I'm really looking forward to it. Bai Yan said excitedly as he stared at the ninefold Cosmos pagoda with a burning gaze. A pagoda that has advanced to an immortal artifact must be very powerful. Lu Qingyang said with certainty as he stared at the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Yi Tianwei shook his head. No matter how strong the hall master is, even if the pagoda's power has increased, I don't think he can defeat a divine transformation realm expert. Moreover, Pang Qingfeng is at the second tier of the divine transformation realm. Yi Tianwei's words were not without reason. The difference in power between two completely different realms was too great. This was the first time Feng Wuchen had used the ninefold cosmos pagoda after it had advanced to an immortal artifact. Feng Wuchen did not know how powerful it was. Immortal artifact. The rest of the profound shadow sect exclaimed. He actually has two immortal artifacts. Su Li, the second elder, and the others were extremely shocked. Who was this young man in front of them? If it was not an immortal art, then it was an immortal artifact. What kind of terrifying genius was he? Su Li did not dare to imagine. He only hoped to save his life. Old man does not want to be your enemy, but I have no choice. Master's orders cannot be disobeyed. Pang Qingfeng sighed and shook his head. Then, with a wave of his hand, Su Li and the others behind him were transported far away by a powerful force. This terrifying force was enough to stop Yi Tianwei's sneak attack. Pang Qingfeng had already decided to make a move. Moreover, he was extremely unwilling to do so. In the distance, Su Li gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "You brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you really think that you can contend with a soul formation stage expert just because you have a little bit of strength?" Su Li hated Feng Wuchen to the bone, wishing that he could grind Feng Wuchen's bones to dust. Feng Wuchen's appearance caused the profound shadow sect to bear infamy and caused Su Li, the sect master, to lose all his reputation. To Su Li, killing Feng Wuchen 10,000 times wouldn't be enough to make up for this humiliation. Supreme Dragon God Sword. Buzz. In the next second, Feng Wuchen took out the Dragon God Sword. The World Extermination Force and Sovereign Physique's power were activated at the same time. He also took out the Qilin battle armor and the Dragon God Gauntlet. His terrifying power sword, shaking the void and the profound shadow sect. This was Feng Wuchen's strongest stance. His terrifying aura instantly soared to the 9th level of the Heaven Realm, and there were signs of him reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. Immortal item. Another immortal artifact. The 9th level of the Heaven Realm. 8th level forging. How is this possible? Is he a monster? The 5th level of the Heaven Realm actually increased his combat power by 4 levels. The disciples of the Profound Shadow sect instantly burst into an uproar. They were shocked and frightened. 3 immortal artifacts. He actually has such terrifying power. Zhang Xuanmu was stunned, and his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, Su Li was so frightened that he couldn't speak. With Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength, killing him was as easy as flipping his hand. High in the sky, Pang Qingfeng's expression became serious. Even though he was in the apotheosis realm, he didn't dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen gave him a very dangerous feeling. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen didn't waste time talking nonsense. He released all of his power and displayed his strongest stance. In the next second, he immediately launched an attack. The Dragon God sword burst out, turning into a blood-red lightning bolt. Ding! Buzz! Feng Wuchen arrived in an instant. The Dragon God sword pierced towards Pang Qingfeng's chest without any fancy moves. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound. Half a meter in front of Pang Qingfeng, a transparent energy condensed and blocked Feng Wuchen. The terrifying power surged and spread out. Ding ding ding. Buzz. Since one sword wasn't enough, Feng Wuchen immediately launched a crazy attack. His figure flickered continuously, and his speed was astonishing. A series of crisp sounds rang out, and the terrifying power rolled out wave after wave. However, Feng Wuchen, who was using all of his power, couldn't even move Pang Qingfeng half a step. All of his power was blocked, and he couldn't break through Pang Qingfeng's defense. Little friend, you're not weak, but you're still no match for the old man, Pang Qingfeng smiled faintly. He was quite confident in his own strength. No matter how strong the Heaven Realm was, it was still the Heaven Realm. It couldn't surpass the existence of the Apotheosis Realm. As he spoke, an extremely terrifying power erupted from Pang Qingfeng's body. Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly changed. Boom. Buzz. The terrifying power exploded, and with a loud bang, Feng Wuchen was directly sent flying. The void within a radius of 10,000 feet instantly collapsed, and in the blink of an eye, it became dark. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen reacted in time and condensed a powerful defensive power. The Kylan armor and the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda were extremely strong. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would have been injured. The Apotheosis realm is too strong. Even the Temple Master can't do anything. Yi Tianqing frowned. Lu Qingyang said, Brother Feng hasn't used the pagoda yet. Teleportation, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared into thin air. It was magical and strange. Oh? His aura disappeared. Pang Qingfeng was slightly surprised. Even he, who was in the Apotheosis realm, couldn't sense Feng Wuchen's aura. He was secretly shocked by Feng Wuchen's magical body movement. While Pang Qingfeng was surprised, Feng Wuchen's figure silently appeared behind him in an extremely mysterious way. The dragon god sword swept out without hesitation, carrying the power of annihilation. Sensing a dangerous aura coming from behind him, Pang Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. The reaction speed of a warrior in the Apotheosis realm was terrifying. He instantly turned around and leaned back, narrowly avoiding Feng Wuchen's sweeping sword. The tip of the sword just happened to cut the edge of Pang Qingfeng's neck. It was so close. It was extremely thrilling. Such terrifying speed was Feng Wuchen's limit, but he still failed. The sword missed, and Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared again. What kind of body movement is this? Pang Qingfeng was extremely shocked. He had never seen it before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ding ding ding. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen used teleportation again and again, launching a fierce attack. The sword flashed continuously, and waves of terrifying power swept out one after another. The sound of vibration was endless. However, even if Feng Wuchen used teleportation, it didn't pose any threat to Pang Qingfeng. On the contrary, Pang Qingfeng was slowly getting used to the attacks of teleportation. The crazy attacks lasted for 2 minutes. Suddenly, Feng Wuchen gave up. His figure flashed under the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. He raised his left hand and controlled the pagoda. A terrifying aura suddenly swept out. The show is about to begin. Beidou Yan and the others were excited. Buzz. The power of destruction was injected into the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. A monstrous aura swept out like a storm. The pagoda flashed with a bright golden light that covered the void. An extremely terrifying energy surged out like a dragon emerging from the sea. Soul-extinguishing sword art. Soul-extinguishing sky slash. Feng Wuchen waved the dragon god sword as a monstrous aura erupted. He then injected all the power in his body into it. Finally, with a loud shout, the monstrous power of the sword spread out wildly. It was suffocating and breathtaking. Gulp, Su Li and the others, who were watching from afar, were shocked by this breathtaking aura. They were extremely frightened. The fear in the hearts of the disciples of the profound shadow sect could no longer be described with words. The sword art should be his trump card. This kid's background is not simple. The martial arts he uses are all immortal arts. Who is he? Pang Qingfeng frowned and thought. He was even more curious about Feng Wuchen's background. He was a young junior. Not to mention his strength, he could guess that he was not simple just based on the martial arts and magic weapons he used. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda erupted with a terrifying power. The power of the sword light condensed by Feng Wuchen's sword rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the ninth tier of the heaven realm and reached the first tier of the divine transformation realm. What? How is this possible? Pang Qingfeng's face changed slightly when he felt this overbearing power. His expression was somewhat stiff. The Palace Master's power has broken through the first tier of the divine transformation realm. No wonder the Palace Master dares to challenge the divine transformation realm. This power is terrifying. Beidou Yan exclaimed in shock. His body could not help but tremble. The power is still increasing. What's going on? Is this power provided by the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Lu Qingyang's eyes widened in shock. Yi Tianwei was shocked. Is this the true power of the ninefold cosmos pagoda? It can't be breaking through the second tier of the divine transformation realm, right? With the power of the ninefold cosmos pagoda, the power of Feng Wuchen's sword light had already broken through the first tier of the divine transformation realm and was still rapidly increasing. A monstrous power swept out wildly, and the collapsed void was covered by a dazzling golden light. When the power of the sword light reached the peak of the first tier of the divine transformation realm, its aura finally stopped increasing. The power of the sword pagoda. Pang Qingfeng was shocked. He simply could not believe that there was such a terrifying treasure in the world. That. The ninefold universe tower helped Feng Wuchen increase his battle prowess by 3 times. Whoosh. Buzz. Feng Wuchen clenched the dragon god sword with both hands and swung it at Pang Qingfeng without hesitation. A huge blood-red sword light shot out with an unstoppable force. The ear-piercing explosion caused everyone's eardrums to sting. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Of the pagoda. Pagoda. P. Was. Art 9 Nether gloomy wind palm. Pang Qingfeng formed a seal with both hands, condensing destructive energy. His aura was extremely majestic. Finally, he shouted and struck out with his palm. Whoosh. Buzz. A huge blue energy palm shot out, leaving a long trail of blue light. Its power and aura were even more terrifying than Feng Wuchen's sword light. Rumble. Pft, pft. Everyone watched in horror as the 2 destructive energies collided and exploded. An extremely terrifying explosion of energy rushed into the sky. The unbridled energy caused Feng Wuchen and Pang Qingfeng to spit out blood as they were sent flying. The light of the explosion engulfed the 2 of them in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? My power is clearly above his sword light. It's impossible for me to be injured by him. Pang Qingfeng was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. He was in the second tier of the divine transformation realm, yet he could not suppress someone in the 5th tier of the heaven realm. Pang Qingfeng could not understand. This was simply a heaven-defying existence. Pang Qingfeng was injured. An expert at the second tier of the divine transformation realm was injured by Feng Wuchen. Senior brother. Su Li's heart was about to jump out of his chest. The disciples of the profound shadow sect were dumbfounded, including the Grand Elder. The terrifying power of the ninefold cosmos pagoda was beyond everyone's imagination. Even Feng Wuchen did not expect it to be so terrifying. However, Feng Wuchen was already seriously injured. He had terrifying strength, but he did not have the ability to resist this power. The destructive energy ripples lasted for a full 5 minutes before slowly dissipating. The power of the ninefold cosmos pagoda is truly shocking, the seriously injured Feng Wuchen said with difficulty. His face was as pale as paper, and his body was on the verge of collapse. In the distance, Pang Qingfeng's injuries were not light either. His aura was extremely weak. Pang Qingfeng did not expect Feng Wuchen's sword light to be so terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have underestimated it and would not have been so seriously injured. If Pang Qingfeng had attacked with his full strength, he would not have ended up like this. Feng Wuchen took out a pill and swallowed it. His cold gaze swept across Su Li and the others in the distance. Immediately, he said, Yi Tianwei, Qingyang, kill Su Li and the others. Yes. Yi Tianwei and the others respectfully accepted the order and rushed out without hesitation. Pang Qingfeng was heavily injured, and the power protecting Su Li and the others had weakened along with Pang Qingfeng's injuries. Senior brother. Quickly stop them. The terrified Su Li roared anxiously. Stop. Pang Qingfeng shouted and was about to stop them. With a thought from Feng Wuchen, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the ninefold cosmos pagoda and intercepted Pang Qingfeng. It was a soul puppet. 3rd tier of the divine transformation realm. Pang Qingfeng turned pale with fright as he looked at the illusory figure in front of him. Kill. Feng Wuchen coldly shouted and controlled the soul puppet to attack. Boom. Pfft. The soul puppet carried out the order. The illusory figure arrived in the blink of an eye and slammed a palm into Pang Qingfeng's chest. The terrifying power caused Pang Qingfeng to spit out blood as his body turned into a black line and shot out. You can control the soul of a divine transformation realm cultivator. Pang Qingfeng looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. You're right. I could have controlled him to kill you from the beginning. I just wanted to test the power of the pagoda. I'll send you on your way now. You're courting death. Don't blame me, Feng Wuchen said coldly, looking cold-blooded and emotionless. It's not a shame to die in your hands. Pang Qingfeng closed his eyes. He had already given up resisting. Swish. Boom. The soul puppet flashed again and struck out with its palm. With a loud boom, it slammed into Pang Qingfeng's skull and blasted him into a bloody mist. Pang Qingfeng, who was seriously injured, was powerless against a puppet at the third tier of the divine transformation realm. Senior brother. Su Li shouted in horror. Stop shouting. You'll be reunited with your senior brother soon. Yi Tianwei said coldly, his words full of killing intent. Stop. Stop. Su Li shouted crazily. TSK TSK TSK. The three of them flashed and attacked mercilessly. Su Li and the others didn't even know how they died. Profound shadow sect, dead silence. All the disciples' terrified gazes were gathered on Su Li and the rest who were falling. Profound shadow sect master. And 2 elders had fallen. Su Li's senior brother Pang Qingfeng had fallen. You can all rest in peace now. Looking at the falling Su Li, Feng Wuchen secretly said in his heart. The people of Qingyang town died because of Feng Wuchen and the rest. If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen and the rest who killed Lu Yunqing and seized the ink shadow crystal, Qingyang town wouldn't have been massacred. Because of this, Feng Wuchen didn't hesitate to kill Su Li at all costs. Good kill. Bastards deserve to die. That's right. Good kill. We've finally avenged the people of Qingyang town. They died so unjustly, so tragically. At this moment, the many cultivators who followed him all shouted excitedly. Big brother Feng, are your injuries okay? Miao Qingqing asked with concern. Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled faintly. I'm fine, this injury is nothing. Palace Master's strength is really terrifying. Gao Wushuang said excitedly, his eyes filled with envy, as though he couldn't wait to become as strong as Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, work hard and you'll also have such strength in the future. What a tragic death. White Mia sneered. People like him, even if he died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be a pity. Lu Qingyang said disdainfully. Let's go to the next place, we've already wasted a lot of time. Feng Wuchen said faintly. Since they had already avenged the people of Qingyang town, the matter had been resolved. Profound Shadow Sect's disciples were all innocent. Feng Wuchen wouldn't be so cruel as to slaughter the entire Profound Shadow Sect. After Feng Wuchen and the rest left, Profound Shadow Sect was still in a dead silence. They couldn't accept the fact that Su Li and the elders were killed. With Su Li's death, Profound Shadow Sect's strength was greatly reduced. If Profound Shadow Sect had enemies, the consequences would be unimaginable. 3 days later, the fully recovered Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang had already arrived at Sumeru City. The second marker, Sumeru Abyss, was located in a mountain range not far from Sumeru City. Sumeru City was bustling with activity, and the streets were bustling with activity. Powerhouses were as common as clouds, and there were many forces scattered around the city, some of which were even top forces. This Sumeru City is really full of powerhouses. Lu Qingyang said in surprise, looking around like a country bumpkin. This is a big city. Of course, there are many experts. However, compared to the Astral City, this place is still a little lacking, Zhang Junlan said. Feng Wuchen said softly, the flourishing cities are all driven by some large clans. As time passes, the number of experts will naturally increase. Out of the way. Get out of my way. Scram if you don't want to die. Do you hear me? Just as Feng Wuchen's voice fell, a delicate shout suddenly came from behind the street. At the back of the street, there was a young woman in a red dress driving a carriage. She shouted loudly while whipping the horses but, causing the carriage to go on a rampage. The woman was very beautiful. Her skin was like jade, and her eyes were big and watery under the crescent moon. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her slightly tight dress completely showed off her impressive figure. Such a beauty was definitely the target of countless men. However, at this moment, it seemed that no one dared to provoke the beauty. On the street, many cultivators panicked and avoided the carriage. Wherever the carriage passed, it knocked down many stalls on both sides of the street. It was a mess. What kind of woman is this? Don't you know it's dangerous? What if you hit a child? Xianxia frowned and looked back at the woman driving the carriage. 6th level of Sky Realm. With this cultivation, why are you driving a carriage? Tianqing shook his head. Beidou Yan smiled appreciatively, very beautiful. Qingqing, get out of the way. Lu Qingyang hurriedly said and pulled Miao Qingqing's hand back. The galloping carriage rushed past Feng Wuchen's group, and those cultivators who didn't have time to react were all knocked away. The street was filled with whispers and curses. Haha. Exciting. Exciting. The woman laughed excitedly. She didn't care about the lives of others and the small business of others. How dare you? You're so barbaric. You're taking other people's lives as a joke. Lu Qingyang was furious. He suddenly activated his true essence and stretched out his hand to grab the air. A tyrannical force immediately trapped the carriage. Lu Qingyang pulled back his arm and stopped the carriage directly. The sudden force controlled the carriage, and because of inertia, the woman directly flew forward. Bastard! The woman who flew out forcibly stabilized her body and turned to glare at Lu Qingyang. A powerful aura suddenly burst out. The aura of a level 6 celestial being spread out, scaring the pedestrians on the street. In the blink of an eye, the street was empty and deserted. Feng Wuchen and the others were dumbfounded. They were all stunned. What was going on? Was this woman so terrifying? Did she have to make everyone on the street disappear in an instant? It can't be. Lu Qingyang blinked his eyes in shock. It seems that this woman has a powerful background. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous in the city. Besides, with so many powerhouses, no one dared to stop her, Zhang Junlan said with a smile. Qingyang, you're in danger. Bai Mia and the others gloated and moved away from Lu Qingyang. Hey, what are you doing? That's too much, isn't it? Big brother Feng, even you are doing this. Lu Qingyang panicked. Whoosh. At this time, the woman charged fiercely with a fierce attack. How dare you ruin my business? You're tired of living, the woman shouted angrily. Her beautiful eyes were ferocious as if she wanted to kill Lu Qingyang. The woman arrived in an instant and blasted a palm at Lu Qingyang. Her palm contained the power of a level 6 celestial being. It's your fault for driving the carriage around recklessly. I'm just stopping you, Lu Qingyang explained. At the same time, he countered with a palm. Boom. BZZT, BZZT. The two palms collided. With a boom, a terrifying force instantly spread out along the street. Wherever it passed, the street collapsed layer by layer. The buildings on both sides of the street were also affected. Level 9 celestial being? The woman was slightly taken aback by the head-on collision. She did not expect Lu Qingyang's cultivation to be so powerful. He was 3 levels higher than her. Bam! Lu Qingyang pushed his palm forward. With a muffled bang, the woman was pushed back several meters. Lu Qingyang controlled his strength perfectly. He only pushed the woman back and did not hurt her at all. It's indeed exciting to drive the carriage around recklessly. But have you thought about how others feel? Have you considered the consequences? Lu Qingyang said coldly. He looked like he was lecturing her. Mind your own business, the woman shouted angrily. She glared at Lu Qingyang fiercely. Whoosh! At this time, a figure flew over and landed beside the woman. The 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. Looking at the man, Lu Qingyang frowned slightly. He really has some background. This man is a genius. Beidou Yan was surprised and also looked at the man. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, he is indeed a genius. It seems that he is the young master of a big family in Shimi City. This guy's strength is much higher than Qingyang's. Ruyan, are you okay? The man asked with concern. The strong force just now had attracted him. I'm fine. He broke the carriage. The woman called Ruyan pointed at Lu Qingyang and said angrily. Her pretty face was very ugly. Hearing this, the man frowned slightly. He glanced at Lu Qingyang coldly, and a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm. Your strength is not bad. Who are you? The man asked coldly. At the same time, he glanced at Feng Wuchen's group on the street and realized that they were together. I don't mean anything else. You must have seen those behind me. I just stopped her. Lu Qingyang spread out his hands without any fear on his face. Who was Lu Qingyang? He was a man who had a primordial fierce beast in his body and a genius with wild power. Really? The man said coldly, but you don't know that this carriage is a gift from me to Ruyan. You broke the carriage. What do you think I should do? Lu Qingyang glanced at the carriage. Because of the strong force just now, the carriage was indeed broken. He shrugged and said, I'll compensate you. A carriage is not worth much. In my eyes, it is a priceless treasure. The man said coldly. The murderous look in his eyes began to spread. Lu Qingyang realized that the man in front of him clearly wanted to stand up for the woman. He had no intention of giving up. It was useless to say more. Then what do you want? Lu Qingyang asked with an evil smile. He looked like he was asking for a beating. Since there was no room for negotiation, Lu Qingyang did not need to give face. I want you to pay with your life. The man shouted coldly. The power of the 3rd level of the heaven realm broke out. With a violent momentum, the man suddenly rushed toward Lu Qingyang. The man's speed was astonishing. In an instant, he arrived before Lu Qingyang. His hand was bent into a claw, and he viciously grabbed at Lu Qingyang. It was a ruthless move that could kill in one hit. Lu Qingyang frowned, not daring to be careless. He circulated the savage force in his body, and his aura soared. In just a moment, Lu Qingyang's aura had reached the 1st level of the heaven realm. The moment the man approached, Lu Qingyang used instant transmission to dodge. Boom! Buzz! The man threw out a palm strike, and a huge pit appeared on the street. Shattered rocks flew everywhere, and the buildings on both sides of the street collapsed. The cultivators hiding inside fled in fear. It's really not easy to raise your strength to the 1st level of the heaven realm. The man said coldly. His sharp eyes looked back. He had already detected Lu Qingyang's position in the first moment. Lu Qingyang was not to be trifled with. The savage force condensed on his fist, and he threw a punch at the man. The fist power whistled, and the momentum was surging. Go away! The man shouted angrily. The terrible strength broke out and directly shook Lu Qingyang away. Seizing the opportunity, the man fiercely shot out again, and his speed was a little faster than before. But what made the man mad was that no matter how fast he was, Lu Qingyang's figure strangely disappeared at the moment of the attack. I'm here. Lu Qingyang flashed to the front of the carriage, with a mysterious sneer on his lips. You're good at running away. The man said viciously. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his face became gloomy. The man rushed up again. Before he arrived, he had already thrown out a palm strike. This is a priceless treasure. Lu Qingyang sneered slightly, and his figure flashed again and disappeared. Oh no! The man's face suddenly changed, but he could not take back the power he had thrown out. Boom! The terrible power of the palm print blasted the carriage into pieces in the blink of an eye, and the handsome horse flew out directly. My carriage! The woman's pretty face changed greatly. Her beloved carriage was smashed into pieces, the woman was furious, and a terrible murderous aura broke out. She screamed at the top of her lungs, Brother Dongfeng, kill him. Bastard! You're courting death. The man was furious, gnashing his teeth and cursing. His face was ferocious, and his murderous aura condensed into a fierce wind that swept out. You broke it yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Qingyang shrugged and sneered. His figure had already flown over Sumi City this time. Qingyang is really cunning. Yi Tianwei laughed. The priceless treasure was destroyed just like that. That guy is going to go crazy. Yi Tianqing gloated. Bai Duyan frowned slightly and said, Qingyang has angered that guy. This is not good. Not long after the battle began, the terrible power alarmed many superiors in Sumi City, and many people had already come to watch the battle. What a big temper! Who has the guts to anger young Master Dongfeng? What a terrible murderous aura! Does that guy want to die? How dare he offend young Master Dongfeng? He is in the 9th level of the celestial realm, but he has the power of the heaven realm. His power is very violent, and it is purer than the power of genuine essence. That guy's strength is not simple. Many superiors came to watch the battle, and there was a lot of discussion. Boom! Young Master Dongfeng glared at Lu Qingyang in the sky. He suddenly stepped on the ground, and with a bang, his body turned into a flash of blue lightning. Don't run! Young Master Dongfeng shouted angrily. I won't run. Lu Qingyang said coldly. He put his palms together and opened them to both sides. A long sword flashed in the air, and a terrible aura swept out like a beast waking up. At this moment, Lu Qingyang's aura soared again. The fairy sword. Young Master Dongfeng's face changed greatly. His expression stiffened, and his body could not help but stop. 7th level forging. And it's a high-class fairy sword. That guy has a fairy sword. Many superiors who were watching the battle were shocked by Lu Qingyang's high-class fairy sword. They could not help but exclaim. The celestial slaughter sword was given to Brother Feng by the 9th master, and Brother Feng gave it to me. I have never used it before. Today, I'll use it on you. Lu Qingyang said coldly, and his face became fierce. As soon as the celestial slaughter sword appeared, Lu Qingyang's aura soared to the 2nd level of the heaven realm. His strength was very terrifying. How is this possible? How can a 9th level of the celestial realm have the power of the 2nd level of the heaven realm? Young Master Dongfeng's face was full of shock and disbelief. Buzz! The violent and terrible savage power was injected into the celestial slaughter sword. An extremely terrible sword comprehension soared into the sky, and the destructive sword radiance was breathtaking. Yinyang 2-form sword technique. Yinyang magic sword. Whoosh! Buzz! The massive sword radiance rushed toward young Master Dongfeng with an earth-shattering momentum. With a strong sonic boom, it shook the eardrums of many practitioners in Sumi City. That green sword ray was so terrifying that it made one's heart tremble. At this moment, many of the spectators held their breaths. Young Master Dongfeng's face turned serious. After all, Lu Qingyang was using a high-grade fairy weapon. Moreover, his aura had reached the 2nd level of the heaven realm. His power could not be underestimated. How can he be so powerful? The woman in red looked at Lu Qingyang in shock and disbelief. Qingyang's strength is about to surpass mine. His savage power is really terrifying. Yi Tianwei said, secretly envious. If Qingyang can break through the 1st level of the heaven realm, it won't be a problem to deal with him. But now, it seems that he can't. Zhang Junlan chuckled. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly, but did not say anything. Young Master Dongfeng was the young master of the Dongfeng family. He was one of the top geniuses in the northern Xian domain. Buzz! Young Master Dongfeng activated his Jin Yuan with all his might. A blue light appeared, becoming more and more dazzling. A monstrous aura crazily burst out, followed by a surge of surging energy. His right hand formed a sword finger and pointed at the center of his eyebrows, frantically gathering energy. High-grade profound level martial technique. Sky-piercing light. Young Master Dongfeng shouted fiercely, and his momentum soared again. He suddenly pointed his sword finger in the air, and an extremely terrifying green energy beam burst out with the power to pierce through heaven and earth. The terrifying green energy was earth-shattering, and the void space exploded. Rumble! Puff! Two terrifying forces fiercely collided and instantly exploded. The sound of the explosion resounded throughout Sumeru City. Extremely terrifying energy ripples swept out in all directions, shaking Lu Qingyang and young Master Dongfeng so much that they spat out blood. The two of them seemed to have been hit by the shockwave as they turned into black lines and were sent flying. So powerful. Lu Qingyang was shocked. He did not expect that he would still be seriously injured after using all his strength. This brat can actually injure me. Young Master Dongfeng was also shocked, but he was only slightly injured. Young Master Dongfeng's strength was not inferior to Lu Qingyang at all. However, Lu Qingyang's terrifying power had reached the level of injuring him. "Big brother Dongfeng!" The woman in red shouted worriedly. Shock appeared on the faces of the cultivators watching the battle. How is this possible? Young Master was injured by that brat? Ninth level celestial realm hurt young Master Dongfeng. Is this an illusion? This is simply impossible. Isn't this too powerful? I'm also at the 9th level of the heaven tier, so why don't I have such power? Many experts who were watching the battle were frightened by the power displayed by Lu Qingyang. No one dared to believe what they had just seen. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lu Qingyang's pale face showed a smile, as if to say that he was not to be trifled with. Young Master Dongfeng frowned as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. The blood seemed to have stimulated him, and his murderous aura surged again. As the top genius of Sumeru City, the young master of the Dongfeng family, he was injured by a peer who was weaker than him. It was a great humiliation. Unforgivable. Young Master Dongfeng gritted his teeth, and his murderous aura grew stronger. He stared at Lu Qingyang fiercely like a venomous snake. Young Master Dongfeng is angry. That brat is dead. The Dongfeng family is a big family in our area. They have terrifying strength, and no one dares to provoke them. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he really think that he's invincible just because he has some strength? Although the spectating cultivators were shocked by Lu Qingyang's strength, they rejoiced in Lu Qingyang's misfortune as he had offended young Master Dongfeng. The human heart was truly sinister. Boom! Young Master Dongfeng suddenly stepped into the void. With a loud boom, his body turned into a green lightning bolt and rushed towards Lu Qingyang. He was like a ferocious beast with a majestic aura. Young Master Dongfeng's speed was terrifying. In a few flashes, he had already arrived in front of Lu Qingyang. Die! Young Master Dongfeng roared, and his fist, which contained terrifying power, smashed towards Lu Qingyang mercilessly. Whoosh! Boom! The moment young Master Dongfeng attacked, Feng Wuchen also attacked. His figure arrived in a flash, and with a loud boom, he smashed towards young Master Dongfeng. Feng Wuchen received young Master Dongfeng's fist with concern, and instantly dissolved all the power. Not a single trace of energy fluctuation spread out. What? Young Master Dongfeng's face changed drastically, and he looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He did not notice when Feng Wuchen appeared. Young Master Dongfeng could not believe that the young man in front of him, who looked younger than him, had such ferocious strength. What shocked young Master Dongfeng even more was that he could not see the depth of Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Feng Wuchen's appearance, which easily dissolved young Master Dongfeng's power, instantly caused the spectators to quieten down. Strong. An existence stronger than young Master Dongfeng, Feng Wuchen slowly let go of his hand, and said indifferently, "It's just a small matter, is there a need to kill someone?" Hearing this, young Master Dongfeng said gloomily, "If it was a gift for your fiancé, would you feel the same? The gift is just a token of my sincerity. I can buy a new one if the carriage is broken. Moreover, my friend only stopped her from running around in the city out of kindness. Doesn't she need to take responsibility for injuring someone?" Feng Wuchen said plainly. "You don't have to worry about this. Get out of the way." Young Master Dongfeng shouted coldly. Even if Feng Wuchen intervened, it did not dispel his killing intent towards Lu Qingyang. "Let's see if you have the ability," Feng Wuchen said coldly. Since there was no room for discussion, he could only use force to solve it. "You're courting death," young Master Dongfeng said gloomily, and was about to attack. Boom! Pfft! However, Feng Wuchen's speed was even more terrifying. With a boom, young Master Dongfeng did not even see it clearly, and immediately vomited blood, his body flying backwards. What is his cultivation? Why can't I see his attack clearly? Young Master Dongfeng's heart shook, and he was extremely shocked. Hiss! At this moment, many cultivators who were watching the battle gasped in horror. Their eyes widened. Isn't this too scary? I didn't see him attack at all. Young Master Dongfeng didn't seem to see it either. So strong. I can't believe it. The cultivators of Sumeru City were instantly in an uproar. Young Master Dongfang's strength was so strong that it was impossible to find someone of the same generation who could contend against him. Feng Wuchen's age was obviously 1 or 2 years younger than young Master Dongfang, but he had more terrifying strength than young Master Dongfang. You're not my opponent, and we have no grudges. Why don't you stop now? Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. After being defeated by Lu Qingyang and injured by Feng Wuchen, how could young Master Dongfang let it go? Young Master Dongfang had the whole Dongfang family behind him. He was extremely powerful. Even if he was not Feng Wuchen's opponent, young Master Dongfang was not afraid at all. Staring at Feng Wuchen fiercely, young Master Dongfang was full of anger. His bloodshot eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. His terrible appearance frightened the spectators and made them not dare to look directly at him. If you don't want to give up, then do as you like. But don't regret it, Feng Wuchen said lightly with a threatening tone. You will regret it. Young Master Dongfang gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. He immediately sent a message to the Dongfang family. That's not necessarily true. Lu Qingyang sneered slightly. After taking the healing pill, his injury had recovered a little. His pale face had regained a little color. Hall Master, there is a superior coming. He is at the 5th level of the heaven realm. Yi Tianqing said as he sensed a majestic breath flying from the city. He is only at the 5th level of the heaven realm. He is no match for Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang shrugged and was not worried at all. The majestic momentum spread out. Wherever it passed, everyone in Sumi City was terrified. Phew! The person was very fast and disappeared in a flash with a strong sonic boom. Who dares to hurt the young master of the Dongfang family? A cold voice with majesty and terrible momentum resounded through Sumi City, with a strong deterrent force. The 5th level of the heaven realm. This voice is Dongfang Xian. Dongfang Xian is here. The only superior of the Dongfang family who is close to the elders' cultivation. Hearing Dongfang Xian's cold voice, many superiors in Sumi City were frightened. They were scared out of their wits. Who can disturb Dongfang Xian? Is young Master Dongfang not a match for him? In a family hall, an old man felt the terrible breath of Dongfang Xian. He was puzzled and curious. Oh? There's actually someone who can injure Dongfang Xiaoyun? In another family, the higher-ups were quite surprised. With Dongfang Xiaoyun's strength, there aren't many people in the Sumeru City who are a match for him. To be able to injure him and alert Dongfang Xian, I really want to know who it is. Dongfang Xiaoyun was injured? TSK, this is a fantastic story. The second-ranked genius of Sumeru City was actually injured. Along with the appearance of Dongfang Xiaoyun, the experts of the various clans in Sumeru City were alerted. They were all very curious as to who could injure Dongfang Xiaoyun. For a time, the upper echelons of the various families from Sumeru City appeared one after another. Swish! Swish! Not long after Dongfang Xian arrived, several figures appeared in the sky above Sumeru City. Each and every one of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. So many powerhouses have actually come. Lin Yu exclaimed in shock. The head of the Wang clan and the 3 elders are here. The Qin clan is here too. And the young master of the Lu clan. It's rare to see a powerhouse on a normal day, but so many of them have actually come. The appearance of the powerhouses of the various families in Sumeru City immediately caused the many practitioners in Sumeru City to boil over in shock. There were more than a dozen powerhouses, and 13 of them were in the heaven realm. The rest were in the celestial realm, and the weakest was in the 8th level of the celestial realm. The Qin clan, the Wang clan, and the Lu clan are all quite close to the Dongfang clan. This boy is dead for sure. Someone shook his head and said. Young master. Seeing that Dongfang Xiaoyun was seriously injured, Dongfang Xian's expression changed greatly, and he immediately flashed over. Is he the one who injured Dongfang Xiaoyun? He's not simple. The old man can't see the depth of his cultivation. Who is this boy? In his early 20s, could he be a student of the Sacred Soul Academy? Impossible. I've seen all the genius students of the Sacred Soul Academy, but I've never seen him. The higher-ups of the various families were shocked and puzzled. Feng Wuchen was able to injure Dongfang Xiaoyun, which made them very curious about Feng Wuchen's origin. They were all sizing up Feng Wuchen. Their first impression was that he was unfamiliar. None of them had ever seen Feng Wuchen before. "Uncle Xian, kill that boy." Seeing Dongfang Xian coming over, Dongfang Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and said angrily. Dongfang Xian glared at Feng Wuchen, and a biting cold murderous aura swept out. He said gloomily, "Boy, how dare you? I think you're tired of living." As he spoke, Dongfang Xian had already activated the power of the 5th level of the Heaven Realm. He rushed out fiercely, not giving Feng Wuchen a chance to speak at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dongfang Xian flashed left and right, leaving a large number of clearly visible residual shadows. He approached Feng Wuchen in the blink of an eye. His right hand condensed a terrible power, and he chopped down at Feng Wuchen from top to bottom. Looking at the fierce posture, if Feng Wuchen was hit, he would definitely be split into 2 halves. The powerhouses of the various families stared at Feng Wuchen without blinking. They wanted to know what realm Feng Wuchen was in. Boom. Buzz, buzz. Dongfang Xian chopped down with his palm. Feng Wuchen raised his right hand to block. With a boom, the energy ripples of the collision spread out in all directions, and the void space shook violently. What? Dongfang Xian's face changed greatly, and he looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Dongfang Xiaoyun's eyes almost popped out. He said in horror, "Uncle Xian can't beat him. How is this possible?" The Wang family leader was shocked, and his expression was slightly stiff. "This is impossible. Impossible." He blocked Dongfang Xian's attack with his physical strength. The Lu family young master exclaimed in shock. "Dongfang Xian can't even touch that kid. He didn't even use his true essence." The Qin family leaders were also shocked. The spectators in Sumeru City were silent, and they were all dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen didn't even frown. This little bit of power was not enough to deal with him. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz, buzz. After a moment of shock, Dongfang Xian quickly came back to his senses. He suddenly exploded with all his strength and attacked Feng Wuchen crazily. A series of explosions sounded throughout Sumeru City, and the energy ripples were like angry waves rolling out continuously. However, what shocked everyone present was that Dongfang Xian couldn't even force Feng Wuchen to take half a step back. Feng Wuchen stood in the void where he was, and he easily blocked Dongfang Xian's ferocious attacks as if he was dealing with a kindergarten kid. Impossible. This is impossible. Dongfang Xian shook his head in horror. All his attacks were like stones sinking into the sea, and he couldn't hurt Feng Wuchen at all. What powerful strength, he's at least in the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. He looks no more than 20 years old. Even the #1 genius of the Sacred Soul Academy can't be as terrifying as him. This is too terrifying. He can compete with Dongfang Xian with only his physical strength. He's a monster. Everyone in Sumeru City, including the powerhouses of the big families, was shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength. Shocking. Extremely shocking. Feng Wuchen looked at Dongfang Xian with an expressionless face. Feng Wuchen had not attacked at all. He had been defending himself. Dongfang Xian was shocked. He shook his head and said, "You can't be so powerful. Impossible. I don't believe it." The more Dongfang Xian thought about it, the more agitated he became. His face turned hideous as he clenched his fists and roared. Buzz buzz. Terrifying energy erupted forth. Dongfang Xian's silhouette flickered as he soared up into the air. He formed a seal with his palms, congealing a terrifying amount of energy. The space around him trembled violently as a blinding violet light enveloped the entire area. Bright moon jade pendant. Dongfang Xian shouted and took out his magic treasure. It was a mid-grade spiritual weapon and it instantly increased Dongfang Xian's combat strength. High-grade dark class martial technique. Sky-raising claw. Dongfang Xian roared and clawed his hands. A terrifying power gathered in the center of his claws and his aura surged. Swish swish. Buzz buzz. Dongfang Xian waved his hands and 2 terrifying energy claws tore through the void and rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen raised his head and glanced at Dongfang Xian coldly. With just a glance, Feng Wuchen suddenly disappeared. What? Dongfang Xian, who had been staring at Feng Wuchen fiercely, was shocked when Feng Wuchen disappeared. Boom! Puff! Without any warning, Dongfang Xian was hit hard on the back. With a loud boom, the overbearing power made Dongfang Xian spit out blood and he was sent flying. What's going on? Dongfang Xian was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. He had no idea what had happened. SSS, Dongfang Xian was sent flying while spitting out blood. Everyone in Sumi City gasped in horror. Even the upper echelons of the families were terrified. Dongfang Xian, who had been sent flying, endured the pain and turned his head to look. What he saw stunned him once again. Feng Wuchen had disappeared, Dongfang Xian's two terrifying energy claws had also disappeared, there was only a wisp of black flame in the void. It was being retracted by Feng Wuchen. It was very strange. Shocking. Extremely shocking, the entire place was dead silent. No one knew what had happened and no one could see how Feng Wuchen attacked. How is this possible? Dongfang Xian was completely dumbfounded. He was dumbstruck. What a terrifying movement. Even the old man did not notice it. Is that black flame? Is this kid in the divine transformation realm? This is terrifying. The upper echelons of the various families were terrified. They were all dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen's terror was completely beyond their imagination. Gulp. Dongfang Xian looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was a monster. He swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. His face was pale and his throat was dry. When Dongfang Xian blinked and opened his eyes again, he realized that Feng Wuchen had silently appeared in front of him. He was only half a meter away from him. What? Dongfang Xian was scared out of his wits. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. He took a few steps back and almost fell down. Dongfang Xian did not dare to beg for mercy because he was a member of the Dongfang family. He could not disgrace the Dongfang family. Feng Wuchen slowly raised his arm with his palm facing Dongfang Xian. This action scared Dongfang Xian out of his wits. Everyone in Sumi City held their breath. No one dared to help Dongfang Xian or stop Feng Wuchen. It seemed that they could only watch Dongfang Xian being killed. Do I look like a kind person to you? The Dongfang family is too narrow-minded to kill us over such a trivial matter. Or do they think the Dongfang family is very strong? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. He activated his genuine essence and condensed it in his palm. The 5th level of the Heaven Realm. Dongfang Xian was shocked. He is in the 5th level of the Heaven Realm. How is this possible? How can someone in the 5th level of the Heaven Realm have such terrifying power? Old man, did you see it wrong? The 5th level of the Heaven Realm? How can someone in the 5th level of the Heaven Realm make Dongfang Xian unable to fight back? Illusion. It must be a mistake. The 5th level of the Heaven Realm can't be so powerful. The leaders of the families and the practitioners in Sumi City were in an uproar. They all felt that Feng Wuchen's cultivation was not in line with his terrifying power. Who would believe that a warrior in the 5th level of the Heaven Realm could crush an opponent in the same level? Who would believe that an opponent in the same level could not resist Feng Wuchen? Feng Wuchen's terrifying power overturned their understanding of the 5th level of the Heaven Realm. Dongfang Xiaoyun and the woman in red were already trembling with fear. They were too scared to speak. Stop. Just as Feng Wuchen was about to kill, a majestic roar came from the city. The surging momentum shocked the whole city. A terrifying aura spread quickly and enveloped the whole Sumi City in the blink of an eye. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 8 people flashed over. 4 of them were superiors in the Heaven Realm, and 1 of them had reached the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. They were the master of the Dongfang family, 3 elders, and 4 superiors in the Celestial Being Realm. Brat! You dare to kill a member of the Dongfang family. Old man will tear you into pieces. The leading middle-aged man shouted angrily at Feng Wuchen. The leading man was none other than the master of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yil. In Sumi City, Dongfang Yil's power was the most terrifying. He could cover the sky with one hand. Hearing the threat of Dongfang Yil, Feng Wuchen's palm slightly buckled back 3 fingers and condensed into a sword finger gesture. Whoosh! Chi! A bright golden light instantly pierced through Dongfang Xian's glabella. Blood sprayed out. This was the consequence of Dongfang Yil's threat, arrogant. Extremely arrogant, Feng Wuchen dared to kill Dongfang Xian in front of the master and elders of the Dongfang family. Everyone in the audience was stunned. In everyone's opinion, the appearance of Dongfang Yil would more or less make Feng Wuchen afraid. But no one expected that Feng Wuchen would kill Dongfang Xian without saying anything. Dongfang Xian fell down with a face full of disbelief. Even when he died, he couldn't understand how Feng Wuchen had the courage to kill him. He really killed Dongfang Xian. Does this brat want to die? How dare he kill Dongfang Xian in front of the master of the Dongfang family? This is not good. The war is about to begin. That brat is digging his own grave. Everyone in Sumi City was terrified. Preposterous. The great elder was furious, incomparably furious. His old face was terrifyingly malevolent. Brat! You've got guts. How dare you kill a member of the Dongfang family? I want to turn you into ashes. You will never be reincarnated. Dongfang Yil was trembling with rage. He gritted his teeth and growled. His terrifying power and murderous aura erupted like a volcano. Shameless boasting. Dongfang Yil gritted his teeth and roared. The terrible power of the 8th level of the heaven realm burst out. The void space collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Sumi City became dark. The monstrous power swept through wildly, frightening many practitioners in Sumi City. They all distanced themselves, while the timid ones had already left the city. The power of the 8th level of the heaven realm enveloped Sumi City. Inside the city, the Qin and Lu family leaders and elders were alerted. Father! Elders! You're finally here. The woman in red panicked. She was relieved to see Lu and the elders. Leader! Elders! Leader Qin, Lu, and the elders flashed over. The higher-ups saluted them respectfully and told them what had happened. In the end, Leader Qin and the others were shocked. Ruyan, did this happen because of you? Lu looked at the woman in red and asked. Lu Ruyan was frightened and flustered. She didn't know what to say. Bastard! Lu was furious. Dongfang Xian was killed because of a small matter. First, Dongfang Xiaoyun was seriously injured, then Dongfang Xian was killed, and now Dongfang Yil was involved. It's just a small matter. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it? Lu Qingyang shook his head helplessly. Beta Yan shrugged and curled his lips. They like it, and we can't stop them. When the temple leader kills them, they'll regret it. But what can they do by then? If they want to die, so be it. Yi Tianwei said ruthlessly. Feng Wuchen and the others thought that they could make a small deal out of it. Unexpectedly, the other side was aggressive, causing the conflict to worsen. Bastard! Die! Dongfang Yil roared furiously and rushed out with a fierce momentum. Wherever he passed, the void space shook. Are you alone? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. In the face of Dongfang Yil's terrible power, Feng Wuchen was still fearless. Is that guy crazy? Just how arrogant was he? The leader of the Dongfang family is in the 8th level of the heaven realm. Feng Wuchen's words made everyone break out in a cold sweat. The 8th level of the heaven realm was terrifying. But Feng Wuchen didn't care. Buzz. Feng Wuchen fully activated the power of his sovereign physique. His body flashed with bloody light. The Qilin armor and dragon god gauntlets were activated at the same time. His aura skyrocketed. His overbearing and terrifying power was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Feng Wuchen's aura soared from the 5th level of the heaven realm to the 8th level of the heaven realm, and this was without using the power of world extermination. 8th level of the heaven realm. God! He was in the 8th level of the heaven realm. 3 levels. Level. It's a fairy weapon. The whole place was in an uproar. Exclamations rose to the sky. Everyone was frightened and trembling. This young man had the power of the 8th level of the heaven realm. Now they understood why Feng Wuchen was so arrogant. He didn't care about Dongfang Yil. It was because he had the strength. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The Dongfang family elder said in horror. His face was stiff. Dongfang Yil, who rushed out, was also in a trance. He couldn't believe that a young man could be so strong. Boom. Buzz. Feng Wuchen suddenly stepped on the void space. With a strong roar, he burst out like a bloody lightning. His momentum suppressed Dongfang Yil. The war broke out. Dongfang Yil was worthy of being the master of the Dongfang family. He soon came to his senses. Maybe there was a trace of regret in his heart, but it was too late to regret. Martial technique of the medium class of the profound stage. Drifting cloud phantom. Dongfang Yil shouted. His figure instantly transformed into 4 phantoms. The 4 phantoms flashed one after another. It was dazzling. 4 phantoms and Dongfang Yil made a total of 5 people. Boom. 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 Buzz. Dongfang Yil launched a fierce attack. The 5 of them surrounded Feng Wuchen. Their fists and feet were crazy. Every time they collided, the destructive energy seemed to destroy the void space. It was earth-shattering. In a high-intensity battle, it was a life for a life. Dongfang Yil was fighting 5 against 1, but he could fight with Feng Wuchen to a draw. But even so, it was enough to shock the higher-ups of the families and frighten everyone in Sumi City. Dongfang Yil was also shocked. If it weren't for the help of the 4 phantoms, he wouldn't be able to defeat Feng Wuchen. Boom. Boom. Buzz. In the fierce battle, deafening explosions were incessant. The destructive energy ripples came wave after wave. Everyone in the city was terrified. It was dead silent. Every time they clashed in the air with their heartbeats, their hearts would be deeply pounded. Dongfang Yil tried his best, but he couldn't suppress Feng Wuchen. On the contrary, Feng Wuchen was slowly gaining the upper hand. The more Dongfang Yil fought, the more frightened and anxious he became. A trace of uneasiness welled up in his heart. Is this your limit? Feng Wuchen suddenly asked. He looked like he was tired of playing. Dongfang Yil was stunned at first. Then, he said gloomily, you are not qualified to make old man use his full strength. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen's lips curved into a dangerous arc. His monstrous aura suddenly surged. What? Dongfang Yil's expression changed. His eyes widened. Dragon God's shadow. Feng Wuchen yelled in a low voice and executed his movement technique. His speed instantly doubled. Boom. Boom, boom. Feng Wuchen's figure flashed. His speed was so fast that no one could catch him. The 4 phantoms were destroyed by Feng Wuchen at almost the same time. His strength was extremely domineering. His speed has increased. Dongfang Yil was shocked. In the next second, Feng Wuchen mysteriously appeared in front of Dongfang Yil. Not good. Dongfang Yil came back to his senses. His expression changed again. He shouted in panic, ethereal protection. Boom. Gotcha. As soon as the energy shield was condensed, Feng Wuchen's fist had already hit it. A deafening explosion sounded. The domineering strength directly shattered Dongfang Yil's energy shield and sent him flying. How is this possible? Dongfang Yil was terrified. Feng Wuchen's domineering strength made him feel afraid. The upper echelons of the families were shocked again. Their faces were as pale as paper. Such a terrifying monster, such a heaven-defying existence, they had never heard of it. Family head. Father. The upper echelons of the Dongfang family were shocked. The fierce battle made them tremble. The strongest existence in Sumeru City was defeated by a junior. Bring out your full strength. I'm not afraid to tell you that I only used 80% of my strength. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen had the power of the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. Everyone in Sumi City was terrified and in disbelief. Now, Feng Wuchen said that he only used 80% of his power. Who would believe it? With the cultivation of the 5th level of the Heaven Realm, he only used 80% of his power to suppress a warrior of the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. This was very terrifying. What if Feng Wuchen used all of his power? No one in Sumi City dared to imagine it. The more they thought about it, the more they could not accept it. Dongfang Yil's face was stiff. He was horrified and said, only 80% of his power. Looking at Dongfang Yil indifferently, Feng Wuchen said, show me your real ability. Let me see what the Dongfang family is capable of. Feng Wuchen could even kill a warrior of the second level of the Apotheosis realm, not to mention a warrior of the 8th level of the Heaven realm. If you are afraid, all the warriors of the Dongfang family can come together, Feng Wuchen continued. Let all the warriors of the Dongfang family come together. Was Feng Wuchen's words arrogant enough? But now, no one dared to say that Feng Wuchen was arrogant. After seeing Feng Wuchen's terrifying power, they all shut up. How dare you? The faces of the Dongfang family were extremely ugly, and each one of them was extremely ferocious. As a great aristocratic family of Sumi City, the Dongfang family was insulted by a junior. How could they bear it? Dongfang Yil's stiff face was ferocious again. He gritted his teeth and the anger in his eyes almost erupted. Buzz. A terrifying power was activated. Dongfang Yil waved his hand and a jade pendant flashed out of his palm. It was crystal clear and exuded an extremely strong aura. It instantly helped Dongfang Yil to greatly increase his power. His momentum became more and more majestic. Dongfang Yil's aura at the moment had faintly broken through the 9th level of the Heaven realm. As the strongest warrior of Sumi City, Dongfang Yil naturally had some powerful means. Brat. This patriarch wants to test your full strength. Dongfang Yil said fiercely. He had no way out. Even if there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of him, Dongfang Yil could only brace himself and charge forward. A futile struggle. Lu Qingyang and the others shook their heads slightly. It wasn't that Lu Qingyang and the others underestimated Dongfang Yil, but Feng Wuchen's strength was too terrifying. This kid's physical body is extremely strong. I can't beat him in a head-on clash. Dongfang Yil frowned and thought to himself. He had already noticed it during the intense battle just now. A high-grade profound ranked martial skill. Essence condensation technique. Buzz. Dongfang Yil clasped his hands together and gathered a terrifying power. A bright green light flashed as if a peerless treasure had appeared. A moment later, a fist-sized green energy ball condensed in Dongfang Yil's palm. Its power was terrifying, as if it had been compressed and refined. Your strength has increased a lot, but it's still not enough. Feng Wuchen sneered. Even though Dongfang Yil had taken out a spirit weapon, his strength was not enough to make Feng Wuchen feel worried. Dongfang Yil narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted. He immediately took out a rune. Earth-ranked rune. Patriarch Wang couldn't help but exclaim. Brother Dongfang actually has an earth-ranked rune. Could it be that you got it from an inscription master of the Heavenly Cloud City? Lu couldn't help but exclaim. Earth-ranked runes could only be refined by a 7th-ranked inscription master. When used together with True Yuan, its power was boundless. Earth-ranked rune? Is this where your confidence comes from? Feng Wuchen said coldly. He still had no fear on his face. Dongfang Yil then merged the green energy ball into the rune. With the infusion of energy, the earth-ranked rune was instantly activated and an extremely terrifying energy spread out. Buzz. The terrifying energy crazily spread out and covered thousands of feet in the blink of an eye. The dim space was completely enveloped by the bright green light. It's worthy of being an earth-ranked rune. This power is really terrifying. This power has already surpassed the 9th level of the Heaven realm, right? I didn't expect Patriarch Dongfang to have such a trick up his sleeve. The higher-ups of the various clans and the people of Sumi City were terrified. The terrifying power made them tremble all over. Earth-ranked rune. 9 Serenity's Heaven print. Dongfang Yil suddenly shouted and waved his hand. The rune flew out and instantly condensed into a huge green energy seal. It carried the momentum of the 5-finger mountain to suppress Great Saint Sun and smashed towards Feng Wuchen. Brat. Old man, let's see how you die. Dongfang Yil shouted fiercely. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen sneered and said, You want to kill me with this little power? Aren't you underestimating me? Buzz. While speaking, Feng Wuchen exerted all his strength. All the power burst out and condensed on his fist. The bloody light was dazzling, and the monstrous momentum rolled out wildly. Fist of the ancient dragon god! Feng Wuchen yelled. He stared at the terrifying energy seal with a ferocious gaze. Then, he punched out crazily with both fists, carrying an aura that could move mountains and rivers. Boom! 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 Buzz! Hiss! In an instant, Feng Wuchen punched thousands of times. The earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout Sumi City. The destructive energy spread wildly. Then, an extremely shocking scene appeared. The terrifying energy seal was forcibly cracked by Feng Wuchen, and the cracks quickly spread. Puff! The terrifying power of each punch shook Dongfang Yil's qi and blood. In the end, he couldn't bear it and vomited blood. Dongfang Yil widened his eyes and said in horror, "How is this possible, father?" Family head. The higher-ups of the Dongfang family and Dongfang Xiaoyun cried out in panic. The scene was so spectacular that everyone in Sumi City was horrified and dumbfounded. Even if Dongfang Yil used all his strength, magic weapons, and earth-level runes, he still had no resistance in front of Feng Wuchen. Was he still human? Even monsters weren't so terrifying. Boom! Puff! Buzz! Feng Wuchen crazily bombarded. When the crack spread throughout the entire energy seal, it suddenly exploded. Dongfang Yil vomited blood again and his body was shaken out. The light of the explosion instantly covered the entire void, making people unable to open their eyes. Dongfang Yil was seriously injured and his face was pale. Dongfang Yil was stunned. This was his most powerful trump card. Its power was comparable to the 9th level of the Heaven Realm, but now it was smashed by Feng Wuchen. Boom! At this moment, Feng Wuchen was fiercely rushing over, ignoring the terrible energy ripples. Seeing Feng Wuchen's madness, everyone in Sumi City was scared out of their wits. Monster! A real monster, such terrible energy ripples couldn't hurt Feng Wuchen at all. In the next second, Feng Wuchen arrived in front of Dongfang Yil. His speed was so fast that it could be said that he arrived in the blink of an eye. Any last words? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His cold eyes stared at Dongfang Yil as if he was looking at a dead man. Who are you? Dongfang Yil asked in horror, his voice trembling. Is it worth risking your life for such a trivial matter? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His palm was facing Dongfang Yil without any mercy. Brat! Stop it! The 3 great elders roared as they madly rushed over. Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at the 3 of them. He waved his hand, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. Boom! 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 The 3 elders were the first to bear the brunt of the force. They spat out blood and were sent flying. In front of Feng Wuchen, their cultivation was nothing. They were just sending themselves to their deaths. Even if you want to die, you have to line up. Feng Wuchen glanced at the 3 elders coldly. His cold words were terrifying. Little brother, please show mercy. This is the only bloodline of the Dongfang family. The terrified Dongfang Yil was filled with regret. He had no choice but to beg for mercy when he realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "It's too late." A terrifying force condensed in Feng Wuchen's palm. The Dongfang Yil was in complete despair. Family head. The 3 severely injured elders were shocked. No! Stop it! Dongfang Xiaoyun screamed in horror. The higher-ups of the families did not dare to stop them for fear of being involved. Lu Ruyan was so scared that her face was pale and her body was trembling. At this moment, Lu Ruyan finally knew that she had offended someone she should not have offended. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Destroy! Feng Wuchen attacked mercilessly. He shouted coldly and a terrifying force instantly enveloped the Dongfang Yil. No! The Dongfang Yil screamed in horror and despair. After a while, the Dongfang Yil's figure slowly disappeared under the horrified gazes of the people in Sumeru City. The scene was strange and terrifying. In an instant, the Dongfang Yil disappeared completely. His weak aura also disappeared. The whole city was dead silent. Everyone's faces were pale. What kind of terrifying means was this? Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at the higher-ups of the Dongfeng family. He said, who else wants to die? Do it. Who had the guts to do it? The most powerful person in Sumeru City, the Dongfeng Yule, had died tragically in the hands of Feng Wuchen. The rest of them were even worse. The three elders of the Dongfeng family were in grief and fear. However, they did not dare to speak or make a move. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Feng Wuchen's cold eyes looked at the terrified Lu Ruyan. Sensing Feng Wuchen's gaze, Ruyan Lu's body trembled. She was scared out of her wits. My daughter did not mean it. Please forgive her. Lu hurriedly pleaded. He did not want to follow the path of the Dongfeng Yule. Ignoring Lu, Feng Wuchen said coldly to Lu Ruyan, it was originally a small matter. Why did you have to make the whole city know about it? Is this the result you wanted? Do you think the death of the Dongfeng family head has anything to do with you? Lu Ruyan was terrified. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She said in a trembling voice, I know I was wrong. What's the use of knowing you were wrong? There's no medicine for regret in this world. Zhang Junlan said coldly. Miao Qingqing said, girls should be more reserved. Your actions will only make people feel disgusted. Lu Ruyan was speechless. After this incident, she was really scared out of her wits. The death of the Dongfeng family head also has something to do with you. Looking at Lu indifferently, Feng Wuchen said, you let her cause trouble and neglected to discipline her. Yes. The old man will discipline her strictly in the future. Lu nodded repeatedly, not daring to have the slightest doubt. Finally, looking at the soulless Dongfeng Xiaoyun, Feng Wuchen said, in fact, the culprit is you. As the young master of the Dongfeng family, you think you're so great just because you have some ability. You killed someone, and now you're speaking with conviction. Of course, no one present dared to speak. This was the power of the strong. As long as you have enough strength, you can say whatever you want. No one will dare to stand up and say anything. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. Feng Wuchen and his group returned to Sumeru City, planning to rest for the night. They originally planned to leave today, but they were delayed by this incident. This night, everyone in Sumeru City was destined to spend it in shock and horror. Late at night, Dongfeng family mansion. The luxurious and spacious mansion was deserted. The Dongfeng family was filled with grief and fear, depressed to the extreme. In the main hall, the three elders' faces were still filled with fear. The scene of Dongfeng Yule and Dongfeng Xian being killed kept replaying in their minds. Dongfeng Xiaoyun's expression was lifeless, as if his soul had dried up. As the young master of the Dongfeng family, Dongfeng Xiaoyun's status was extraordinary. He was also one of the top heaven's favorites in Sumeru City. He crushed many geniuses and looked down on the heroes. It could be said that he carried the aura of a heaven's favorite and left others in the dust. However, after meeting Feng Wuchen, everything changed. Dongfeng Xiaoyun's pride and dignity were ruthlessly trampled on by Feng Wuchen. It was as if everything was gone in an instant. The sudden change was too big a blow to Dongfeng Xiaoyun. He couldn't accept it for a while. First elder, the family head's death must be avenged. The dead silence in the main hall was suddenly broken by someone. Yes, first elder, the family head must not die in vain. We must avenge the family head. Another person spoke up. The first elder took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. He tried to calm himself down as much as possible. The family head's death must be avenged. The family head and Tianyanzi have some friendship. If we find him, he might be able to avenge the family head. The first elder said gloomily. Tianyanzi? That old thing is extremely greedy. We don't know what treasures he will ask for. The second elder gritted his teeth and said angrily. He was filled with anger at the mention of Tianyanzi. Even if he wants half of the Dongfeng family, the old man will not hesitate. The family head's death must not be forgotten. Otherwise, how will the Dongfeng family establish itself in the northern Xian region in the future? The Dongfeng family will not rest until that stinking brat is dead. The first elder said gloomily. The more he thought about it, the more unconvinced and furious he became. After a pause, the first elder said, "The three of us will visit Xianxia tonight, lest that brat leave Sumeru City." Xianxia was a 7th grade inscriptionist. In the northern Xian region, his prestige was extremely high and his status was extraordinary. He was respected by countless cultivators. However, Xianxia was an insatiable person. When the three elders visited him late at night and learned that they would give him half of the Dongfeng family, Xianxia was extremely excited. He agreed without any hesitation, looking as if he had a card up his sleeve. As a 7th grade inscriptionist, Xianxia knew many experts. He didn't care about a mere Feng Wuchen. The Dongfeng family had encountered such a big event. Except for Xianxia, they didn't know who to ask for help. After resting for a night and inquiring about the Sumeru Abyss, Feng Wuchen and his group set off for the Sumeru Abyss. But when Feng Wuchen and his group walked out of the restaurant, they felt something was wrong. "Master, someone is secretly watching us. It's a superior in the 6th level of the Heaven Realm," Lan Yu whispered. Feng Wuchen and his people quietly walked all the way to the city gate. Along the way, the streets were very deserted. Obviously, they knew something. The city gate was even more deserted. The atmosphere was very strange, giving people a strong sense of uneasiness. "Temple Master, there's an ambush. I feel a breath of soul power." Yi Tianwei frowned, his expression dignified. "Master, there are more than a dozen warriors of the Heaven Realm," Lan Yu said solemnly, looking around vigilantly. "Don't hide. Even a fool can guess it," Feng Wuchen said lightly, with a trace of contempt at the corner of his mouth. When Feng Wuchen's group appeared, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from the city gate and locked onto the dozen or so of them, 18 warriors of the Heaven Realm. Lu Qingyang's expression changed slightly. This lineup was absolutely terrifying. "There's also a warrior of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm." Zhang Junlan frowned. "Can the Dongfeng family find so many warriors?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a while, over the city gate, more than a dozen warriors of the Heaven Realm appeared. Several figures came from the city gate, including the 3 elders of the Dongfeng family. "It's really the Dongfeng family," Bai Duyan said coldly, his face extremely cold. 7th grade inscriptionist. Yi Tianwei looked at a white-haired old man in shock. Zhang Junlan said in surprise, 7th grade inscriptionist Xianxia. "Little Zhang, do you know him?" Feng Wuchen looked at Zhang Junlan and asked. Zhang Junlan shook his head. "No, I've seen him once. This man is insatiable. No wonder the Dongfeng family could invite him. These warriors of the Heaven Realm must have been found by him." Feng Wuchen was looking at Xianxia. Although he was a 7th grade inscriptionist, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. "Brat! You killed our leader. Don't even think about leaving Shumi City alive." The first elder of the Dongfeng family shouted angrily, his old face full of fierceness. "That's the guy who killed our leader. Xianxia, as long as you kill him, we won't break our promise." The second elder pointed at Feng Wuchen angrily. He hated Feng Wuchen to the bone. Xianxia looked at Feng Wuchen and was very surprised. He was able to kill Dongfeng Yole. But he is unfamiliar. Thinking of this, Xianxia said coldly and arrogantly, "Of course. Kill him. The old man will give each of you an earth-level rune." Xianxia did not waste time and directly ordered to kill Feng Wuchen. Hearing this, the 18 Heaven Realm warriors became excited. The earth-level rune was extremely powerful. It was definitely a life-saving thing. "Old thing, you have to think carefully. It's not easy for you to reach the realm of a 7th grade inscription master." Feng Wuchen sneered with a threatening look. "Brat, you have guts. You dare to threaten the old man. Unfortunately, the old man won't fall for it." "Do it!" Xianxia shouted coldly. As a 7th grade inscription master, his status was extraordinary. How could he be scared by a junior? Moreover, with Xianxia's experience, he could be sure that Feng Wuchen was not from the northern Xian region. He was even less afraid. The 18 Heaven Realm warriors could not wait to attack. Although they knew that Feng Wuchen killed Dongfeng Yole, the 18 of them joined hands. Did they need to worry? "Brat! It's time for you to die." The first elder and the others gloated. Buzz. Waves of terrifying power were urged out. The surging momentum soared into the sky. The sky above Shumi City shook violently. A large black crack tore open. Brat, you're lucky. The 9th level of the Heaven Realm sneered. His narrowed eyes flashed fiercely. Whoosh. 18 warriors of the Heaven Realm swarmed forward, as if they were fighting for the chance to fight. Step back. Feng Wuchen said coldly. While speaking, the Dragon God sword had been taken out and fully urged. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's aura soared to the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. The peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. How is this possible? The gloating faces of the 3 elders suddenly stiffened. Now they realized why Dongfang Yule could not fight back in front of Feng Wuchen. It was because Feng Wuchen had the power of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. He's really not simple. He's actually close to the Apotheosis Realm. Didn't you say that he was at the 8th level of the Heaven Realm? What's the background of this brat? Tianyanzi's old face also showed a shocked expression. The 18 Heaven Realm warriors who rushed out were also frightened. Those with weaker cultivations could not help but forcibly stop their bodies. They did not dare to take risks. Feng Wuchen slowly raised his head, and his gaze that was filled with terrifying killing intent swept towards the 18 of them. A monstrous aura swept out and shook the hearts and souls of others. Feng Wuchen spoke in a cold voice, "You guys won't have the life to enjoy Earthrank runes. No. Go. What a terrible power. His power is close to the Apotheosis Realm. We are no match for him. Go." The 18 Heaven Realm warriors were now frightened by Feng Wuchen's terrible power. They turned around and wanted to escape. You want to leave? It's too late. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold voice made people's hearts tremble. Feng Wuchen displayed the instant transmission and flashed out with the Dragon God sword in his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chi chi chi. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen blood lights flashed almost at the same time. More than a dozen blood sprayed out. The 17 Heaven Realm warriors were all killed on the spot by Feng Wuchen's sword. In just a moment, 17 Heaven Realm warriors were killed. How terrible was his strength? The Temple Master is really terrible when he's ruthless. 17 Heaven Realm warriors were killed in an instant. The terrible massacre made Yi Tianwei and the others sweat. The 3 elders of the Dongfang family and Tianyanzi were stunned. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. Gulp, the warrior in the 9th level of the Heaven Realm was trembling with fear. He had never seen such a terrible junior. He didn't dare to move because the tip of Feng Wuchen's sword was pointed at his neck. If he moved, he would die. As a warrior in the 9th level of the Heaven Realm, he didn't even notice when Feng Wuchen appeared. You just said that I was lucky. I also think that as a warrior in the Heaven Realm, you must have a lot of treasures. Thank you for sending me treasures. Feng Wuchen sneered. The warrior in the 9th level of the Heaven Realm's face suddenly changed. He urged his genuine essence with all his strength. His figure flashed and retreated, trying to escape. Space travel. Feng Wuchen urged the golden dragon print and disappeared into the void space. 18 warriors of the Heaven Realm were all killed by Feng Wuchen's sword in the blink of an eye. His fierce strength and cruel means deeply shocked the 3 elders of the Dongfang family and Tianyanzi. It's over. The 3 elders trembled and were completely desperate. They dared not think about the consequences of offending Feng Wuchen again. You 3 old things won't shed tears until you see the coffin, Feng Wuchen said coldly. His fierce eyes scared the 3 elders to kneel down. Spare us. Little brother, spare us. It's all our fault. We shouldn't have thought about avenging the family head. Little brother, we know we were wrong. Please spare our lives. The Dongfang family still depends on us. The 3 elders cowed out and begged for mercy. They were scared out of their wits. Since you miss the family head so much, I'll send you to see him. Feng Wuchen said coldly. As he spoke, a black flame condensed in his left palm. The terrifying cold air swept out fiercely. Chi chi. Wherever the cold air passed, the air was frozen into ice. The space within a radius of several hundred feet was condensed into an ice property space. Looking at the cold black flame, the three elders were desperate. Is this a flame? Tianyanzi was shocked. He stared at the black flame in Feng Wuchen's palm with his eyes wide open. At the same time, Tianyanzi could clearly feel that the genuine fire in his body seemed to be suppressed and became extremely weak. The old man's nine-mei genuine fire is suppressed. Tianyanzi was shocked again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Feng Wuchen waved his hand mercilessly. Three black flames suddenly burst out. Wherever they passed, the space turned into glaciers at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tianyanzi was horrified and dodged immediately. No. Spare us. Little brother, spare us. The black flames locked onto the three elders, causing them to cry out in despair. The three elders had already been seriously injured by Feng Wuchen yesterday, and their injuries had not recovered much. They simply could not avoid the black flames, and were powerless to resist the overbearing black flames. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes. Ding ding ding. 3 storage rings fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Qingyang, Linyu, Wushuang, go and collect the spoils, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Only warriors of the heaven realm would have a storage ring, so there would be no shortage of treasure stored in it. So tired. Lu Qingyang and the others excitedly went out to collect the spoils of war. They were definitely veterans. Feng Wuchen looked coldly at Tianyanzi. He slowly lowered his body and said proudly, a 7th grade inscription master, right? Although I don't know what benefits the Dongfeng family offered you to deal with me so quickly, I can tell you clearly that you can't go back today. Tianyanzi frowned deeply, and his old face was very dignified. Feng Wuchen's strength was indeed indisputable, but this could not scare Tianyanzi. Tianyanzi was a 7th grade inscription master, and his cultivation was also in the 9th level of the heaven realm. With the help of the earth level rune, he was not afraid of Feng Wuchen. However, what made Tianyanzi curious was where Feng Wuchen's confidence came from. Your strength is indeed not simple. What kind of black flame was that? Tianyanzi frowned and asked curiously. A flame that can kill you. Feng Wuchen sneered. While speaking, Feng Wuchen suddenly waved his hand, and a strand of black flames turned into black lightning and shot out. Tianyanzi's face changed slightly, and his figure immediately flashed to the sky, not daring to touch the black flames at all. The black flames could swallow the three elders in an instant, and the cold breath that spread out could freeze the space into ice, which showed how terrible it was. What's more, his 9 motifs true fire was suppressed. You're in the 9th level of the heaven realm, but you're still so timid? Feng Wuchen sneered. Tianyanzi stared at Feng Wuchen without speaking, and then turned to leave. Tianyanzi did not know what the black flames were, but he felt that it was very dangerous. He did not dare to try, so he chose to retreat. However, since he had come, how could Feng Wuchen let him go back alive? Feng Wuchen had always been a person who would take revenge. Since you've come, why leave? Feng Wuchen said coldly. The overbearing and vigorous soul power in his body was activated, and then under the control of Feng Wuchen, it rushed out violently. What? This is soul power. You're also an inscription master? Feeling Feng Wuchen's soul power, Tianyanzi, who had not gone far, looked back in shock. Tianyanzi's old face was a little stiff. He could not believe that with his level 7 realm, he could not see that Feng Wuchen was also an inscription master. Level 7 inscription master. You're actually a level 7 inscription master. Tianyanzi's eyes widened, and he was even more shocked. It was simply unbelievable. Feng Wuchen was young, but he was actually a level 7 inscription master, shocking. Tianyanzi's heart was extremely shocked. At this moment, Tianyanzi finally understood where Feng Wuchen's confidence came from. It came from Feng Wuchen's vigorous soul power. Tianyanzi did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly activated his soul power to resist. Boom! Pooh! 2 tyrannical soul powers instantly collided, and an explosion sounded out. In the instant of the explosion, Tianyanzi's old face changed greatly, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Tianyanzi looked at Feng Wuchen with a face full of shock. They were both level 7 inscription masters, but in a head-on collision, Tianyanzi's soul body was injured. Palace master is like a god, all 4 realms have reached level 7. Yi Tianwei said enviously. This is only Master's realm on the surface. His true realm is even more terrifying. Zhang Junlan said with a smile. Feng Wuchen had obtained everything from the evil dragon god, and his 4 realms were unfathomable. A mere level 7 inscription master was nothing in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Who the hell are you? Tian Yunzi, who was terrified, asked hurriedly. Tian Yunzi had never seen such a heaven-defying youth, and he was already regretting coming here. Someone who is about to die has no right to know. Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Controlling the dragon god's breath in the black fire, Feng Wuchen controlled the fire poison in Tian Yunzi's body, and guided it out. Feeling the fire poison suddenly acting up, Tian Yunzi's face changed greatly. This fire poison is not right. Tian Yunzi said in shock. The fire poison's degree was many times more terrifying than before. Ah, Tian Yunzi screamed, his whole body ignited in flames, and black smoke billowed out. You can control old man's fire poison. Tian Yunzi, who was screaming in fear, had already guessed it. You guessed right. This is the last time your fire poison acts up, enjoy it. Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Ah. Tian Yunzi screamed at the top of his lungs. With his cultivation, he was unable to forcefully suppress the terrifying fire poison. In less than a minute, Tian Yunzi died from his own fire poison, and turned into ashes. After looting all the treasures of the Heaven Realm warriors, Feng Wuchen and his group left Sumi City and embarked on their journey to Sumi Abyss. After the battle, the higher-ups of the families and practitioners dared to come out of Sumi City. When they arrived at the city gate and saw the tragic deaths of the Heaven Realm warriors, they couldn't help but gasp. They're all dead. They're all dead. The 3 elders of the Dongfeng family are all dead. And Tian Yunzi. That scream was Tian Yunzi. I'm afraid he's also dead. Patriarch Qin and the others were terrified. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in their minds. That figure made their hair stand on end, like a devil from hell. Tian Yunzi, the 7th-level inscriptionist, was killed. This news was definitely enough to shock the northern Xian domain. At this moment, Feng Wuchen and his group had already set foot in Sumi Abyss. Sumi Abyss was one of the forbidden areas of the northern Xian domain. Although it was a forbidden area, it had become a place for many young talents and strong warriors to practice and seek treasures. Just like the mountain of Warcraft beasts, it was dangerous, but many people went there to practice. Sumi Abyss was full of spiritual qi, so many practitioners would choose to practice here. There was no danger in the periphery of Sumi Abyss. At the entrance, many young men and women gathered. There were also many young men and women whose cultivation varied from the Tianyuan realm to the Heaven realm. Although there were many practitioners, their main purpose was to practice and seek treasures. There are so many people in Sumi Abyss. Miao Qingqing was surprised. Although she had heard some news, she couldn't help but be surprised when she saw it with her own eyes. There are so many young practitioners. Is Sumi Abyss really so magical? There are so many people in one of the forbidden areas. Lu Qingyang couldn't help but be surprised. Bai Mie glanced around and said, there are also students from the Sacred Soul Academy. Students from the Sacred Soul Academy? Yi Tianqing and the others were slightly stunned. They followed Bai Mie's gaze and saw the students of the Sacred Soul Academy. The students of the Sacred Soul Academy were dressed differently from others. They had the word Sacred Soul on their backs, which represented their identity. At the same time, it could solve many problems. Seeing the 2 words Saint Soul, everyone knew that they were students of the Saint Soul Academy. Who would dare to provoke them? Yi Tianwei asked, are the students of the Sacred Soul Institute also here to train? Dear guests who want to go in and cultivate and come out alive, hurry up. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for quite some time. Suddenly, someone shouted from the entrance. What do you mean? There's such a good thing? Lu Qingyang was puzzled. You call this a good thing? A person beside him smiled bitterly. Little brother, that's gold coins. They know the Sumeru Abyss very well, and can bring you to search for treasures and avoid many dangers. But it's only for a month, and yet it costs 50 million gold coins. What? 50 million? Did I hear that right? Lin Yu's eyes widened. Feng Wuchen and the others were stunned. They felt as if they had misheard. This isn't robbery? I've never had more than 10 million gold coins on me. Bai Duyan asked in astonishment. Are gold coins that easy to earn? Zhang Junlan was also shocked. Isn't that right? 50 million gold coins is not a small amount, but there are still many people willing to pay. Who would want to die in there? The person said helplessly. To be able to go in and cultivate and come out alive, rich people would definitely be willing to pay. At the very least, their lives were more important. But 50 million gold coins was too much, and not many people could take it out. White Extinction shook his head. There's even a guarantee that they can come out alive. In my opinion, if something really happens, they'll be the first to run. The Sumeru Abyss was known as one of the forbidden areas, so it naturally had its dangers. Who dared to say that nothing would happen? Little brother, I see that this is your first time here, right? Do you want me to show you the way? Just 50 million gold coins. The person who shouted immediately saw that Feng Wuchen and the others were unfamiliar faces and immediately ran over enthusiastically. Lu Qingyang directly refused. 50 million gold coins is too expensive. No need, thank you. Little brother, I can also guarantee that you can come out alive. I only want 40 million, how about it? There are many treasures in there. Another person ran over to steal the business. You bastard. You dare to steal my business? Are you tired of living? The person was instantly enraged and roared at the other person. So what if I'm willing to take 40 million? You're offering such a high price, who would want to go? The other person was not to be trifled with and immediately retorted angrily. You. The person was so angry that he went crazy. Then he said, you win, little brother. I'll take 35 million, and I guarantee that you can find treasures and come out alive. Little brother, seeing that it's your first time here, I'll only take 3,000. How about that? The other person lowered his price again. Preposterous. You're courting death. The man who said 5,000 was enraged. He could not take it anymore and attacked without hesitation. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The other person shouted angrily and attacked, not to be outdone. The two of them started fighting without saying a word, which shocked Feng Wuchen and the others. Are they all so hot-tempered? Lei Tianjue was stunned. He did not know whether to laugh or cry as he watched the two of them fight. It seems that it's not easy to earn gold coins. Before you earn gold coins, you'll have to pay with your life first. Moreover, without strength, you can't do this job. Lu Qingyang said and shook his head helplessly. Seeing the two people who were trying to solicit customers fight, the others shook their heads. Obviously, they were used to it. Hee, little brothers, let them fight. I'll take 20 million to bring you in. How about that? This is already quite a discount. While the two of them were fighting, another person came forward and asked. No need, we can go and buy ourselves. Feng Wuchen politely refused. At this moment, 2 men and 2 women came over. One of them smiled politely at Feng Wuchen and said, Little brother, I'll take you in. I'm familiar with the Shumi Abyss and need to go in to find some herbs. Seeing that you're unfamiliar, it must be your first time here. Indeed, it's my first time here. Who are you? Feng Wuchen looked at the 4 people in confusion. The 4 people's cultivation was not weak. The 2 men were in the heaven realm and the 2 women were in the 9th level of the celestial being realm. I'm Lu Tianchen. The tall and burly man said with a silly smile, looking like he was willing to help others. Yun. Xianxia. Tang Yunshan. The other 2 women and 1 man introduced themselves. I'm Feng Wuchen. They're all my friends. Feng Wuchen smiled politely. Seeing that the 4 of them were leading the way out of kindness and had no evil intentions, Feng Wuchen was relieved. Brother Feng, let's go in now. We can avoid the poison of the ghost grass. Lu Tianchen smiled politely. The Sumi Abyss was a primitive mountain range that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was majestic. The Sumi Abyss nurtured countless treasures of heaven and earth. It was like a huge treasury that was inexhaustible. Many practitioners entered the Sumi Abyss to practice and to find treasures that could be exchanged for other level 5 items or gold coins. Along the way, Feng Wuchen had already found out that Lu Tianchen and the other 3 were members of the Condor mercenary group. Lu Tianchen was the second leader. They had entered the Sumeru Abyss to search for precious medicinal herbs to treat their leader's injuries. Brother Feng, you are from the Wuji domain. No wonder you look so unfamiliar. Lu Tianchen smiled in surprise. Brother Lu, is your leader's injury serious? Why do you have to go in to find precious herbs? Wouldn't elixirs be better? Lu Qingyang asked curiously. Lu Tianchen shook his head helplessly and smiled. It's an old injury from many years ago. He was seriously injured not long ago. The elixirs must be at least level 7. How can a small mercenary group like us afford a level 7 elixir? Lu Tianchen was in the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. Their leader's cultivation was naturally stronger. Therefore, only a level 7 healing elixir could heal him. We can't even afford a level 6 elixir, let alone a level 7 elixir. Low-grade healing elixirs are useless. We can only find precious herbs. Tang Yunshan smiled bitterly. Indeed, a level 6 elixir was a panacea and was very expensive. Ordinary people could not afford it. Moreover, these mercenary groups had been adventuring for years. They lived on the edge of a knife and were often injured. They could not afford elixirs. Feng Wuchen nodded. I see. Mercenary groups consume a lot of elixirs. We can't afford it. By the way, Brother Feng, did you come to the Sumi Abyss to practice? Tang Yunshan asked. Feng Wuchen smiled. Yes, I heard that many people come here to practice. Even the students of the Sacred Soul Academy are here, so I wanted to give it a try. If that's the case, then I'll introduce you to a good place, Lu Tianchen said, taking out a map and handing it to Feng Wuchen. Lu Tianchen continued, Brother Feng, this is a rough topographic map of the Sumeru Abyss. The locations marked on the map, the black ones are cultivation grounds and the red ones are dangerous places. Since you are new here, it will be of great help to you. Thank you, Brother Lu. Feng Wuchen hurriedly expressed his gratitude. With the map of the Sumeru Abyss, it would be much easier to find the power of time. Yo, isn't this our Condor mercenary group's second captain? Long time no see. At this moment, an ear-piercing sneer was heard. More than 10 burly men were walking out from inside. They just happened to pass by, and the man in the lead had a mocking look on his face. The man's gaze moved unscrupulously over Yun and Xianxian's bodies as he licked his lips. Zhou Yi. Tang Yunshan's face darkened. He frowned as he stared at the newcomer. Who are they? They are so arrogant. Lu Qingyang asked doubtfully. Yunyan's face was full of disgust. She whispered, they are from the Blood Evil mercenary group. Relying on their strength, they are usually the most arrogant. They enter the Sumeru Abyss to rob other people of their treasures. Rob other people of their treasures? Zhang Junlan and the others were all surprised. Xianxia said, yes. I don't know how many people have died at their hands. In recent years, they have become even more arrogant. Lu Tianchen glanced at Zhou Yi and said in a low voice, Zhou Yi, if you have nothing else to do, get out of here. Second Captain, you are so angry. We just happened to pass by and saw you, so we wanted to say hello. Brothers, don't you think so? Why don't you salute the second captain? Zhou Yi sneered. He was extremely arrogant and looked like he deserved a beating. Second captain. Zhou Yi's men echoed. Zhou Yi's cultivation was not weak. He was in the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm. Although he was not as strong as Lu Tianchen, he was not afraid at all. The Blood Evil mercenary group was the most powerful mercenary group, and Zhou Yi was only their leader. Second Captain, I wish you good luck. Goodbye. Zhou Yi said jokingly. He did not take Lu Tianchen seriously at all. Before he left, he did not forget to glance at Yun and Xianxian. Sensing Zhou Yi's malicious gaze, Yun and Xianxian's cheeks suddenly became extremely cold. They looked like they wanted to tear Zhou Yi into pieces. After a slight provocation, Zhou Yi and the others did not offend them too much. Instead, they walked toward the entrance. When they were more than 10 meters away, Zhou Yi's face became fierce. He laughed in a low voice and said, "The captain of the Divine Eagle group is seriously injured. Lu Tianchen and the other 3 just happened to come to the Shumi Abyss. This is a good opportunity to swallow them up. And there are 2 beauties, Yun Yun and Xianxia. TSK, TSK. I can't help it." The more Zhou Yi thought about it, the more excited he became. It was as if his evil plan had already succeeded. Go back and report to the captain. Ask him to send people here as soon as possible. You guys keep an eye on them. Zhou Yi ordered in a low voice. Captain, what do you want to do? A guard asked. Don't ask so many questions. Get to work. Zhou Yi said in a low voice. After walking for a while deeper into the Shumi Abyss, Feng Wuchen and the others bid farewell to Lu Tianchen and the other 3. Lu Tianchen and the others were here to look for medicinal herbs, not to cultivate. Before they parted, Lu Tianchen kindly reminded Feng Wuchen and the others to be careful of other mercenary groups. For this, Feng Wuchen was extremely grateful. The spiritual qi is very dense. No wonder so many people came here to cultivate. Zhang Junlan said. Big brother Feng, there are so many people here. Wouldn't it be too conspicuous to use the ancient power? I'm afraid it will attract a lot of trouble. Lu Qingyang frowned. Little Zhang, take Qingyang and dig into the ground. The Shumi Abyss is rich in spiritual qi and contains countless treasures. The power of time might be hidden here. Feng Wuchen said seriously. He had a very strong feeling in his heart. Yes, master. Zhang Junlan nodded. Yi Tianqing, Beidou Yan, you guys stay here. Lei Tianjue, Yi Tianwei, you guys go to the south. Lin Yu and I will go to another place to take a look. We will meet here later. Be careful. Feng Wuchen warned. Yes. Hall master. The few of them obeyed. Feng Wuchen brought Lan Yu and Miao Qingqing. To the north. The Shumi Abyss was vast. Looking for the power of time was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, this did not affect Feng Wuchen's determination to find the power of time. Feng Wuchen took out the immemorial year ring and held it in his hand. He hoped that the immemorial year ring could sense the existence of the power of time without using the ancient power. Or perhaps, the power of time could sense the existence of the immemorial year ring. Blood Evil Mercenary Group. Let's go. It's the 3rd leader, Qiu Yuanshan. Looks like someone was robbed again. Damn it. These people are so shameless. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? At the entrance, everyone was whispering when they saw the Blood Evil Mercenary Group enter the Shumi Abyss. They were full of disgust and hatred for the Blood Evil Mercenary Group. Obviously, many of them had their treasures stolen by the Blood Evil Mercenary Group. But the Blood Evil Mercenary Group was so powerful that they could only be angry and not do anything. 3rd leader. You're finally here. Zhou Yi had been waiting not far from the entrance. When he saw the Blood Evil Mercenary Group appear, he quickly greeted them respectfully. Where are Lu Tianchen and the others? The 3rd leader asked coldly. The leading middle-aged man was Qiu Yuanshan, the 3rd leader of the Blood Evil Mercenary Group. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. He looked so fierce that people would be scared at first sight. Zhou Yi said respectfully, 3rd leader, the 4 of them are not far ahead. They seem to be looking for healing herbs. Good job. Once we take over the Condor Mercenary Group, you will be rewarded. Let's go. Qiu Yuanshan sneered, his narrowed eyes even more fierce. Zhou Yi said excitedly, 3rd leader, don't worry. They won't be able to escape this time. I've already sent people to watch them. As long as we kill Lu Tianchen and Tang Yunshan, the Condor Mercenary Group will be finished. The Condor Mercenary Group has always been at odds with the Blood Evil Mercenary Group. Today, we'll show them our power. Qiu Yuanshan said fiercely. At this moment, Lu Tianchen and the others had found a healing herb and were picking it. They were completely unaware that danger was approaching them. How is it? Did you feel it? Yi Tianqing asked as Lu Qingyang and Zhang Junlan emerged from the ground. Lu Qingyang shook his head. If it's so easy to find, it wouldn't be called Taigu power. There's nothing within a few hundred miles. We have to find another place. This was the third location that Lu Qingyang and the others had searched, but there was still no response. On the other side, Yi Tianwei and the others had already arrived at a black location marked on the map. This was a secluded little valley. The spirit qi was very dense and very quiet. It was a good place to cultivate. The small valley was completely obscured by the majestic mountain peaks, so it was not easy for ordinary people to find it. It's really a great place for cultivation. He could feel the surrounding spiritual energy converging towards him. It's a good opportunity to test out just how powerful the ink shadow crystal stone is. Yi Tianwei was slightly alarmed, as he couldn't help but want to try cultivating. Lei Tianjue said excitedly, Big Brother Lu's map is really a treasure. The spiritual qi in the valley is the densest, there might be some treasures there. Let's go take a look. At the same time, near the valley where Yi Tianwei and the others were, there were 6 or 7 young men and women approaching, and their cultivation levels were not weak. Most importantly, the words Saint Soul were printed on their robes. A genius student of the Sacred Soul Academy. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Big Brother Feng, did you sense it? Miao Qingqing couldn't help but ask. Along the way, other than seeing quite a few cultivators, she didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. No, it's not that easy to find the energy of time. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Master, there's the smell of precious medicinal herbs. At the foot of the mountain, Feng Wuchen and the other two were searching for the energy of time. Lan Yu smelled a peculiar medicinal herb smell. Feng Wuchen nodded his head, and also smelled the special medicinal herb smell. He smiled faintly. Medicinal herbs for refining 7th grade pills. Sumeru Abyss is really a good place. Such precious medicinal herbs are so easy to obtain. This Sumeru Abyss might even have medicinal herbs for refining 8th grade pills. Feng Wuchen's words had just ended when a surprised expression surfaced on his face. Scarlet blood fruit. This is the smell of the scarlet blood fruit. Scarlet blood fruit? Miao Qingqing's brows creased slightly. Seeing Feng Wuchen so excited, she asked curiously, Big Brother Feng, what's the use of the scarlet blood fruit? The scarlet blood fruit can raise one's cultivation. It's nurtured by heaven and earth, and it's formed by absorbing heaven and earth's essence. It contains an extremely powerful energy, and it can be directly absorbed without refining. Feng Wuchen said agitatedly, and as he spoke, he had already flown away. Directly absorbed? Isn't it the same as the blood jade Bodhi? Miao Qingqing was surprised, and then hurriedly followed. Master, there it is. Lan Yu pointed halfway up the mountain. As an elf, she was very sensitive to smell. In the stone crevices halfway up the mountain, 3 plants with red fruits appeared in the sight of Feng Wuchen and the others. The scarlet blood fruit was only the size of a longan and was blood red, so it was named the scarlet blood fruit. It grew in the crevices of stones and absorbed the essence of the mountain. 3 scarlet blood fruits, 20 fruits. Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. Is such a small scarlet blood fruit really so magical? And I can't feel the slightest breath. Miao Qingqing couldn't believe it. It didn't look like it at all. That's why it's not easy to be discovered. It's a treasure. If you swallow one, you can smoothly break through to the heaven realm. Feng Wuchen said excitedly and put the scarlet blood fruit into the storage ring without hesitation. Really? Miao Qingqing was even more shocked. Of course it's true. With the scarlet blood fruit, you can smoothly break through to the heaven realm. The Shumi Abyss is really full of treasures. Look carefully, maybe there will be other treasures. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. 20 scarlet blood fruits was a big harvest. Feng Wuchen found treasures, but he didn't know that Lu Tianchen was besieged by the blood evil mercenary group and was in imminent danger. Although Lu Tianchen was strong, he was no match for Qiu Yuanshan. Tang Yunshan was also suppressed by Zhou Yi. Only Yunyun and Xianxia were left. It was difficult for them to resist the attacks of more than a dozen mercenaries from the blood evil mercenary group. The situation was very dangerous. Lu Tianchen and Tang Yunshan could die at any time. In addition, Yi Tianwei and Lei Tianjue had a conflict with the genius students of the Sacred Soul Academy because of the treasure land for practice. They had already started fighting. Although Yi Tianwei's cultivation was at the first level of the Heaven Realm, Lei Tianjue and Big Dipper Tianai had not yet entered the Heaven Realm. With their strength, they couldn't defeat the 7 genius students of the Sacred Soul Academy. If Yi Tianwei didn't have such a powerful and magical body movement as instant transmission, he would have already been defeated. You want to fight with us with your little strength? You're overestimating yourselves. A genius student at the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm said disdainfully. We're students of the Sacred Soul Academy. We won't kill people. Get out of here. Another student at the 1st level of the Heaven Realm shouted coldly. Idiot, strength is everything in this world. A student said disdainfully. You want to see my strength, right? Let me show you my true strength. Yi Tianwei squinted his eyes and a bloodthirsty murderous aura spread out. The power of the supreme body broke out and Yi Tianwei's breath soared rapidly. Buzz. The cultivation of the 1st level of the Heaven Realm was originally only at the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm. But with the power of the supreme body, Yi Tianwei's breath instantly broke through the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. The terrible power swept out wildly and shook the surrounding mountains. With a wave of his hand, the black leaf disappeared. With another wave of his hand, the golden leaf appeared out of thin air. With the appearance of the golden leaf, Yi Tianwei's breath soared again. He reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm in an instant. Fairy weapon. He actually has a fairy weapon. The peak of the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. How is this possible? He actually hid such a powerful strength. Feeling Yi Tianwei's fierce power, the 7 genius students were shocked and looked at Yi Tianwei with their mouths agape. I didn't want to argue with you just now because of the Sacred Soul Academy, but you have disappointed me. Yi Tianwei said fiercely, releasing his cold murderous aura. A fairy weapon refined by the temple leader. Lei Tianjue's eyes were fixed on the golden leaf in Yi Tianwei's hand. The golden leaf in Yi Tianwei's hand was a fairy weapon refined by Feng Wuchen. Staring coldly at the student in the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm, Yi Tianwei said coldly, You are so proud and self-righteous just because you have some ability. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment when you hurt me just now? The student was speechless, his face gloomy and ugly. The moment Yi Tianwei finished his words, his figure had already appeared on the left side of the student. His speed was terrible and he was silent. What? The genius student in the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm suddenly changed his face and his whole body shook. But when he turned his head to look, Yi Tianwei had disappeared. When he reappeared, Yi Tianwei was already on the right side of the student. Boom. Puff. Yi Tianwei threw out a palm. With a boom, the terrible power shook the student and made him spit out blood and fly out. The other 6 students turned pale with fright. What kind of strength was this? Preposterous. It's that damned movement technique again. The student gritted his teeth and said angrily. But the moment he shouted, the student's expression changed drastically. A golden light flashed in front of him. Yi Tianwei held the golden leaf in his hand and pointed it at the back of the student's head. Scram. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Yi Tianwei said coldly. Dozens of golden leaves gathered terrifying power, ready to shoot out at any moment. Just you wait. The injured student's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, I will never let you leave the Sumeru Abyss alive. If it weren't for the Sacred Soul Academy, you would be dead already. Lei Tianjue sneered. After the 7 students left, Yi Tianwei frowned and said, Tianai, quickly report this to the Hall Master. We will first meet up with Qingyang. Although they had won the battle, Yi Tianwei was worried that the students would return soon. To be able to enter the Sacred Soul Academy, let's not talk about the Sacred Soul Academy's terrifying strength. Just by looking at the students, other than those diligent and hardworking geniuses, the majority of the students were definitely not simple. Boom. Puff. In another part of the mountain range, Lu Tianchen was sent flying by Qiu Yuanshan's palm. He spat out blood and his body crashed into a tree. Lu Tianchen, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? You have guts to come to the Sumeru Abyss with only 4 people. Qiu Yuanshan sneered. Lu Tianqin's injuries were extremely serious. His face was as pale as paper. Second leader. Yunyun and Xianxia were both shocked and panicked. Capture the two of them for me. Zhou shouted, his face filled with excitement. Yes. The subordinates of the Blood Evil mercenary group said respectfully. After a fierce battle, Yunyun and Xianxia had already been injured and captured. Second leader. Brother Tang. The two girls screamed in panic. Shameless bastard. Let them go. Tang Yunshan roared, his killing intent soaring. Unfortunately, Tang Yunshan's strength was no match for Zhou. After a fierce battle, he was already injured. He could not even protect himself, let alone save them. Although there was only a difference of one level, the difference of one level in the cultivation of the heaven realm was huge. Zhou said arrogantly, "You're about to die, and you're still thinking about them? Let me tell you, I'm going to eat them tonight. They're so beautiful. Just thinking about it makes me excited." The brothers of the Blood Evil mercenary group are all waiting. TSK, they'll definitely be served well. Bastard. Tang Yunshan was furious. His eyes were bloodshot. With a desperate look, he attacked wildly. Tang Yunshan, you're too weak. Zhou shook his head disdainfully. He easily avoided Tang Yunshan's fierce attack. Boom, boom, boom. Puff, puff. After saying that, Zhou immediately launched a counterattack. With a faster speed and more terrifying power, he punched and kicked Tang Yunshan until he vomited blood and his body flew backward. Yunyun. Xianxian. Tang Yunshan was furious and anxious, but there was nothing he could do. The brothers of the Blood Evil mercenary group had already disappeared from his sight. Once the two girls were taken back, there was no hope. None of the girls who were taken back by the Blood Evil mercenary group came out alive. Of course, they were not killed, but toyed to death. Zhou, don't talk too much nonsense. Kill him. Qiu Yuanshan shouted angrily and glared at Tang Yunshan. Don't worry, third leader. He'll die soon. Zhou sneered and walked over step by step. The heavily injured Tang Yunshan had no strength to resist. Swish, swish, swish. A figure quickly flew past. The figure flickered continuously, but when the figure passed by, it stopped. This figure was none other than Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf, who went to find Feng Wuchen. Big Brother Lu. Big Brother Tang. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf's expression changed when he saw the two heavily injured people. Stop. Seeing that Zhou was about to kill, Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf suddenly shouted and teleported down. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf arrived in an instant and blocked Tang Yunshan. He stared at Zhou fiercely and gritted his teeth. Blood Evil mercenary group. So it's you, you brat. Why are you alone? Where are the others? I remember that there are two beauties. Zhou was stunned at first, but he quickly recognized Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf and his lips curled into a lewd smile. Brat, you think you can save them? Qiu Yuanshan shouted angrily. He had already lifted the heavily injured Lu Tianqin and gathered a terrifying power in his left hand. He wanted to kill Lu Tianqin. How is it? Do you feel a huge amount of heat? On a rock at the foot of the mountain, Miao Qingqing swallowed a red blood fruit and sat cross-legged to practice. Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. What a huge power. This energy is purer than the original energy ball on the 5th level of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. After swallowing the red blood fruit, Miao Qingqing suddenly felt a huge amount of power spreading out from her body. Her face was full of shock. Absorb it quickly. You can break through the heaven realm in a few days. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, then took out an elixir and said, This is the 6th class Lihua Earth Heart Elixir. It has the effect of breaking through and then establishing. There is no danger in breaking through the heaven realm. Thank you, Brother Feng. Miao Qingqing was overjoyed, and her face showed an excited smile. Practice well. These days, Lan Yu will. Before Feng Wuchen finished speaking, a voice transmission suddenly came into his mind. Tianai? Not good. Brother Lu. Feng Wuchen's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, Lan Yu, stay here and protect Qingqing. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's figure flashed and disappeared. What's wrong, Brother Liu? Seeing Feng Wuchen's face, Miao Qingqing was puzzled and began to worry. Master has already rushed over. Qingqing, you practice first. You should be fine, Lan Yu said. At this time, the situation was very dangerous. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf was burning with anxiety. He had to protect Tang Yunshan, and he couldn't stop Qiu Yuanshan at all. Besides, his strength was no match for Qiu Yuanshan. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf didn't know where Feng Wuchen was, so he could only take a gamble. But there was no reply from Feng Wuchen. Is the temple master not nearby? Why is there no reply? Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf was so anxious that his heart almost jumped out. Seeing that it was too late, Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf gritted his teeth. No, I can't wait. Time was of the essence. He couldn't waste it, and Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf didn't dare to waste it. Teleportation. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf activated his vital essence and immediately used teleportation. He grabbed the seriously injured Tang Yunshan and disappeared. His aura disappeared. What kind of movement skill is this? Zhou Yi's expression changed drastically, his heart filled with shock and doubt. Third Commander, that brat ran away with Tang Yunshan. Zhou Yi suddenly roared. But when Zhou Yi looked at Qiu Yuanshan, he was shocked to see the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf and Tang Yunshan. At that moment, Zhou Yi was dumbfounded. With his cultivation at the second level of the Heaven Realm, Zhou Yi did not notice when the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf appeared beside Qiu Yuanshan. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf planned to use teleportation to save Lu Tianxin. At the very least, he wanted to ensure that they could survive. Then, he would think of a way to stall for time. However, the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf's idea was beautiful, but the reality was not as beautiful as he thought. No matter how fast instant transmission was, it wasn't as fast as Qiu Yuanshan's speed, not to mention that Lu Tianxin was trapped by Qiu Yuanshan. Stinking brat, are you here to die? Sensing the appearance of the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf, Qiu Yuanshan said in a cold voice. His fierce gaze swept over the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf. His palm, which had been aimed at Lu Tianxin, was now directed at the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf. Teleportation. The Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf disappeared into thin air. Boom. Buzz. The terrible power blasted into the void space, shaking the surrounding mountains. In the next second, the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf appeared silently behind Qiu Yuanshan and punched him. Boom, even though Qiu Yuanshan sensed the sudden attack, he had no time to avoid it. With a boom, he was blown dozens of meters away by the punch. How is this possible? Qiu Yuanshan was shocked. He was secretly shocked by the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf's body movement. Even though he was blown away, Qiu Yuanshan did not let go of the seriously injured Lu Tianxin. Third Commander. Zhou Yi was shocked. He did not expect that even with Qiu Yuanshan's cultivation, he could not detect the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf's attack. Little brother, go quickly. You can't beat them. Tang Yunshan said strenuously. He did not want to be a burden to the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf. The Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf gritted his teeth and said, no. Die. At this time, Zhou Yi had already rushed over and roared at the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf. Instant transmission was performed again. The Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf took Tang Yunshan and narrowly avoided it. What? His palm missed. Zhou Yi was shocked. He had just locked onto the breath of the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf, but it was broken in an instant. B*****. Qiu Yuanshan was furious. He lifted the seriously injured Lu Tianxin and roared, I'll kill you after I kill Lu Tianxin. As he spoke, Qiu Yuanshan was about to attack again. He threw a palm at Lu Tianxin. Oh no! The Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf's expression changed. He dashed out immediately. But when the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf appeared and tried to stop him, he realized that he had fallen into a trap. Humph. The asterisk starred, I was worried that you wouldn't come. Qiu Yuanshan said viciously. He did not attack Lu Tianxin. He just wanted to lure the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf over. I've been tricked. The Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf's expression changed. Qiu Yuanshan's palm hit the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf without mercy. It's over. The Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf was terrified. Xiao Yuanshan had already grasped the opportunity. The Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf did not have time to perform instant transmission. Stop! The heavily injured Lu Tianchen cried out with difficulty. Unfortunately, his voice was too weak to be heard. Even if he did, Xiao Yuanshan would not hesitate. Xiao Yuanshan! Stop! Tang Yunshan shouted in panic. He was not worried about himself, but he was worried that he would implicate the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf. You have no right to negotiate with me. Be ****. Go to hell. Xiao Yuanshan roared. Boom. Pfft. A terrifying palm struck out. There was an explosion. Unexpectedly, the one who vomited blood was not the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf, but Xiao Yuanshan. At the moment of impact, Xiao Yuanshan instantly turned into a black line and shot out. The hand that was holding Lu Tianchen loosened. What's going on? Xiao Yuanshan was shocked. The Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf could not possibly have such power. 3rd Regiment Commander. Zhou was also shocked and terrified. Temple Master. The Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf was overjoyed when he saw Feng Wuchen. The one who attacked was Feng Wuchen. After receiving the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf's message, Feng Wuchen had rushed over immediately. Fortunately, he had made it in time. If he had been half a step late, not to mention Lu Tianchen, even the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf would have died at Xiao Yuanshan's hands. Feng. Brother Feng. Tang Yunshan was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How is this possible? The seriously injured Lu Tianchen looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He could not believe that Feng Wuchen had injured Xiao Yuanshan so severely with one palm. It's him. He's so strong. Zhou Yi, who was not far away, was trembling in fear. I finally made it. Feng Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf and asked, Heavenly Leaf, are you alright? Big Brother Lu, what happened? Feng Wuchen glanced at the terrified Zhou Yi. He recognized him as a member of the Blood Evil mercenary group, but he did not know what happened. As he asked, he took out the Blood Fusion Great Rejuvenation Pill and fed it to Lu Tianchen and Tang Yunshan. Lu Tianchen was about to speak when his expression changed again. He was secretly shocked. What a powerful healing pill. This is a grade 7 pill. No, a grade 7 pill can't possibly have such a powerful healing pill. What kind of pill is this? As soon as he swallowed the pill, Lu Tianchen was shocked to find that his severely injured body was recovering at a terrifying speed. Tang Yunshan's face was filled with shock as well. The horrifying effects of the healing pill had stunned them all. I saw it by accident when I passed by. I don't know what happened either. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf shook his head and looked at Lu Tianchen. Lu Tianchen came back to his senses and said, the Blood Evil mercenary group has some grudges with our Condor mercenary group. Their group leader is severely injured, so they want to take the opportunity to annex our Condor mercenary group. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. He then asked, where are Yunyun and Xianxia? They were captured by the Blood Evil mercenary group. Tang Yunshan said anxiously. Brother Feng, quickly go and save them. Otherwise, it will be too late. The Blood Evil mercenary group are all beasts. Feng Wuchen smiled. Don't worry. Aren't they still in our hands? Zhou Yi. Run. Xiao Yuanshan looked at Feng Wuchen in fear. When he heard Feng Wuchen's words, he immediately shouted in fear. Xiao Yuanshan did not know how powerful Feng Wuchen was, but to be able to injure him with one palm, Feng Wuchen's strength was definitely above his. However, in front of Feng Wuchen, could they escape? The answer was, of course, impossible. The severely injured Xiao Yuanshan flew away in fear. Zhou Yi also hurriedly flew away. He even used his movement skill. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen flashed and intercepted Zhou Yi. The sudden appearance scared Zhou Yi so much that he almost lost his balance and fell. Do you think you can escape? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Don't kill me. Zhou Yi retreated in fear. His whole body was trembling, and his face was as pale as paper. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a devil. Boom, Feng Wuchen did not answer. Instead, he mercilessly struck out with his palm. With a loud bang, the terrifying power directly blasted Zhou Yi into a bloody mist. A warrior at the second level of the Heaven Realm was killed in seconds. Zhou Yi, he, is dead. Lu Tianchen and Tang Yunshan were once again shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength. Both of them were stunned. Qiu Yuanshan, who had fled earlier, was now even more terrified, and was fleeing for his life. Swish, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared once again, instantly intercepting the fleeing Qiu Yuanshan. Feng Wuchen's strange appearance scared Qiu Yuanshan so much that he stopped and begged for mercy. "Little brother, don't kill me, don't kill me. Whatever you want, the Blood Evil Mercenary Band can give it to you." Hearing this, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "I'll spare your life for now. However, if anything happens to Yunyun and Xianxia, not only will I kill you, but I will also destroy the Blood Evil Mercenary Band." "Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, they will be fine." Qiu Yuanshan nodded in horror. At this time, how could he dare to not cooperate? Feng Wuchen said coldly, "Whether they will be fine or not depends on whether you want to be fine or not." Boom, after saying this, Feng Wuchen waved his hand. A strong chi strength suddenly sent Qiu Yuanshan flying back. He hit a big tree hard and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Qiu Yuanshan, you didn't think you would have such a day, did you?" Lu Tianchen returned the same sentence and stared at Qiu Yuanshan fiercely. Qiu Yuanshan was terrified. He could lose his life at any time, so he didn't dare to say a word. Qiu Yuanshan didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be such a terrifying expert. Just one palm was enough to severely injure him. Lu Tianchen and Tang Yunshan also didn't expect Feng Wuchen to have such terrifying strength that didn't match his age. Otherwise, they would have died in Qiu Yuanshan's hands, and the Condor Mercenary Band would have been destroyed. "Where is the Blood Evil Mercenary Band?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly. "At Celestial Wolf Mountain." Qiu Yuanshan replied in horror. "Hall Master." Seeing that Feng Wuchen was about to go to Celestial Wolf Mountain, Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf quickly said, "Hall Master, I'm afraid we have to delay going to Celestial Wolf Mountain. Something happened on our side." "What's wrong?" Feng Wuchen asked, guessing that something had happened. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf was slightly worried. "Big Brother Lu gave us a map, and we found a place to cultivate. It's a small valley. We were just about to cultivate when we ran into the students of the Sacred Soul Institute. We fought with them over the cultivation treasure. Although Big Brother Yi beat them off, he also offended them. Big Brother Yi was worried about causing trouble, so he sent me to find Hall Master." "Students of the Sacred Soul Institute?" Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. "They were rude and unreasonable. We found it first, but they wanted to take it by force. If it wasn't for the Sacred Soul Institute, Big Brother Yi would have killed them all." Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf gritted his teeth. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Feng Wuchen frowned. "These students are so arrogant because of the Sacred Soul Institute. Are all the students of the Sacred Soul Institute like this? In the Sumeru Abyss, no one dares to provoke them." Lu Tianchen frowned. "What do you mean?" Feng Wuchen asked. "Many of the Sacred Soul Institute students are geniuses of the Northern Xian region's major powers. Even without the Sacred Soul Institute, the powers behind them are enough to make people afraid. Moreover, the Sacred Soul Institute's instructor Xingyi said that anyone who dares to bully the Sacred Soul Institute students is an enemy of the Sacred Soul Institute." Lu Tianchen said. All the major powers of the Northern Xian region had countless connections with the Sacred Soul Institute. It was a huge network of connections, and at the same time, it was also a true colossus. Xingyi's actions have really spoiled these geniuses. No wonder they're so arrogant and conceited. Feng Wuchen said. Speaking until here, Feng Wuchen condensed a surge of energy into his sword finger and pointed it at Qiu Yuanshan's forehead. "Spare me." Qiu Yuanshan begged in fear and knelt down. "Big Brother Lu, you two stay here and recuperate. He will stay here to help protect you. He won't be able to escape. As long as he doesn't return, the Blood Evil Mercenary Group won't dare to do anything to Yunyun and Xianxia." Feng Wuchen said. "Brother Feng, you must be careful," Lu Tianchen warned. Feng Wuchen transmitted a message to Miao Qingqing and Lan Yu, then left with Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf. Second Captain, who do you think Brother Feng is? He's obviously the leader of a major power. Tang Yunshan guessed. Yi Tianwei and Lei Tianjiwei had already met up with Zhang Junlan and the others. At this moment, Yi Tianwei and the others were gathered in the small valley. How could Yi Tianwei and the others give up such a precious place to the students of the Sacred Soul Academy? Moreover, Yi Tianwei and the others had taken it back by force. Now, the students of the Sacred Soul Academy had returned to the small valley and brought some powerful warriors with them. The 8th level of the Heaven Realm and 2 in the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. They shouldn't be from the Academy. They should be from the forces behind them. Beidou Yen frowned and looked serious. Very strong. Yi Tianqing said seriously, Tianyi has been gone for so long and hasn't come back. Hasn't he found the temple leader yet? If he doesn't come, we'll be in big trouble. Facing the 8th and 6th level of the Heaven Realm, Yi Tianqing and the others couldn't help but worry. With the powerful warriors brought by the students of the Sacred Soul Academy, many practitioners came to watch, including many people from the mercenary group. The crowd didn't know what was going on, so they were all waiting for a good show. Going back to ask for help when you can't beat them. How promising. I don't think they have any skills except for bullying others. Lu Qingyang said with disdain. He looked down on these arrogant students from the bottom of his heart. Gao Wushuang said coldly, fortunately, I wasn't chosen. The Sacred Soul Academy is so disappointing. It's better to follow the temple leader. Third Elder, it's them. A student pointed at Yi Tianwei and said angrily. He was the one who had been injured. By Yi Tianwei. Among the 3 powerful warriors, the leader was the elder of the force behind the student. It was obvious that this force was not weak. The 3rd elder was sizing up Yi Tianwei's group. He realized that Yi Tianwei's group was also very young. Furthermore, their cultivation levels were not weak, and they looked very unfamiliar. Who are you? Why do you want to steal this precious place? You even injured the young master of the Yang clan. The 3rd elder asked in a low voice, with anger on his face. Hearing this, Yi Tianwei frowned and said, Old mister, it seems that the Yang family's young master did not tell you the truth. We were the ones who found this place first. Seeing that they were students of the Sacred Soul Institute, we spoke nicely and even showed them mercy. Speaking of snatching, it should be the Yang family's young master. Yi Tianwei was neither servile nor overbearing, and there was no fear on his face. Putting aside the fact that he had the Dragon God Alliance behind him, just the Shenwu sect behind him was enough to make him unafraid of the Yang clan. 3rd elder, don't listen to his nonsense. We were the first to discover the valley, and there was no one else along the way. Only they found it. They relied on their strength to injure me. If we weren't students of the Sacred Soul Academy, they would have killed us, young Master Yang shouted angrily. 3rd elder, Yang Xiong is right. Moreover, they were the ones who attacked first. With one of the students testifying, the other students also insisted that it was Yi Tianwei and the others who snatched and attacked first. It was obvious that these students had discussed this beforehand. With all the students testifying, it couldn't be that they were all lying, right? They really have guts. They even dared to provoke the students of the Sacred Soul Academy, and even injured young Master Yang. They really don't know what's good for them. Patriarch Yang is famous for being protective. These genius students are not to be trifled with. Each and every one of them is extremely arrogant. Just consider yourself unlucky if you offend them. So it's because they snatched the cultivation treasure. I thought they found some treasure. The onlookers shook their heads. As cultivators of the Northern Xian domain, they were very clear about the terrifying background of the students of the Sacred Soul Academy. As long as they were related to the Sacred Soul Academy, no one would dare to provoke them. What else do you have to say? The 3rd elder asked in a deep voice. His old face was extremely unsightly, and his old eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. Even if the 3rd elder didn't believe these students, he would still cover for young Master Yang. His own young master was injured, so he couldn't just stand by and watch, right? It's just a waste of breath. He doesn't believe us at all. Nan Gongzhan frowned. Since you choose to believe them, then what do you want? Say it. Don't waste time. Xianxia spread out his hands. Instead of wasting his breath, it was better to get straight to the point. Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistakes, then get out of here. Or die. Young Master Yang shouted angrily with a smug sneer on his face. There were two options. Either kneel down and kowtow to admit their mistakes, or die. But neither of these options was suitable for Xianxia and the others. What if I want to take the third option? Xianxia asked coldly. His face darkened as he stared fiercely at young Master Yang. The third option is also a dead end. Third Elder, kill them. Young Master Yang said angrily. Yi Tianwei said coldly, do you really think we're afraid of the Yangs? We don't know who will die yet. What a big tone. The third elder shouted angrily. A majestic momentum suddenly broke out, and the terrifying power of the 8th level of the heaven realm spread out. Buzz. A horrifying energy ripple spread out, bringing with it a ferocious force. The surrounding cultivators all retreated in horror. The mountains in all directions were shaking. 8th level of the heaven realm is bullying them. The strongest of my friends is only at the 3rd level of the heaven realm. If you want to fight, why don't you fight with me? At this moment, Feng Wuchen's indifferent voice sounded. Brother Feng. Temple Master. The Temple Master is here. Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Xianxia and Yi Tianwei were instantly overjoyed, and their faces were filled with excitement. Yi Tianqing was completely relieved and said, fortunately, the Temple Master is here. Otherwise, with such a powerful opponent, we would have suffered a lot. Brother Feng is here. Let's see who will die. Xianxia sneered. As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, his voice appeared silently in front of Yi Tianwei and the others. The strength of his body movements amazed everyone present. The third elder frowned deeply and was shocked. What a powerful body movements. After he appeared, the old man sensed his breath, and the old man couldn't see his cultivation. This guy hides his strength so well. I can't see his cultivation. He is so arrogant at such a young age. Either he has some ability, or he is bluffing. This guy is very powerful. He didn't notice when he approached. If he didn't have some strength, he wouldn't dare to challenge the third elder. Many cultivators in the surroundings were discussing in low voices. Here comes another one who wants to die. Third elder, kill him first. Young Master Yang shouted angrily. He looked extremely fierce, as if he would kill anyone who came. Feng Wuchen sneered slightly and said, as long as you have the ability, you can kill me at will. But let me tell you first, we are not to be trifled with. I'd like to see how we are not to be trifled with. The third elder said in a deep voice. His momentum soared again, and he used all his strength. Boom! The third elder exploded with a monstrous aura and suddenly rushed out, bringing with him a strong rumbling sound. Everywhere he passed, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. His power was terrifying. The 8th level of the heaven realm was extremely terrifying. Many practitioners who were watching the battle were shocked by the third elder's monstrous momentum. Their faces were pale and frightened. Feng Wuchen was very calm and fearless. However, the power of the second stage of the sovereign body in his body had already burst out rapidly. The dazzling bloody light burst out, and the extremely overbearing power was like a volcanic eruption. The 5th level of the heaven realm. His aura broke through the 7th level of the heaven realm. The third elder was shocked and his old eyes widened. The 5th level of the heaven realm. What a powerful fighting force. Young Master Yang and several students were extremely shocked. His aura has reached the 7th level of the heaven realm. It has increased by 2 levels in an instant. The practitioners who were watching the battle were so frightened that they exclaimed and were extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen's aura soared again after he used the Kylan armor and Dragon God gloves. Fairy weapon. It's a high-grade fairy weapon. A fairy weapon forged at the 8th level. Is this an illusion? I can't believe I saw a fairy weapon. Many strong practitioners exclaimed in horror, and the surroundings were in an uproar. After using the fairy weapon, Feng Wuchen's aura reached the 8th level of the heaven realm in the blink of an eye. Hiss, the terrifying increase caused the surrounding Xianxia to gasp in shock. A tyrannical and terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth surged out. Just this terrifying aura alone had forced the charging third elder to retreat. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the dazzling bloody light disappeared in the blink of an eye. His fierce posture appeared in front of everyone. The 8th level of the heaven realm. The third elder's old face was full of shock. He couldn't believe that a young junior had such terrifying power. Even the top genius of our academy doesn't have such terrifying strength. His cultivation is as terrifying as Instructor Xingyi's. Young Master Yang trembled and his face was extremely pale. How is this possible? The students couldn't believe it. No matter how they looked at it, Feng Wuchen's age was about the same as theirs, but his cultivation was far beyond theirs. Even the cultivation of the number one genius of the Holy Soul Institute was inferior to Feng Wuchen. They originally thought that the number one genius of the Sacred Soul Academy was already very terrifying. But who knew that Feng Wuchen was even more terrifying, heaven-defying? A heaven-defying existence. Not simple at all. No wonder you're so arrogant. Looks like you have some ability. Third elder said in a low voice, his old face extremely solemn. As soon as he finished speaking, the third elder rushed out once again, closing in on Feng Wuchen. He struck out with his palm, his attack incomparably ferocious. A high-grade earth-tier martial skill. Ocean overturning cloud flipping palm. The third elder's first move was a high-grade earth-ranked martial skill, and he showed no mercy. He gathered a terrifying amount of energy, and from the looks of it, it seemed like he planned to kill Feng Wuchen with a single palm strike. Yi Tianwei frowned and said, "This old thing is really ruthless, showing no mercy at all. I think he's courting death." Lu Qingyang mocked. Third heaven's fury palm. Feng Wuchen was not to be outdone, and he struck out with his palm without any fear. Boom. Buzz buzz. The two palms collided in an instant, and an earth-shattering explosion sounded out. Destructive energy ripples swept out wildly, and in the mountain range, the flowers and trees in all directions were destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Towering peaks collapsed one after another. However, even with the third elder's terrifying strength, he was unable to push back Feng Wuchen even half a step, let alone kill Feng Wuchen with a single palm strike. The third elder's cultivation was similar to Dongfang Yil's. It was impossible for him to deal with Feng Wuchen. What? The third elder's heart trembled. Under the fierce collision, he actually saw a trace of a calm smile on Feng Wuchen's face. He actually blocked the third elder's earth-level martial technique. Young Master Yang was extremely shocked, and his expression was stiff. Another student said in horror, "The third elder's superior earth-level martial technique is comparable to the peak of the 8th level of the heaven realm. He actually blocked it so easily." Feng Wuchen's strength was beyond young Master Yang's imagination. Gulp, the cultivators who were watching the battle from all directions swallowed their saliva in horror. A junior is actually able to contend with Elder Yang? Am I seeing things? I can't believe it. It's incredible. Even the Sacred Soul Academy can't produce such a terrifying genius, right? The Xianxia who were watching the battle were shocked to the extreme. "Old sir, you believe in them, and I also believe in my friend," Feng Wuchen said lightly, looking at the shocked third elder. The third elder quickly recovered from the shock, and his old face immediately became gloomy. He angrily rebuked, "Cut the crap." Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The third elder angrily launched a crazy attack. The fierce battle unfolded above the Sumi abyss. The explosion was earth-shattering, and the destructive energy covered the void. As the battle began, more and more practitioners were attracted. The third elder of the Yang family? Who is that kid? He can actually compete with the third elder. The aura of the 8th level of the heaven realm. That kid is actually in the 8th level of the heaven realm. He also has a fairy weapon. It's them. I saw them at the entrance of the Sumi abyss. They seem to have come in together with the second captain of the Condor mercenary group. More and more people came to watch the battle. Thousands of people had gathered in all directions of the small valley, and many of them were in the heaven realm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. High up in the sky, the two fought fiercely while competing in body movements. Their figures flashed constantly, and their speed was so fast that thousands of vague figures condensed, like thousands of soldiers and horses. Who is this kid? Why is he getting stronger and stronger? What's with his strength? How can he have such a powerful body? In the fierce battle, the third elder became more and more frightened, and many questions appeared in his mind. Under the crazy head-on collision, not only was he unable to suppress Feng Wuchen, but he was also suppressed by Feng Wuchen. The third elder's fists and feet were extremely painful, and he complained in his heart. Seeing that the third elder was at a disadvantage, the spectators were already stunned. Bang bang bang. As the third elder fell into a disadvantage, he was already flustered and could not resist Feng Wuchen's fierce attacks. Feng Wuchen's fists bombarded the third elder's body one after another. "Old sir, can't hold on anymore?" Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. Hearing this, the third elder's face turned red, and his anger was monstrous. Even if he could not hold on, he still wanted to save face and said stubbornly, "Don't be complacent. Old man will make you regret it later." "Oh? Really?" Feng Wuchen sneered and said, "Then I have to use all my strength. I don't want to regret it." "What?" Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the third elder's old face suddenly changed greatly, and began to turn green. Feng Wuchen had not used all his strength, the third elder was scared out of his wits. How could he say that he had not used all his strength after raising his fighting strength by 3 levels? What a monster! Superior Class Earth Stage Martial Technique. Destructive Heavenly Punishment Cut. Feng Wuchen attacked with overwhelming power. Phew! Buzz! The extremely terrible bloody energy rushed toward the third elder of the Yang family with the power to sweep away thousands of troops. The ear-piercing sound of the explosion shook everyone's eardrums and they all covered their ears. The overbearing energy tore a large black crack in the void wherever it passed. The third elder's expression was extremely dignified. Feng Wuchen's energy made him feel afraid. He decisively retreated and at the same time took out his superior-grade spiritual weapon. Buzz! The terrible power was fully activated. The third elder retreated while forming a print with both hands, condensing a terrible power. Superior-grade Earth Stage Martial Technique. 9 flaming blades. The third elder roared fiercely. His right arm instantly condensed a raging fire, spreading a terrible power. The power of the superior-grade spiritual weapon and the Earth Stage Martial Technique was comparable to the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. Its power had already surpassed Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said lightly, "You're not weak." Phew! Buzz! The third elder suddenly waved his hand, and the flaming saber, which was thousands of feet long, shot out like a hot knife through butter. The dazzling flame illuminated the void red, and the temperature of the space rose sharply. Rumble! Buzz! Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the two terrifying forces that tore through the void instantly collided and exploded. An earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout the Sumeru abyss. The energy ripples blasted open a massive black hole in the void, and the light of the explosion covered the entire area. In the face of the energy ripples, Lu Qingyang and the others urged their genuine essence to resist, but they were still shaken back. The terrible energy ripples spread down, and the majestic mountains below collapsed one after another. Boom! Boom! Buzz! Before anyone could open their eyes, the sound of the fierce battle came again in the sky. The two of them ignored the terrible energy ripples. The terrible force of the collision forcibly dispersed the previous energy ripples and the dazzling light. The scene of the fierce battle between Feng Wuchen and the third elder appeared in everyone's sight again. Not to mention the third elder, he already possessed a ferocious strength. However, Feng Wuchen had only relied on external forces to reach this realm. Could his body withstand such power? Who was that kid? Wasn't his strength a little too terrifying? Didn't you suffer any injuries from the collision of the Earth-rank martial skills? I've lived for decades, but I've never seen such a terrifying junior. The #1 genius of the Sacred Soul Academy is far inferior to him. His cultivation has already surpassed the teachers of the Sacred Soul Academy. Everyone became more and more shocked, and their faces stiffened. One had to know that the third elder had taken out a high-grade spirit weapon, but he still couldn't suppress Feng Wuchen. Young Master Yang and his students were dumbstruck. What they did not know was that the strength of Feng Wuchen's physical body had already reached a terrifying level. If they knew that Feng Wuchen had not used his full strength, they would probably be scared to death. In this high-intensity battle, as time passed, Third Elder once again fell into a disadvantage. Moreover, he had consumed a great deal of true essence. Looks like you can't hold on any longer. Feng Wuchen, who was crazily attacking, suddenly sneered. Third Elder's old face was slightly pale, and his breathing was somewhat rapid. In the face of such a terrifying Feng Wuchen, he didn't know how much he had suffered. It could be said that he was suffering unspeakably, and now he could only brace himself to hold on. Then I won't show any mercy. Feng Wuchen sneered. As he spoke, his speed and strength suddenly skyrocketed. He's still holding back his strength. Is he in the 9th level of the Heaven Realm? Third Elder was shocked and didn't dare to think about it. Bang, bang, bang. Puff, puff. Feng Wuchen's speed suddenly skyrocketed. Third Elder was flustered and couldn't resist at all. Then he suffered from Feng Wuchen's ferocious attacks, and spat out blood again and again. Third Elder. Young Master Yang was shocked and couldn't help but roar. He was extremely worried. Hiss, seeing Third Elder of the Yang family being brutally beaten by Feng Wuchen, many practitioners who were watching the battle once again gasped in horror. One by one, they trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. Elder Yang can't beat that guy. Elder Yang is going to be defeated. That guy is really terrifying. The practitioners were extremely frightened. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a devil. They were full of deep fear for Feng Wuchen. Third Elder was unable to resist and was beaten by Feng Wuchen continuously. His injuries rapidly worsened. Boom. Puff. With the last punch, Feng Wuchen directly blew Third Elder away and completely injured him. Third Elder was seriously injured and was unable to support himself. He was completely defeated. Silence. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Third Elder, who was flying out. Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength could be said to have shocked the whole place. Many practitioners secretly decided that they would never offend Feng Wuchen. The battle didn't even take half an hour before Third Elder was defeated, and Feng Wuchen was unharmed. He didn't even take a breath. Third Elder. Young Master Yang flew away in a panic. Cough, cough. Third Elder coughed a few times. His face was as pale as paper. He said strenuously, I didn't expect you to have such strength. This old man accepts his defeat wholeheartedly. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen said, we're all here for cultivation, so why fight over it? Seeing that you are Sacred Soul Academy students, I won't bicker with you. But don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are Sacred Soul Academy students. Don't lose the reputation of the continent's #1 academy. May I ask who you are? Third Elder asked. He was really curious about Feng Wuchen's identity. Wuji Domain's Dragon Temple. Feng Wuchen replied. Wuji Domain's Dragon Temple? Never heard of it. Aren't the Immortal Artifact Pavilion, Zhang Family, Auction House, and Heavenly Dao Sect the only major forces in Wuji Domain? Could it be a new force? Even a new force can't be this strong, right? Everyone was puzzled. They had never heard of any dragon temple in Wuji Domain. Dragon God Alliance? Everyone can cultivate here if you want. We still have other matters to attend to, so we will leave for now. Feng Wuchen said. He wouldn't occupy the latrine. Follow me to the Blood Evil Mercenary Group immediately. Feng Wuchen said. He took the lead and flew away. Lu Qingyang and the rest followed behind. Swish, swish, swish. Feng Wuchen and the rest used instant transmission. The strange and mystical movement made them disappear in an instant. Everyone was dumbstruck. What kind of mystical movement was that? It was simply unheard of. He said he was going to the Blood Evil Mercenary Group? I saw the Blood Evil Mercenary Group's third leader bringing people in. The battle just now couldn't be the third leader and the rest, right? It shouldn't be wrong. When I came just now, I saw that the Blood Evil Mercenary Group's third leader was seriously injured. The Condor Mercenary Group's second leader and Tang Yunshan were also there. Did the Blood Evil mercenary group offend them? This time, the Blood Evil mercenary group kicked an iron plate. Everyone, quickly go and take a look. Feng Wuchen escorted the seriously injured Qiu Yuanshan to the Blood Evil mercenary group after the Sacred Soul Academy matter was settled. Lu Tianchen and Tang Yunshan had taken the healing elixir and recovered most of their injuries, so they followed along. In addition, there was a group of practitioners behind Feng Wuchen. The group was huge, but these people were not practicing in the Shumi Abyss, so they followed along to watch the show. The Celestial Wolf Mountain was located in the east of the Shumi Abyss. The Celestial Wolf Mountain was an independent mountain, and the Blood Evil mercenary group was built on the peak of the mountain. The palace was majestic and did not lose to the palaces of the big forces. However, Feng Wuchen and the others found it strange that there was no sign of the Blood Evil mercenary group on the mountain road. What was even more strange was that there were only a few mercenaries in the Blood Evil mercenary group's palace. The others were gone. There are at least thousands of people in the Blood Evil mercenary group. How can it be so quiet? I can't even sense the aura of the strong. Where did they all go? Tang Yunshan frowned and wondered. It was very strange. The Blood Evil mercenary group is out in full force. Could it be? Oh no. Lu Tianchen frowned and wondered. But when he thought of the last thing, his face suddenly changed. Second Commander, are you saying that they went to the Condor mercenary group? Tang Yunshan asked in shock. He did not dare to think about it. Yes. Let's go back. Lu Tianchen was very anxious and worried. No. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, I smell the dark seeker herb. It can hide the aura of practitioners. Phew. Just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, a loud explosion sounded. A blue energy beam as thick as a bucket shot up into the sky from the Blood Evil mercenary group's palace and hit Feng Wuchen directly. Bang! Feng Wuchen sensed it and suddenly struck out with his palm. With a bang, the overbearing power directly shattered the light beam. Ancient Vine Tree. The power of the third level of the Heaven Realm. Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. Yi Tianwei frowned and said, Be careful, there's an ambush. Swish. Swish. In the next second, hundreds of strong sonic booms rang out from all directions of the Sirius Mountain. Hundreds of cyan light columns containing the power of the third level of the Heaven Realm burst out. The scene was spectacular and majestic. Be careful. These are ancient vine trees, harder than stone. Feng Wuchen hastily warned, at the same time, he urged his true essence, ready to resist. Haha. Let's see how you die. At this moment, arrogant laughter suddenly came from behind Celestial Wolf Mountain. An extremely surging aura spread out. The leader of the Blood Evil mercenary group, Jiang Lingyue. When the many cultivators who came to watch heard this arrogant laughter, their expressions changed drastically. They all retreated in horror, not daring to get close to the Blood Evil mercenary group's palace. Jiang Lingyue. Lu Tianchen frowned. Leader. Save me. Qiu Yuanshan shouted in panic. Boom boom boom. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, Feng Wuchen condensed a huge golden energy shield to protect them. Hundreds of terrifying ancient vine trees crazily bombarded the Sirius Mountain. The explosion resounded through the Sirius Mountain. Waves of terrible energy rolled over one after another. Unfortunately, the power of the third level of the Heaven Realm was not enough to break the energy shield condensed by Feng Wuchen. The fifth level of the Heaven Realm. You do have some skills. Jiang Lingyue's deep voice rang out once more. Third leader has been gone for so long, yet he still hasn't returned. Furthermore, he was only dealing with Lu Tianchen and Tang Yunshan. This leader had already guessed that something must have happened. While speaking, a middle-aged man flashed and appeared in the sky above the palace. An incomparably majestic aura spread out. Judging from this horrible aura, this man's cultivation was at the 7th level of the Heaven Realm. It was really unexpected for a man at the 7th level of the Heaven Realm to be the leader of a mercenary group. The man was Jiang Lingyue, the leader of the Blood Evil mercenary group. Leader. Save me. Qiu Yuanshan said excitedly. He finally saw hope. Don't worry, Third Elder. You won't die. Jiang Lingyue said confidently. Jiang Lingyue was indeed confident. As the leader, his cultivation was extremely high. Moreover, there were 2 women as hostages. Feng Wuchen and the others would not kill Qiu Yuanshan easily. Brat, I have already set up an inescapable net in the Sirius Mountain. If you know what's good for you, you'd better let the 3rd leader go. Otherwise, I'll make sure you never return. Jiang Lingyue threatened with a very arrogant look. They are using the dark penetrating herb to hide their aura. The Blood Evil mercenary group are all near the Sirius Mountain. Everyone, be careful. There may be more of those ancient vine trees. Yi Tianwei frowned and looked dignified. I really want to call out the 3-eyed witch ape and bite them all to death. Lu Qingyang said fiercely. Unfortunately, he could not do it. Staring at Jiang Lingyue indifferently, Feng Wuchen said, since you want to let them go, you have to let our people go too. It doesn't matter. Even if I let them go, you guys will still escape. Jiang Lingyue sneered. She then waved her hand and a few mercenaries brought the injured Yunyan and Xianxia out and flew into the sky. 2nd leader. Big brother Tang. Yunyan and Xianxia shouted in panic. Seeing the 2 women safe and sound, Lu Tianchen and Tang Yunshan finally felt relieved. Brat, you have guts. You dare to go against my blood evil mercenary group. I hope you don't regret it. Let them go together. Jiang Lingyue sneered. She then waved her hand and signaled the mercenaries to let them go. Big brother Tang, go and bring them back. Feng Wuchen said and slowly let go of his hand. Qiu Yuanshan immediately rushed out, looking as though he was worried that Feng Wuchen would plot against him. Tang Yunshan immediately dashed out. Qiu Yuanshan was heavily injured and he was not afraid that Qiu Yuanshan would play any tricks. Qiu Yuanshan was heavily injured and was no match for Tang Yunshan. However, when he rushed out, Qiu Yuanshan took out a jade bottle and threw it into the air. Colorful spots of light floated out. Be careful. Feng Wuchen warned. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yunyan and Xianxian were heavily injured. It was already good enough that they could float in the air. It was impossible for them to dodge the light spots. Misfortune poison powder. Lu Tianchen's expression changed. Not good. Tang Yunshan's expression changed when he saw the colorful spots of light. He panicked, but he couldn't care less. He immediately brought the 2 women back. Humph. Enjoy it. Qiu Yuanshan sneered. Misfortune poison powder. Many cultivators in the distance couldn't help but tremble. Obviously, they knew how terrifying the misfortune poison powder was. Ah. My eyes. Tang Yunshan closed his eyes and screamed. In just a moment, blood flowed out from his eyes. Ah. Yunyan and Xianxian couldn't bear it and screamed. The spots of light on their bodies started to corrode their flesh. End of chapter 791. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.